just because an old man bumped into him at the market, causing him to lose his balance and fall into a girl's chest. He was mistaken for a pervert by the girl and her boyfriend, got punched, and then hit by a delivery truck. Under the hood of a car, all living beings are equal. When he woke up, he found himself in his mother's womb, with his younger brother biting his leg. Born as the villain, Xin Feng could only work hard to cultivate. If he got beaten by his younger brother, the child of destiny, when he grows up, disaster. On the full moon night 3 years later, the final 100-year deadline finally arrived. After beating his younger brother, Xin Feng decided to be born immediately. 2 kids in the womb, each with their own charm. The older brother was born as a villain, possessing countless supreme skills. Just by beating his younger brother, the child of destiny, he could increase his cultivation. The younger brother is the child of destiny, born with all kinds of positive auras. But now he's just a weak little baby. Today, the day finally arrived for the 2 children to be born. As the villainous older brother, of course, he had to punch his younger brother before coming out. The younger brother's birth was accompanied by the mother's miserable screams. All the women of the Qin family gathered in front of the tower, cheering for the mistress. As a man, the master couldn't possibly voice his support. He could only pace back and forth to relieve the tension. The baby's cry rang out, and the old man finally had a smile on his face. Seeing the healthy newborn, the mother's heart was somewhat relieved. At that moment, the midwife was surprised to discover another one, and quickly bent down to help. Under the mistress's expectant gaze, the midwife concluded, "The second one doesn't want to come out yet." Hearing this, the master didn't mind at all. He reached out and held Xin Feng in his arms, smiling and saying, "If he can't be born this time, he can be born next time. Respecting our child's wishes is the duty of the parents." Or the third child can be born with his younger brother next time. Xin Feng was stunned by his dad. "This Xiangxia world is too bizarre, my son doesn't want to come out, and you want to add another one in?" Unable to withstand the torment of his son, he handed Xin Feng to the wet nurse to take care of. But in the moment of being held, Xin Feng felt the familiar warmth of his mother. So as not to disturb the cheering women, the maid decided to take Xin Feng outside. This made the vigorous 20-year-old guy in the body of a newborn baby frantically wiggle to break free. In a panic, his hand accidentally patted the wet nurse's boob, discovering, "Host has completed the villainous mission. Groping heavenly mandate. Reward, 50 points." This suddenly stunned Xin Feng. Xin Feng curiously reached out and touched the wet nurse's boob again and discovered, "Host has completed the villainous mission of groping, rewarding 50 points. This sudden event left Xin Feng at a loss. Not long after, sniffing the wet nurse's fragrance, the infant with an old soul revealed a wicked smile. For the past 3 years, he has lived very freely, either harassing the beautiful young wet nurses every day or affectionately embracing the older sisters, who were not related to him by blood. Relying on his innocent appearance as a child, he did oppressive things without anyone suspecting. Sometimes he would be found out, but it was overlooked because he was still young. But then he would continue to act like an animal. All of that was to improve his cultivation. Seeing Xin Feng become a villain from the moment he was in his mother's womb, he knew that the moment to increase his realm had come. In an instant, a stream of mysterious qi poured into Xin Feng's dantian. The bone-piercing pain felt like it wanted to condense into pastry all over his body. Suddenly, his strength surged, and the wild, innate energy gradually dissipated, and everything returned to normal. At this moment, Xin Feng was surprised to realize that he had broken through to the qi refining realm. At the same time, inside the imperial palace hall, 2 guys sat on thrones, flirting and stroking each other's faces, whispering sweet nothings that would make your skin crawl. Just then, a heaven-splitting crack of thunder startled the 2 lovey-dovey fellas, making them jump apart. The scene was like a husband catching his mistress. Super awkward. The old guy immediately leaped up, unleashing his spiritual sense to see what the heck just happened. Not long after, Xin Feng's face popped up in his sea of consciousness. Seeing Xin Feng was so talented, he instantly decided to do something against his ancestors' wishes. He had to destroy that kid. That day, he targeted the Qin family's sister's bathhouse. Watching the maidservants bathing, Xin Feng, who'd been single for 20 years, couldn't take it anymore. To appease his conscience, he swore he'd only complete the system's task, and wouldn't do anything evil otherwise. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. "Activate the task. Bathe together with the sisters. Complete it for 500 villain points." Before the words even finished, Xin Feng had vanished. At this moment, the 3 Qin family sisters still hadn't realized the serious situation. Only seeing Xin Feng, his face bright red, come up to Sister Zhui Yue and say he wanted to bathe together, Zhui Yue seemed hesitant, and seeing this, Xin Feng took out a bug to threaten Bi Yue behind her. "If you don't let me bathe together, I'll throw the bug at you." After some threats, the sisters finally gave in. As to them, Xin Feng was just a 3-year-old kid who didn't understand things between men and women. Just like that, Xin Feng once again completed a villainous task. That night, Xin Feng looked at the notification board and couldn't help but wonder. He immediately bought Lingbo Wei Bu, which had just been unlocked. It allowed him to move lightly without leaving a trace on snow. More importantly, the user's cultivation would increase with every step they walked or ran daily. If in danger, they could instantly unleash 100 steps, and as long as they wanted to run, no one could keep up. It was truly an essential item for an old pervert when flirting with women around the family. Thinking this, Xin Feng felt his mind become clear again. A few days later, Xin Feng observed the celestial phenomena to predict the day his younger brother would be born. While imagining how he'd exploit his brother later, he noticed a group of people flying in the distant sky. Before he could react, a torrent of violent energy slammed down on Xin Feng, followed by a second one. Just then, the emperor himself arrived beside Xin Feng, looking at his childish face, intending to torment him right away, and also wanting to test Qin Feng's cultivation. But Qin Feng nimbly jumped behind the Qin family head. His speed was so fast it surprised the emperor. He thought, a 3-year-old child has already surpassed the first level of Kaiyuan realm and has skillfully practiced a martial technique to such an extent. Thinking this, the emperor became even more determined to eliminate Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng poked his head out and began to praise the emperor. My admiration for you is like the mighty river, surging endlessly. A series of actions made the old man overjoyed, but Xin Feng's mind was still rapidly spinning. It's only right for an enlightened emperor visiting someone's home to bring a gift. Even if it's not an ancient beast, it should at least be a 1,000-year spiritual mushroom. The child's words made everyone in the Qin family burst into laughter. The emperor immediately pulled out a treasure chest, and when it opened, a golden light soared up. Inside the chest were 9 accessory sets for the boundless 9 swords. These are the swords of the boundless sword god from 10,000 years ago. The swords are divided into 9 parts: Zhuxian, Shashen, Miefo, Fumo, Jiangyao, Zhansheng, Zhuihun, Genghun, and Pojun. Each part is a rare divine weapon and fierce artifact in the human world. When the 9 swords are combined, they can be ranked among the top 10 strongest swords in the ancient desolation. Their power can match a heavenly army of 10,000. After saying this, the emperor closed the chest and asked Qin Feng which sword he wanted. While the emperor was thinking, a black shadow darted out, catching him off guard. Qin Feng remained standing still, his face innocent, but in his heart he was already cursing. Little emperor, still want to compete with me? The 3-year-old child openly snatched the emperor's weapon, then offered thanks, leaving the emperor flustered. Qin's father and grandpa, seeing this, immediately egged him on. It's true, His Majesty gifted a mysterious weapon right off the bat, but to His Majesty, this is just pocket change. Talking about money with His Majesty, that's hurting our feelings? Let's just act generous and say the Qin family will wholeheartedly respect His Majesty. After saying that, Qin's father ruffled Xin Feng's head, telling him to thank the benefactor. The kid understood the hint and immediately bowed his head, thanking him repeatedly. At this moment, the system announced, Host openly robbed the emperor's mysterious weapon. The Changkong Zhujian, 9 swords of the azure sky, gained 1,000 villain points. The emperor felt goosebumps all over from this family, and cold sweat poured out like crazy. But Qin Feng wasn't satisfied yet, his right hand hugging the treasure, and his mouth changed its tune again. I've also heard that when you first meet a junior, the elders should have a little greeting gift. Seeing this, his father and grandpa gave more terrible advice. That's right, there is such a custom. The emperor was completely flustered. Even after ruling the world for hundreds of years, this was the first time he had met such a shameless family. Seeing the emperor hesitate, Qin Feng added fuel to the fire. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Doesn't your imperial court know about this? The emperor couldn't save face, immediately took off the divine gourd from his waist and gave it to Qin Feng, stammering, This is the heaven treasure gourd. Just wearing it will increase your cultivation speed. It's truly a top-tier supportive Dharma artifact. Qin Feng thanked the emperor. This old geezer is pretty generous, but in the emperor's heart he wanted to die. But on the surface he still said words of gratitude. At this time, the system announced, detected that the host enthusiastically helped someone keep the heaven treasure gourd for free, rewarded 1,000 villain points. The emperor saw the thoughtful look on Qin Feng's face and was really scared. What kind of tricks was this guy planning now? Only to see Qin Feng blink his innocent eyes and say, There's also a little brother. But before he could finish speaking, the emperor interrupted. I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished doing my laundry. I'll head back first. Saying that, he immediately used his flying technique and ran away. If he didn't run soon, he was afraid he would have to sell his underwear. But Qin Feng's words, I'll bring my little brother to visit you when I have time, almost made the emperor, who was soaring into the sky, fall headfirst. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the sky. After watching the emperor's figure disappear, Qin's father sneaked over to grab the weapon treasure and said, You're too young to handle these things? Let Dad keep it for now. Ignoring his son's cries and begging, he was determined to take it away immediately. Next, Grandpa Qin kicked Qin's father, flying dozens of meters away with one kick. Grandpa Qin smiled and stroked Qin Feng's head, returning the treasure gourd to the little boy. Qin Feng cried for a second, but as soon as he received the treasure gourd, his face changed. The crying, Oh, never mind, I was pretending. Suddenly, a strange natural phenomenon appeared. Thunder rumbled in the sky. A golden phoenix dove down into the Qin family's yard. Qin's father also remembered that his wife was giving birth, and hurriedly ran into the house. "Ah," Qin Feng murmured, "my silly little brother, I've missed you so much for the past 3 years." Not long after, Qin Feng's whole body turned dark, appearing behind his father in an instant. Seeing his little brothers trembling, cold sweat pouring down in their eyes, he was like a devil from hell approaching. But Qin Feng blinked and transformed back into his usual harmless self. Just as his father turned around with his newly born little brother, his father leaned down, wanting to show Qin Feng his chubby little brother. Seeing the newborn didn't cry, Qin Feng muttered something and smacked the kid's butt hard. The smack made the terrified little brother burst into a loud wail. The father was also shocked. Usually, Qin Feng was so well behaved, why would he hit his brother like that? But Qin Feng put on a pitiful face and said he was just worried about the baby, and that's why he reluctantly did that. System notification. Smack a child of destiny's butt. Reward 100 villain points. Make a child of destiny cry, breaking his innate aura. Reward 30,000 villain points. Disrupt a child of destiny's destined encounter. Receive a lucky draw chance. Since breaking through the Qi refining stage, Qin Feng's cultivation hasn't advanced in the past few days. But about the system's lucky draw chance, the boy didn't hesitate. Qin Feng immediately spanned the wheel. Immediately, countless top-tier prizes appeared on the spinning wheel. Then it stopped on Celestial Severing Sword Art. System notification. Congratulations, host. You've won Celestial Severing Sword Art. Qin Feng immediately entered a meditative state, and countless sword intents surged and enveloped him. In his mind, a mysterious swordsman appeared. Sometimes agile like a snake, sometimes overbearing like a dragon, fully imparting the secret manual of the sect. When he woke up, Qin Feng had completely mastered the sword art, and not only that, his physical strength had also increased a level. Overjoyed, he continued to exchange points for the system's enlightenment aura to refine the sword art. The news of Qin Feng's rapid sword practice quickly spread. Grandpa heard the story and immediately came to guide his grandson in swordsmanship. But when he saw that his grandson didn't care, he instructed him, "Qin Feng, don't be arrogant. When practicing martial arts, you must be humble and careful." With that, he raised his hand. Qi surged, and the sound of a sword tore through the sky, shattering the stone in front of him into fragments. He said, "This is the result of my nearly 20 years of cultivation." But before he could finish speaking, Qin Feng had poured his inner force, ferociously wrapped around a leaf, making the fallen leaf pierce straight into the stone. Grandpa scratched his head and asked, not understanding, "It takes decades of hard work to do something like that." 5 years later, Qin Feng was bathing, when he suddenly felt something strange in his body. Then, golden light erupted from his entire body, soaring straight to the top of the clouds. Witnessing this scene, his father and grandfather couldn't help but be astonished. He reached the 9th rank at 8 years old, and you reached the Qi refining stage at 5. Are you two even normal? At that moment, Qin Feng walked by and asked his father, "Have you seen my little brother anywhere?" Seeing his son's carefree attitude, Father Qin had a headache, and Grandpa just lamented, "Every year you cause trouble to my house, who can bear it?" At that moment, the system's voice rang out. Activated the heaven-defying villain task. Obtain your little brother's supreme bone. Reward. Invincible domain. No failure. Qin Feng thought, "Are you doing this on purpose? I just want to be a carefree villain, but now you've activated such a high-level task." But the system said, "Supreme bones can grow back. It's like an inexhaustible milk cow." This explanation Qin Feng couldn't accept yet. He needed time to calm down. The two old folks were wondering who was talking. At this time, Qin Hao was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the danger approaching. Qin Feng jumped onto a tree branch and looked at his adorable little brother. A sense of guilt rising. "In this life, I only want to live freely. But because of the system, I have to do this to you. Maybe this is fate." Qin Feng aimed at his cute little brother, raised his hand, and the sound of his palm echoed through the forest. But when he woke up, his little brother was totally clueless, just happily saying Qin Feng should take him out to play. Hearing that, Qin Feng was secretly thrilled inside. Not long after, a child's ear-splitting cry echoed through the streets. Seeing the two kids orphaned so young, the crowd felt sorry for them, and tossed money into their bowl. After everyone left, the two brothers counted the money in a corner again. Qin Hao said innocently, "So much money, bro. Can we go eat something yummy?" His little brother asked. Qin Feng chuckled, "Let me treat you to bamboo. Shoot stir-fry with meat." His little brother's eyes lit up. "Is it super delicious, bro?" Qin Feng lied. Of course it's delicious. But in his heart, he recalled the recipe for bamboo shoot stir-fry with meat. Flashback panel with gross ingredients. Poor little brother. About to face disaster, and totally unaware. After the two Qin Feng brothers walked away, the person lying motionless suddenly sat up. Everyone screamed in horror, thinking it was a zombie, but he scratched his head, confused. "When did I die? Why don't I know?" Then, ignoring everyone's fearful stares, he wandered off, not caring anymore, hungry first. At this moment, inside the Qin family home, the real dad was using a belt to beat his little brother, scolding as he hit. "You little thief!" Qin Hao cried, and framed his dad. Standing beside him, Xin Feng covered his eyes and said, "It was all my idea. It has nothing to do with my little brother. Why don't you come at me? Don't touch him." But the truth was, he had dumped everything on his little brother. At this moment, his little brother was crying loudly, looking up to see Xin Feng carefully wiping away his tears, inevitably loving his brother even more. But Xin Feng was thinking, "Dear little brother, a childhood without experiencing my bamboo shoot stir-fry with meat is incomplete." His poor little brother was being tricked the whole time. He still didn't know that he was being beaten black and blue for his big bro. Seeing his little brother could only lie prone with his butt in a mess, Xin Feng felt very uneasy. Future happiness completely depends on little brother's butt. What if the butt's gone? His poor little brother still kept expressing his affection for his brother. Xin Feng didn't beat around the bush, immediately comforted his little brother. But in Xin Feng's heart, he had already planned the next trap. He leaned close to his little brother's ear. "I have a way to help you get revenge for being beaten. But Dad is our dearest family. Don't worry, I won't betray you." Qin Hao nodded eagerly, promising. Xin Feng pretended to be serious. "If you want to know, I'll generously tell you. There's a small vault hidden underneath. If Mom knows about this, we're doomed." His little brother's eyes sparkled, constantly nodding in agreement. Afterwards, under the tree in the back garden, his little brother dug up 6 chests of gold, silver, and jewels. The father was shocked. "Before our wedding, you said you would sacrifice everything, including your salary for me, and if it wasn't for Haozier telling me, I would have never known this secret stash. So it was this unfilial son. Go, report to your grandpa." He immediately grabbed his 82 duster and chased after him. Qin Hao, the little brother, couldn't escape and plunged into Xin Feng's arms, but was snatched up by his father. And the beating rained down again. Xin Feng pretended to wipe away tears and said, "This time you're screwed, kiddo, you're dead meat." Husband and wife do not blame each other overnight, quarreling at the head of the bed, reconciled at the foot of the bed, but the naive kid had no clue what their parents were up to. In the middle of the night, he dragged Qin Hao, sneaking into his parents' room. He saw his beautiful and charming mother and his strong father still going at it hard. The little bro dropped the million-dollar question, why is Dad so excited while pinning Mom down like that? For the bookworm big bro, this was small potatoes. He immediately explained seriously, "Mom and Dad are cultivating, don't interrupt." But hearing that, the little bro was overjoyed. "That's so cool, I'm gonna interrupt them so Dad won't have any strength left to continue." Xin Feng suddenly felt something was off. Although the reward for this prank was tempting, if it actually happened, he'd probably get his ass beat by his dad. But looking down, his little bro was gone, only to see Xin Hao's eyes shining as he dashed out the window, shouting, "Dad, what are you doing so vigorously?" The mighty man was suddenly startled, and then like a deflated balloon, he collapsed powerlessly on the other side of the screen. Xin Feng trembled, cold sweat pouring down. "Little bro, this time it's really not my fault." Next came the miserable wails. The butt of the Child of Destiny blossoms, rewarding 500 villain points. The Child of Destiny is in extreme pain, rewarding 1,000 villain points. Ever since the night his little bro stormed his parents' battlefield, his butt had never healed. This caused Xin Feng's cultivation to stagnate. While he was having a headache, a roar suddenly echoed in the sky. Looking closely, a magnificent carriage was rushing over, followed by countless sword cultivator disciples. And on top of the carriage was a person holding an ancient sword. Inside, a girl was peering down. Xin Feng knew something was wrong. Why is the neighbor coming here at this time? The system rang. Detected Child of Destiny, a world-class supervillain. Xin Feng rejoiced. Finally someone to replace my little bro. Half a month ago, auspicious 5-colored omens suddenly appeared in the sky. This made the Lin family head, Lin Hao, aware that the Qin family had produced 2 new martial artists. Looking at his silly 7-year-old daughter showing off next to her muddle-headed teacher, Lin Hao's heart felt heavy. Seeing her father sigh, his daughter immediately snuggled up to him, blinking her big eyes and asking, "What's wrong, Dad?" Lin Hao's lips twitched, and he forced a smile. "Dad just ate too much." Then, patting his daughter's head, he said, "Dad heard that Xin Feng of the Qin family is a famous playboy. Although he has a bit of a hooligan streak, his cultivation talent is unmatched." Then he asked, "Daughter, do you want to marry Xin Feng?" His daughter immediately got angry. "Are you trying to sell me to a hooligan? I'm still a kid, Dad." But he said, "Early love is still love. I was the same when I was young. Don't worry, Dad is laughing." Hearing that, his daughter turned her face away angrily, saying, "Even if I die, even if I jump off a building, I will absolutely not marry him." But as soon as they met, her cheeks flushed red, and she murmured in her heart, "This must be Xin Feng. So handsome." Xin Feng, seeing someone staring at him, also looked back. At this moment, Lin Xin suddenly changed her attitude, raising her face. "Handsome boy, you dare to charm me with that little bit of looks." Then, with her left hand on her hip and her right hand pointing at Xin Feng, she said, "You are Xin Feng." Xin Feng immediately replied, "That's me." Lin Xin raised her hand and pointed at the cold girl behind her. "This is my family's new servant, named Lin Sanhing. If you want to marry me, defeat him, and prove your ability." Lin family head immediately rebuked his daughter for being rude. But Xin Feng didn't think so. "Forget about the girls. In front of me is the Child of Destiny, a world-class supervillain. Before, I didn't dare to go all out against my little bro because I was scared mom and dad would be awkward. In the last 5 years I only got 240,000 villain points, but now, having some stone-cold rando to practice on, how awesome is that? Thinking that, Xin Feng let out his signature evil laugh, kook, kook. After both families agreed, Xin Feng's dad told him to just spar for fun, and not to seriously harm the other guy. Xin Feng agreed with his mouth, but in his heart he was itching to get a taste of this fatty. After Lin San bowed, his aura suddenly surged, and he immediately unleashed a move he learned from his grandpa. Thousands of fallen leaves were caught in a raging whirlwind, rushing straight at Lin San. Lin San hurriedly defended, luckily avoiding injury. He immediately circulated his entire body's energy and unleashed a sword strike. Seeing that, Lin Xin praised, so strong. But she didn't know that that block had used up all of Lin San's inner energy and now he was just running on fumes. Seeing that, Xin Feng immediately closed in on Lin San, intending to end him. At the same time, a fist wrapped in electric light aimed for Lin San's vital point, a terrifyingly powerful strike that created a resounding sonic boom. System notification. Detected host beating up the Child of Destiny. Reward 200 villain points. When the smoke cleared, Lin San was still unharmed. His right hand gathered strength, ready to slash across Xin Feng's waist. Xin Feng cursed inwardly. Not good. He immediately used his unique movement technique, narrowly avoiding the fatal slash. Seeing this, Lin Xin was even more convinced that Lin San would win, and she yelled loudly in encouragement. Xin Feng felt bitter inside. Is this the feeling of being suppressed by the protagonist? But right after that, the silent sky suddenly echoed with thunder. The guy standing amidst the wild energy just hesitated for a moment. Seeing that, the Lin family head was stunned. This is the ancient 9 swords soaring the skies. Seeing that, the Lin family head was shocked, his mouth agape, but then he calmed down. He originally thought that the Qin family's eldest son was full of it, that the story of tricking the emperor out of the divine sword was fake, but today, a real sword is displaying its power. Not that much worse than when our hero flirted shamelessly with the holy maiden back then. Seeing Qin Feng's serious face, he quickly corrected himself. Crap. Meanwhile, the 9 swords become one. Xin Feng took over the mystical sword. But Lin San isn't panicking, he declared. Even with the aid of a divine sword, you can't defeat me. Then, he unleashed a devastating sword strike. The 2 family heads are terrified. This is a sword technique of the 9 swords soaring the skies. The 9 swords and 9 sword techniques all came from the soaring skies sword god. Although the sword's strength is assisted by a sword god, you cannot underestimate the sword's skills. And right when the old man was about to jump out and help his son, Xin Feng held up his hand and stopped him. Don't interfere with me showing off. He steadied himself, collected his spirit, and concentrated on transferring energy into the divine sword, then unleashed the heaven-severing tyrant sword technique that could tear space apart. The 2 sword energies collided, immediately destroying everything around them. Lin Hao shouted, "What kind of move is that?" No longer caring about his face being affected by the power, he rushed over to grab the 2 kids. You're all gonna die? If Clone wasn't sure, he would have already flown out into the heavens. How could this be? No one has ever been able to block my sword. Who is he? Just as the sword was about to slice the bodyguard to pieces, the system voice rang out. Child of Destiny's Tao heartbroken. Reward. Host. 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng heard this, and his heart thumped. Just one light poke, and I got 100,000. So, if I stabbed him in the heart, I'd probably get a few billion instantly. Thinking that, Xin Feng immediately closed in on the bodyguard and swung his sword down, injuring a favored son of destiny. Reward 500 villain points. Frightening a favored son of destiny. Reward 500 villain points. Killing a favored son of destiny. Reward 500 villain points. Just as Xin Feng was about to kill the bodyguard, he was pulled away by a pair of hands. It was Xin Feng's dad, yelling, "Playtime is playtime. Joking is joking." But no hurting the peace. Patriarch Lin also hurriedly shielded Lin San, thinking, Lin San is a once-in-a-century martial artist. Can't let this kid ruin him. Then he stepped forward and said to Qin Tian, "We should discuss the engagement between our 2 families." Qin Tian was secretly delighted. Xin Feng's performance this time is sure to be a success. After the 2 family heads left, Lin Xing gracefully approached Xin Feng, praising him non-stop. All the arrogant aura from before had vanished, replaced by the gentle, watery charm of a young woman. But Xin Feng was different. His murky eyes scrutinized Lin San intently. He ignored the girl's introduction, his eyes still glued to Lin San. Lin San got goosebumps. Suddenly, Qin Feng pointed at him and asked, "Lin Xin, is it okay for Lin San to visit often?" Lin Xin angrily cursed, "Xin Feng, you idiot. I treat you like my future husband, and you're eyeing my bodyguard." Then she turned away in resentment, leaving Xin Feng standing there dumbfounded. Girls are so hard to read. Completely oblivious to the girl's feelings, he's determined to invite the other guy to hang out tonight. Faced with the wood for brains guy's obliviousness, the girl angrily turned away, full of resentment. But when she got back to her room, she heard a bombshell. Her dad actually intends to marry her off to the Qin family's younger brother, Qin Hao. Keep in mind, Qin Hao is only 5 years old, but Lin Hao said, "My daughter refuses to marry the eldest son of the Qin family," and Lin Xin was stunned like a thunderbolt. Her face flushed as she rejected her father. "I'm 2 years older than that little brother. If the rumors spread, you'll be laughed at, Dad." But Lin Hao said generously, "Sister-brother love is super hot right now. Back then your dad almost married the younger sister of the Lin family too." To persuade her, Lin Xin's father shamelessly used familial affection to move her. A daughter marrying a younger husband will definitely be accused of marrying for money. As a result, the Qin family wasn't willing to marry their eldest son, Qin Feng, so they are marrying their younger brother, Qin Hao, to my daughter. Hearing that, Lin Hao burst into a rage. "Anyone who dares to badmouth my daughter, I'll wipe out their whole family." Lin Hao was completely furious at this point. He wouldn't allow anyone to hurt his daughter. Lin Xin shyly told her father to lower his voice a little, then said, "No matter what, I won't marry Qin Hao." Hearing that, he was startled and asked, "You like Qin Feng, don't you?" Lin Xin's face turned red, and she awkwardly denied it. "Who likes that idiot?" Lin Hao slapped his thigh. "Then marrying the younger brother of the Qin family is settled." Lin Xin was completely stunned, crying as she ran off. "Dad doesn't love me, therefore girls should confess their feelings bravely, because boys are very simple." Meanwhile, Qin Feng, after playing a family game with his younger brother, fell into a predicament. "Wasn't I supposed to get a wife as a reward for defeating the bodyguard? How did she become my little brother's wife? My eyes only see you. What is love I don't believe. In my heart only you, Lin San." Suddenly feeling uneasy, like someone was watching him, Lin San suddenly felt uneasy, like someone was watching him. In the backyard of the Qin family, Lin Xin sat slumped on the ground. She didn't understand Qin Feng's feelings for her, so she resorted to plucking leaves to guess whether he liked her or not. But the last leaf was, "doesn't like." Lin Xin, of course, didn't believe that result, angrily throwing the bouquet of flowers onto the grass. Now she wanted to confront Qin Feng directly about his feelings for her, but accidentally witnessed Qin Feng begging Lin San to go out with him. Lin Xin immediately pretended to be imposing and scolded, "Lin San, why didn't you invite this miss when you went out?" The two family heads originally intended to arrange a marriage between Lin Xin and the Qin family's younger brother, and seeing this, they immediately agreed, then instructed, "Lin San, take Xin Sher and the Qin family's younger brother, along with Qin Feng, to play. You must ensure their safety." Qin Feng's lips twitched, and he thought sarcastically, "Alright, so I'm just a freebie. Whatever. What matters is that I get to go with Brother Tam." Arriving at the market, Qin Feng stuck to Lin San like glue. As soon as Lin San was about to pick some herbs, Qin Feng snatched them first. Lin San clearly hesitated, turning to pick another medicine. But Qin Feng snatched that one too. "Because the chosen one's picks are all top-tier treasures, and after getting them, I can scam him for villain points, hee." Afterwards, wherever Lin San went, Qin Feng followed, and the look in his eyes gradually changed. At this moment, Lin Xin threw herself into Qin Feng's arms. She couldn't restrain her feelings any longer. "Qin Feng, could you take a walk with me in the small forest?" But Qin Feng pushed her away, saying, "Don't block my path." Then he ignored Lin Xin's anger and chased after Lin San without looking back. Bad boys, girls love him. Being ignored by the guy she was chasing only made Lin Xin like him more, completely unaware that her love was craving for someone else. Meanwhile, the younger brother remained silent on the side. When the three passed by a shop, both chosen children spotted an antique. The two immediately argued over who would get it. Qin Feng realized that this object was of considerable value. He immediately took it, saying, "How much is this?" The old shopkeeper said. "Originally 1,000 spirit stones, but if it's young master who wants it, then 880, how's that sound?" Even though he didn't know its value, but since it caught the eye of the chosen ones, it probably ain't bad. Standing beside him, Lin San said, "Aren't you gonna bargain?" Qin Feng smirked. "With 880 spirit stones, why bother bargain?" System notification detected that the host has broken the great fortune of the chosen child, rewarding a lucky draw opportunity. Qin Feng was surprised. It really is a treasure. He carefully observed the antique, seemingly no different from usual. "We've been scammed." At this moment, Qin Hao tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve. "Bro, can I have this?" Qin Feng thought. "Maybe this object needs a chosen child to activate it," he said. "I bought this for 880 spirit stones. But seeing as it's you, little bro, I'll sell it back to you for 880 spirit stones." The simple-minded Qin Hao immediately took 1,000 spirit stones out of his pocket. "You don't need to give me back the 200 stones, thanks bro." But Qin Feng valued his reputation, saying, 880 is 880, and immediately returned 200 to his little brother. For this alone, Qin Hao's level of affection for his brothers skyrocketed. Detected the host conning the chosen child, rewarding 500 villain points. At this moment, Qin Feng again spotted Lin San buying goods. He immediately approached him, smiling brightly. "Shopkeeper, I'll buy all your stock." Lin San panicked. Could it be that the Qin family's eldest son is into me? But I'm a guy. But Qin Feng was just lamenting that he almost missed out on the chance to snatch. After packing up all the goods that Lin San had just chosen, Qin Feng followed him into another store. This time, Qin Feng's hand reached for a weapon. and the look in his eyes became even more turbid.
Sure enough, Xin Feng snatched the item first again, then looked at Lin San, his eyes even more devilish. "You're not buying it anymore."
Lin San hastily bowed his head in apology and hurriedly left. Even his underwear got snatched. Watching Lin San's receding figure, Xin Feng was super confused. These two masters and servants are really weird.
Not long after, Lin Xin followed Xin Feng again. She knew Lin San wasn't feeling well. This was a good opportunity for the two of them to be alone. She invited Xin Feng to go to the market together but was rejected.
At this moment, a head popped out. Xin Feng said generously, "Right now, I only think about one person." That statement made Lin Xin believe that Xin Feng was a man who didn't care about women, a righteous man who wouldn't submit to power. The girl loved him even more. She put her hands on her hips and said, "The world would be incomplete without Xin Ji. I'll come again tomorrow." Looking at Xin Feng's increasingly tall figure, Lin Xin's feelings for him deepened even more. But what she didn't know was that those joking words had made Lin San behind the wall tremble. Before long, it was late at night. Lin San sat trembling, drenched in cold sweat. "My initial goal was to become an elite servant, but thinking about the wolfish actions during the day, how could the dream of becoming a pleasure seeker be so far away?" A few days later, the engagement ceremony between the Qin and Lin families was announced, marking the official alliance of the two families. The couple was Lin Xin and Xin Hao's younger brother.
After a few days by Lin San's side, Xin Feng's feelings for him also deepened.
But it was just treating him as a tool to find treasures. At this time, Lin San also noticed Xin Feng's gaze. He immediately turned away, but his cheeks flushed red and his heart pounded wildly. At the same time, Lin Xin also noticed Xin Feng's gaze. Is he looking at me so he still loves me?
Watching the Lin family's figures gradually move away, Xin Feng felt reluctant in his heart. But he had no choice. Returning home, the first thing he did was turn off the lights, open the lottery system to comfort himself, pouting and muttering the incantation,
hoping he could run away from home with Lin San, and press the lottery button with one hand. The wheel spun wildly and stopped at the Great Might Heavenly Dragon God level. The Great Might Heavenly Dragon, combined with Dragon Mark, can use God-level Buddhist Dharma to strengthen one's defense, and also gain Phoenix eyes that can clearly see humans and demons. Suddenly Xin Feng found himself in the deepest part of his consciousness. This place was surrounded by radiant golden light, dragon marks roared, and suddenly a giant golden armor dragon rushed down in front of Xin Feng.
The dragon opened its mouth to attack Xin Feng, but unexpectedly, it didn't harm him at all.
Instead, it turned into a stream of golden energy that flowed into Xin Feng's heart.
Xin Feng woke up with a start, practicing the imparted kung fu while unleashing the Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Immediately, a dazzling golden pillar of energy pierced straight into the clouds, and then shot straight up to the roof. This caused the newly repaired roof to have a big hole. To avoid being blamed, Xin Feng pretended to break through a cultivation point. He immediately took out the system and said, "I must upgrade." Then another burst of golden light rose, even stronger this time.
Grandpa and Grandma immediately ran over. Grandpa shouted, "Great, another breakthrough!" But Dad just sighed. The house has to be repaired again. Next to him, Xin Feng was enjoying the joy of breaking through.
Suddenly the system announced, "Master broke through the second heaven zone, 3 myriad villain points. Break through the third heaven zone, M myriad villain points. A total of 130,000. Hearing this, Xin Feng fainted in shock.
"I'm done for. The villain points I've saved for years are all gone."
Seeing this, Grandpa and Dad panicked and immediately stuffed precious medicinal leaves into Xin Feng's mouth, forcing him to swallow them. Two powerful families forming an alliance. Of course, no one could stop that. But this also caught the attention of the great Xia Emperor towards this alliance. The court split into two factions. One side wanted to eliminate the Qin and Lin families to stabilize the country. The other side believed they should unite to resist the increasingly powerful enemy, the Yin-Yu Empire. The more experts they had, the better to resist the invasion. The emperor cared a lot about this. To resist foreign invasions, the clans within the country needed to unite. But this also provided an opportunity for the Qin family's martial artists to rise to power. Internal strife and external threats? What a headache. When will the royal family produce such martial artists? Meanwhile, the Qin family's spies reported all the major events happening in the palace recently. They heard that the Yin Yue imperial family's threat to Great Xia was becoming increasingly clear. How could the Great Xia royal family be so blind? It's because, with the Qin family's potential, once they matured, the emperor's position would definitely be overshadowed. So, they wanted to quickly eliminate us. Xin Feng, hearing everything clearly outside the door, immediately thought of running away. But then he rejected that idea. Because he was a transmigrator, he initially didn't intend to invest too much emotion, because having feelings meant having weaknesses. But over the past 8 years, the Qin family had treated him very well. He had also developed feelings for them. Xin Feng thought of something. He immediately pushed the door open and entered. But his father immediately scolded him. His grandpa also blamed him. But seeing his grandpa's bright smile, Qin Tian sighed. His grandpa really spoiled him. Xin Feng then spoke his mind. It's because the appearance of me and my little brother makes the royal family feel threatened.
We just need to hide the two of us. But Grandpa understood clearly. The royal family is always ruthless and cruel. Unless the two of us die or are crippled, they won't let us go. That's the sentence Qin Feng was waiting for. He had already planned to dig out his little brother's supreme bone and turn him into a cripple. Hearing that, his father jumped up. Hao For is only 5 years old. He can't endure that pain. But old man Qin just sighed. To achieve supreme status, having the divine bone alone isn't enough. You need great will and spirit. Perhaps it's fate. Although we can dig out Haoju's bone, later he can restore the clan, achieve supreme status. But what about you, Fengzhi? But then, Qin Feng's words stunned everyone. Qin Feng, out of jealousy for his little brother Qin Hao, personally dug out his brother's bone, taking the supreme bone for himself. After being discovered, he fled the Qin family, his whereabouts unknown. The Qin family's ancestor angrily ordered Qin Feng to be hunted down across the world. Qin Tian couldn't bear it anymore. How can the Qin family do such cruel things? If you want to fight, then fight, but don't surrender. Then he comforted Qin Feng. Don't mention this anymore, father won't let anyone touch you. But Qin Feng retorted. For the survival of the family, I am willing to take the blame. Finally, his grandpa asked one more time. Do you regret it? But Qin Feng remained determined. I believe everything I do. Later, my little brother will understand. But in his heart, he had long wanted to dig out his little brother's bone, leave the village, become a new person, and see the world outside. His grandpa immediately agreed to Qin Feng's request. Hearing that, his father couldn't believe his ears. When he reacted, he knelt down and begged the ancestor to withdraw the order. That's my son. He's only 8 years old. Seeing his father kneeling and going crazy, Qin Feng quietly wiped away his tears. He stepped forward to help his dad up, promising that he would definitely return. Then he turned to look at his dad, his determined eyes begging his dad to continue protecting his mom and younger brother until his younger brother grew up. Without turning back despite his dad calling out, Qin Feng resolutely left. Watching Qin Feng's back, his dad knelt down on the ground, tears streaming down. It's dad who failed you kids, failed you. He barged into his younger brother's room in the middle of the night. Instead of being angry, his younger brother was overjoyed, opening his arms wide to hug him. But immediately afterward, he punched a hole through his heart. Then he dug out each vertebra from his spine. He couldn't believe it, still calling out to Qin Feng right before he died. But Qin Feng knew that this was the only way to protect his younger brother's life, to protect the lives of his parents and the people he loved. For the Qin family, Qin Feng was willing to bear the sins of eternity, even if the end result was being sliced into 100 pieces after digging out his younger brother's supreme bone. The system rewarded him as promised. Killed a heaven-chosen son on the verge of death. Reward 800,000 points. Obtain the supreme bone of the chosen one. Completed the legendary mission. Reward the invincible double pupils. Instantly, Qin Feng's eyes changed drastically, and the invincible double pupils appeared as promised. At this moment, his younger brother's trinket fell down. It was the thing that Qin Feng sold back to his younger brother during their outing. Unexpectedly, he still kept it with him until now. After receiving the invincible double pupils, Qin Feng also noticed the difference in the trinket. Just as his hand reached out to grab it, he stopped. Seeing that his younger brother only had his last breath, Qin Feng decided to leave the invincible double pupils for him. It's a path where no one can stop him. No need to borrow someone else's hand. Younger brother, take care. Don't know if we'll ever meet again. But this is farewell. At this time, the young man knelt in front of the door, not saying anything, just bowing and praying continuously. Inside the room, Qin Tian panicked, wanting to rush out but unable to open the door. Qin Feng, kneeling outside, praying towards his parents countless times. Each time, it sounded like a nail being hammered into their hearts. After a while, Qin Feng stood up, rain and tears streaming down his cheeks. Disciple Qin Feng, today is the last farewell to my parents. Thank you for your care over the past 8 years. Today, we may never meet again. I hope my parents take good care of my younger brother, especially yourselves. Please take care, listen to your filial son. The mother couldn't bear it any longer, rushing out screaming Qin Feng's name tragically. But it was too late. The person had left, and the water had turned cold, not turning back at all. Before, just calling out Qin Feng would immediately get a response, but now it was no more. The mother sobbed and then fainted. At this moment, the entire Qin family was eerily empty. Outside the gate, Qin Feng heard everything clearly but didn't turn back. In the rain, he looked at his home of 8 years for the last time, then his figure gradually disappeared into the clouds. From now on, whether Liu is sliced into 100 pieces or soars straight into the sky, it all depends on himself. The sunshine the next day was still bright. The Qin family's maids were still cheerfully calling Xiao Lao Da to wake up. If he doesn't wake up early, he'll be scolded. But Xiao Lao Da still didn't wake up. The maid panicked and ran out to ask for help. Soon the Qin family was full of people in the room. Everyone was talking. Heard the culprit is Qin Feng. How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. The maid didn't believe that Qin Feng, the child she watched grow up, could do such a thing. But at this moment, everyone discovered the person who was silent. In fact, they also didn't believe that Qin Feng could do this terrible thing. But suddenly, Qin Tian turned around and screamed in pain. It was him! That traitor did this!
Immediately afterward, he felt his internal organs being torn apart. Recalling the time he spent with Xin Feng, his heart twinged, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out.
Everyone hurriedly supported him before he collapsed. I was wrong to him. Just then, the Qin family's ancestor suddenly appeared behind everyone. Qin Feng, because of jealousy towards his younger brother's talent, he stole his supreme bone in the dead of night.
Now we must hunt him down everywhere, at all costs. Kill Xin Feng. Everyone panicked. Those who were hunted down everywhere all died horribly. It seemed like the ancestor was truly angry this time.
Qin Feng, your life is no longer in your hands.
Meanwhile, the imperial family was extremely excited. The news of Xin Feng's impending death is wonderful, wonderful. I hope he dies along the way while fleeing.
Then he ordered, serving my meal. Today I want to drink some X with my concubines before returning. At the same time, Xin Feng had met the conditions for the system's rewards. He immediately chose to upgrade the 100 Laws platform, spending 1 million points.
System notification.
Master exchanged for a Great Perfection Qi Harmonization card. Using this card grants a 100% chance of Qi harmonization. While Qin Feng was basking in the blissful sensation, a familiar voice echoed from somewhere, breaking the peace. He immediately activated his magic, jumping off the donkey he had just stolen, landing on a branch more than 10 meters above the ground. Looking closely, a group of fierce-looking men were surrounding a young girl.
The young girl was very beautiful,
with slender, fair legs, smooth, rosy white skin, and a shy expression that made anyone who saw her want to devour her whole. At this moment the robber suddenly struck, slapping the girl's hand forcefully, causing the jade pendant she wore on her chest to fly off.
Xin Feng realized he couldn't let the situation get any worse, so he shouted his famous catchphrase,
"Let her go," but someone was faster, kicking the bald robber hard in the head with a terrifying kick, causing Bald Chu to painfully lose consciousness.
Daring to do such immoral things to such an innocent girl in broad daylight, you truly deserve a terrible fate. Don't be afraid, little sister, let me teach them a lesson.
Xin Feng stared blankly. What? Lin San appeared out of nowhere and stole my line again? The bald robber glared angrily at the kid who dared to interfere with his good deed. But at this moment, a henchman hurriedly warned, "Boss, look, he looks exactly like the guy on the wanted poster."
Comparing Xin Feng's face to the poster, it turned out to be this guy, the crooked mouth.
But the man quickly confirmed it was definitely Xin Feng. We're about to get rich.
Then he took off all his clothes in front of Lin San and the girl. Lin San hurriedly asked Xin Feng, "Lo, explain the situation. Did you hire these guys?" Because Xin Feng's previous wolfish words made Lin San mistakenly believe he was gay and liked him.
Xin Feng was stunned. What is this guy talking about? Due to the previous misunderstanding, he thought Xin Feng was gay, and these guys were also hired by him. But why would you need to take berserker pills to have fun? Did Xin Feng have some special preference? Thinking this, Lin San trembled non-stop, cold sweat pouring down.
No matter what, he had to eliminate them all before the pills took effect. But in just a flash, Xin Feng's sword flashed, and then disappeared.
The bald robber didn't even have time to react before his neck was cut, and he stopped breathing. Killed 3 bandits. Rewarded with 300 villain points.
Lin San was shocked. Xin Feng's strength had increased to such a terrifying extent. In just a few months, Xin Feng sheathed his sword and greeted Lin San.
At this moment, the girl also stepped forward. Thank you. Seeing Lin San excitedly talking to the girl, while he himself was being treated coldly, Xin Feng could only smile wryly. Talk about favoritism. While everyone was talking, the corpse suddenly moved. You damn brat. You won't escape today. When our boss arrives, you'll pay the price. Especially that girl. She'll have to obey our boss's wishes. Don't be afraid, we'll protect you. But right after that, Xin Feng suddenly appeared, grabbed the girl's hand, and ran away. Sanji Yi, good luck. I believe you can hold them off. Leaving Lin San standing there, he grinned slyly. This time, I won't give you a chance to steal my equipment. His companions at the Blood-Clothes ruins also noticed this, and the leader rejoiced. Looks like our brothers discovered the attacker in the middle of the operation. Immediately gather the disciples surveying the ruins, and capture Xin Feng first. We'll deal with the ruins later. Capture that brat first. At this moment, watching the two people go far away, Lin San fell into contemplation. I can't fight a large number of bandits alone. He hurriedly called back Xin Feng, who was leaving. But the girl turned back, feeling uncomfortable with Lin San's lack of trust, obstructing the chosen son of heaven from making a good impression on the goddess. Rewarded with 500 villain points, Xin Feng was annoyed. This way also catches up. Lin San was full of doubts. With your extraordinary identity and strength, why are you running away?
Xin Feng couldn't say that he had dug up his younger brother's bones, and was now wanted. He could only lie. I don't rely on my ancestors, but I will create the world with my own hands. Lin San quickly respectfully clasped his hands.
Your ambition is truly admirable. Xin Feng was embarrassed. Don't say any more. Then asked Lin San, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to go back to the city with Lin Xin? Lin San said he wanted to go practice, and then go back. And the girl also quickly said she was also going to practice. But this terrible acting, of course Xin Feng saw through it. He thought the main character was lying. The truth is going to find treasure, and the girl is probably a young lady who ran away from home and brought all kinds of useless items. But because of the main character's unwavering support for the useless girl, he will be able to freeload openly later. Looking at her beautiful but stupid appearance, she must be a young lady from a rich family. Should I kneel down and lick her shoes, so I can freeload in the future? Xin Feng determined that the girl behind him was definitely a young lady from a famous family, so at dinner he gave the last piece of roasted chicken to her. The girl accepted it innocently and thanked him. Xin Feng looked at her eating like she was starving, and Xin Feng thought to himself, "Now you're eating mine, it's worth it for me to freeload on you later." He said he was going to take a bath, and told Lin San to rest early. In fact, Xin Feng wanted to use the lottery opportunity from digging up his younger brother's bones last time, so he needed a moment of privacy. The roulette wheel spun wildly and then stopped. The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for winning a god-level mineral extraction hand. Can instantly retrieve objects from afar." Xin Feng's eyes changed. He could clearly see the minerals buried underground. Using magic, the minerals immediately flew out and fell into Xin Feng's hands. Xin Feng was overjoyed. This magic can not only take things, but also has the ability to penetrate. He glanced at the two people who were sound asleep, his eyes gradually becoming cloudy, and some wicked thoughts popped into Xin Feng's head. He used a spell on the sleeping girl, and instantly an indescribable object appeared in Xin Feng's hand. At the same time, the girl felt something was off, jolting her awake, her face flushed, hastily covering her chest. What was this weird feeling? Then she realized there were only 3 people here. Me, Xin Feng, and Lin San. Xin Feng's just a little 8-year-old, so that only leaves him. It must have been him who did it. I'll punch this pervert hiding under a civilized facade. Hearing the commotion in the cave, Xin Feng immediately rushed in to ask what was going on. The girl pointed at Lin San. "Ask this guy, he's a pervert." Falsely accusing the child of destiny earns him 500 villain points and goodwill from the female lead. The girl pointed at Lin San, wanting to demand that he return her unmentionables, but she was too embarrassed and ran off. Lin San was stunned. What's up with her? She hit me, and then told me to return something? But he had no clue that it was all a setup by Xin Feng. First, he used the star-attracting grand technique to secretly steal the girl's panties, then framed Lin San, destroying his gentlemanly image in her eyes. Now, Xin Feng would seize the opportunity to conquer the girl. As the two were talking, the girl's cries for help suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Realizing the danger, Lin San immediately rushed outside. Watching Lin San's noble back, Xin Feng sighed. Is that the protagonist's aura? Just got hated by the goddess, yet he has a chance to save the damsel? Well, screw it, I won't be a nice guy anymore. In the blink of an eye, Xin Feng had overtaken Lin San. He continued rushing towards the girl who was about to be torn apart by wild beasts. Then, Xin Feng scooped her up in a princess carry. Baby, don't be scared, I'm here. Xin Feng then used his movement technique to escape and fly up an ancient tree. At this moment, the girl was already trembling, her face flushed. Looking closely, Xin Feng was actually quite handsome. After ensuring her safety, Xin Feng asked about her well-being. Just then, the white tiger below the tree attacked again, and the girl almost fell. But luckily, Xin Feng managed to catch her slender waist, supporting her in his arms. But in just a split second, Xin Feng felt that something was off. He was groping all over the place. The girl's back was as soft as a steamed bun. My hand landed in the wrong place. He quickly retracted his hand, praying in his heart that she didn't notice. At this moment, Lin San ran over and said, "This wild beast has extraordinary strength. We need to join forces to defeat it." But Xin Feng thought otherwise. Her feelings for me are now at their peak. If he helped her now, the goddess would definitely fall in love with him instantly. Thinking this, Xin Feng grinned maliciously. Sorry, Lin San, I'm refusing to cooperate this time. To completely conquer the goddess's heart, I've decided to challenge this wild beast single-handedly. After reassuring the girl, Xin Feng jumped down from the tree, determined to duel the ferocious beast, but Lin San stopped him. Xin Feng, don't be reckless. The monster is very ferocious. We can only defeat it if we join forces. But Xin Feng ignored him. He drew his sword and unleashed a mighty sword aura. It was the heaven-severing sword technique. But that powerful sword aura didn't cause any real damage to the monster. It only made it even angrier. The monster immediately attacked even more fiercely. Seeing that it was about to succeed, Lin San immediately stood in front of Xin Feng. Don't be afraid. Let senior brother take action. But Xin Feng ignored him. Thinking that Lin San just wanted to steal his credit, he took action. Chanting a spell, space tore apart, and a 5-clawed golden dragon flew out. The dragon charged straight towards the monster, and it only sensed the danger at this moment. But it was too late. Heaven and earth shattered, and dismembered corpses flew out, only stopping when they crashed into a tree. Hindering the Child of Destiny's show-off earns you 500 villain points. Seeing the scene, Lin San was so shocked he couldn't speak. At this moment, the girl also ran to Xin Feng's side, praising him non-stop. But they didn't know that Xin Feng was very weak at the moment. That move had exhausted his body. While the three were talking, the insect bandit walked over, clapping his hands. That Chin kid is really something. defeating the monster all by himself and killing so many of our disciples. You need to explain yourself today. Otherwise, it'll be hard to convince everyone.
Who would have thought Xin Feng would just toss Lin San out?
This is my cousin. If you want to catch me, you gotta get through him first. Then she grabbed the girl's hand and ran, yelling, "Second brother is so awesome. I'll go ahead first. You handle these trash."
After Xin Feng ditched Lin San and ran away, the robber boss sent his disciples to chase after him,
while he himself dealt with Lin San. Seeing the approaching man, Lin San realized he was no match.
He swung his axe and charged straight at Lin San,
but in a flash, a sword gleamed.
Techniques erupted one after another, and the two sides fought fiercely. Meanwhile, Xin Feng was also in trouble. He had just taken down the last pursuer and grabbed the girl's hand to continue running. But she was still worried about Lin San. Xin Feng consoled.
Lin San is the child of destiny. He has protagonist aura around him. He'll be fine.
Before he finished speaking, the girl was struck by an arrow and fell to the ground. Xin Feng was furious.
I've been protecting this girl for so long, and now she's hurt by this little imp. He immediately threw a punch at the thug's face, sending him flying into the clouds.
Then he picked up the girl, anxiously examining her wound. But he was too exhausted. He had no strength left.
The system detected that the host was weak and could use 1,000 villain points to restore stamina.
Xin Feng clicked buy. So cheap. He bought it immediately. Restored 10% stamina. Continue to buy. The system prompted.
Xin Feng was furious. I knew this damn system had some dirty tricks up its sleeve. Of course, continue to buy. Spend another 9,000 points. The system's notification kept ringing for hours until dawn. At this moment, two hands groped the girl. The host is Xin Feng.
The system reminded. My little sister is injured. What's the use of you groping her?
Xin Feng turned the girl over to examine the wound, but found that it was healing at an alarming rate. Looking at his own hands, Xin Feng sighed. Something is strange.
Xin Feng went to look for traces of Lin San alone. But what he saw were huge ancient trees that had been cut down by sword energy.
Xin Feng realized that this was Lin San's unique move. As expected of the Chosen One, even such a fierce battle was handled so easily.
While he was thinking, Xin Feng heard the sound of galloping horses from afar, relayed the message. The leader ordered his disciples. We heard that Lin San guy defeated the boss and went to heal. We have to get there first. We can't let him steal the opportunity. Realizing that something big was about to happen, Xin Feng jumped in front of the leader's horse.
"Wanna die, kid?" But someone recognized him and shouted, "It's Xin Feng, the young master of the Qin family."
Seeing that he was famous, Xin Feng asked directly, "Tell me, what's the name of the ruins you mentioned?"
But the robbers only wanted to capture Xin Feng alive for a reward, so they drew their knives. Life and death in a flash. Sword light flashed. The group fell, their throats sealed by sword energy.
Xin Feng turned around, his eyes cold. "I intended to let you live a little longer, but you didn't know how to cherish it." He picked up the map that fell to the ground. It was indeed the address of the Snow Mountain ancient ruins they mentioned. Although it was unclear what Lin San was going there for, Xin Feng still put the map in his pocket. Back at the camp, he saw that the girl was still unconscious.
Xin Feng decided to absorb his younger brother's supreme bone.
He sat cross-legged,
took out his brother's bone shard, then stabbed his chest hard with a knife, reaching into his chest cavity,
groping around until he found the corresponding bone. Finally, he pulled out all of his own bone, then put in his brother's bone shard, hoping that it would take effect immediately. Afterward, Xin Feng felt as if his internal organs were about to explode. All the bones in his body were in a mess, and his body was like being kneaded into a pancake.
Then he fainted on the ground, completely drained. After absorbing his brother's bone, Xin Feng passed out from the intense pain. Beside her, the commotion woke the girl up too. Opening her eyes, she was horrified to find a strange man's hand on her chest.
She struggled to get free, and kicked the man in front of her hard. Looking closer, it was Xin Feng, and he was seriously injured. The girl was surprised to find her body stronger, and the wound on her shoulder completely healed. Looking at Xin Feng, she understood that he had saved her, and was seriously injured because of her. Seeing Xin Feng in pain, the girl made up her mind. I've received a favor from young Master Qin, now it's my turn to repay him. She embraced Xin Feng, using her body to help him recover his damaged meridians, sharing his pain like burning bones. After who knows how long, Xin Feng woke up, with the girl still by his side, taking care of him. At this moment she was shocked to find that Xin Feng's eyes had changed. His hand quickly grabbed a frantically flying bee.
She was surprised. How is young Master Qin's hand so fast? But Xin Feng said, "It's easy to catch when they fly this slow." He realized it must be because he had just absorbed the supreme bone, enhancing his physique. The system reminded him. The higher the level, the stronger the perception. After Xinyan healed Xin Feng's meridians, he realized his physique and perception were much stronger. Therefore, this guy begged the girl to slap him in the face.
Xinyan wondered, could young Master Qin's brain be damaged due to the fierce battle just now? But seeing Xin Feng urging her to slap him, and even slapping himself while grinning, she was scared, and obediently raised her hand.
But immediately after, her hand was tightly grasped by Xin Feng.
She looked at him in horror as he caressed her hand. Seeing this, Xinyan panicked. convinced that young Master Qin's brain was definitely damaged.
But Qin Feng just smiled and said, "Your hand is so soft, it's nice to hold." Then he even kissed her hand. This blatant flirting made Ziyan's heart flutter. She agreed to go with Qin Feng to the mysterious place. Not long after, the two arrived at the secret realm according to the map. Mission: successfully snatch the opportunity from the Chosen One. Reward: gold coins. Folding the map, Qin Feng exclaimed, "He really is a Chosen One, even finding such a hidden place." He immediately asked Ziyan to explore with him.
The first night entering the mysterious place, the scenery felt somewhat familiar, but Ziyan was nervous. She just wanted to find young Master Lin.
In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng took off his clothes and said, "This is a hot spring." Qin Feng had stripped down to his underwear. The reason he did this was because, in the Qin family's library, he had accidentally found an ancient book, which described in detail that in the center of the secret realm ruins was a sacred spring called the Mountain Boundary. The spring contains a lot of wood qi, and men and women bathing together will assist in cultivation. One day there is equal to a lifetime of hard cultivation outside. No wonder he rarely saw his parents in the Qin family. For 8 years, it turned out they were having fun here. Without hesitation, Qin Feng took off all his clothes and jumped into the spring. The wonderful feeling made him forget he wasn't alone.
Seeing Qin Feng naked, Ziyan's brain froze. What is young Master Qin planning to do? Could it be that he wants to do that now? Is it too fast?
But Qin Feng only saw the opportunity, rushed over, hugged her tightly, and lifted her up. Then both fell into the spring.
Ziyan was flustered and accidentally swallowed a large mouthful of water.
While struggling, she accidentally kicked Qin Feng in his sensitive spot. Ziyan broke free and scolded him, but Qin Feng said she was shouting too loudly and was afraid the robbers would hear them, which would be dangerous.
Ziyan then understood that young Master Qin was doing this to protect her. She approached, wanting to heal the wound left by the kick to his sensitive spot.
But Qin Feng's a good guy. He immediately backpedals. "If you really want to help, just strip down and take a bath with me." Hearing that, Ziyan's face twisted. As a young maiden, she couldn't imagine the person who saved her life asking her to strip naked and bathe with him.
Seeing Ziyan's awkward expression, Qin Feng quickly explained, "Stripping down helps absorb the spiritual qi in the spring, and bathing together, man and woman, increases cultivation power." Hearing that, Ziyan was a bit disappointed, sighing, "Oh well, for the sake of cultivation I guess I have to." Successfully tricked an innocent young lady. Rewarded 300 villain points.
Reading the notification, Qin Feng grimaced. "I'm not that kind of guy." But seeing Ziyan's seductive figure, he instantly changed his tune. "System, damn, your eyes are sharp."
He closed his eyes and placed his palm facing hers. "Ziyan Gage, I'm starting now." Feeling a surge of heat returning to his lower abdomen, Ziyan's calm expression gradually changed. 3 days later, Qin Feng in the spring felt his cultivation had reached completion. Streams of dazzling golden light shot out randomly from his dantian, causing the spring water to boil. Detected host has broken through to the 3rd level of the Transcendent Realm. Rewarded 1,000 points. Helped the goddess successfully break through to the Transcendent Realm. Robbed her of her feelings. Severed the Heavenly Chosen One's destined romance. Rewarded 5,000 points. The power of the breakthrough distorted the surrounding area, shattering the surrounding mountains. Qin Feng and Ziyan were exposed to everyone. They came here to search for relics, but witnessing this scene left them bewildered.
Realizing the situation was about to get out of hand, Ziyan quickly stood up and covered her chest,
explaining to Qin Feng, but no one paid much attention, because they recognized Qin Feng. Capturing him alive was worth 10,000 spirit stones.
Seeing everyone's eyes like tigers staring at their prey, Ziyan couldn't help but wonder, why were they all targeting Qin Feng? Qin Feng said. "Maybe it's because I'm too handsome," Ziyan laughed. "Handsome my foot, you cheeky rascal." At this moment, the leader shouted loudly, "Qin Feng, there's no escape for you. Surrender now, and avoid harming innocent people."
Qin Feng didn't bother to reply, coldly transforming his weapon. Seeing Qin Feng still stubborn, everyone charged forward. The weapon Qin Feng transformed was the 9 immortal flying sword. Today, he would show Ziyan the power of the 9 mysterious weapons. He waved his hand, and 9 swords shot straight into the crowd. In an instant, dozens of people lost their heads. The leader shouted, "What is this? How can it be so terrifying?" The soldiers behind were also terrified, but they collapsed and lost consciousness in the blink of an eye. Congratulations to the host for slaying 1 person. Rewarded 100 points. Total 23,200 points. Achieved the title 100-Man Slayer. The battlefield was devoid of life. Qin Feng retrieved his weapon, turned, and walked away imposingly, leaving Ziyan staring in shock. Too powerful, Qin Feng was overjoyed. "Only this is worthy of me. I've finally shown off in front of the goddess." After dealing with all the blockades, Qin Feng and Ziyan set off. Their destination this time was the Blood Bodhi Cave. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a weak woman leaned against a large tree. She was tied up with Yao binding ropes. As it turned out, after Lin San defeated Chongbang, he went to find a demonic beast inner core to restore his strength, but he unexpectedly encountered a Yao rabbit that had just given birth. Easily captured and tied it up.
But Chong didn't know Qinfeng and Xinyan were secretly watching.
Seeing them torturing the mother, Xinyan angrily clenched Qinfeng's arm. Unable to resist, Qinfeng squeezed her thigh, he said. She squeezed my hand, I squeezed her thigh, now we're even, Xinyan helplessly cursed.
You petty little disciple. Then she noticed the scene. The rabbit Yao had been completely pierced through at some point, her rabbit ears clearly visible.
Following Chong Bang's orders, they withdrew their weapons and continued their assault. Xinyan immediately rushed out, shouting, "How can a large and powerful gang treat a mother so cruelly?" But the boss didn't give a damn, and recognized Qinfeng. He was overjoyed, and decided to capture Qinfeng as well.
Last time you escaped thanks to that warrior Lin San. You won't be so lucky this time.
With that, he gathered his energy and charged forward. Seeing this, Xinyan tacitly pushed Qinfeng behind her, but Qinfeng coldly dodged to the side, pulling Xinyan along to escape, and even turned back to mock.
You're so slow, how dare you cause trouble on the streets?
Provoked, Chongbang gathered his energy and charged at the two of them again. Qinfeng seriously ordered,
"You rescue the rabbit Yao, I'll stay and deal with him." Looking at the boss's body full of muscles like a withered tree with little energy, Qinfeng smiled faintly. This is kinda interesting. He summoned the 9 immortal divine sword, and a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared behind him. Feeling looked down upon, Chong was so angry that the hair on the back of his neck stood up.
He had to mobilize 100% of his power to take Qinfeng's head. But Qinfeng was much stronger than before.
The invincible dragon god rushed in like a storm, crushing tigers and wolves, and directly chopped through the boss's heart. The shockwave carried endless power, clearing out the remaining lackeys completely. The battle eliminated 88 enemies, rewarding an initial 8,800 villain points.
Qinfeng intended to leave some gang members alive, but they kept throwing themselves into his moves. While Qinfeng was sighing, Xinyan supported the rabbit Yao over. Trembling, she bowed to thank her savior.
Then she recounted the original reason for entering the ruins to find fruit for her newborn, but unexpectedly encountered those guys.
Because she had just given birth, she was very weak and was captured. She looked at Qinfeng with pitiful eyes, begging for some Bodhi fruits to feed her child. As a loving mother, she wasn't asking for much. Just a few fruits, my lord.
Qinfeng immediately agreed to this request, but the external environment changed. 1 fruit is 100,000 coins, and she also doesn't want her child to grow up with the idea of living off of others, right? But the rabbit Yao didn't have any money.
Qinfeng wasn't discouraged. No money, no problem. Do you have any valuables at home to trade? But the rabbit Yao's home was just an earth cave, sitting on the ground all day, without even a bed. Qinfeng had no choice but to wave his hand and give her a handful of seeds.
The rabbit Yao was extremely grateful to the benefactor for giving her seeds to eat. After Qinfeng gave the rabbit Yao the Bodhi fruit, she gratefully led the two of them back to the car to see her child.
Seeing the adorable rabbit baby eating,
Xinyan couldn't help but stroke it. At that time, the rabbit Yao handed the child to Xinyan. "You like it so much, right? Then raise it." Then she hugged her 2 remaining children and ran into the deep forest. Without looking back, Xinyan was shocked. "What is this? I've never seen anyone not giving money or gifts, but giving away their child."
Next to her, Qinfeng discovered that the host received a god beast of the initial level and successfully bonded.
Qinfeng was shocked. This beast's potential is the same level as my younger brother.
System prompt. Primitive stage beast detected. Please use nurturing treasures. A single Bodhi fruit is only sufficient to sustain it for 1 day. Qinfeng grumbled. Turns out, the little thing needs to eat right after being born? It's a total rice bucket, always wanting food wherever it goes.
Seeing Qinfeng's serious expression, Xinyan assumed he didn't want to raise the bunny. She angrily tugged at Qinfeng's ear. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Qinfeng replied. "As long as you like it, we'll raise it. But even if you don't, I'll still raise it, because this is a primitive stage divine beast."
Qinfeng's unintentional words felt incredibly warm to Xinyan.
He's so kind, so reliable. Then Xinyan named the bunny Ia, but Qinfeng said, "It eats so much we should call it Rice Bucket."
Seeing how cute the bunny was, Xinyan suggested names like Bao Bao or Tutu, but Qinfeng still preferred Rice Bucket.
Finally, Xinyan relented, naming it Xiao Bai, but insisting it officially be called Bai Bao, Little White. While they were arguing about the name, suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the distant mountain peak. A bunch of cultivators zoomed off towards the thunder, launching flying daggers. Found Lin San. But he discovered the Lin family's ruins and wants to eat everything. Today, we'll teach him a lesson. Hearing what they said, Qinfeng realized Lin San was in danger. He grabbed Xinyan's hand and ran towards the sound of thunder.
When they arrived, they saw Lin San surrounded. As soon as Qinfeng and Xinyan showed up, Lin San immediately offered the treasure to everyone.
This abnormal behavior made Qinfeng suspicious. According to the script, if the protagonist willingly gives up a treasure, there's definitely a conspiracy. He's using them as pathfinders.
He quickly pulled Xinyan to hide in the nearby bushes.
Just then, the leader saw Lin San handing over the treasure chest and sneered. Only able to break a few layers of enchantments, and he calls himself a sword god. What a lousy martial artist. He drew his sword and slashed straight at the treasure chest. When the blade touched the chest, the enchantment structure suddenly shifted, and a violent golden energy surged down the blade, piercing straight into the man's heart. A comrade, seeing this, immediately swung his sword to attack. "Brother Shimen, let me help you." Seeing this, the others also drew their weapons and charged towards the golden energy, but instantly, the structure began to drain everyone's energy and power, pulling them tightly into the center. Then, it shattered. The shockwave sent everyone flying. Hidden in the bushes, the two clearly witnessed the scene. "I knew it. He wouldn't give up the treasure so easily." Now, over half of the enchantment structure was destroyed, but everyone was heavily injured and couldn't stand. Plus, the structure was about to completely collapse. Reluctantly, they could only retreat, not even having time to take their wounded with them. Lin San smirked wickedly, pointing and completely shattering the structure. "Finally, I got you, my treasure." But just then, Xin Feng stood up, used a telekinetic spell, and calmly grabbed the treasure in his hand. Completed villainous task. Rewarded with gold chest. Destroyed the Chosen One's great opportunity. Rewarded with a chance to spin the wheel and plunder items from the Chosen One. Rewarded with 100 million points. Just then, the Shimen family returned, and, seeing Lin San had obtained the treasure, they were enraged. They drew their swords and charged at Lin San, but Lin San remained calm, summoned a teleportation spell, and disappeared. A dark green energy surrounded Lin San. Immediately, Shimen slashed his sword, but just as the sword was about to hit, Lin San successfully teleported to another space. The teleportation distance is limited. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I'll find that guy today. Seeing them heading towards where he was hiding, Xin Feng quickly stashed the treasure away. Because they were so focused on chasing Lin San, they didn't recognize Xin Feng, only giving him a glare as they passed. Unexpectedly, Xin Feng jumped right into Xinyan's arms, shouting, "Big sis, I'm so scared!" and hugged her tightly. The man chuckled. "Scaredy cat kid. Hasn't seen anything yet." Seeing Xin Feng trembling like an injured kitten, Xinyan felt touched and hugged him close, stroking his hair. But as soon as they were far away, Xin Feng pushed Xinyan away forcefully, yelling, "Gotcha! You fell for it." The sudden change threw Xian off, and the motherly glimmer in her eyes vanished instantly. Then Xin Feng grabbed her and ran like the wind. He knew that even injured, that guy was still a formidable opponent. Robbing someone was all about getting stronger, unlocking the prize chest. The system chimed. "Congratulations, master. You've obtained a unique secret manual." Immediately, Xin Feng's gaze sharpened. Xian also sensed the presence of a powerful secret manual, and warned Xin Feng to be careful. As they were chatting, Xin Feng suddenly sensed danger, and right then Xinyan shrieked a warning. Having finally escaped the pursuit, Lin San breathed a sigh of relief, but when he opened the treasure box, it was completely empty. The sudden scene gave Lin San a huge shock, almost dropping the box on the ground. He was sure there was a hidden mechanism inside. It couldn't possibly be empty. Meanwhile, thanks to the secret manual he'd snatched, Xin Feng had successfully handled the dangerous situation, but Xian still couldn't believe it. Lin San was a famous warrior who only comprehended a secret manual and broke through the ancient desolate realm at the age of 12, and Xin Feng was only 8. Hearing this, Xin Feng's face turned serious. "So what if I'm 8? My little bro could break through at 5. Rules are meant to be broken." If it were really like that, this ancient desolate world would be a joke. He opened the system and exchanged 1 million points for a 100% Great Perfection card, stating that he was a transmigrator. People in this world couldn't see this card. "Congratulations, master, for using the recognition card. Sword technique has reached Great Perfection." After marveling at the completeness of his swordplay, Xin Feng decided to use his remaining lucky draw. "The ancient desolate world is dangerous. You need self-defense skills," the system announced. "Congratulations, master, you've won the Invincible Sword Heart." The Invincible Sword Heart is the ultimate realm of a swordsman, a heart unburdened by beauty, a natural sword draw, successfully increasing the damage of all sword skills by 10 times. For a fleeting moment, Xinyan felt that her little brother had suddenly become handsome. But a second look showed that he was still the same. She asked Xin Feng for half a day. "So what did you just do, little brother?" Xin Feng replied gleefully. "I was practicing the Manly Heart Sutra. It can make men last longer." Then he closed the system, ended his cultivation, and sprawled out lazily. In his heart, he thought, "I'm really destined for the sword." Just then, the thing he'd snatched from Lin San fell out of his clothes. Xinyan also noticed it, and hurriedly examined the object. Xinyan realized it was a sage's letter on bamboo paper, a rare item from ancient times, with a total of 3 scrolls: heaven, earth, and man. Xin Feng had heard his grandfather mention it before in the Qin family. Each time a sage's letter appeared, it caused a bloody storm. Anyone who could comprehend it from the book would become a renowned figure in history. But Xin Feng picked it up and couldn't read a single word. Like, nada. Xinyan patiently explained. "It's not just about high intelligence to understand it completely. The book also contains many other hidden elements." Hearing that, Xin Feng just tossed the scroll away. "If it's useless, then forget it. Trash is trash." At that moment, Xiao Bai looked excitedly at the scroll and jumped on it, sprawled out. Turns out, it thought it was a cool place to chill. Xin Feng found this rabbit kinda amusing,
But Xinyan asked him, "Where did you get such a rare and precious treasure?" just when he was about to be exposed. A noisy voice came from the deep forest. Uh-oh. Qin Feng recognized it as Lin Sun, and hurriedly left Xinyan to run over. "You son of a gun! I've been missing you like crazy."
Lucky you arrived just in time, but when he arrived, Qin Feng saw Lin Sun explaining something. He immediately spoke up.
"Lin bro, no need to say more, let little bro teach them a lesson."
Seeing the two guys speechless by Qin Feng's words, Lin Sun was pissed and confused. A golden light burst out.
Qin Feng made a sneak attack. He grabbed the divine bow sword and swung it at Ximen, but was defeated. After a while of fighting, Ximen realized that Qin Feng was just an ordinary martial artist, couldn't threaten him, like a drowned fly in the river. Qin Feng had heard these words over and over again. He said it straight out like a villain. Although it hurt a bit, Qin Feng immediately activated the invincible sword heart, and instantly countless violent energies enveloped Qin Feng.
The sudden scene shocked the Ximen group. Even Lin San was surprised. "Haven't seen you in a few days. Qin Feng has made great progress."
Hearing the noisy discussion, Ximen suddenly realized that Qin Feng had not only comprehended sword intent, but also had the invincible sword heart. How could an 8-year-old kid achieve that?
While thinking, a small hand patted Ximen's shoulder. "You're scared like this just because a martial artist comprehended a secret skill." Then the little boy pushed Ximen aside, facing Qin Feng.
"You're the annoying brat who ran away from the Qin family for taking the supreme bone of the heavenly palace, right?"
"Oh, I'm just looking for a way to defeat you, Qin Feng's murderous aura sword. Because you're still young, I'll thank you in advance." Then the Ximen soldier pulled out his sword, intending to suppress Qin Feng and beat him up, but suddenly felt his body burning hot and was picked up by his brother, yelling loudly for everyone to run. Looking at the two brothers running away in panic, the rest of the Ximen group felt very uncomfortable with the attitude of the two brothers. But Qin Feng praised, "These two have foresight, unlike the idiots who are still standing still." Insulted again, the Ximen group's anger erupted. They decided to use all means to destroy Qin Feng.
Qin Feng's eyes were cold. The murderous aura rose. He swung his sword and killed one person, rewarded with 100 points, continued to swing his sword and killed 8 people, rewarded with 800 points. Just now, the news that Qin Feng destroyed the Chongbang Uai Ho had spread to the Qin family. His father Qin Tian jumped up after hearing this. Chongbang's strength is close to the third realm Qiling Martial. Qin Feng only managed to defeat him using the power of the Supreme Bone. Fearing that Qin Feng would get lost in power that wasn't his own, he was extremely worried. But his grandfather was very at ease. According to him, Qin Feng had the courage and would not be affected by the Supreme Bone.
At this time, the intelligence continued to report. Not only did he destroy the gang, Qin Feng also killed people from the Ximen family.
Hearing that, Qin Tian was even more surprised. What? But his grandfather remained calm, not surprised at all.
The intelligence continued. Qin Feng not only comprehended the martial strongsword, but also mastered the invincible sword Shadow. The old ancestor's mouth opened wide to his ears after hearing this. "I knew my grandson had the potential of an emperor." Meanwhile, the great Xia emperor was prepping for his 69th round of concubine selections when a eunuch ran in. Panicking, Qin Feng not only killed a chi refining third-level expert, but he also grasped sword intent and sword Shadow. His strength is unfathomable.
But the emperor scoffed.
"He's just a fugitive warrior. Those are the easiest to kill." Arriving at Spirit Water Mountain, Lin San saw Qin Feng splashing around with Xianyan in the stream and doubted himself. "I grasped Sword Shadow at 12, broke ancient records, became a sword saint once in a century. Now, an 8-year-old is surpassing me, even creating the god-slaying move, 1 Heaven 8 Swords."
System notification, provoking the chosen one of heaven, causing him to doubt himself. Reward, 100,000 villain points.
Qin Feng grinned. "Just flirting with the male lead's goddess gets me points. Gotta crank it up a notch." He put on a pitiful face and chuckled. Asking Lin San about sword techniques, Lin San blew his top. "You dare mock me? You've already grasped invincible sword intent. What can I even teach you?" Unexpectedly, Qin Feng dove into Xinyan's arms, whimpering, "Sis, Xinyan, I'm so scared of him. I really don't know sword techniques. I just swing, like a simple K-sword."
Swinging a sword. Isn't that 1 Heaven 8 Swords? Lin San almost lost his marbles out of rage.
System notification. Host continues to provoke the chosen one of heaven. Reward, 100,000 points.
Just then, Xinyan hugged Qin Feng tightly, scolding Lin San. "Why are you getting angry at him? He's still a kid." Lin San completely short-circuited, not only provoked by Qin Feng but also hated by the goddess. System further rewards 100,000 points.
8-year-old Qin Feng ogled Xianyan's figure and snugged his head into her chest area.
Seeing Qin Feng snatching his goddess, Lin San went ballistic and ran away. But Qin Feng didn't let him off the hook, continuously taunting him verbally, raking in another 100,000 points.
Lin San felt even worse, turning around to flee.
Seeing Lin San's figure about to disappear, Qin Feng panicked. He couldn't miss this chance to milk this cash cow dry. He charged forward and gave Lin San a bear hug. As the two were wrestling, an armored troop flew over. The leader was the emperor's #1 spear general, Cheng Kun, tasked with capturing Qin Feng.
Instantly,
All three were overwhelmed by the oppressive aura, afraid to even move. Lin San knew Chung Kun's strength far surpassed both of them, plus he had thousands of elite soldiers. The situation was grim. Hearing this, Qin Feng thought for a moment and came up with an idea. He started to tear up, looking at Chung Kun. "Uncle Chang, who are you looking for?" "I am Cheng Kun, Royal Guard. Today, I come to arrest you." "But," Qin Feng said, "then killing me. Can uncle let the two of them off?" Then he turned back and said to Xinyan and Lin San, "I'm willing to sacrifice myself for Sis Xian. Make your move." Cheng Kun swung his spear, yelling, "Today I'll behead you, you little brat." Just then, Xinyan screamed, crushing the teleportation jade in her hand. Immediately, a golden lightning bolt struck, dividing the battlefield. Then space warped. A gigantic creature appeared. On its head was a red-clad young woman, with unmatched beauty. Meanwhile, Qin's family spy reported. The emperor sent Cheng Kun with thousands of elite troops to encircle and kill Qin Feng. This news made even the normally calm grandfather panic, ordering 13 grand protectors to prepare for rescue. At this point, Qin Feng realized he was in deep trouble. This free-spirited woman was easily in the top 5 strongest in the Yin Yue dynasty. Seeing this, Cheng Kun roared, "Don't interfere in my business." But the woman just gave him a mesmerizing glance, her eyes full of allure, and said, "This humble one is just a frail maiden. How dare I go against the general?" Instantly, a beam of purple energy shot straight into Cheng Kun's heart, creating a hole 30 centimeters in diameter through his chest. Ouch. Satisfied, Yu Shen sucked the energy back and blew him a kiss, smooch. Before they could react, the guards, witnessing their master's gruesome death, collapsed to the ground. Seeing such ruthlessness, Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless either. But seeing Xinyan's panicked expression, he got dragged into their escape plan. Next, Yu Shen snapped her fingers, and energy enveloped the two of them. She gently asked, "Ziyan, where do you think you're running off to?" This made Ziyan blush, while Qin Feng just wanted to chill out and not get involved in personal drama. Seeing Ziyan's silence, Yu Shen closed her eyes and activated her inner power, instantly transporting the two to a deep, hidden world. Then she commanded, "They must tell the whole truth." Realizing there was no escape, Ziyan blurted out directly, "Everything." This title intrigued Qin Feng. Suddenly, Yue Shen angrily lightly slapped Ziyan. "You still know I'm everything," silently running away from home, and even infiltrating the Daxia territory. What if something happened? How would I explain it to your parents? To divert attention, Xinyan pulled Qin Feng closer. "This is Qin Feng, my trophy." He comprehended sword intent and sword heart at the age of 8, didn't you? Amazing! Hearing this, Yu Shen stopped her actions, curiously looking at Qin Feng. She heard that it took a woman 100 years of pregnancy to give birth to 2 warriors, Qin Feng and Qin Hao. Recently, there was news that Qin Feng was being hunted for digging out his younger brother's Jihe Zunbone. She thought he was dead, but he was reborn in a tragic situation, and comprehended the invincible, transcendent sword heart. While she was pondering, Qin Feng suddenly ran over and asked, "Do you believe in love at first sight, big sis? This kid already knows love?" Yu Shen giggled. Qin Feng replied seriously, "Yes, I like you already. When I grow up, I'll definitely marry you." Standing beside him, Ziyan trembled with anger. "You little brat, I'm worried about you, and you're flirting with my everything." Yu Shen laughed. "Little boy, your ambition isn't small. A man's ambition isn't in his height, but in his thick skin." What a little rascal, but I like it. Unable to hold back, Yu Shen burst into hearty laughter, shaking uncontrollably. Seeing her everything being hooked by Qin Feng, Xian's cheeks puffed up in anger, wanting to kick him. At this moment, the Qin family ancestor led 13 protector guards in robes, and Qin Feng's father sent a secret message. "Don't be afraid, son. Dad will save you." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "You're late, and you want to save me? What for? I was about to cling to this sugar mommy and have a comfortable life, and you guys come to disturb me." He jumped into Yue Shen's arms, and Qin Feng loudly begged Yue Shen to save him. "I'm still young. There are so many wonderful things I haven't enjoyed yet. How can I die so soon?" Before the Qin family ancestor could speak, Ziyan stepped forward. "If you want to fight, then fight. I won't let you capture my Qin Feng." Her words caused both opposing factions to look at her. Xingyan's face flushed red, and she explained, "What I meant was, Qin Feng belongs to the Yu Shen palace. Please go back." Then she glanced at Yu Shen and asked, "Right, everything?" After bringing Qin Feng back to the Yu Shen palace, he was courted by the women. They all competed to show Qin Feng their leg muscles, wink wink. The scene made Qin Feng struggle to restrain himself. Unexpectedly, Yu Shen invited him to join the Yu Shen palace. Qin Feng naturally didn't refuse such a good opportunity, but his goal was still to become a great god. He said, "According to Jianghu tradition, saving someone's life requires repayment with your body. Please marry me quickly, big sis." Hearing that, Yue Shen was surprised but smiled brightly. "You're really interesting. I officially appoint you as the divine son of the Yue Shen palace." Qin Feng said, "I'll cultivate with the goddesses, living and eating with everyone." But Yu Shen replied, "The divine son and divine daughters are always directly guided by me. You can't just fool around." Qin Feng insisted,
Then can I cultivate and live with you, sis?
Yue Shen smiled. Cultivating together is fine. She was extremely lenient towards Qin Feng. Seeing Yue Shen agree, Qin Feng, his face flushed, suggested sleeping together. Seeing her scheme succeed, Ziyan angrily pulled Qin Feng's ear.
What are you eyeing all the time? Am I chopped liver? From now on you'll stay with me in the Divine Daughter Palace. Don't you dare peek anymore. Geez, I have so much work to do. Qin Feng thought. Raising a wife from a young age, how interesting.
7 years passed. The sound of the waterfall echoed from the cliff face.
The group of goddesses curiously looked down at the waterfall, their eyes full of unsatisfied desire.
The one standing there so properly was none other than Qin Feng. 7 years later, while engrossed in his activity, Xiao Bai suddenly appeared.
All right, ladies, 5 minutes is up. 1 ticket costs 5 spirit stones. First come, first served.
Hearing that, the girls swarmed forward.
Xiao Bai revealed a greedy expression. Me first. I clearly got here first. Xiao Bai calmly pulled out a pair of underwear and 2 tickets. Regular tickets are 20 spirit stones. Temporary tickets are 60 spirit stones. Which one of the 2 tickets do you ladies want? Before he could finish speaking, the items in Xiao Bai's hands were snatched away. Huge profit this time. I really am a money-making bunny, Xiao Bai thought gleefully. The way to get stuff from Qin Feng.
The 2 girls behind argued about the underwear, forcefully pushing Xiao Bai out,
and he fell straight into the water. But as he floated up, a burst of sword ki suddenly tore through the waterfall, flying straight towards Qin Feng. The attacker was Xingyan. 7 years later, she was now grown up, her eyes and smile full of charm.
Just now Qin Feng simply blocked an invisible sword strike. Following that, 2 beauties appeared on the cliff face, Yu Shen and Ziyan. Over the years Qin Feng followed Yu Shen, cultivating spells exclusive to women. In his 7 years by Qin Feng's side, Yu Shen's allure only grew stronger, constantly making him want to conquer her. Seeing Yu Shen, Qin Feng immediately showed off his toned abs, trying to seduce her,
but was immediately kicked into the water by Ziyan. Even though he looked ridiculous, in the girl's eyes, Qin Feng was extremely handsome and masculine. Damn, Qin Feng is too handsome, worth losing my virginity for. Such a strong body. Realizing her thoughtless words, she immediately corrected herself. Together, it's okay. After kicking Qin Feng into the water, Xinyan said angrily, You've been eyeing everyone since you were young. Am I such a stunning beauty that you don't even bother to look at me? But Qin Feng didn't care, even flicking water onto Xinyan, the water droplets landing right on her chest, clearly revealing her full curves.
Pretty big, can probably be smashed. Xinyan's face flushed red, and she jumped into a fight with Qin Feng.
Yue Shen was used to Qin Feng's teasing, calmly saying, In a few days is the once every 5-year deathmatch tournament of the Yin Yu Royal Court. Do you want to participate?
Her words piqued Qin Feng's interest, and he immediately stopped fooling around, but Xinyan didn't stop in time, and crashed straight into him.
The deathmatch tournament is like the college entrance exam nowadays. Families will send warriors into the arena.
Those who pass will be trained by the royal court, and those who fail will die and never leave the arena. Hearing the name, Xinyan shuddered worriedly. She didn't care about the exam, only feared that Qin Feng would be in danger, but Yue Shen said, Those who pass often become future princes.
Ziyan will be a Yu Shen, and Qin Feng will become an emperor protecting the people. Even so, what if something unexpected happened, and Qin Feng died? Feeling his body tense up, Qin Feng hurriedly pulled himself away from the important task awaiting his decision. It's been ages since I exploited a child of destiny. My villain points are running low. If I don't find a new victim, chosen one, I'll have to resort to stealing. Feeling a surge of excitement in his lower abdomen, Qin Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Lilsbro stood at attention immediately, feeling like it was equipped with an 8-time microscope, plus an assault rifle, making things a bit uncomfortable. At this moment, Xinyan also felt something hard and cold poking into her belly. She immediately unleashed her tiger-grabbing technique.
Sensing danger, Qin Feng pushed Xinyan away forcefully, shouting, There's a snake!
This action not only startled Xinyan, but also the 3 girls who were peeping, along with Xiao Bai underwater.
Seeing everyone suddenly bursting out, Qin Feng quickly covered his chest. Crap, they saw everything, they know I've been discovered. The 3 girls knelt down, begging Yu Shen for forgiveness, apologizing profusely. We know we were wrong, Yu Shen said. According to the Moon God Palace rules, peepers will be severely punished. Then she turned to Qin Feng, Divine Child. Administer the punishment immediately. Qin Feng spanked the 3 girls' bottoms, followed by painful whimpers. Seeing their pitiful expressions,
Qin Feng said,
You've understood your mistake. I'll spare you this time.
Then he gestured for them to hurry up. Thank you, Moon God. The 3 of them immediately bowed their heads in gratitude and left. Yu Shen said, Qin Feng is too lenient, but he thinks the girls are too lonely, and it's hard to resist a handsome guy like him. Then she suddenly turned to look at Xiao Bai, who was preparing to escape. There are some guys who need to be taught a lesson.
Xiao Bai trembled, clutching the money bag tightly, and ran into Xinyan's arms. Ziyan Gage, I miss you so much. But he was still caught by Qin Feng. He said to Yue Shen, I'll excuse myself to prepare in advance. Then he pinched Xiao Bai's cheeks, Yue Shen announced. In the next few days, Da Xiao will send an envoy. It seems the emperor always sees you as a thorn in his side, you need to be careful. After thanking Yue Shen for her concern, Xin Feng continued to increase the force on his hand. Xiao Bai felt like his life was about to end. At that moment, a young girl ran over to report. Divine Child, a disciple from the Huangchao is outside, wanting to challenge you. Xin Feng felt a little surprised. A Da Xia disciple came to challenge me. Seeing that Xin Feng didn't come out to face him, the disciple cursed him as a traitor, then gathered his cue into a ball and smashed it towards the Moon God Palace. The Moon God Palace girls bared their fangs and brandished their swords at him, but he still arrogantly disregarded everyone. He was a member of the Da Xia envoy, here to issue a challenge. Killing a Da Xia disciple is tantamount to declaring war on Da Xia. At this moment, footsteps sounded, and Ziyan appeared. She intended to teach the disciple a lesson, but Xin Feng stopped her. Calm down. He's just a pawn in someone else's game. Ziyan understood. You mean someone is targeting you? Xin Feng closed his eyes and thought. Not targeting me, but targeting the Daxia aristocratic families and the Yin Yue royal court. For the past 7 years, Daxia has been selecting Daxia disciples and having the emperor directly teach them. On the surface, it's recruiting talent, but in reality, it's targeting the aristocratic families, weakening their power. The reason is that Daxia is strongly supporting the poor martial artists. This time, the envoys sent to Yinyu are all martial artists from aristocratic families. If something happens to them on Yinyu's soil, the families will declare war, and the Daxia royal family will benefit. With that, Xin Feng flew out of the Moon God Palace. Might as well try it out. Outside, a crowd had already gathered. Seeing Xin Feng appear, everyone cheered excitedly. Ever since he announced his perfect calamitous physique 7 years ago, everyone had wanted to see the #1 martial artist of the ancient era. But ever since becoming the Moon God Palace's divine child, Xin Feng had never fought anyone. Seeing that Xin Feng had finally appeared, the disciple exuded a fierce aura like a wild boar with sharp tusks, and hurled a large blade towards Xin Feng to take his head. Seeing the approaching flying dagger, Xin Feng effortlessly dodged the attack with ease. He patted the dust off himself and sneered. Is that all you got? Just some spirit martial 4th stage nobody? You're getting dirt on my clothes? The great Jia disciple angrily retorted, I am a disciple of great Jia. Who do you think you are to look down on me? But Xin Feng proudly proclaimed, I am transcendent 9th stage. He was utterly stunned. He wanted to ask Xin Feng's cultivation level, and would surrender immediately if it was entry Dao. Unexpectedly, it was transcendent 9th stage. A useless weakling. What has he been doing in Moon Goddess Palace all these years? Xin Feng asked. What kind of fight you want? One-on-one or a group brawl? Of course it's one-on-one, only an idiot would choose a group fight. Xin Feng nodded. Understood. Then, turning to the young ladies, he chose one-on-one. Everyone, let's go get him. The divine son's command was law. The girls eagerly rushed forward, beating the disciple to the ground. More and more girls joined the fray. The battle became increasingly fierce. The great Xia disciple, being beaten on the ground by a group of girls, was still shouting, refusing to give up. Xin Feng looked at him like he was crazy. Whether you give up or not, what does it have to do with me? Then Xin Feng pulled a calculator out of his pants and started calculating damage to the 2-tiered main gate, 3-tiered doors, entire house's columns, and the mental damage to the Moon Goddess Palace's young ladies. A total compensation of 1 million top-grade spirit stones should be enough. The great Xia disciple shouted, 1 million top-grade spirit stones? Why don't you just rob me? These things are worth only 1 spirit stone. But Xin Feng replied honestly, that's right, I just want to rob you. The great Xia disciple's words silenced the entire Moon Goddess Palace. Then the girls admired the divine son's shamelessness. The disciple still resisted. Even if you sell me, I don't have that many spirit stones. But Xin Feng smiled sinisterly. Who said I can't sell you? Not long after, Xin Feng appeared on the main street, holding a drum and shouting, stop by and take a look. A strong, authentic, great Xia man. No need for 998 or 888. For just 98, you can take him home immediately. The disciple was furious. Xin Feng, great Xia will not forgive you. My Chu family will not let you get away with this either. But Xin Feng said coldly, you should worry about yourself first. Then he continued making deliveries. Everyone stared at the scene in astonishment. Their jaws dropped. At this moment, a foreigner stopped the car. Divine son, my big sister likes your slave. We want to buy it outright. Immediately, a curvy girl appeared before the crowd. Xin Feng, afraid that the disciple would be squashed, changed his tone. More money is fine, no problem. The two quickly agreed, and the disciple struggled desperately, not wanting to be crushed to death. Seeing the pighead's displeased expression, Xin Feng sighed. Don't make that face. I carefully selected this slightly chubby girl for you. Chubby is the best. Then he stuffed a pill into the disciple's mouth. According to Xin Feng, it was a super-duper Vi-Pro aphrodisiac. Everyone's view of Xin Feng completely changed. This isn't just the #1 fighter but the #1 pervert of ancient times, seriously. At this moment, the great Xia disciples looked as emotionless as baby-making machines.
but Xin Feng still egged on the chubby girl to touch his stomach and give it a try.
Because of Xin Feng's encouragement, the girl tremblingly reached out her hand and touched his stomach.
Instantly, in his eyes, the girl was like a fairy descended from the heavens. He grabbed her hand, confessed his feelings passionately, and the girl was also moved by the sudden declaration. The two made a date to meet in bed to learn how to spell, wink wink. Watching the two happily walk away, Xin Feng smiled contentedly. But as soon as they were far away, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Right then, the sound of a bronze bell rang.
The great Xia dynasty's Princess Nanfeng has arrived. Clear the way for the princess. Nanfeng is the most beloved youngest daughter of the great Xia emperor, and she's also the leader of the great Xia envoy delegation to Yinyue this time. So, those disciples were led by Princess Nanfeng.
A cold voice rang out from inside the carriage. Xin Feng, how should you be punished for daring to humiliate my great Xia disciples like this? But Xin Feng scoffed. Great Xia disciples dared to humiliate a divine son of the Yushen Palace right here on my territory, and even broke into the Yushen Palace for no reason. And you dare to question me in Yinyue? Has Great Xia already conquered Yinyue?
Nanfeng angrily retorted,
Xin Feng, you're being outrageous. Capture him for me and behead him.
Seeing the guards rushing forward, Xin Feng sneered. Causing trouble in someone else's home like this, huh? Truly a bunch of pigheads.
Then Xin Feng released several money needles, the inside of which contained sophisticated poison.
After blocking all the needles,
the guards realized they couldn't move and exclaimed, You're using poison, Xin Feng retorted. I am a righteous gentleman. How could I use poison?
Seeing this,
the guards breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately, Xin Feng replied, It's an aphrodisiac. Instantly, the guards were stunned, scenes of kissing already flashing in their minds. They fearfully knelt down, begging for help. A sigh came from inside the carriage, and then a man in uniform stepped out, bowing respectfully. Great hero Xin Feng, senior martial artist.
Please forgive the princess on our behalf, because of the friendship between our two nations. Then turning to the guards, let me help you detoxify. Suddenly, the system announced, Congratulations, master. For discovering an epic-level chosen one, Xin Feng was overjoyed in his heart.
Finally, after 7 years of waiting, he wanted to devour this guy whole right now. But on the surface, he remained calm. Alright, I'll help you guys. Then a no-holds-barred kick flew straight out, shattering the guy's nether regions, although he saved them from the effects of the aphrodisiac. This kick also destroyed their manhood. At this moment, a beauty with skin as white as snow, wearing luxurious uniforms, stepped out of the carriage.
Seeing the guards in pain, Nanfeng angrily blamed Xin Feng for being cruel. But Xin Feng switched to trash-talking mode.
I thought the princess was some kind of fairy, but she's just got dudes stashed in her car.
Nanfeng had never been insulted like this before, and slapped Xin Feng directly in the face, but Xin Feng blocked it, grinned and said,
Just a little touch, and you're reacting like this? Are you two having an affair or something?
Thinking about this, Xin Feng was ecstatic inside. If that's the case, I'll get a lot of villain points from this chosen one. Just then, a sword blocked Xin Feng's neck. Release the princess. Her body is not to be touched by you guys. Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Just a little touch, and he's reacting so strongly.
This is going to be easier than flipping a pancake.
Xin Feng tightened his grip and brought his face closer to Nanfeng. Princess, want to have a one-on-one fight with me?
The rules are simple. One-on-one. No help allowed. The princess hurriedly agreed.
Princess Daijia thought that Xin Feng only knew how to rely on women and played dirty with tranquilizers. She was determined to teach Xin Feng a lesson in manners.
The two bowed to each other, and then she drew her sword and rushed towards Xin Feng.
Xin Feng was a bit surprised by the princess's speed. She's not like those other pampered royals. Should I fight seriously or not?
While thinking, Xin Feng subconsciously reached out to block the attack. He stopped this fatal slash, even though he could kill the princess with just a slap. But compared to villain points, that's not as important.
Nanfeng mocked. The #1 warrior of the ancient times is just like that. Xin Feng coldly took out a piece of cloth to wipe off the blood. But Nanfeng recognized that it was her underwear fabric, so he stole it at some point.
The princess's face flushed red. This pervert is so rogue. But on the other side, Xin Feng was still showing off. Do you guys want to see the secrets under the princess's skirt? The crowd outside shouted noisily. Too shameless. Continue the fight. What are you stopping for?
Seeing the princess humiliated beyond endurance, Fang Cheng roared, Xin Feng, you are so despicable. But the audience next to him cheered enthusiastically for Xin Feng. This is the fighting culture of Yinyu. All tricks are allowed, as long as they benefit the match. For humiliating the goddess in the heart of the chosen one, Xin Feng received an additional 10,000 villain points. Seeing this, the villain Xin Feng spoke provocatively to the princess. Why not fight anymore? If you can't win, then scram. In his heart he muttered, wait for me to destroy you.
Nanfeng shouted and rushed to attack Xin Feng,
but Xin Feng dodged easily, wrapped his arms around her, tightening them so she couldn't resist. In front of Fang Cheng, Xin Feng hugged the princess's body tightly, in an extremely intimate pose. As a pure maiden, Nanfeng was shocked by the sudden contact with a strange man. Xin Feng held Nanfeng tightly in his arms. In her surprised eyes, he kissed her on the lips. Although it seemed reckless, Xin Feng did it on purpose, glancing at Fang Chang's reaction.
Seeing his face turn black with anger, Xin Feng smiled as the villain points were added. Then he gently raised Nanfeng's chin, forcing her to open her mouth.
Before Nanfeng could react, Xin Feng kissed her directly on the lips. Unlike last time, she felt a tongue rummaging in her mouth.
Her mind went blank. Her face flushed red, wanting to push Xin Feng away, but he was too strong, and she couldn't resist. The crowd below the stage witnessed this shocking scene. Everyone was completely stunned. In broad daylight, Xin Feng dared to kiss an unmarried woman, and even lick her lips. So depraved, Fang Chang completely lost control, constantly provoked, until his spirit collapsed entirely. With a roar, the figure of a golden Buddha, tens of zang tall, appeared.
Xin Feng, I will tear you to pieces. Seeing that Fang Chang had gone crazy, Xin Feng immediately pushed the princess away from him.
Finally, he focused on the child of destiny. Facing Fang Chang's overwhelming power, Xin Feng didn't dare to be careless. Releasing a murderous aura, his chi surged, his face serious. He summoned his mysterious weapon. The moment he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Xin Feng used the simple luring scheme, licking his lips to provoke his opponent.
Facing the giant golden Buddha, Xin Feng also had a plan. He upgraded the bewitching shadow soaring serpent skill, spending 10,000 villain points.
Immediately, Fang Chang's attack paused, a dazzling golden light tearing through the illusion,
flying straight toward Xin Feng.
At this point, Fang Chang had completely lost it, using every means to destroy Xin Feng. The sword like a dragon, the sword chi like a rainbow, that was the bewitching shadow soaring serpent sword technique. The golden Buddha seemed to be disturbed by an invisible force, cut off by the bewitching shadow soaring serpent, turning into nothingness. Fang Chang spat out a mouthful of blood, a deep wound appearing on his chest.
Seeing this, Xin Feng couldn't help but praise. You're the first person who could shift your acupoints before being hit in a vital spot by the heavenly severing sword draw, avoiding death, and only being seriously injured. Among those who have fought with me, you're the first to do it.
At this moment, Nanfeng frantically ran over to get medicine to heal Fang Chang's wound, but he shook his head, refusing the princess's help.
Nanfeng realized that Fang Chang's attitude had changed. The look he gave her was no longer full of love like before,
but cold and avoiding her. But she still tried to give him the medicine. For breaking the child of destiny's love, Xin Feng was awarded 10,000 villain points, and unlocked a new mission: inherit the prime minister's will. Lust after another's wife.
Xin Feng pretended to be innocent. What do you take me for? Then he realized. The system was forcing him to play that kind of role. He was a righteous gentleman. How could he do those things? But the system still kept the mission, rewarding a glorious god-tier Yang baby if completed.
Hearing the reward, Xin Feng reluctantly accepted. For the sake of the mission, he approached the couple. Princess, did you kiss me just now?
The question caused everyone to go silent, all eyes turning to the two of them, Fang Chang's eyes showing a hint of suspicion.
Nanfeng's face turned red with anger, wanting to bite Xin Feng to death, but Xin Feng just raised his hand. I don't know if you have teeth or not, you kissed me so enthusiastically, but it's okay, I know exactly how many teeth you have. But the reaction of Fang Chang losing his composure that Xin Feng imagined didn't happen. Fang Chang coldly glared at Xin Feng, then turned and left alone. Xin Feng knew that Fang Chang still had some ultimate moves he hadn't used. Mission progress 5%. Sowing seeds of suspicion between the couple, he had.
Seeing this, Nanfeng also turned to leave. She intended to use this opportunity to eliminate Xin Feng and increase her influence. But unexpectedly, Xin Feng not only stole her first kiss, but also sowed the seeds of discord in her relationship with Fang Chang.
Princess, you're leaving already, Xin Feng called out, stopping her. Seeing the princess turn back, Xin Feng took out the pink fabric and tossed it over.
Recognizing it as her undergarment, the princess thought to herself, Xin Feng, you pervert.
Princess, you don't want it anymore. Then I'll take it back. Okay, Xin Feng continued to tease.
Seeing Xin Feng's excessive behavior, the princess hurriedly grabbed the undergarment and gave him a hateful glare. Xin Feng, just you wait, I'll punish you. Mission completed 10%, thanks to making Fang Chang feel sorry for her. Late at night, Xiao Bai sat on Xin Feng's shoulder, yawning widely. What are we doing here so late at night instead of sleeping? Xin Feng replied. To make money, of course. He curiously looked around, only to see that behind Nanfeng's room was very quiet. Hearing about making money, Xiao Bai immediately got interested, saying that it was very familiar with the job. In the past 7 years it had done all sorts of things to earn money to buy food.
Just now, Xin Feng's words made Xiao Bai misunderstand that he was really poor and had to become a matchmaker for others.
Without waiting for Xin Feng to explain, Xiao Bai disappeared into the night, beginning to look for women.
At this moment, Nanfeng was opening the window, looking sad, holding an umbrella, and looking up at the sky. The white moonlight was occasionally obscured. A rabbit, Nanfeng, was startled by the sudden appearance of the creature. But upon closer inspection, she immediately liked this fluffy animal.
Xiao Bai blinked its big round eyes and asked innocently,
Girl, do you need love? Do you need a man? The straightforward question made Nanfeng blush. The image of Fang Chang involuntarily appeared in her mind. Could this little beast have been sent by Fang Chang?
The more Nan Fang thought about it, the more sense it made. Fang Chang was always mysterious, often doing things she had never seen. Sending a talking rabbit to express his love was also normal. Nan Fang shyly nodded. I really do need love, I need a man. Xiao Bai took out a calculator, pressing the keys as it spoke. Madam, we've been specializing in this business for 7 years. That big-headed pig is always pretending to be innocent and pure. Nan Feng nodded in agreement, even though she didn't fully understand what Xiao Bai was saying. But it was true that she and Feng Chang had known each other for 7 years. Now her first kiss was stolen by Qin Feng, all because he messed around for the past 7 years. Xiao Bai continued. Xiao Bai, continuing. Now that it's too poor to feed even a rabbit, it's finally realized the quality of service is guaranteed, and I won't say much else. As an intermediary, I'll charge you 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Nanfeng was stunned and didn't understand. Seeing this, Xiao Bai had no choice but to wave its paw and take out a small, exquisite bottle of medicine. Drink this, and your happiness will double. There, you're finally willing to pay. Being a rabbit raised by Xin Feng, it's understandable that Xiao Bai carries super aphrodisiacs. Nan Feng was still dazed and didn't understand anything, but she still paid 10,000 spirit stones and opened the bottle of medicine, according to Xiao Bai's words. In just a moment, her face flushed red, her heart beat faster, and her body began to become excited. At this time, Qin Feng followed Xiao Bai to the attic. You stupid bunny, I finally caught you. He jumped in and grabbed the rabbit's ears. Xiao Bai boasted to Qin Feng. You came at just the right time, I've already finished the deal, now it's your turn to take action. Qin Feng was stunned and didn't understand, but when he looked at Nan Feng, her eyes were already full of love, and she was eager to spar wits with Qin Feng. Nan Feng seemed to have regained some clarity, hurriedly threw the bottle away, and kept her distance from Qin Feng. Your master said it was Qin Feng, right? She asked Xiao Bai in a panic. Xiao Bai innocently replied. Who else could it be? Nan Feng didn't expect this rabbit to be Qin Feng's. She had been tricked so easily. Nan Feng hurriedly circulated her inner energy to resist the medicine, but with her cultivation level she clearly couldn't resist it. After only a few seconds, she collapsed. Then, under Qin Feng's gaze, she tried to stand up, staggering towards him. Under the influence of the drug, Nan Feng mistook Qin Feng for Fang Chang. Her eyes were filled with love for him. Before the fake Fang Chang, she didn't hesitate to reveal her feelings for him for the past 7 years. Don't lose your cool. Qin Feng tried to stop her. I'm not the type to mess around. At this moment, Feng Chang came to Nan Feng's room with a bouquet of fresh roses. After thinking about it all day, he decided to treat the incident the other day as just an accident so that life could go on. Conflicts are inevitable. He also decided to participate in the life and death arena to kill Qin Feng with his own hands, to wash away the humiliation. But as Feng Chang smiled, ready to make amends with Nan Feng as well as make peace with himself, the scene before him stunned him. He saw Nan Feng and Qin Feng playfully flirting under the moonlight, looking like a perfect couple. Qin Feng also noticed Feng Chang's intention and immediately pulled Nan Feng into his arms, his hands caressing her all over, making her unable to resist. The smile on Feng Chang's face instantly froze. He couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing Feng Chang going crazy, Qin Feng decided to add fuel to the fire. He loudly asked from above, "What are you doing here?" The question was like a bucket of cold water poured on Feng Chang. He didn't understand what Qin Feng meant. This can't be happening. Absolutely not. You just said you liked me. Is that true? Nan Feng looked at him with loving eyes, completely lost in the illusion. Of course it's true. Feng Chang felt like he had been hit hard on the head, losing his balance and constantly stepping back. They've only met twice. How could that compare to his 7 years? How could it? For assaulting the chosen one's lover, Qin Feng received an additional 200,000 villain points, and third Prime Minister's mission reached 50% progress. Awesome, Qin Feng rejoiced. 50% progress plus 200,000 villain points made him decide to abandon morality altogether. He gently caressed her hip and whispered in her ear, "Hate Fang Chang the most, right?" Under the influence of the drug, Nan Feng was very confused. The person in front of her was clearly Fang Chang, so why was he asking her who she hated? She decided to answer, no matter what happened, the person I like the most is still Fang Chang. But before she could finish her sentence, Qin Feng covered her mouth. He held her tightly in his arms, not allowing her to continue speaking. Qin Feng's question, plus the name Fang Chang, that Nan Feng blurted out, made Fang Chang mistakenly believe that was the answer to who she hated the most. In the end, he was still confused. Thanks to completing the task, Qin Feng was rewarded with the glorious God-tier Yang baby, and he also received 500,000 villain points for causing the chosen one to lose faith in love. The series of shocks completely broke. Fang Chang, Qin Feng, I will tear you to pieces, Fang Chang roared, his hair disheveled, his aura becoming vicious, and the energy within him soaring several times over. The golden Buddha that originally radiated also turned black. Sure enough, it's easier to walk the demonic path than to cultivate righteousness. One night is enough to make Feng Chang fall into the demonic path. Even though he has cultivated for thousands of years, in the end he still couldn't overcome this emotional shock.
At the same time, Xin Feng, who was acting, also received a system notification. Due to forcing the chosen one onto the demonic path, he received a chance for a lucky draw. Has he fallen into the demonic path already? Xin Feng felt very confused, exclaiming in his heart, "Damn it!" At this time, Nan Feng moved closer, opening her mouth, waiting for Xin Feng to kiss her, and also put his hand on her chest, gently twisting herself, showing her desire. But immediately, Xin Feng withdrew his hand, stopping her action. Because Feng Chang had become a demonic cultivator, he was no longer the chosen one. Xin Feng would not gain villain points from him. So Nan Feng also lost her value. Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh. With his 10 years of experience reading novels, he understood the suffering of being possessed by demons. Next time he meets Feng Chang, he must focus 200% of his spirit to salvage the situation. Nan Feng was distressed when she saw her lover push her away. But Xin Feng just waved his hand. Deciding to end this play, he honestly told her everything about her mistaking the drug, and that he was not Feng Chang. Hearing the name Feng Chang, Nan Feng's will finally broke free from the effects of the drug. She screamed, chasing Xin Feng away. Seeing Xin Feng's figure disappear, Xiao Bai understood that it had completed a perfect money-making deal. It approached Nan Feng. "This rabbit won't return the money, but I'm an understanding rabbit. Business follows the rules. I can help you detoxify with this carrot." And then it vanished, with Xin Feng into the darkness. Nan Feng wrinkled his nose at the carrot, putting on a slightly confused face, trying to see if it detoxifies anything. Inside the Moon God Palace, Xinyan was angrily sitting by the sacred pool. She was lifting her heavy chest with one hand, while lifting her pink skirt, revealing her slender legs. "I have boobs. My butt is cute too. How dare Xin Feng kiss that princess and not me? What does she have that I don't? It must be because she's more revealing. That's why she attracted Xin Feng." She vowed not to forgive Xin Feng when he returns. At this moment, Xin Feng worried. It's so late. Why isn't she asleep yet? Then his eyes suddenly stopped, discovering Xian's half-naked body. Her soft figure, her slender waist like a willow branch, her skin as white as snow. Her long, slender legs were very beautiful. Xinyan also realized that Xin Feng's hot eyes were staring at her. Secretly overjoyed, she began to stand up, posing for Xin Feng to admire. Xin Feng thought in his heart, "Xinyan's figure is so perfect. If I hadn't been a conman in my past life, I definitely wouldn't have been able to hold back." But as soon as he finished speaking, Xin Feng pulled the clothes to cover Xinyan's chest. "It's so windy you'll catch a cold." Xinyan thought Xin Feng was finally going to touch her, but unexpectedly he was just worried about her. She became even more angry, and said, "It's none of your business. Where did you run off to at this hour?" Seeing Xinyan's angry face, Xin Feng didn't dare to tell the story of him tricking Nan Feng into taking medicine. Then, screw her, he had to take out a hot meat pie, lying that he went to buy late-night snacks for her. Looking at the delicious pie, Xian was suspicious, but still took a bite. After chewing carefully, she realized that the pie had no salt. While wondering, Xin Feng calmly exchanged 1,000 villain points for a bunch of purple roses. Villain points are as easy to get as water. For Xin Feng, he handed the bouquet to Xinyan, his eyes deep. "Loving you doesn't need a lot of salt." While munching on the meat pie, Xinyan was stunned by Xin Feng's actions. Her face flushed red. Her brain couldn't handle the pressure and froze. She hurriedly took the flowers, her face shyly running away. According to Xinyan, Xin Feng's action was just useless flattery, but clearly Xin Feng didn't realize that. Looking at Xinyan's disappearing figure, Xiao Bai thought, maybe sooner or later Xin Feng will win her over. Xin Feng returned to his room. At this time the villain points had reached 147,000 points. He could exchange for a Great Perfection card, a glorious god-level Yang treasure from the mission, and a lucky draw due to Feng Chang falling into the demonic path. Xin Feng decided to exchange the Great Perfection card first, spending 1,000,000 villain points. Thanks to this card, Xin Feng's strength reached the level of Great Perfection. He felt the surging power in his body. A brilliant golden dragon appeared on Xin Feng's body, as vivid as if it were real, like a god. Xiao Bai's ears immediately perked up, his whole body trembling. He recognized that it was the dragon tattoo on Xin Feng's body. In the 7 years following Xin Feng, Xiao Bai had never seen him use it. He only felt strangely afraid. It's best to go to sleep. Next is opening the glorious god-level Yang treasure system. Open the glorious god-level Yang. Xin Feng ordered. Help me open the Yang treasure. Xin Feng received a sword intent upgrade card. Xin Feng was a little surprised, not understanding what it was. The system explained. Sword intent has different levels. Higher levels will cause greater damage, so second level sword intent is stronger than the first level. Xin Feng nodded. Understood. No need for long explanations. Use it now. After using it, Xin Feng's sword intent card increased a level. Suddenly, 8 large characters rang in his head. Control the vast wilderness. Sword sweeps like rivers. A figure appeared in his mind, Still that familiar Zihan Tian blade technique, but this time with the power to sweep across the heavens. Everyone who saw it was terrified, their hair stood on end, and goosebumps lasted for ages. After the sword intent surrounding Xinfeng gradually subsided, he slowly regained consciousness. With the sword intent reaching the second level, Xinfeng's Zihan Tian blade technique became even stronger. At this moment, a fly, oblivious to its own mortality, buzzed over, only to see the fly instantly sliced into 5 pieces, exploding in a splatter of blood. Xinfeng sighed. This pure blade work doesn't seem half bad. He then decided to use the luck draw, brought about by Fang Chang's demonic possession. Bleep boop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kang Tian Overlord Body. The Kang Tian Overlord Body is a god-tier combat physique, possessing an extremely strong body, known as the indestructible golden body. The more you fight, the stronger you become. The more you fight, the more formidable you are. Upon reaching the Great Completion Realm, one can possess heaven-shattering combat power, reaching the realm of immortals. Xinfeng was overjoyed, continuously excited. In the 7 years of cultivating the entering moon divine art, the reason Xinfeng always kept a low profile was to consolidate his foundation, but also largely because the entire ancient universe knew his true strength could easily crush others. But encountering a child of destiny is dangerous without some treasures. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in Xinfeng's mind, and history seemed to rewind to an ancient battlefield. When Xinfeng regained his footing, he realized the entire region was shaking violently. Ahead, countless dark figures swarmed on the battlefield, creating a powerful force that changed the color of the sky and earth. Deafening shouts echoed, and hot blood splattered everywhere. The long, empty divine sword in Xinfeng's hand also rang out, as if eager for battle. At this moment, a heavily armored general, spear in hand, charged towards Xinfeng, stabbing straight at him, only to be instantly blocked, countered, and killed by Xinfeng, disappearing between heaven and earth. This is the power of the Kang Tian Overlord Body. Xinfeng felt the blood within him boiling. He lightly stepped forward, plunging straight into the ancient battlefield. I've come here to fight my heart out. The next morning, in Xinfeng's room, Xiaobai looked exhausted. While Xinfeng was still sleeping from the previous day, Xiaobai was too anxious and slapped Xinfeng hard twice in the face to wake him up. To fully awaken his master, Xiaobai decided to use his ultimate move, revealing information that the Moon Goddess Palace girls were wearing short black dresses in preparation for the life and death arena. Upon hearing this, Xinfeng, who had been keeping his eyes closed, shouted excitedly, "Where are the black dresses? Let me see." But the stinging pain on his face made Xinfeng fully awake. He quickly looked in the mirror, but Xiaobai had already hidden it. It lied, saying that Xinfeng was damaged by overtraining, and looking at the girls' black dresses would cure him. Xinfeng believed it, and began preparing to snoop on the girls, his tense mood somewhat relieved. Xiaobai sighed in relief. That was a close one. At the same time, as the bell signaling the start of the life and death arena rang, large cities of the Yin-Yu dynasty also featured film screens that could use magic to broadcast live from the arena everywhere. Before the arena's opening, a comprehensive strength ranking appeared, voted on by many martial Dao grandmasters. Xinfeng was currently ranked below 30,000. What, Xinfeng is only ranked 30,000? Everyone was shocked, they couldn't believe their eyes. Even though Xinfeng hasn't had any significant achievements in the past 7 years, with the title of the #1 martial artist of ancient times, how could he be ranked 30,000? Facing the doubts, on the film screens in the city, a beautiful girl appeared on the screen. Next to a silver-haired old man, it was Ma Guoguo, a famous martial Dao grandmaster of the Yin-Yu dynasty. The girl's voice was sweet. Facing everyone's doubts, we invited the famous martial Dao grandmaster Ma Guoguo to analyze the reason why Xinfeng is ranked 30,000. After waving to introduce himself, Ma Guoguo began. After analysis by martial arts experts, the conclusion is that Xinfeng is talented but doesn't believe it, that's why he's ranked so low. The girl continued to ask with a doubtful look. Master Ma Guoguo, please explain in more detail, Ma Guoguo continued. Everyone knows that Xinfeng only needs to use one ability to drive countless experts crazy, but because too many abilities are gathered in one person, his strength is dispersed. It took him 7 years to reach supernatural 9th level. Which proves this. Ah, so that's it. The audience nodded in agreement. So that's why it took Xinfeng 7 years to surpass supernatural 9th level. Heard that after arriving at Yuxin Palace, all he does is fool around with the maids, too lazy to cultivate. The girl continued asking, so do you think Xinfeng can rise up like a warhorse to victory in the life and death arena? No way. Absolutely impossible. Ma Guoguo shook his head decisively. With such a low cultivation level and a hodgepodge of skills without mastering any, how can Xinfeng, with his limited combat power, overcome so many experts? A guy like Xinfeng only knows how to rely on others. There's no way he can turn the tide. The persuasive analysis made everyone nod in agreement. Truly a pro. At this moment, inside Xinfeng's room, he kept sneezing, completely unaware of the transmission circle appearing beside him. Immediately after, in a flash of light, Xinfeng and Xiaobai were teleported to the life and death arena. Looking around, This space was covered in an endless forest.
Gigantic monster corpses lay scattered everywhere, and roars of challenging monsters echoed intermittently. Inside the corpses were human heads and Yao beast remains, a terrifying sight, emitting a strange, chilling aura that made one's hair stand on end. The life and death arena truly lives up to its name. Zhao Bai looked down, also sensing many scary rock Yao beasts around. Rumble rumbled, explosive sounds and fierce fighting echoed from not far away, seeming like people were already fighting. Then Xin Feng looked annoyed, then turned around and ran in the opposite direction. Seeing Zhao Bai's confused expression, Xin Feng explained, "Right now, besides the 10,000 candidates entering the arena, there are also many lurking Yao beasts joining the fray. Not only is there no benefit right now, but you'll also get caught up in the free-for-all. It's best to avoid the initial skirmishes, conserve your strength, and then go wild later." Xin Feng's refined analysis made Zhao Bai admire him, further strengthening his respect for his master. And so, a day and a night passed. The MC was shocked to find that warrior Xin Feng had dropped from 30,000th place to 50,000th, while Mongol Quok still calmly believed that Xin Feng was too arrogant and would collapse at the first obstacle. Arrogant troops are bound to lose. But the audience outside the arena thought that Xin Feng was defeated by another strong opponent, which was very likely the young master of Dan Kim Son Tren, who at only 18 years old had reached the first level of entering the Tao, comprehended the third realm of sword intent, and even possessed the mythical heavenly body. Compared to him, Xin Feng was far too inferior. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Yin Yu dynasty, a man wearing a black robe with a dignified expression sat in the central position. That was none other than Luke Dao Dequan, who ruled Yin Yui. Below, Nanfeng Princess looked at Xin Feng's miserable ranking and couldn't help but sneer, secretly delighted in her heart. Today it's Xin Feng's turn to suffer this fate. On the contrary, Ziyan looked very worried. What is this disciple doing? She believed that Xin Feng definitely had his own plans. Meanwhile, Xin Feng calculated the time, feeling that it was time to act. "Are we here to fight?" Zhao Bai excitedly shouted, hurriedly handing the Kongshen sword to Xin Feng. But Xin Feng shook his head. "What have I taught you?" Confucius said. "A gentleman doesn't use weapons to kill. A truly noble person doesn't need weapons to destroy enemies." Zhao Bai felt that something wasn't right, but couldn't argue. After a day of fierce fighting, those warriors must be thirsty. As long as we dump a few tons of drugs, even the old sows will frantically go down to the water source, and we can wait for the points to come to us. But immediately after, Xin Feng and Zhao Bai appeared, fully protected, holding a large bag containing several hundred kilos of aphrodisiacs. Without saying anything, Xin Feng tore open the bag, smiled, and poured all several hundred kilos of drugs into the water. Let this whole world multiply twice as fast. A moment later, a number of Yao beasts came to the riverbank. After drinking the water, the Yao beasts immediately became fierce, continuously performing acts of 18+, making Zhao Bai stare in disbelief. At this time, a group of candidates discovered the Yao beasts mating, and rushed forward to eliminate them. Being interrupted during their fun, the Yao beasts angrily charged to attack the candidates. They just wanted to quickly eliminate their opponents, so they could continue their private affairs. What a furious battle. Xin Feng clearly felt the intensity of the battle was way higher than the first day. Not long after, the sounds of fierce fighting stopped. The examinees were stepping all over the Yao beast corpses. After the chaotic brawl of the first day and the fight just now, the examinees were desperately thirsty. They rushed to the river to drink non-stop. Wait a sec, something feels off. Baldy was the first one to finish drinking. He could clearly feel his body getting unusually hot and bothered. The three of them glanced at each other, suddenly finding their buddies around them super handsome, their lips so damn kissable. He actually wanted to pounce and pin the guy down for some rough stuff. But after ripping open half his clothes, all three snapped back to reality, turned away, and slapped themselves hard. No way. How could I crave my teammate's body? This must be a hallucination. The three tried to convince themselves. No bro jobs allowed. Meanwhile, two girls came rushing to scoop up water, but were immediately spotted by the group of examinees. Chicks. The two girls uncomfortably drew their swords, ready to fight. What do you guys want? The men, with bloodshot eyes, chuckled creepily. Don't be tense, we just want to make friends. With that, they ripped off all their clothes. Butt naked. Clang. The two girls dropped their swords in fear, screamed, and covered their eyes. Don't come near me. But at this point, the men had lost their minds. The more they were resisted, the more excited they got. Just when the two girls were in despair, a righteous voice rang out from the sky. You horny beasts, let go of those innocent girls. Xin Feng appeared in a heroic outfit like a god descending. He was the very king of justice. The two girls felt like they saw a ray of hope. Looking up at Xin Feng with admiration, Xin Feng is truly a savior. Gray Hair saw his fun ruined, and angrily yelled, get lost. But in the blink of an eye, he saw a flash of light, his little buddy was gone, and at the same time the system announced, slice the opponent's junk in half. Xin Feng completed the achievement. He got 1,000 points. The villain saw his buddy collapse in pain. The warriors drew their weapons and charged. Xin Feng, who the hell do you think you are? Before they could finish, All of them felt a chill down there. Their poor little guys were sliced off one by one in the blink of an eye. More than 10 men lay groaning on the ground. Xiaobai sneaked over to grab their luggage. Xiaobai's eyes lit up, greedily yelling, "I'm gonna be rich?" After finishing up, Xin Feng stood up straight, his face solemn. "Heaven has compassion. I hope you guys live right." Xin Feng's fabricated words not only won over the two girls, but also made the examinees who were affected by the love drug realize everything, and quickly bowed their heads to thank Xin Feng. Then Xin Feng even pretended to lecture them, saying, "Get out of here." So they all supported each other as they left. One person with their arm around another, they all left one after another. Meanwhile, in the Yin Yu dynasty palace, the experts glanced at Yu Shen meaningfully. Yu Shen sat like a statue. She wished there was a hole to crawl into. She absolutely didn't expect Xin Feng to defeat his opponents in this way. Even if he doesn't have self-respect, he should at least think about the reputation of the Yue Shen Palace. At this time, Xin Feng had just finished his harvest, seriously saying, "I'm here for 3 things. Egging, egging, and egging." Xiaobai also seriously said, "I'm here for only 3 things. Making money, and making money." When the group of warriors gradually realized the water source had a problem, combining it with the fact that Xin Feng had used aphrodisiacs for pigs, they quickly guessed he had laced the water with drugs. Everyone gritted their teeth, wanting to tear Xin Feng apart. At the same time, the group of warriors also had to face the problem. With no water, what would they drink now? But immediately, Xin Feng set up a water stall by the river. 1 bottle of water for 1,000 supreme spirit stones. So shameless, the examinees couldn't take it anymore, and united to beat up Xin Feng. Seeing the group of warriors full of hatred, Xin Feng also panicked. The handsome guy is an easy target. He quickly packed up his stall and ran away. Before leaving, he also tossed a bottle of aphrodisiac powder towards them. That's all for today. Enjoy yourselves, fellas. Seeing the powder that Xin Feng threw, everyone knew what it was and retreated in panic. They were scared out of their wits if they weren't careful. But suddenly, a figure appeared, stepping into the middle of the cloud of powder. The fighters admired this person's courage, daring to face the aphrodisiac head-on. It was Feng Cheng. After falling into demonic cultivation, he didn't know what Xin Feng had been doing by the river, only that he had entered the deathmatch arena to eliminate Xin Feng. Following the fighters' pointing fingers, Feng Cheng also saw Xin Feng running away. Without hesitation, he rushed to attack. Everyone admired Feng Cheng and called him a hero. But Xin Feng had no intention of fighting Feng Cheng. He used his ghostly movement skills to dart around in the forest, conserving his strength to collect points tomorrow. Right now, he just provoked and lightly stepped on the branch and flew away 1,000 meters away. In his outfit, like a celestial being floating in the air, Feng Cheng angrily chased closely after Xin Feng, but suddenly he felt his head burning hot, unable to control his body anymore. He stopped, circulating his qi to check his body, and quickly realized it was caused by the aphrodisiac powder earlier. Could it be that Xin Feng gave that stuff to the princess? The more Feng Cheng thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He felt like he had found hope, knowing the princess was still pure, and the nightmare had vanished. Feng Cheng began chanting purification mantras. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. At the same time, a Buddha statue appeared behind Feng Cheng, with half of its body golden like a Buddha, and the other half dark like a devil. One thought a Buddha, one thought a devil. The Six Paths Emperor was shocked. If Feng Cheng just followed the demonic path, that would be fine, but now he's comprehending the essence of Buddha and devil. This is completely different from that scoundrel Xin Feng. Seeing Feng Cheng slow down and stop chasing, Xin Feng wondered in his heart. At this time, the system sent a mission, requiring Xin Feng to disrupt the enlightenment process of the Chosen One's great Buddha devil hand, and completing it would reward him with a sword intent card. Xin Feng chuckled, and let out a weird, "Hee-hey. Since there's a reward, don't blame me for being ruthless." Xin Feng decided to throw courtesy out the window. Xin Feng turned back to where Feng Cheng was comprehending Buddha and devil. Feng Cheng panicked, not expecting Xin Feng to come back. What does he want to do? Princess Nanfeng jumped up. Feng Cheng is at a crucial moment. If Xin Feng disturbs him, he'll be forced into the demonic path, leading to serious injuries. But she was quickly pulled back by the old man. "Princess, don't worry, Feng Cheng has the protection of the Buddhist faith. Even if Xin Feng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to penetrate the Buddhist relic's defense. Buddhist relics are sacred objects formed after the Buddha's nirvana, capable of resisting all poisons and evils." At this moment, Feng Cheng had no other concerns, and his body released a radiant golden pearl, enveloping him in the dazzling light of Buddha. Just the light from the Buddhist relics, let alone the whole thing. The participants in the arena could not penetrate Feng Cheng's line of defense, let alone Xin Feng alone. The system only responded to Xin Feng with one sentence. "Host, try your best." Xin Feng understood that the system had given up. Now there was only one way to use his ultimate move. Under the gaze of the 3 great experts, Xin Feng slowly pulled out the little book that he had collected for many years, the Handbook of Chaste Women. Princess Nanfeng was shocked, not understanding what the Handbook of Chaste Women was. Meanwhile, Moon goddesses had an ominous premonition. Qin Feng plopped down on the ground and started reading the highlighted passages with a lively tone, even acting them out with gestures in front of Feng Chang. Feng Chang was at that energetic age, and the drug's effects hadn't worn off yet, so he couldn't handle this stuff. The nightmare he'd barely suppressed was now flaring up again. Feng Chang was practically losing control. The Six Paths Emperor couldn't believe that the noble moon goddess would give her disciples such depraved material. The moon goddess hurriedly denied it, insisting that she wasn't that kind of person, while inwardly, she seethed with hatred for Qin Feng for destroying the image she had carefully built up over the years. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's reading speed was getting faster and faster, causing the golden Buddha image behind Feng Chang to gradually disappear. Qin Feng was stirring up trouble again. Qin Feng's constant reading would stimulate Feng Chang, pushing him to the brink of death. Just then, a light whistling sound rang out, and in the dim forest, an arrow surrounded by a dreamy purple light shot straight at Qin Feng's chest. Qin Feng's first thought was that he was ambushed. His body reacted instantly, flashing like lightning to dodge. The arrow pierced through Qin Feng's afterimage, continuing to shoot through several ancient trees before stopping. More dangerous than a sniper rifle. What the hell, he dodged it, the man muttered, and quickly drew 3 more arrows to fire. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The 3 arrows shot forward like iron chains, aimed straight at Qin Feng's vital points. Motherfucker, still itching for a fight. Qin Feng was annoyed at being shot at so relentlessly. He felt that if he didn't get serious, the other guy wouldn't respect him. At this moment, the audience outside recognized the attacker as Bai Ri, one of the competition's seeds, with super talent and a cultivation level that had already reached the first layer of the entering Dao realm. Qin Feng had met a formidable opponent. Qin Feng cursed inwardly, while quickly dodging, unleashing the advanced mirage agility, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the forest. But the cold feeling on his back not only didn't diminish, but intensified, like countless venomous snakes stalking their prey, seeming that no matter how he dodged, he would still be hit. Qin Feng knew he couldn't face someone with such a high level, so he opened his ancient double pupils, and the world shifted into slow motion. Bai Ri Jing Gongyang, true to his name, was like an experienced hunter, sealing off all of Qin Feng's escape routes. But almost at the same moment, Bai Ri drew his bow, Qin Feng drew his sword from its sheath, and a dark light like a waterfall erupted. This heaven-severing sword draw combined double sword intent and the heaven-trampling body, making it faster and stronger. Impossible. Bai Ri's eyes widened in shock, sweat dripping from his forehead. Boom. You little punk. Ah! Bai Ri was sliced in 2. Bai Ri shrieked in pain at losing his little brother, falling to the ground and rolling around, unable to accept the reality, after Qin Feng mercilessly chopped off Bai Ri's little brother. Qin Feng turned to harass Feng Chang, who was meditating, continuously reading the novel The Chaste Wife in front of him. Clearly having the strength to destroy everything, Qin Feng didn't make a move at all, because of the inappropriate content. The broadcast switched to the exclusive channel of the Macfool country. The girl asked, Master Ma, you previously said that Qin Feng was talented but not trustworthy, and wouldn't show anything impressive in the life and death arena, but now with his extraordinary realm 9 layers, Qin Feng defeated an opponent in the first layer of the entering Dao realm with a single sword. What do you think about this? Macfool country was slightly embarrassed. From that sword strike, we can see that Qin Feng's sword intent has surpassed his level. But even if he reached the second layer, there's no way he could defeat the first layer of the entering Dao realm with just 1 sword. Could that sword strike have contained some other special power? The girl probed. Are you saying that Qin Feng might possess a special physique? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Macfool country immediately denied. Everyone knows that Qin Feng possesses the ancient double pupils. How could he also have a special physique? It's definitely because Qin Feng used a temporary power-boosting drug, Macfool country continued. Qin Feng's sword intent reaching the second layer proves that for the past 7 years he is focused on the way of the sword, but his supreme bone and ancient double pupils aren't strong. From defeating Bai Ri, who's ranked 153rd, we can see that Qin Feng's maximum strength is only around the top tier. Surpassing that number, around the top 100, he no longer has any advantage. The audience nodded in agreement. The expert's analysis is spot on. The camera pans away from the explicit content, ending the scene. The situation on the battlefield shifts again. After hearing Qin Feng finish the short story, Feng Chang couldn't suppress the demonic nature within him. Instantly, the Buddha and devil spirits behind Feng Chang shattered, evaporating into stardust, vanishing into the air. Feng Chang choked, spewing out a mouthful of red blood and collapsing. Bip. Bob congratulated the host on completing the mission, receiving a sword intent upgrade card for severely injuring the chosen one, Qin Feng, and gaining an extra 500,000 villain points. However, Qin Feng was a little disappointed that there were no more lucky draws, but very quickly afterwards, he set his sights on the Buddha relic. Having treasure in your house isn't your fault, but taking it out to tempt others is wrong. When Feng Chang failed to comprehend it, the Buddha's light also dissipated, and Qin Feng raised his hand, sucking the relic into his grasp. Bip. Bob congratulated the host on snatching the chosen one's opportunity, gaining another lucky draw. Finally, Qin Feng smiled contentedly. Feng Chang staggered and crawled to Qin Feng's feet. That's the foundation for my existence in the ancient era,
but was immediately kicked away. I'll never give it back, never ever.
After obtaining the Buddha relic, Qin Feng immediately ran away, knowing the law of the jungle all too well. But he'd only taken a few steps before he was blocked by a black-clad youth, who held a black sword in his hand. His eyes were exceptionally resolute, as cold as a still lake, and his slender figure was like a sharp blade. Qin Feng didn't receive a warning from the system, so he assumed the other party wasn't a chosen one. He ordered the guy to get out of his way, but what Qin Feng didn't know was that the youth was the young master of Mingjian Shanzhuang, famous sword villa, ranked 53rd on the overall power ranking. The youth unleashed a series of continuous sword strikes, without saying a word, and not caring whether Qin Feng wanted to fight or not. As the sword left its sheath, the clanging sound echoed throughout the forest. The youth instantly transformed into a sword king, his whole person becoming like a sharp blade, piercing through the clouds. He charged straight at Qin Feng, so strong, Qin Feng was startled, feeling the formidable power of the opponent. This opponent is at the 3rd level of Dao integration, with 3rd level sword intent, and is blessed with the heavenly sword physique. He's truly the strongest opponent Qin Feng has ever met. The youth swung his sword, creating a dazzling streak of light, rushing towards Qin Feng with incredible speed. But immediately after he missed, Qin Feng avoided the fatal blow, thanks to his enchanting shadow movement technique. The youth landed on the ground, his momentum rising. He aimed precisely at Qin Feng's position, the sword in his hand descending like a rolling dragon, shattering all illusions in an instant. Seeing that the opponent still wouldn't give up, Qin Feng tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his whole person transforming into a sharp blade, exuding coldness. He raised his sword, preparing to unleash the heaven-severing sword draw technique. Although he could defeat this guy, if he wasn't a chosen one, Qin Feng felt it would be a huge loss. The two swords clashed violently, creating an unpleasant metallic sound. The viewers outside were in an uproar. Neither of them is giving way. Impossible. Yi Jian, ranked 53rd, is a whole realm stronger than Qin Feng. His sword intent is also a level higher, plus he has the heavenly sword physique enhancing him, and yet he still can't defeat Qin Feng. The screen switched to Mao Nao Guo, who were staring in astonishment. Qin Feng and Yi Jian were engaged in a fierce battle without a clear winner, and the prolonged battle caused Yi Jian to become suspicious. He was a whole realm above Qin Feng, so how could he still not be able to defeat him? Just when Qin Feng was feeling a bit tired, Xiao Bai on his shoulder made a move. It extended its sharp claws towards Yi Jian's eyes, without hesitation, and pierced them. Yi Jian painfully staggered back, almost lost an eye. Qin Feng praised Xiao Bai's actions.
That's my bunny, brave as can be.
Contrary to expectations, Yi Jian didn't scream. Even though the sneak attack blurred his vision, he gleaned some insight from the battle with Qin Feng. Yi Jian stumbled forward, surrounded by countless afterimages, unleashing a barrage of sharp sword chi. He swung his sword like a madman, engulfing Qin Feng in murderous intent.
Qin Feng was alarmed by this all too familiar sight. This feeling was exactly like when he comprehended the invincible sword heart.
Qin Feng immediately activated his ancient double pupils, slowing down the killing intent in his eyes.
He used the enchanting shadow divine art and the illusory cloud steps to evade Yi Jian's attacks. Xiao Bai on Qin Feng's shoulder felt like he was about to pass out.
Di Jun of Six Paths sighed outside the arena, realizing that Qin Feng's defeat was imminent. Qin Feng's heaven-severing sword draw technique was indeed astonishing, but if he didn't eliminate his opponent from the start, he'd run out of steam. Yue Shen also wore a serious, worried expression. Facing an opponent who'd entered the Dao, Qin Feng was barely holding on. Qin Feng stomped his foot down, exuding a sharp aura. Yi Jian immediately became wary. Don't tell me you're about to use your supreme bone and ancient double pupils. You're not qualified.
Qin Feng replied coldly. While reaching into his storage space,
he rummaged around and pulled out dozens of bottles of aphrodisiacs. From afar, Bai Ri's painful screams could still be heard.
Yi Jian immediately lost his composure, hurriedly covering his nose and mouth and taking several steps back. There should be a limit, even for kids.
But Qin Feng wasn't a good person. He wouldn't be bound by morality.
He unleashed the falling leaf's promise, smashing all the bottles of aphrodisiacs, which went flying. My babies? Just as Qin Feng was spreading the powder towards the teenager,
Yi Jian's sword slashed out. Everything dissolved under the murderous intent. Even the powder was torn apart. Now is the time. Qin Feng quickly raised his sword, executing the heaven-severing sword draw technique, and at the same time, he called upon the system, using the Sword Dao Comprehension card. The all rivers run into the sea, perfectly integrated, that he had just obtained. Qin Feng only caught a glimpse of a dazzling, magnificent light that tore through myriad clouds. Fool, using the same move against a swordsman. Yi Jian was very dissatisfied with Qin Feng's actions, feeling insulted.
The sound of a sword being drawn echoed, sharp enough to pierce the heart.
Wrong.
This isn't the heaven-severing sword draw technique. The sound of intense metal clashing resounded throughout the forest. Two figures quickly rushed past each other, drawing their swords entering sheaths, a series of movements as smooth as if frozen in time.
Qin Feng's sword was back in its sheath. Yi Jian stood motionless on the spot. Who was the victor? The audience outside the arena craned their necks, their eyes glued to the screen, waiting for the results. Qin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, with countless wounds appearing on his body.
Fang Cheng, did you see that? Xin Feng has been defeated. At this moment, Feng Cheng had just stood up, declaring that he would not tolerate Xin Feng ruining his reputation. But suddenly, Yi Jian collapsed to one knee, unable to control himself any longer, and spewing out a mouthful of blood. A large wound appeared on his body, and blood flowed like a stream.
Di Jun of Six Paths was stunned, completely shocked by Xin Feng. This little rascal is amazing, just basic operation. Yu Shen, on the other hand, complacently looked very pleased with Xin Feng,
but in her heart she had already decided to teach Xin Feng a lesson when they returned.
How could he hide from her the fact that he had achieved the 3rd level of sword comprehension? The other experts all looked at Yu Shen with envy. Who wouldn't want to have a disciple like this? Di Jun of Six Paths stared intently at Xin Feng, discovering that his wounds were healing at an unbelievable speed.
Moreover, with the power of the heavenly sword physique, Xin Feng couldn't have just suffered minor injuries. This kid is really not simple.
Yi Jian still managed to stand up, even though he was heavily injured.
The invisible sword ki around him began to gather, forming a giant sword ki blade 20 meters high. It's the innate ability of the heavenly sword
physique. Is Yi Jian still not giving up? Seriously, Xin Feng wasn't backing down either. His chest flashed with golden light.
You could see traces of revolving runes. It was the Supreme Bone. Liu Dao Dijun was totally shocked. Supreme Bone versus Heavenly Sword Physique, I wonder who'll win. This is going to be epic. The terrifying power surged, uprooting trees within hundreds of meters. When the energy storm subsided,
Yi Jian was ragged, gasping for breath, kneeling on the ground, clearly exhausted, no longer able to fight, dude's totally spent.
Meanwhile, Xin Feng was still energetic, fighting even harder. The reason being is that Xin Feng was enhanced by the overlord body of the heavens. Not only did he not feel tired in battle, but he also felt his body becoming stronger over time, eventually progressing to indestructible golden body. Talk about OP. At this moment, Xiao Bai's voice rang out from behind. Looks like I don't need to make a move. Alright, I'll just sit here and eat carrots then, Xiao Bai said, sitting on Xin Feng's shoulder and starting to munch on a carrot. Munch, munch, munch.
After a period of chaotic fighting, right then, Xin Feng noticed someone sneaking away behind. Brother Yi, we have plenty of time. See you on the battlefield again. Xin Feng stepped heavily on the ground, rushing forward like a hunting leopard. Who do you think you are? You want to fight, you fight. You want to run, you run. The sharp sound of wind breaking startled Yi Jian, only to see Xin Feng appear in front of him in an instant, carrying a sharp gust of wind. Before Yi Jian could react, Xin Feng delivered a family jewel-crushing blow to him. Pop! It was the sound of a chicken crowing, eggs breaking. Ouch! Everyone around felt numb, feeling a chill down below. But Xin Feng had no intention of stopping. He looked around with a bright smile. Not dead yet. He's about to attack us. Run away quickly. Xin Feng quickly made a series of seals, and the Azure Sky Divine Sword split into 9 small swords, surrounding him. Made another seal. The 9 swords flew straight towards the 100 or so people around. PFT, PFFT, PFFT. Miserable screams rang out continuously. Xin Feng got 104,000 villain points for castrating 104 people. That's gotta sting, literally. Perhaps Xin Feng isn't the strongest, but he's definitely the most immoral guy right now. What a scumbag. Xin Feng's villain points have reached a terrifying 760,000 points, and he has another lucky draw, jackpot. Suddenly Xin Feng discovered a shocking scene. Feng Cheng was pressing Bai Ri down under his body. The chaotic situation left Xin Feng very confused. What the—
Aren't those Feng Cheng and Bai Ri? How come Bai Ri is on the bottom? Xiao Bai reminded Xin Feng.
Master already chopped off that guy's junk, how can he be on top? But seeing Xin Feng still boasting as if he helped them wholeheartedly cultivate,
even taking on a bad name to destroy their chastity, Xiao Bai reminded again. It's getting dark. If you don't find a place to stay, tonight will be another fierce battle. Not long after, Xin Feng found a secluded cave. This is a resting place dedicated to the contestants. Inside there will be no live filming, and martial arts practice is prohibited. No hanky-panky either.
After understanding, Xin Feng happily called out the system and started the lucky draw. Time to roll.
The lucky wheel appeared again, starting to spin slowly.
Bip boop. Congratulations, Master, for receiving the God-level Great River Sword Manual. Xin Feng suddenly saw a surging river formed from countless streams of sword ki. Where it passed, the sword ki was soaring and majestic. Suddenly, countless sword qian rushed over and engulfed Xin Feng. Whoa! He woke up with a start. Great River Swordplay. That's seriously OP, Xin Feng sighed, overwhelmed by the power of the Great River Swordplay. Aside from the heaven-severing sword draw, Xin Feng didn't know any other sword techniques, which led to this situation. If he couldn't one-hit KO his opponent, he'd be in a pickle, and the Great River Swordplay showed up just in time to solve this problem. Xin Feng immediately blew 1 million villain points to merge it with the Sword Intent Pagoda. Whoosh whoosh! Sword chi surged like a roaring river, instantly engulfing Xin Feng.
Xin Feng immediately entered a meditative state, surrounded by countless materialized sword chi. He quickly performed a mudra, causing the surrounding sword chi to rise up, creating a spectacular sight.
After finishing, Xin Feng nodded in satisfaction, then called the system to continue the lucky draw. Bip Bob. Congratulations, Master, on winning the God Tier Indomitable Will. Indomitable Will, God Tier. The possessor will be immune to all soul attacks above and below the heavens. The brief introduction made Xin Feng quickly merge with it. In the ancient cultivation world, soul attacks are basically attacking the soul, the worst kind of move. It's said that powerful soul attackers can mark slaves on the soul, causing the victim to lose their freedom, becoming slaves. Now that he had the indomitable will, Xin Feng no longer feared those terrible attacks. After comprehending the Great River Swordplay and the indomitable will, Xin Feng's eyes turned to the Buddha relic, and the dragon tattoo on his body also began to act strangely. Xin Feng felt very curious, so he began to absorb the relic on the spot. Boom. When receiving the Buddha relic, a terrifying surge of energy almost crazily flooded into Xin Feng's body. Xin Feng's whole body trembled. He clearly felt the blood in his body boiling, like flames were burning his bones and flesh. Xin Feng. What's wrong with you? Xiao Bai also noticed the abnormality, anxiously looking at Xin Feng in pain. It took out the bamboo scroll with the sage's writing, and placed it in Xin Feng's hand, hoping to help him resist the energy from the relic. At this time, a group of people had gathered outside the cave. Everyone was whispering to each other. Really want to deal with Xin Feng, that guy has no limits. Someone was quite worried. Meanwhile, the long-haired martial artist confidently said, currently, Xin Feng is ranked 51st, and his cultivation realm is the lowest. No one is easier to deal with than him. But what if he still has aphrodisiacs on him? Don't worry, friends are the greatest asset. If the lotus doesn't wither, we won't scatter. Immediately afterwards, the young man received a warm hug from his friend. Inside the cave, Xin Feng held the Buddha relic in one hand and the sage's bamboo scroll in the other. One belonging to the Buddhist school, one belonging to the Taoist school. Thanks to Xiao Bai placing the bamboo scroll in his hand, the surging energy from the relic suddenly subsided, no longer rampant as before. Thanks to the terrifying regeneration ability of the 33 Heavens creation art, broken bones and torn flesh were quickly regenerated. Xin Feng's body became stronger and stronger after each rebirth. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out throughout Xin Feng's body. His body began to tremble. An indescribable pain spread throughout his body, as if all his bones were shattered and his flesh was torn apart. Xin Feng skillfully circulated the 33 Heavens creation art, controlling the energy from the Buddha relic to seep into his body. The golden dragon tattoo on Xin Feng's body roared like crazy, absorbing the energy from the relic. With this authentic Buddhist energy, the power of the great might heavenly dragon would rise to a new level. Feeling the abundant energy in his body, Xin Feng decided to break through to the next cultivation realm in one go. Seeing Xin Feng's expression gradually return to normal, Xiao Bai breathed a sigh of relief. It almost became a wandering, ownerless rabbit. Suddenly, hurried footsteps rang out outside the cave, causing Xiao Bai's heart, which had just relaxed, to jump again. It looked at Xin Feng, who was at a crucial moment. Xiao Bai decided to stand up and block the cave entrance. Master, just focus on cultivating. Let's see how this little bunny handles this. Outside the cave, there were more than 100 men, all with cultivation realms, above the 5th level of entering Dao. Hey, my master is discussing big business inside. I advise you to leave immediately. On the surface, Xiao Bai was calm and composed, but in its heart, it was indescribably panicked, not knowing if it could scare them away. Discussing business, my ass. That Xin Feng has aphrodisiacs with him. What big business can he do? Even a donkey could guess what he's doing in there. Everyone was both jealous and hesitant. Currently, Xin Feng's fierce reputation is widespread. Within a day, he's made countless brothers call each other sisters. If they really disturbed him discussing business, thinking about it, they knew what the outcome would be. Better to come again next time. But someone piped up, all suspicious. That's just his rabbit, how can we trust it? I bet he's just healing inside. Before the guy could even finish his sentence, Xiao Bai vanished and reappeared right in front of him. Giving the dude no chance to react, Xiao Bai ruthlessly kicked him right in the family jewels. Thwack. A scream of agony. The guy curled up like a shrimp, followed by wails about losing his precious little brother. It's spatial power. This rabbit has spatial abilities. Everyone freaked out and backed away, eyes wide with caution. They never expected this cute bunny to be a Yao beast with the rare spatial talent. Xiao Bai didn't care, putting on a master's air. The rabbit has spoken. Anyone agree? Anyone object? Everyone looked at each other, feeling that Xiao Bai was acting mysteriously. If Xin Feng was really discussing something important inside, he wouldn't be so silent. Why can't we have more trust between humans and rabbits? Seeing that no one spoke up, Xiao Bai knew the only way was to fight it out. Xiao Bai took the initiative, using spatial power to move fast and kick, shattering a series of movements into pieces. How is this rabbit as shameless as Xin Feng? Although Xiao Bai showed great strength and used skills very skillfully, but who would come to the life and death arena without some finishing moves? Quickly calculating Xiao Bai's time and position, at the moment it appeared, a series of attacks like a storm hit. Xiao Bai was punched and flew away, covered in fresh blood.
It lay motionless on the ground, not knowing whether it was still alive. Everyone eagerly looked into the cave. Next is Xin Feng. As long as Xin Feng is killed, everything will be fine. But Xiaobai staggered to his feet, blocking the entrance to the cave, his voice weak but full of determination. As long as I'm here, don't even think about going in. Seeing Xiaobai's unyielding gaze, Yuan Shen felt very emotional in his heart. Although this little girl is usually unethical, she is very reliable in important moments. Wanting to protect Xin Feng with just that, well, I will kill, and kill you to celebrate, everyone around mocked. Xiaobai struggled to raise his head, his eyes suddenly flashing sharply. Sword energy! Why is there sword energy? Everyone changed their expressions, feeling Xiaobai's change. If Xiaobai was just a cute rabbit before, now it is like a sword about to be unsheathed, born to be cruel, the way of the sword, Xiaobai forever. Like a long, cold and indifferent night, the fusion of swords is really worthy of being a rabbit raised by Xin Feng. It not only learned Xin Feng's swordsmanship, but also his aura. Yue Shen suddenly felt confused. Xiaobai summoned the Changkong 9 swords, flying out of the cave, turning into 9 small swords surrounding Xiaobai. That is, the Changkong 9 swords. Everyone panicked, feeling that something big was about to happen. Poof, poof, poofed. The sounds rang out continuously. Along with that were screams of pain. The sword energy around was constantly surging, and divine power was boiling. The 9 small swords seemed to be ordered, turning into lightning bolts, immediately seizing the Kia souls of the warriors. Boom! The 9 swords were blown away by a force, and the chaotic scene was immediately brought under control. A man descended from the sky with a heroic demeanor. He pushed away the 9 swords, exuding the characteristic aura of an enlightened master, with amazing power. Everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that a master had intervened. Xiaobai's eyelids twitched slightly, knowing that something bad was about to happen. Inside the cave, Xin Feng also sensed the battle outside. He hurriedly took the time to break through the Lingwu realm, not expecting to be hindered like Feng Cheng. At this moment, Xin Feng's eyes opened, dark but flashing with a golden light like a stone. A terrifying aura rose around him, with a roaring river of sword energy behind him, a world-shattering tsunami, shocking everyone outside, that is, Xin Feng. They could clearly feel that he had broken through the Lingwu realm. Someone roared, "What are you waiting for? Charge and kill Xin Feng, or we'll all be dead when he comes out of seclusion." "Hold on, brothers," Tianjun's commanding voice boomed. Spear in hand, he stepped forward in front of the crowd, unleashing his aura like an invincible warrior. Tianjun is so heroic. Everyone instantly perked up, like they'd been given a guiding star. Xiaobai was extremely worried, ready to fight with all his might. Thump. Without the slightest hesitation, Tianjun dropped to his knees in front of the cave entrance, kowtowing like crazy. "Brother Xin Feng, this little brother Tianjun's admiration for you is like a never-ending, surging river. If you don't accept me today, I'll kneel here and die." Everyone was utterly silent, their jaws dropped to the floor. This guy didn't even wait to be asked before kneeling. Xiaobai's jaw dropped. He was stunned, thinking, holy crap, and here I thought I understood the spirit of the sword after following Xin Feng for so many years. Turns out, beyond the blue sky is another sky, and beyond the brothel is an even bigger brothel. There's always a master above a master. Just then, footsteps echoed out, and everyone felt a chill down their spines, as Xin Feng's cold voice came from inside the cave. "While I was gone, what kind of mess did you all make?" Everyone was horrified to realize Xin Feng had emerged from seclusion. Meanwhile, disregarding the stares of everyone around him, Tianjun remained kneeling before the cave entrance. "You fools!" It wasn't that Tianjun was shameless in bowing to Xin Feng, but because he sensed an unprecedented terror from that tsunami of power. Xin Feng wasn't just a divine son of the Yinyu dynasty, but also the first young master of the Daijie dynasty. Deeply connected with 2 great dynasties, these guys couldn't beat him, and wanted to drag him in as a meat shield. "Run!" Someone screamed in terror, and then everyone started scattering in all directions, daring to hunt my rabbits and leave nothing behind. Instantly, 9 swords soared into the sky, transforming into 9 streams of swordquest, tearing through space, furiously plundering the valuables of the warriors. Tianjun felt a chill down his spine, sweat pouring down his forehead, as the sound of whistling swords rang in his ears. He had tried to warn them about Xin Feng's terror, but he underestimated him nonetheless. In Xin Feng's hands, the 9 swords were completely different from how Xiaobai used them. Aside from those qi condensation warriors, absolutely no one could withstand his 9 swords. At that moment, an extremely cold voice rang out. A young woman in pure white, breathtakingly beautiful, stood on a flying sword hovering in mid-air. Annoyed by the brutal scene, she quickly made hand seals to control the speeding 9 swords. "It's Fairy Yulan," Tianjun recognized her instantly, knowing a lot about the world. At the same time, the male onlooker's eyes lit up, thinking she truly was an unparalleled beauty. Yulan was famous throughout the Yinyu dynasty, the daughter of Lan Mo, one of the 4 great beauties of ancient times alongside Yu Shen, and she possessed a mysterious bloodline. Just then, Xin Feng stood still, hearing the system notification in his head. Beep boop. detected an epic chosen daughter.
Xin Feng's eyes lit up, and he felt a bit dizzy. Since the system notification, he'd encountered 3 chosen sons, with Xin Yan and Princess Nanfeng appearing beside them. He always thought they were the chosen daughters,
but he didn't expect them to only be supporting characters. The real chosen daughter was someone else.
Thinking this, Xin Feng hastily suppressed his nature and muttered, "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I don't like other people's wives. I'm an upright gentleman." "Shameless," Yulan frowned. Was he looking down on her? She said coldly, "If I'm not mistaken, the only one who likes to use such despicable methods is Xin Feng,
the #1 villain of ancient times." Xin Feng replied, "Miss Pai, you've mistaken me." Yulan slowly descended. "Killing people should have its limits. I don't understand why you would humiliate them like this."
Xin Feng pointed to the group of warriors behind Yulan. "How about I just kill them all then?"
The warriors were struck dumb with terror. Faced with death, they still didn't choose to surrender. Yulan didn't waver at Xin Feng's words, but in her heart she could clearly sense that the power hidden within him was definitely not something ordinary warriors could withstand. Looking at Yulan's sexy figure, Xin Feng couldn't help but let his mind wander. Even though she's strong, she's still a bit weaker compared to Fang Cheng. If I were to face her with Dragon Dive into the sea, return to Origin Blaze, seeing Xin Feng's shifty eyes staring intensely at her, Yulan couldn't help but shudder. "He really is, just like the rumors say, utterly filthy." Her beautiful face flushed slightly. She said coldly, "You really are just trash." Even though she was listed as one of the 4 great beauties of antiquity, and knew that her beauty captivated many men, Yulan still felt uncomfortable all over when stared at by the bandit Xin Feng.
"You finally showed up." Seeing that Xin Feng was still safe and sound, Xiao Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. It collapsed onto the ground, exhausted.
"Those guys are such jerks. I thought I wouldn't get another chance to personally sell your underwear."
Xiao Bai felt its eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Finally unable to resist falling asleep, Xin Feng gently picked up Xiao Bai.
Unlike the pet rabbits he used to keep, Xiao Bai was now covered in blood, like a wild rabbit, but 10 times worse. At this moment, Tianjun rushed over anxiously. "Big bro, my name is Tianjun, from now on I'm your man." Can't deny it, Tianjun really nailed the loyal servant archetype.
Xin Feng assessed Tianjun, not finding him too annoying. Plus, Tianjun was at the first level of the entering Dao realm, so he definitely wouldn't be able to handle all the big and small matters himself in the future.
At this time, the system announced, "Host has subdued a loyal servant. Receive the Immortal Slave Dharma Seal." The Immortal Slave Dharma Seal has no grade. It seals itself onto the head of a loyal servant and allows the person to share half of the host's combat strength. If they ever betray you, they'll be burned by the flames of hell. Is this for real? Sharing combat strength means acknowledging me as the big bro, helping to increase my strength. Even though it seems like I don't gain anything in the short term, since betraying me means death, I decided to give it a try.
Xin Feng focused a mysterious blue rune on his fingertip. Before Tianjun could react, Xin Feng tapped it onto Tianjun's forehead. The blue rune appeared and disappeared on his forehead. In the sky, Yulan felt uneasy, worried. This is the strength of the #1 warrior of antiquity.
Just sealing an imprint on the forehead can increase power 5-fold.
Suddenly, the energy in Tianjun's body began to explode outwards. The ground beneath his feet cracked open, and his entire aura increased 4 or 5 times in the blink of an eye.
Tianjun could clearly feel the powerful energy within him. It really did increase several times over. I really did follow the right person.
He quickly bowed to thank Xin Feng.
Xin Feng raised his head and stared at Yulan. "If I put the rune on the heaven-chosen maiden and make her my woman, what rewards would I get from her?"
Yulan also noticed Xin Feng's hot gaze on her. Why is he staring at me like that? Even though my beauty captivates countless men, staring like that is so impolite. Xin Feng really is a bandit.
At this time, the system announced, "With the host, causing the heaven-chosen maiden to feel more favorably towards you, +1, received 100 villain points." What the heck, isn't this girl supposed to be the arrogant type?
Looks like I need to pay more attention to her. If I please her, she'll feel favorably towards me. To be able to conquer her, Immortal Yulan is truly worthy of her name. Her temperament is noble, her beauty is unparalleled, and she's also kind, not hesitating to expend her power to protect everyone. Such a broad vision makes this Xin Feng admire her. Hearing this, a subtle and unpredictable expression flashed across Yulan's cold face. Yulan quickly concealed that expression, saying, "Enough with the nonsense. If you want to kill them, defeat me first." Immediately, the system announced again, "The heaven-chosen maiden's feelings for you have increased by 3 points, received 300 villain points. She really is an interesting girl." Xin Feng took the Void God's sword, already having come up with a plan.
"Today I will conquer the heaven-chosen maiden at all costs," Yulan then said.
"Wielding swords to fight can easily harm innocent people, so how about we fight with our bare hands? If you win, I'll spare their lives, but if you lose, hey. Before she could finish speaking, Yulan agreed. Initially, Yulan wanted to take advantage of the fact that Xin Feng hadn't matured yet to try and test him, but she was always worried that Xin Feng would avoid it, wasting the opportunity. Unexpectedly, today Xin Feng had willingly walked into the trap. Such a good opportunity couldn't be missed.
Just then, A dragon's roar shattered the atmosphere, spreading across the battlefield of life and death. Who dares to hit Xiaolong?
Everyone on the battlefield was shocked and looked in the same direction.
In the battlefield of life and death, not only can you get points by defeating warriors, but hunting Yao beasts can also give you points. Among them there are two dragons, one big and one small. The big one is Daolong, and the small one is Jiaolong. Currently, experts are joining forces to beat up the small long.
If you can jump in and get a hit, you might get a big opportunity. Hurry, run fast. If you're late, there won't be anything left.
In the blink of an eye, the warriors scattered everywhere. Yulan's face turned pale as she watched the scene. I was just protecting you guys, and now you're treating me like this, so heartless.
Fine, because of that, I'm leaving too.
With that, Yulan tightened the sword in her hand, preparing to set off, but immediately her wrist was grabbed by a large hand. It was Xin Feng. To cling tightly to the heaven-chosen maiden's thigh, Xin Feng began to talk nonsense. With immortal Yulan's cultivation level, she definitely wouldn't care about those cowards who only know how to exploit others. Yulan was shaken, feeling her face heat up, and the hand being held by Xin Feng also began to burn. Of course I'm not going to hit the little long with them. Right then, Xiao Bai, who was totally faking sleep, chimed in. It hurts. It hurts so bad, master. Just kill me gently. It's okay if I die. Because in their eyes, I'm just a worthless animal.
After Xiao Bai's dramatic performance, Yulan started feeling sympathetic. I'll save you. You're not worthless.
Instantly, a weird green energy enveloped Xiao Bai, and in no time, it healed his wounds.
Seeing this, Xin Feng and Xiao Bai kept up the psychological warfare. One human, one rabbit, one yelling, one moaning. Xiao Bai's seriously injured, might die any second, so why don't you just come with us, sis? Xiao Bai kept laying on the moral pressure too. After their one man in a rabbit show,
Yulan agreed to travel with Xin Feng. She's officially boarded the bandit ship, lol.
Seeing Xin Feng smile brightly and thank her, Yulan had a weird feeling, like something was off, but she couldn't put her finger on it. At this moment, inside the cave, Xin Feng and his gang were all huddled around a fire.
Xin Feng said, Take care of Xiao Bai for me, will ya? Yulan hugged Xiao Bai gently. No need to say more. Helping the weak is my duty. No need for thanks.
Seeing that Xiao Bai was being taken care of, Xin Feng waved his hand and ordered, Tianjun, look after these two, and then he went out to do his thing.
In a flash, Xin Feng turned into a streak of light and sped off. Not long after, he appeared in front of that martial artist who hurt Xiao Bai. Xin Feng, what do you want now? The martial artist was shocked by Xin Feng's sudden appearance. Everyone else was super surprised. You thought I'd just let you off the hook? That was when everyone reacted. What are you gonna do? Is this about that rabbit earlier? One guy said, fine, we'll kill that Xiaolong and chop it into a million pieces for you to see. They were still grinning. Xin Feng couldn't hold back anymore. Xiao Bai is my dearest family. Our bond is thicker than blood. I was gonna give you guys a chance for Yulan's sake, but you guys didn't know how to cherish it. With that, Xin Feng gripped the Qingkong Divine Sword tight and drew the dragon-slaying stance.
In a split second, 9 streaks of swordlight shot through the crowd, furiously slicing up the meatballs. Panic screams echoed everywhere. By chopping off 121 special balls, Xin Feng got 121,000 villain points. He was satisfied as he sheathed his sword and praised that he did not remember to take revenge on the spot.
Meanwhile, in the flood dragon pond, a group of examinees were working together to attack the 40 meters long flood dragon. But Feng Chang just stood aside, calmly observing. In contrast to the united spirit of the group, the soulless eyes were like zombies, rushing up even when injured. What's going on here?
The new examinees who ran over saw the bizarre scene and were full of vigilance. With an ominous premonition, Feng Chang gave a devilish smile.
You guys came at the right time. Behind him, an extremely vicious statue of Buddha appeared, completely opposite of the attractive golden Buddha. Before, it looked extremely evil but also very strong.
Suddenly, the Buddha statue made a strange sound, like a Buddhist mantra. Those with higher realms immediately recognized it, and hurriedly covered their ears and fled in fear. This is the worst spiritual trick in the cultivation world. If we are controlled by him, we will turn into thoughtless zombies like them. But they clearly underestimated Feng Chang's will after blackening, and soon they were all surrounded by mantras, and their eyes gradually became soulless. Only one martial artist far from the battlefield was still trying to resist. Feng Chang walked smoothly in front of him and choked his neck.
You're quite smart, kid, but that's all for you.
Feng Chang opened his mouth and bit directly into his neck, sucking up his life force to heal his wounds. Not long after, he turned into a dry corpse. Feng Chang threw the corpse aside and continued to drain the next martial artist, a very bloody scene. As long as he killed the flood dragon and obtained the dragon pearl, his strength would skyrocket in a short period of time. Then he would enslave more people, making Xin Feng suffer. Princess Nanfeng was stunned, really unable to believe that Feng Chang had turned into this. Completely contrary to the image of a gentleman who was polite and intelligent in her imagination, Feng Chang is now completely a demon, who uses any means to achieve his goals. After a night of rest, Xin Feng and his gang arrived in front of a cliff hanging high, above which was a huge cave, and below which was a white beach of bones, including humans and Yao beasts.
Tianjun trembled. Big brother, what are we doing here? Are you going to kill the dragon? What do you think? Xin Feng twisted his neck for a warm-up and prepared something. It's really gonna kill the dragon. Tianjun felt dizzy, thinking his big brother must have gone crazy. Yulan felt the same way as Tianjun. The great dragon, with the 5th level of Dao entry, was a rare Yao in the Yao race, many times stronger than human martial artists of the same level. No matter how terrifying Xinfeng's talent was, could he really kill a dragon with the 1st level of Dao entry? That seemed a bit delusional. Xinfeng also received a notification. The heavenly chosen daughter's affection for you has decreased by 1 point. Xinfeng's face turned pale. He didn't understand why her affection dropped suddenly. Could it be because she felt he was too busy with work and didn't care about her? Xinfeng quickly grabbed Yulan's hands and said, "Don't worry, sis Yulan. After I kill the twin dragons, I'll distribute the resources to you." Though outwardly still cold, Yulan was cursing Xinfeng countless times in her heart. "He dares to touch my hand. How shameless." At the same time, the system kept notifying. The heavenly chosen daughter's affection continues to decrease by 1 point. What's going on? I show her care, and her affection drops. Heavenly chosen daughters are so hard to please. Xinfeng waved his hand and said, "Indeed, women only slow down my sword-drawing speed." After warming up, Xinfeng handed Xiao Bai to Tianjun and rushed into the cave at lightning speed. Tianjun worried at the foot of the mountain. "Big brother, be careful, I don't want to see you get turned into a pancake by the dragon after just getting to know you." Looking at Xinfeng's resolute back, Yulan fell into deep thought. Last night, he didn't hesitate to put aside his grudges to save her pet rabbit. Today, he promised to share the treasures, even at the cost of his own life. These actions show that he's not as heartless as the rumors say. Have I been too suspicious of him? Should I be gentler with him? As soon as he entered the cave, Xinfeng received another notification. The heavenly chosen daughter's affection has increased by 5 points. Received 500 villain points. System, are you deliberately messing with me? At this moment, in the main hall of the Yinyu dynasty, even great masters like Lu Dao Dijun were horrified, feeling that Xinfeng was far too reckless to dare to go kill a dragon. Yue Shen could only shake her head. The reality is such. This is a true dragon race, with innate advantages much stronger than the human race. Not to mention that he has only just broken through to Lingwu 1st level. Even Dao entry 9th level cultivators may not dare to provoke the dragon race. Since ancient times, it's only been the dragon race proactively challenging the human race across levels. It's rare to see the opposite. Moreover, it's Dabio entry 1st level challenging Dabio entry 5th level. This has never happened. Or does he have an ace up his sleeve? Yu Shen innocently said. "Don't look at me, I don't know anything." Now she really didn't know who Xinfeng was anymore. At this moment, explosions continued to echo from the location where the flood dragon was. Fang Cheng's face revealed madness, as the flood dragon was constantly attacked by bombs, scales falling off in pieces, blood flowing like rain. But Fang Cheng was still not satisfied, continuing to use secret techniques to control and enslave the many people who came to watch the battle. He was truly ruthless. Lu Dao Dijun had experienced countless storms of blood and fire, but the officials in the palace were filled with indignation, unforgiving towards demons and devils. Princess Nanfeng was stunned, unable to believe that Feng Cheng had changed so much. The old man protecting the delegation slowly said, "Blackening is the release of suppressed desires within," meaning Feng Cheng was originally only pretending to be refined. In essence, he is selfish and vicious. Impossible. Impossible. The princess repeatedly shook her head, refusing to believe that Feng Cheng was such a person. As soon as Xinfeng rushed into the cave, he immediately activated his ancient heavy pupils. Thanks to the power of his eyes, he could clearly see a huge dragon head sleeping soundly. The dragon never thought that anyone would be brave enough to challenge it. The dragon's eyelids flickered open, seemingly sensing an intruder. "Found you." Xinfeng drew his sword. As the dragon's eyes widened, a dim light burst forth from the sword sheath. Danger. Before the dragon could react, a streak of red splattered. It only felt that its eyes couldn't see anything, and a sharp pain spread from its left eye throughout its body. So painful, a painful roar echoed throughout the region. With its left eye pierced, the dragon instantly went berserk. Rocks in the cave fell continuously, and terrifying cracks appeared everywhere. Not good, the cave is collapsing. Xinfeng hurriedly rushed out. Tianjun panicked. "Big brother." Seeing that Xinfeng was safe, he felt relieved, but immediately after, his heart leaped again. Rumble. The cave completely collapsed. A pitch-black dragon nearly 100 meters long soared out from the rubble. Upon closer inspection, the dragon's left eye had become a bloody socket. It roared angrily in the air, as if declaring that it would find that person and tear him to shreds. "Donghua is killing me." Xiao Bai quickly stretched his ears down, almost deafened by the roar. Xinfeng didn't give the dragon a chance to breathe. He jumped onto the dragon's head. Before it could even think about revenge, he ruthlessly used Heaven Illusion Light to attack. Boom! The dragon got blasted right in the face, a splash of red blooming in mid-air. This time it was real dragon fury. Who knew this guy was so shameless that he used that trick to blow its face at the start, and ruined its looks too. But before the dragon could retaliate,
Xin Feng's eyes flashed with a purple light, and the surrounding sky suddenly darkened. Countless enormous eyes appeared. Pew, pew, pew. The eyes in the sky fired laser-like beams of light, bombarding the dragon.
The dragon wailed in pain, its tough scales pierced by the Taiyan's second Shi divine light. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Before it could react, the dragon felt a cold draft from behind. Qingkong divine sword had split into 9 swords at some point, turning into streams of swordlight shooting straight into its breathing holes. The dragon's eyes widened, and it screamed in agony, experiencing unimaginable pain.
Tianjun quickly covered his butt when he saw that scene. Yue Shen on the outside couldn't bear to watch either, realizing Xin Feng's moral standards were even lower than she thought.
The dragon's mournful roar echoed from afar, and then fell silent, everything returning to quiet.
Hearing the sound, Xin Feng knew the Jiao dragon was dead.
He had to quickly kill the great dragon, otherwise it would definitely attract other contestants to compete. Life and death depended on this move. Xin Feng seriously ripped open his shirt, revealing the golden dragon tattoo flashing on his chest.
Unlike other people's dragon tattoos,
the tattoo on his body seemed alive, constantly wriggling and emitting sounds like Great Might Heavenly Dragon, Great Compassion Incantation, Many Buddhas, Breaking the Dragon in the Heavens. Instantly the dragon figure on his body flew out, transforming into a huge golden dragon no smaller than the black dragon. One black, one gold. The 2 dragons roared and charged into a wrestling match.
See if I don't kill you.
Xin Feng continuously unleashed moves, almost exhausting his energy. If he didn't finish this quickly, he'd be the one falling.
He quickly controlled the 9 swords to stir up mud in the dragon's body.
The dragon's eyes blurred, its face contorted in pain. Its body was being ravaged by Xin Feng to the point of reaching its limit, unable to control itself anymore.
The dragon's huge body suddenly lost balance, falling from the sky. It made sounds like burps, as if complaining about Xin Feng's cruelty.
While mobilizing its last strength, unleashing the tail of the divine dragon towards Xin Feng. What? Xin Feng's pupils shrank, and he pushed Yulan and Tianjun away with all his might.
Bam! Xin Feng was hit by the tail of the divine dragon, his chest bones shattered. The organs inside his body were also damaged. He flew backwards dozens of meters, slamming hard into a cliff.
Tianjun was the first to rush over. If Xin Feng hadn't pushed him away, he would be dead now. I'm okay, run quickly.
Xin Feng was in a battered state, ordering Tianjun to leave quickly. The news of the dragon's death would spread quickly, and it would be too late to run later.
Xin Feng struggled to get up, taking the dragon into the space. But the dragon cried in its last breaths. He didn't give the dragon a chance to react, attacking continuously with a big hit to its face.
He hadn't even shown a bit of his power and was dead. Carry me quickly. Xin Feng didn't have the strength to stand up, and had to rely on Yulan and Tianjun to carry him.
In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them, along with the rabbit, escaped the battlefield. Meanwhile, at Xiaolong Pond, after being continuously attacked by Feng Cheng's bombs, Xiaolong was completely exhausted. Xiaolong's huge body collapsed. Now it could only look at Feng Cheng with tearful eyes as he took away its dragon pearl, but Xiaolong couldn't do anything. Feng Cheng happily admired the dragon pearl, then imagined, after defeating Xin Feng, he would force him to drink hundreds of pounds of pig urine, so that he would experience the feeling of pain 10 times. 100, 1,000 times. Ha ha! I am the invincible, the heavenly general in this world. Xin Feng, wait for me. But as he was intoxicated with imagination, the dragon's mournful sound came from afar. Hearing it, it was the death sound of the great dragon. What? Who dares to kill the great dragon? Feng Cheng couldn't believe it. The dragon pearl in his hand suddenly became tasteless. He took out a piece of jade, injected force into it, projecting the points ranking. His original first place suddenly changed to the name Xin Feng. Pluffed. Feng Cheng choked on a mouthful of blood, his Dao heart wavering. He didn't understand why Xin Feng could kill the dragon, nor did he understand why every time he was confident of winning, that bastard Xin Feng appeared at the right time to spoil things. This is impossible.
After Xin Feng off the great dragon, Feng Cheng's Dao heart totally shattered, man. Everything Feng Cheng used to have is now Xin Feng's. He's so not happy about it.
Feng Cheng's convinced Xin Feng couldn't have killed that dragon without getting messed up. Xin Feng's gotta be seriously injured right now. If he can find him, he can get revenge. And snag the dragon pearl. Talk about hitting the jackpot. Meanwhile, Xin Feng's patching himself up in a cave. Even though the dragon's tail didn't land a direct hit, he still needs a night to fully recover. Ding ding, system notification.
Host prevented the Chosen One from refining a treasure, rewarded with 50,000 villain points. Also, for making the Chosen One's Dao heart shaky, here's another 10,000 villain points. Sweet.
Why only Feng Cheng though? Where's Yulan at? Xin Feng stroked his chin, wondering if Yulan's maybe got a thing for him. Otherwise, as a Chosen One, how could she not hate him, the villain? Whatever, I'm the guy she can't have, right? Gotta be decisive, can't overthink it. He focused his energy on healing his injuries. Just then, Yulan suddenly says, I'm gonna find some food, Tianjun. Stay here and protect young Master Qin. But Tianjun was a little worried. Yulan said confidently, relax. No one on this battlefield can hurt me. It's not arrogance, it's just pure confidence in her own skills, you know? Back in the cave, Xin Feng's healing and checking the system interface. He's got 297,000 villain points left. After thinking for a bit, he decides to spend 30,000 to get a 100-fold boost of enlightenment aura, so he can break through the third layer of the 3,000 creation realm to the fourth. Suddenly, the system pipes up. Host can exchange for 10,000-fold enlightenment aura, lasts for 12 hours, intellect increased by 10,000 times. Xin Feng's instantly hooked, and decides to get it ASAP. Boom! Xin Feng felt like a bolt of lightning struck his head. He felt like he was flying, becoming an immortal, a god. It was like the whole world was kneeling at his feet. What a magical feeling. Xin Feng immersed in this feeling. Unable to restrain himself, his mind began to frantically deduce the 3,000 creation realm, fourth layer. He can even multitask with this system, working with the Tai Yin Yang light of the primordial Chong Tong, along with the supreme heaven bone light and the great river draw sword technique of the great might heavenly dragon. The sun came up, and Yulan and Xiaobai brought back a ton of fruit. But Xiaobai only eats carrots and fighter snacks that Xin Feng gives him, not caring about the fruit at all. But while talking to Xiaobai, an arrow silently flew out, heading straight for Yulan. Thwack! The arrow tore through the air, and Yulan's left hand was instantly pierced. The intense pain sent her flying backwards, forgetting all about Xiaobai and the pile of fruit. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, the man smirked. He's been eyeing Yulan for a while, but those three are always together, so he never had a chance. Yulan alone is the perfect opportunity, he can't miss it. But when he gets there, the scene isn't what he expected. Yulan's gone, and there's just fruit scattered everywhere. Damn it! Yulan never expected someone with her level would fall for a sneak attack from some punk kid. To make things worse, the arrow's got poison on it, and her vision's getting blurry. Hang in there. Almost there, Xiaobai encouraged Yulan, dragging her back to the cave by the hem of her clothes. Thanks to Xiaobai's encouragement, Yulan struggled to get back on her feet, but the poison kicked in. She lost consciousness completely. Right before she passed out, Yulan suddenly felt someone gently holding her, and Xin Feng's voice rang out. Just stepped outside and got shot. Chosen daughter, chosen one, and you get taken down this easily. Bleep bloop. Congratulations, host. You've triggered a choice mission. 1. Pull up your pants, confidently say some tough words. Reward. Second layer of the divine cudgel technique. 2. Kill the chosen daughter with one strike. Reward. Mysterious weapon, the dragon slaying saber. 3. Help the chosen daughter detoxify. Reward. Physique of 100 poisons immunity. Xin Feng looked at the system with a raised eyebrow. Oh, I see. You're really trying to be a player, huh? But I'm a righteous guy. I can't pick the first two options. Even though he kinda wants to confidently give a stern talking to, he wants to kill the chosen daughter with one strike. But then, he thinks about his future mother-in-law, Lan Ma, one of the 4 beauties of the ancient era. He can save her daughter, can she be touched, and give him her daughter. Alright, for the sake of possibly calling her mom in the future, I'll save her. With that, Xin Feng took off all of Yulan's coat to detoxify Nan without taking off his clothes. While with women, you have to take all of their clothes off, that's the rule. Thanks to the medical knowledge he learned from the moon god, Xin Feng quickly detoxified Yulan. Gazing at Yulan's smooth, jade-like skin, he didn't want to stop. But to prove that he had saved her, Xin Feng carved the words, Xin Feng was here on Yulan's beautiful back, but then thought it might be better to change it to boss comes and goes safely. While Xin Feng was hesitating, the system suddenly announced, Congratulations, host. You have gained benefits from the chosen daughter, rewarded with 100,000 villain points. Also, for completing the 3-in-1 choice mission, the host has been rewarded with the physique of 100 poisons immunity. What? Just like that, he gets 100,000 points? Xin Feng couldn't believe it. This is way easier than fighting to the death outside. He quickly rolled up his sleeves, ready to get to work, but just as Xin Feng was about to continue his actions, Yulan groggily opened her eyes. She felt an itch on her back like something was crawling on it, and immediately reacted. Yulan was startled and sat up abruptly. Their eyes met, and the cloth covering her chest slipped down, revealing her bare breasts. You scoundrel! Yulan finally saw the scene clearly, hastily covered her chest, and shouted, Get out! Oh, wrong place to cover. Xin Feng also quickly reached out to help cover her. But immediately Yulan lunged forward and tightly covered Xin Feng's eyes. You lecher. Don't look. The intelligence of a heaven's chosen maiden is truly questionable. Xin Feng was stunned by Yulan's actions. He closed his eyes to comfort Yulan while adjusting her clothes for her. Luckily, I'm an upright person, or you would have been devoured long ago. Xin Feng firmly grasped Yulan's hand and said seriously, Rest assured, I closed my eyes completely while helping you undress. How could an upright person like me dare to peek at you? Yulan Fairy, I don't even know how many scars you have on your beautiful body. Then, he stretched and peeked at Yulan stealthily. I've helped you detoxify, I'm so tired. If only someone could massage my back and shoulders. Although Yulan was still embarrassed, everything proved that Xin Feng was indeed an upright person, and he had saved her life, so Yulan decided to repay him handsomely. She blushed and said, Just lie down, and I'll make you comfortable. So Xin Feng began to enjoy a heavenly life. May I ask, who in this ancient world can be treated like this by one of the 4 great beauties, Yulan? How's my technique, young master? Amazing! Xin Feng's face was filled with happiness. Oh, really? I can make you even more ecstatic. With that,
Yulan wrapped her legs around Qinfeng's back and straddled him, ready to get down to business. Could it be that I've opened the secret box? Even though Qinfeng's target was the future father-in-law, tasting the daughter first didn't seem too bad, but immediately, Yulan grabbed Qinfeng's wrist and yanked it back forcefully. Crack! A miserable scream echoed through the cave. You despicable fellow! This is my revenge! You closed your eyes while undressing me? You must have been groping all over the place, right? And how do you know if I have scars or not? Qinfeng struggled. But Yulan pinned him down and continued to teach him a lesson. After a while, Qinfeng lay flat on the rock. Yulan clapped her hands in satisfaction and stood up. Don't play dead. I didn't use much force just now. At this moment, Qinfeng was on the verge of collapse. Today, I fought a dragon and suffered severe injuries, and I just used my Ling Qi to detoxify you, and now you treat me like this, so pathetic I might not see the sun tomorrow. Yulan's heart softened immediately upon hearing this. She didn't expect Qinfeng to endure so much for her, and she quickly helped him up. Leaning on her shoulder, seeing Yulan's change in attitude, Qinfeng didn't care about his injuries, and rubbed his head against her chest. Yulan gauge. Do you believe in love at first sight? Yulan's face flushed red, not expecting Qinfeng to still be unserious at this time. Tell me quickly, where are your injuries? Let me heal them. But Qinfeng pretended to be in great pain. I know my condition. Before I pass away, I only hope that Garage can fulfill my last wish. He held Yulan's hand tightly, his eyes filled with sorrow. I hope that Garage will give me a kiss. Get out. Kiss what? Yulan didn't expect Qinfeng's wish to be like that. Seeing Yulan wavering, Qinfeng immediately launched a barrage of attacks. Actually, before I met Ji, she never believed in love at first sight. But she has overturned my previous views. From the first time I saw her, my heart fell into her arms. That heart full of love only beats for her from now on. Even if I have to die in her arms, I am willing. Yulan's face turned even redder, and her heart beat wildly like a deer, thinking about how Qinfeng was seriously injured to save her, and then because of her recklessness, Qinfeng was severely damaged. Yulan's heart was filled with guilt. Should she fulfill his last wish? Yulan's eyes fluttered, and she slowly approached Qinfeng. Qinfeng could also feel Yulan's fragrance. Different from Ziyan, Yulan carried more tenderness. He didn't expect his acting to actually deceive Yulan. But Qinfeng was not satisfied, and immediately activated his power, tightly hugging Yulan's small waist, and his lips rushed over. Smack! Yulan was caught off guard. Due to the benefits gained from the Heaven's Chosen Maiden, Qinfeng gained 100,000 villain points. Reacting, Yulan forcefully pushed Qinfeng away, finally realizing that she had been deceived. This is my first kiss. I didn't expect that I've maintained my purity for over 10 years, but today it was lost to Qinfeng. Just as Qinfeng was pushed away, he pulled at Yulan's covering clothes. Huh. Why is the color different from what I saw just now? The system announced again. Taking advantage of the Heaven's Chosen Maiden, you have been rewarded 100,000 villain points. Return what you stole, you thief. Yulan was furious. Having her first kiss stolen, and now her covering clothes stolen, she no longer cared about her image, and rushed forward to snatch it back, stomping on Qinfeng, causing him to fall backward, and Yulan also fell on top of him. Since you're lying on top of me like this, I won't be able to restrain myself. Qinfeng hugged Yulan's waist tightly again, his lips pressing closer. I know I'm very handsome, and my charm is great, but rest assured I won't resist, just come at me. Yulan was stunned by Qinfeng's series of actions. You hooligan, you really have no shame, let's see if I tear your mouth apart. Then she lunged and grappled with Qinfeng, completely unaware that behind her, a warrior appeared. Qin boss, I finally found you. The warrior was a head taller than Tianjun, his left hand tightly gripping Tianjun, who was in a sorry state. Receiving villain points, Qinfeng disgustedly pushed Yulan aside. Yulan fairy. I know that I am strong and elegant, but romantic encounters are only meaningful with a loved one. Don't force me to do such a thing. Yulan was so angry that she couldn't speak for a long time. Seeing Yulan seducing Qinfeng, the giant released Tianjun and roared, That enchantress, daring to seduce Qinfeng, let me chop you in half. Damn it, this guy is too hot-tempered. Yulan had just escaped death, and her strength had not recovered. Qinfeng was really worried that Yulan would be chopped, and he quickly stopped him. Big brother, calm down. Let's talk things over clearly. Seeing Qinfeng, the warrior said excitedly, Xin boss, I am Wan Ma. From now on I will serve you wholeheartedly. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. Qinfeng was dumbfounded. Not understanding what was happening, Wan Ma immediately hugged Qinfeng's leg like a kidnapped child. Finally found home. At this moment, Wan Ma looked at Qinfeng with teary eyes, but Qinfeng was disgusted, turning his face away. Bro, with that Lingkui look of yours, it's best not to act cute. Qin Liaota. You won't take me in, Wan Ma cried even louder, thinking Qinfeng didn't want him. Okay, I'll take you. First, cover your face. Qinfeng immediately imprinted a Xian slave seal on Wan Ma. He agreed to take him as a disciple because he believed in the effectiveness of the Xian slave seal. Honestly, Wan Ma was just too annoying. Then Qinfeng just wished he would scram away from him quickly, his combat power would increase along with it. Wan Ma's heart was greatly shaken.
He knew Qin Laota was a well-known warrior in the wasteland, the future successor of the Qin family. But he didn't expect him to be able to increase someone else's combat power fivefold with just a touch. At this moment, the system announced, the Xian slave seal has reached its maximum limit. To unlock a higher limit, the host needs to upgrade his realm. So this has a limit. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel disappointed. He initially thought he could use this trick to gather an army of 1 million people to fight Feng Cheng, but now it seemed impossible. The only lucky thing was that both of them had pretty good realms. Looking at Wan Ma's excitement, Qin Feng suddenly felt familiar. He remembered his 8 years in the Qin family. Wan Ma, whose real name is Qin Wan, was a handsome young man when he was young. Now he's just grown up. He is the beloved son of the 13th commander of the Qin family. His position in the Qin family is second only to the head of the family. His appearance here must have been arranged by the Qin family's ancestor. I wonder if something happened to the Qin family that they sent him to ask for help, or is it just simply sending him to assist me? At this moment, Wan Ma seemed to sense something, and immediately urged Qin Feng, Qin Laota, run quickly, Feng Cheng is catching up, looks like nothing's going on with the Qin family. Qin Feng patted Wan Ma's shoulder, pushing him away. If he wants to come, let him come. If he wants to fight, let him fight. Qin Feng was so confident because, with the help of 10,000x wisdom light, he had comprehended the 4th level of the 3,000 creations, even the ancient Chongtong sword drawing technique, and Great River sword art as well. He felt he didn't need Fang Chang's dragon pearl at all. Fang Chang, oh Fang Chang, you always appear at the most important moment to earn villain points. If Yulan didn't call him dad, he would make him call him dad. Thinking of this, Qin Feng couldn't help but let out a villain's signature laugh. Ha 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 bro, why are you laughing so strangely? Tian Jun and Wan Ma looked at each other, not daring to say anything. The two could only stay in the cave to protect Yulan. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a large group of contestants tightly surrounded the cave, with no way to escape. But all had dull eyes like walking corpses. Above their heads was Fang Chang, with disheveled hair and a terrifying appearance, completely demonized. Seeing this, Qin Feng mocked, oh so it's you. You got demonized from losing your wife, Fang Chang, warrior. It's so hot yet you're acting cold. You afraid of catching a cold or what? Qin Feng, shut up. Feng Chang wanted to show off in front of Qin Feng, but unexpectedly, bringing up the matter of Princess Nan Feng, reopened his spiritual wound, making Feng Chang want to tear Qin Feng apart. He immediately poured out all his strength, carrying endless power, and kicked straight at Qin Feng. Too fast, Qin Feng was surprised, immediately forming hand seals with both hands, then activating the ancient Chongtong to analyze and block Feng Chang. Feng Chang's face was filled with shock. He himself had broken through the 7th level of Ling Wu, with added blackening power, and also absorbed the Dragon Pearl, so how could his power be on par with Qin Feng, who had just broken through the 1st level of Entry Dao? Qin Feng clearly felt that Feng Chang was stronger, not giving him a chance to react. He quickly grabbed Feng Chang's leg and threw him hard to the ground, like Hulk throwing Loki. Bang bang bang. After a miserable beating, Feng Chang lay motionless in the deep pit. Feng Chang was extremely surprised. His head was filled with question marks. How could Qin Feng be so strong after only comprehending the 1st level? Wasn't he just out killing a dragon yesterday? Why wasn't he injured after killing the dragon? I'm not willing. Feng Chang strained to push forward, breaking free from Qin Feng's control. He stomped his feet hard on the ground, flying backward 10 meters in the blink of an eye. Ordinary strength, not scary. Feng Chang thought Qin Feng was only stronger in terms of brute force, but wanting to defeat him with that little strength was too naive. Qin Feng didn't panic at all. His lips pressed tightly together, and suddenly 7 or 8 copies of him appeared around him, making it difficult to distinguish which was the real one. I wonder if you're satisfied with this trick. After witnessing Qin Feng's clones, Feng Chang didn't dare to underestimate this trick. He had to put in all his strength to be able to block it. Immediately, the spiritual power in Feng Chang's body erupted violently, turning into a giant purple aura. He stomped hard on the ground with all his might, bringing the momentum of a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting, rushing straight towards Qin Feng. Taking a head-on approach, seeing who was tougher, Qin Feng's eyes were like lightning, his overwhelming aura suffocating. A powerful aura covered his body, and his white hand drew out the Void God's sword. Bang, bang! The Void God's sword swung gracefully like a dragon, its cry echoing across the sky. The sword light collided violently with the aura, creating a storm that swept through the forest, the whistling wind making the hair on the back of the neck stand on end. Damn, is this a battle of the Entry Dao stage, or what? Tian Jun was trembling in Wan Ma's arms. Like, even they at the Entry Dao realm couldn't make such devastation. Awesome, awesome. This is what a final fight between 2 martial artists looks like. The audience outside cheered wildly, their blood pumping as they watched Qin Feng's sword draw technique blocked by Feng Chang. Even at the 7th level of the Entry Dao realm, Feng Chang couldn't hide his excitement anymore. Knowing Qin Feng only had that one sword draw technique, Feng Chang didn't hesitate, didn't stall, and charged straight at Qin Feng. Feng Chang was absolutely not giving Qin Feng a chance to use his ancient heavy pupils or other spells. He even ordered the controlled contestants to attack, Qin Feng not caring about morals. That wasn't just Qin Feng's privilege. The two guys, eyes full of seriousness, hair all messed up, desperately rushed to protect their master, their loud shouts echoing through the sky.
The controlled contestants, not afraid of death, charged right in. Tianjun and Wanma were lucky they arrived just in time.
Qin Feng remained calm, turned around, his robes fluttering in the wind.
His whole body was like a fine sword, unsheathed, incredibly sharp. The whistling sound of sword energy rang around him, as if 10,000 swords were honoring him as their king. The space around Qin Feng trembled, the sound of swords echoed non-stop. A vast sea of sword energy surged forth, and the sound of wind tearing through the sky echoed everywhere, with 10,000 swords screaming their blades' song.
A massive flood surged from the heavens, countless sword energies converging into a raging river, as if wanting to swallow everything. Holy crap. Sword energy gathering into the Great Harmony Sword, Feng Chang's pupils dilated, and he screamed inwardly,
"The heck! Even though I've gone dark, how can I be suppressed by Qin Feng?" In the Yin Moon dynasty, the audience was completely awestruck by the Great Harmony Sword. As Qin Feng's guardian in the Yin Moon dynasty, Yue Shen definitely knew about the Great Harmony Sword, so did she know anything at all?
As Qin Feng's guardian for 7 years, she didn't know what skills he had, what he had focused on in the past 7 years, whether she was a guardian or a maid. If Yue Shen were still in charge of Qin Feng's studies, they'd feel guilty. It was such a waste of Qin Feng's talent. The old Taoist priests glanced at Yue Shen, signaling voluntarily withdraw from the position of Qin Feng's guardian.
After the Great Harmony Sword, Feng Chang was panting, his face filled with fear. He had a psychological shadow of Qin Feng. Before Qin Feng, Feng Chang felt completely powerless to resist, like Sun Wukong in the hands of Buddha, too small and easily destroyed.
Ding. Congratulations to the host for leaving a psychological shadow on the Child of Destiny, receiving 100,000 villain points. Only 100,000.
Qin Feng wasn't satisfied, his figure flashed,
and he actively attacked. Qin Feng's ancient eyes flashed with purple light, and countless giant eyes appeared in the sky again. Feng Chang, if you don't give me at least 1,000,000 villain points, don't even dream of escaping today.
Seeing the sky full of giant eyes, Feng Chang only felt his hair stand on end, his body trembling unnaturally, and his dread of Qin Feng continued to grow. Puff, puff, puff. The eyes in the sky shot out beams of light, sweeping across everyone on the ground.
Qin Feng, you're deliberately making things difficult for me. Even if I have to sell my soul to the devil, I have to kill you today. Feng Chang's face twisted, and he looked up and roared ferociously, surrounded by a terrifying, evil aura. It seemed something scary was about to be unleashed. A ground-shaking roar resounded across the life and death arena, and an eerie pressure like a tide swept over, covering the entire battlefield.
Qin Feng realized the situation was critical. He had gone too far and forgotten that Feng Chang was a child of destiny. He quickly retracted his spells,
then shouted loudly, "Is there a manager here? I'm reporting Feng Chang for hiring a substitute fighter." Outside, Yue Shen only felt dizzy at Qin Feng's shamelessness. She had a new understanding of his moral limits. When the smoke cleared, Feng Chang had completely changed compared to before. Instead, there was a man with bloodshot eyes, radiating an eerie, evil aura all over his body. While still retaining Feng Chang's appearance, his insides had been taken over by a venomous snake. Watching the man walk towards him step by step, Qin Feng panicked. "Big bro, let's talk things out. We're just messing around. Don't hurt each other. How about we just call it quits?" At this moment, another earth-shattering explosion rang out from afar, and a terrifying pressure like a tide swept over, covering the entire battlefield.
The man pursed his lips in shock, groaning. Little Mao from the Yin Yu dynasty back in the day actually reached this level? Only now do I realize that the person who came is none other than the 6th Dao Emperor Lord of the Yin Yu dynasty. I didn't expect you to still be alive, senior. However, this is a battle between juniors. Your interference seems a little inappropriate. What if this old man insists on interfering? The man in Feng Chang's body said coldly. 6 Dao wasn't exactly a moral paragon either. Terrifying pressure instantly weighed down on the man.
"Ha ha, you think you can kill this old man with just that?" The man cackled, then transformed into a shadow, tearing through space and fleeing. Running away now, 6 Dao blazed with energy, also tearing through space to give chase. What 6 Dao called that dark mass senior, and that dark mass called 6 Dao little Mao. Thank goodness young master is alright. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battlefield darkened as if the apocalypse had descended. First, a gentle tremor, then, a violent shaking, before gradually returning to normal. At this moment, 6 Dao emerged from the spatial rift with a weary expression. Immediately afterward, 2 voices filled with rage echoed. "Damn you 6 Dao, you dare sever my 10,000-year Dao lineage? Just you wait, I'll get my revenge, Qin Feng, you damn bastard, I'll definitely be back." Qin Feng suddenly understood once again. This favored son of heaven has no morals. He suspects he went and learned some kind of stronger secret technique elsewhere. Whatever, just let him run.
Qin Feng took out a small notebook and wrote in it. Year, month, day. 6 Dao weakened my opponent, preventing me from cultivating better. Needs to compensate me 1 billion supreme grade spirit stones. After Feng Chang's failure,
the examinees escaped their enslavement.
Seeing corpses everywhere, they recalled being controlled by Feng Cheng and doing crazy things. Lucky us, thank God. Everyone broke out in cold sweats, secretly thankful they were still alive. But what they didn't expect was that after escaping Feng Cheng and Xin Feng, they fell into the hands of a rabbit. Get in line, quickly. Xiao Bai commanded from above. I am handsome and talented Rabbit the Eighth, a symbol of justice and wisdom, the most beautiful in the desolate antiquity. Xin Feng saved you all. Men, consciously hand over protection fees. Women must be prepared to dedicate themselves. A young man spoke up. You guys are going too far. Bang! Heavenly Army stood behind Xiao Bai in a threatening pose. The 10,000 horse trampling hammer slammed down onto the ground, and Xiao Bai stamped their foot. That's just how we do things. The young man swallowed hard, his heart pounding with fear. They weren't powerful cultivators like those fighters. They just wanted to cling to each other and survive, to overcome this life-or-death trial, so they could have a chance to join other forces within the Yin Yu dynasty. Basically, to get into a second-rate university. Now they've run into a gangster rabbit. It seems they can only obediently pay up to the rabbit overlord. A young girl exclaimed excitedly. Do I really have a chance to become young Master Qin's concubine? Xiao Bai said. You're not gonna cut it, your chest is too small. Next, a busty girl went up. She shyly asked, Am I okay? This was the first time Xiao Bai had seen breasts so bouncy, and he quickly said, Too big! I'd suffocate! Meanwhile, Yulan, hiding nearby, punched a tree, leaving a huge hole. Despicable, you just stole my first kiss, and now you're publicly recruiting concubines, you hypocrite. Right now, Xin Feng was clueless about what was happening. He was just calling out, System, prepare for the lottery draw. The system kept warning him. The favored daughter of heaven's goodwill is decreasing by 1, 2, 3. Xin Feng was totally bewildered. What the heck is going on? But when Xin Feng stepped out of the cave, the scene before his eyes left him stunned. Xiao Bai was sitting on a high platform, surrounded by a group of beautiful young women. Xiao Bai said, Young Master Qin, tonight my sisters and I will serve you. Xiao Bai turned his head and saw Xin Feng looking displeased. Master, am I doing a good job? Xin Feng wanted to kill Xiao Bai right then and there. No wonder Yulan's goodwill dropped so much. Thanks a bunch for doing all these good deeds. Even though Xin Feng was trembling with anger at Xiao Bai's actions, he couldn't do anything. He just wanted to distance himself from Xiao Bai. ASAP, I don't know you. Don't call me that again. Watching Xin Feng leave, Xiao Bai was confused. Master is clearly a money grubber and a womanizer. Why the sudden change? Xin Feng coughed, deciding he had to salvage his reputation. So Xin Feng started talking nonsense in a serious tone. Xin Feng explained that being greedy for money was a noble quality of a gentleman, because as a gentleman, he had to be greedy for money. And being fond of beauty was human nature. Not being fond of beauty was going against humanity. In the end, he blamed everything on Xiao Bai. Successfully saving his image in the eyes of the young women, Xin Feng decided to take advantage of the situation and pulled a young woman into his arms. It's fate that we embrace, and I will protect you safely through this trial. But my heart already belongs to someone else, so I can't make you any promises. After we get out of here, we'll forget we ever met. Sweet talk successfully deceived the young woman, and she smiled. Everyone says you're cold, young master. But only I know how generous your heart is. I have nothing to repay you with, so please accept a kiss from me. The young woman, her face flushed, leaned in, and kissed Xin Feng on the cheek. The system announced, logical and reasonable. Taking advantage of the young woman earns you 500 villain points. Seeing Xin Feng switch to kissing another young woman, the system rewarded him with another 500 villain points. Next, all the young women on the battlefield lined up to kiss Xin Feng, and the system was drowning in a series of reward notifications. While Yulan was hiding behind a tree, observing, she fell into deep thought. Did I misunderstand him again? At this moment, the system reported, the favored daughter of heaven's goodwill increases by 3 points. Xin Feng was secretly excited. Goal achieved. He announced, there are only 2 hours left until the end of the qualifying round. If you don't care about fame or fortune and just want to survive, you can stay here. I guarantee your safety. If you want something else, you are free to leave. Then he left with a majestic appearance. But as soon as he turned back into the cave, Xin Feng revealed his true colors. While rubbing his face full of lipstick marks, he said, turns out I, Xin Feng, have some talent after all, both benefiting and earning villain points. Xin Feng called out to the system, prepare to spin the wheel. The familiar spinning wheel appeared. Ding dong, congratulations, host, you've won a Heavenly Secret card. It can be used to peek at a Heavenly Secret once, searching for a major event of heaven and earth's creation. Note, major events of heaven and earth's creation aren't everywhere, so start with the Child of Heavenly Choice for easier searching, Xin Feng mused. Heavenly Secret card. Child of Heavenly Choice, so which Child of Heavenly Choice should I start with? Meanwhile, in the Yin Moon Dynasty's palace, the ministers thought that Yu Shen often deducted Xin Feng's salary, so he must be earning money illegally. How pitiful that a warrior was forced to become like this, Diju said. I've decided to make Xin Feng the Yin Moon Dynasty's third holy son, granting him Lingfeng Palace, allowing him to choose subordinates and open his own manor. This is the treatment a warrior deserves.
None of the ministers objected. With Xin Feng's overwhelming talent, he was fully qualified to be a holy son. However, they didn't care whether Xin Feng was worthy of being a holy son, they just wanted to win him over.
Ding Zhu coldly said, "Regarding Xin Feng's master, I've already made my choice. You don't need to worry about it. Furthermore, I'll send an envoy to the Qin family to help Xin Feng reconcile with them." Yu Shen immediately understood Ding Zhu's intention. With the extraordinary talent Xin Feng displayed, the Qin family must have regretted kicking him out. If they went to persuade them to reconcile now, the Qin family would likely accept Xin Feng back. If they successfully used Xin Feng's holy son status to pull the Qin family to their side, the great Xia dynasty would lose the entire eastern region. Even if they failed, this empty gesture would make the great Xia emperor suspicious. Either way, it would greatly benefit the Yinmun dynasty. "That wicked old man is so cunning," Yu Shen muttered in her cave after receiving the heavenly secret card. Xin Feng was still thinking about who to target. Qin Hao was too young, and he had a good relationship with Lin San, plus he was a bit of an idiot. He could be easily tricked with a few lies. Yulan was more fun the more she resisted. "Looks like you're the only one left, Feng Chang." Thinking about the black mass inside Feng Chang, Xin Feng decided to use the heavenly secret card. Crack! Xin Feng crushed the card in his hand. A burst of sound made him dizzy, feeling like he was traveling through space. A few minutes later, Xin Feng woke up with a strange expression. He saw that Feng Chang had entered the mysterious Kunlun's secret realm, which only opened once every 1,000 years, where Feng Chang cultivated the ultimate martial art, the Dao Heart demonic seed. Moments later, Xin Feng inadvertently saw an image of Feng Chang playing sugar daddy with an older man who looked like the king of a country. Xin Feng felt like his eyes had been corrupted. Damn it, I've been defiled. Before, he thought Bai Ri was the victim. But who knew he was secretly getting rich? And that Feng Chang was the same. We're both cheat users, so why is the gap so big? He'd only stolen his Buddha heart a month ago, and he'd already cultivated the Dao heart. It was too blatant. He was treating him like an experience point. Next month, when Feng Chang obtained the Limitless Fist from the Eternal Response Manual, he would definitely steal it, even if Jesus Christ tried to stop him. But Xin Feng suddenly realized something and immediately calmed down. The Eternal Response realm was different from the Yin Moon dynasty's cycle of life and death. At that time, all warriors under 30 from the Great Barren Ancient Land would come to find their own opportunities, at least at the level of Yulan and One Sword. Although Xin Feng had the power to slay dragons, one hand couldn't clap, and he couldn't fight so many warriors. The top priority now was to quickly increase his strength and break through to the 5th level of entering Dao. But at his current rate of progress, even if Xin Feng didn't eat or sleep and cultivated for 24 hours, he would only break through to the 2nd level. A month was too short, and breaking through continuously at such a high intensity would damage his body and make his foundation unstable. It really wasn't worth it. Just as Xin Feng was racking his brain, the system suddenly suggested, "Host is still worried about leveling up too fast, leading to an unstable foundation. Just one foundation pill can completely solve the problem, solidifying your foundation, and with just 500,000 points, Host can gain another level of cultivation." Son of a BTCH, Xin Feng couldn't help but curse. "A proletarian like you selling me one for 500,000 points, doesn't your conscience hurt?" But the system replied, "I'm just a system, of course. I don't have a conscience." Xin Feng was heartbroken, but there was no other way. "You're really ruthless now." He opened the system interface to check his remaining villain points. Calculating that 1 pill was needed per level, he needed at least 9 pills, which was 45 million points. But he currently only had 600,000. Enough to buy only 1 pill. Although he was furious, Xin Feng still decided to buy one to try it out. Not long after, a golden pill appeared in Xin Feng's hand, emitting a rich fragrance. This was none other than the Foundation Establishment Pill, costing a whopping 500,000 points per piece. Looks kinda ordinary, but let's give it a shot. Xin Feng closed his eyes and swallowed the pill whole. As soon as it went down, he felt a warmth in his stomach. Very comfortable. And at the same time, the abundant energy around him was rapidly drawn into Xin Feng's dantian. Totally worth 500,000 points. The effect is exactly like that extraordinary foundation establishment thing I was waiting for 7 years. Boom boom. The bells rang throughout the life and death battlefield, signaling the end of the grueling final life and death round. Xin Feng stretched, sighing. Those past few days were really tough. Then his figure blurred and disappeared from the spot. At the Yin Yu dynasty's plaza, the surviving warriors hugged their loved ones, sobbing, "Son/Mom, I'm back. Surviving this round was so hard. Damn that Feng Chang. If it weren't for him, the mortality rate wouldn't be so high." Xin Feng and Zhao Bai secretly stood in the crowd, listening to the warriors exaggerate their stories. Suddenly, a voice filled with resentment rang out behind Xin Feng. "Xin Feng, you son of a bitch, die." Xin Feng saw his rival, Ming Jian's young master, Yi Jian. Yi Jian, oh. Hey there. Xin Feng seemed to have forgotten their feud and greeted him amicably. Get lost. Yi Jian didn't hide the rage in his eyes. He was determined to get revenge for Xin Feng ruining his little buddy. How boring. That was just a battle in the life and death round. Fighting's normal. Now that the round's over, let's not fight anymore. More friends, more paths.
Right, teacher Yijian?
Yijian still showed hostility. Qin Feng had an idea. How about this? I'll reveal a big secret to you as compensation, but you definitely can't tell anyone. Qin Feng looked around and whispered, I have a way to quickly reach the Great Emperor position. The way to achieve the Great Emperor position only needs 4 words. Lai Ri Fang Zhang. Everyone around, including Yi Jian, held their breath at the mention of the Great Emperor position, but when Qin Feng continued,
Lai Ri Fang Chung, the pure Vietnamese meaning of these 4 words is, then he whispered a sentence.
You're lying. Yin Jian got angry on the spot. Everyone knows I don't have a yin-yo or yang thingy. I have no grudges against you. Why are you humiliating me like this? Hearing this scandal, everyone around turned towards Yi Jian.
Oops, you spoke too loud, now everyone knows you don't have it.
Yi Jian's face turned green,
then black with anger. But what could he do? Suddenly, a majestic voice rang throughout the plaza. The 6 paths and the great gods were flying in the sky, and the entire plaza fell silent instantly.
The 6 paths announced, I declare that this life and death round is officially over. The top 1,000 people on the leaderboard will enter the Heavenly Hong Academy, and the rest will receive corresponding rewards and return to their dynasties.
Everyone applauded to congratulate the contestants who made it into the top 1,000. Everyone was envious. Heavenly Hong Academy is the #1 academy of the Yinyu dynasty, which not only collects hundreds of thousands of divine power cultivation manuals, but also has a strong team of masters and insanely attractive treatments.
Someone asked.
The top 1,000 are rewarded so generously. What does the person in first place get? The 6 paths continued.
The person in first place on the leaderboard this time is Qin Feng, who will be conferred as the Yinyu dynasty's 3rd holy son, with the right to open his own residence, recruit subordinates, and be granted the Lingfeng residence.
What, the 3rd holy son? The entire stadium exploded, the crowd seemed out of control.
Qin Feng didn't understand, it was just being the emperor's adopted son in name only. What was there to get so excited about? But the truth wasn't like that. The life and death round was held once every 10 years, but not every time had a holy son. Only warriors strong enough to completely dominate qualified. Moreover, Lingfeng was a dream training place for many people. If Qin Feng allowed it to be opened, countless people would come to submit to him. Now it all belonged to a 15-year-old teenager. Isn't this something I deserve? Qin Feng turned his head, feigning indifference. This attitude made everyone even angrier. Tian Jun looked at Qin Feng with admiration. He knew his master was good, but he didn't expect him to be so good that he became the Yinyu dynasty's holy son. Behind it must have been countless hardships that ordinary people could hardly imagine. But Qin Feng didn't care much about this title. He started searching for Yulan. Now there were no more chosen of heavens around for him to harm. Qin Feng decided to target this chosen of heaven girl, trying to earn another 4 million villain points before the Kunlun secret realm opened. Found her, Qin Feng glanced at Yulan with malicious intent. At the same time, Yulan, standing not far away, also felt like something was staring at her. She blankly looked around and caught Qin Feng smiling at her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Remembering the scene in the cave, Yulan quickly looked away, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Excuse me, just passing through. Qin Feng, of course, wasn't going to miss this opportunity, immediately squeezing through the crowd to get to Yulan. Just as Qin Feng was about to have a heart-to-heart with Yulan, a commotion erupted. Turning around, it turned out that Princess Nanfeng and her entourage were being blocked by a group of people, all of whom were parents of the examinees who had been enslaved by Feng Chang. They were demanding that Princess Nanfeng hand over the culprit, Feng Chang. They could accept their children dying in the life or death competition, but they couldn't accept them being turned into living corpses by Feng Chang and then destroyed without a trace. Princess Nanfeng replied very succinctly. This princess doesn't know where Feng Chang is. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. The fact that Feng Chang escaped from Liu Dao's grasp says something, right? Even if he's not perfect, he's still a rare warrior in this world. How could I hand over such a warrior? The crowd couldn't restrain themselves any longer and surged forward with the intention of killing Princess Nanfeng. Tell us. Otherwise, Feng Chang will never show himself.
How dare you be so disrespectful? The great Xia warriors were enraged by this contempt. As warriors of great Xia, they had never been looked down upon like this. They immediately jumped into the fray, fighting the group of people. Ooh, this is getting good. Qin Feng loved jumping into the middle of the chaos. He dragged Zhao Bai along to watch the fun. That makes sense. Princess Nanfeng isn't a heaven chosen herself. Without proper background, Feng Chang can't defy the heavens. Ah! A miserable scream echoed across the square, as one person after another was knocked to the ground. As warriors of great Xia and descendants of powerful clans, their combat strength was naturally superior to ordinary parents. In the blink of an eye, the group of people had been taken down. But this action also enraged the others on the square. This is Yinyu dynasty's land. How dare they be so loud? Where are the elders? Is there no law anymore? No one knew who shouted, and the conflict immediately escalated, with the two sides engaging in a fierce battle. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Princess Nanfeng was furious, her chest heaving. The rage in her heart was about to explode. Clearly the Yin-Yu side attacked first, and now they were blaming Great Xia. Did they really think the princess of Great Xia was so easy to bully? Everyone, stop! A loud shout silenced the chaotic situation. Everyone turned around to see a group of people in black robes approaching, emanating a powerful aura fluctuating at the heavenly venerate realm, not spirit marshal or entering Dabo. It was the celestial bull guards, specializing in protecting the security of the Yinyu dynasty's imperial city. At least the heavenly venerate realm was required to join. Although their position wasn't high, they represented the strength of the Liu Dao emperor. Seeing the celestial bull guards, everyone immediately made way. In the end, Princess Nanfeng had to turn around and leave, to avoid getting into a difficult situation. In the Yinyu dynasty, no one dared to ignore the celestial bull guards. But Princess Nanfeng wasn't afraid at all. The celestial bull guards sneered coldly. The captain of the celestial bull guards raised his hand to stop Princess Nanfeng. "You can't leave. Where are you going, Princess Nanfeng? This is the Yinyu dynasty, not your great Xia dynasty. These warriors have assaulted our people and need to be investigated." "What? Take us away with you?" The great Xia warriors couldn't help but laugh, thinking, "This guy must have something wrong with his head. Your people disrespected the princess of Great Xia first, then gathered to surround her. You completely disregard the Great Xia delegation. No matter what, you can't shift the blame onto us. Arrest them all." The captain of the Celestial Bull Guards ordered, "How dare you?" The Great Xia warriors were furious. They didn't expect the Celestial Bull Guards to actually make a move. Although they were warriors of Great Xia, their cultivation was only at the 5th level of entering Dadio, and they were no match for the Celestial Bull Guards. In the blink of an eye, they were all restrained. "Princess, save us." But the Celestial Bull Guards completely ignored them. Dragging them away, the crowd applauded and cheered. Too much. Too humiliating. Nanfeng was so angry that her chest heaved. She decided to go see Liu Dao and demand justice. But an elder stopped her. "Princess, it's useless to go. If the Liu Dao emperor really wanted to intervene, he wouldn't have let them attack the delegation, nor would he have let the Celestial Bull Guards arrest the genius disciples. He wants to say that Liu Dao is directing everything from behind." Princess Nanfeng quickly calmed down, realizing everything. "Princess, Feng Cheng's whereabouts are currently unknown. The delegation no longer has any reason to stay and is likely to be in danger. It's best to return to Great Xia immediately," the old man continued. But Princess Nanfeng looked very embarrassed. She felt that she couldn't return like this. She had a mission when she came to the Yinyu dynasty this time. Now, she hadn't completed any mission and had lost Fang Zhang. When the arrested warriors returned, it would surely enrage the powerful clans. At that time, even if her father loved her, he would have to banish her to the cold palace to appease the people. The old elder felt a massive headache coming on. They were totally clueless about the Yinyu dynasty. Without any clout, how could they force Liu Dao to release their people? Princess Nanfeng rolled her eyes, spotting a familiar figure, Qin Feng, just crowned as the Yinyu dynasty's third holy son. Maybe he can change Liu Dao's mind? Absolutely not, princess. Seeking out that scoundrel Qin Feng is like walking straight into the tiger's den. The old elder hastily tried to dissuade her. But Princess Nanfeng had made up her mind. She would personally go find Qin Feng. Soon after, Princess Nanfeng stood before Qin Feng. "You jerk, I know you're scary, but it's even scarier that I have to beg you for help." To find a reason to return to Dajia, she had to rely on Qin Feng's help, even though it was incredibly uncomfortable. "Is this your attitude when you're asking someone for help?" Qin Feng frowned with disdain. Actually, he was pretty surprised by Princess Nanfeng's appearance, but not too shocked. System notification. Side quest. Humiliate the white moonlight in the chosen one's heart. Receive 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. With villain points, anything was negotiable. Haha, helping her was doable. But she knew he never did anything for free, right? Seeing Qin Feng about to make demands, Princess Nanfeng cut him off. "Just say what you want. I'll agree to anything." Qin Feng couldn't help but burst into a villainous laughter. Turns out this princess had some backbone. "In that case, come to my place tonight and I'll tell you." Later that night, Princess Nanfeng, as promised, arrived at Qin Feng's house. Though worried, for the sake of her beloved, she mustered the courage to wear the short, revealing dress Qin Feng had given her. Even though the wind made her feel freezing cold, Princess Nanfeng felt an indescribable embarrassment, like a kitten being tickled, making her flush all over. Not bad at all. Qin Feng was very pleased with the outfit he chose. It was a special design based on his memories from before his rebirth. Both practical and conducive. System notification. Humiliate the white moonlight in the chosen one's heart. Receive 100,000 villain points. Seeing Qin Feng's lack of reaction, Princess Nanfeng reached out and touched her chest, looking anxious. "Young Master Qin, you said that as long as I stay here for 15 days wearing this outfit, you'll rescue Feng Cheng and everyone else, right?" "Of course, I always keep my promises. However, for these 15 days, you have to stay by my side, never leaving my sight. Go east, you can't go west. And properly fulfill your duties as a maid. If you annoy me, well, you know the consequences." Princess Nanfeng wanted to chop Qin Feng into pieces on the spot, but for the sake of Fang Zhang and the other warriors, she decided to swallow her anger. "So how do you plan to convince the Liu Dao emperor?" "That's a secret. As a maid, you ask too many questions. Just obediently warm my bed."
Qin Feng thought to himself. He couldn't tell her that he knew they would be released unconditionally in 15 days thanks to the heavenly oracle card. He tapped his teacup. Nan Feng, why are you still standing there? Pour the tea. And remember to warm my bed. Oh, and here's a cloak. Let me put it on you to keep you cool. Hearing these words, Princess Nan Feng was both angry and ashamed. But since she was currently asking Qin Feng for help, she could only swallow her anger. Due to the continuous humiliation of the white moonlight, Qin Feng received an additional 10,000 villain points. Meanwhile, back in Daixia, in the Qin family, Qin Hao sat cross-legged, cultivating. Beside him was an old man, the very Ji-Yu-Da, Stone Valley, that Qin Feng had left for Qin Hao before. Bang! Suddenly, Qin Hao opened his eyes, letting out a loud shout. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from his body, filling the entire room, blowing everything away. No way! After 7 years of hard work, Qin Hao has reached Transcendent 7th layer, his physique comparable to ancient savage beasts. A full-force strike can definitely slay a spirit armament cultivator. Looking at Qin Hao, the old man couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, recalling his own boast. Back in the day, I heard my brother had only just broken through Transcendent 9th layer, and finally I'm about to catch up with him. Qin Hao sensed the abundant energy within his body, unable to suppress a grin. Brother, just you wait. One day I'll challenge you. The old man nodded in approval, saying Qin Hao was the most terrifying warrior he had ever seen. At 12 years old he reached Transcendent 7th layer, and he uses such a perverse method to temper his body. With his full strength, Qin Hao can absolutely fight Qin Feng. Will Lin Xinye regret her decision after their 3-year engagement? Qin Hao not only wanted to challenge Qin Feng but also wanted to wash away the humiliation that Lin Xinye had brought to his family. Going back a month, Lin Xinye and her family came to the Qin family, supposedly for a visit. But in reality, it was to break off the engagement. Qin Tian was quite surprised. Why break off the engagement? That's right, we're breaking it off. Lin Xinye confirmed. 7 years ago, my father betrothed me to Qin Hao entirely because he valued the boy's position. He was the family head, and his older brother had the qualifications of a great emperor. But now, Qin Hao's supreme bone has been taken away, he's no longer the family head, and Qin Feng has fled to the Yinyue dynasty. While he himself has shown only mediocre talent for the past 7 years, Lin Xinye picked up her teacup, looking disdainful. I'm the young princess of Tiangxin City, and I deserve at least a heaven-defying genius to be worthy of me. How can such a mediocre Qin Hao be worthy of marrying me? You dare insult us. Qin Tian was furious, nearly losing control. Since the Qin family had faced misfortune, he had considered breaking off the engagement with the Lin family, but to be so blatantly humiliated was simply too much. Realizing that the situation had changed, Lin Xinye's family immediately surrounded and protected her, while Lin Xinye continued to shout fearlessly, "You dare lay a hand on me? Just try me." Qin Tian slammed the table and stood up in anger, his emotions exploding. How can my son Qin Hao endure your humiliation? Today I will teach you a lesson in place of Qin Hao. At that moment, a childish but resolute voice rang out. Father, can I decide my own marriage? Everyone looked toward the door, seeing a young man with a heroic demeanor, his sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes showing courage uncommon in ordinary people. Why are you here? Seeing Qin Hao, Qin Tian's eyes filled with heartache. His 2 sons had sacrificed too much for the family. His eldest son, Qin Feng, had forcibly removed his younger brother's supreme bone for the sake of the family, forced to run away, living in endless pursuit until his death. His second son, Qin Hao, had to endure having his tendons cut and bones taken at the age of 5, and for the past 7 years, he had to frantically cultivate, tempering his body and condensing his spirit veins, until he fainted. And now his own fiancée shows up at his doorstep to break off the engagement, adding insult to injury. As a father, Qin Tian's heart was breaking, but as the head of the family, he could only swallow his tears and silently endure. Talk about a double whammy. At this moment, Qin Hao glared at Lin Xinye, his voice like ice. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't underestimate a poor young man. I may be crippled now, but I will rise again. Ooh, spicy. Lin Xinye flinched, startled by the look in Qin Hao's eyes. She tried to act cool. Then how about this? In 3 years we'll duel in the imperial city. If you lose, you'll publicly annul the engagement in front of everyone. Deal? How ridiculous. Why make it so complicated to break off an engagement? Qin Hao scoffed. Looking at Lin Xinye, who was now completely different from the innocent girl he remembered, he didn't hesitate for a second. He casually picked up a brush and wrote a letter of annulment, his calligraphy all fancy and whatnot. This is a letter of annulment, bam. In a flash, Qin Hao shoved the letter with the 2 very clear words, "Engagement annulled," right in front of Lin Xinye's face. You dare annul our engagement. Lin Xinye completely lost it, her eyes bugging out like crazy. She couldn't believe Qin Hao actually dared to break up with her. What stung even more was that while writing the letter, Qin Hao showed no sadness, no regret, like she was just some dust he was flicking off his sleeve. Savage. We'll meet again in 3 years. In the imperial city, Qin Hao stared her down, not afraid of any challenge. Then he tossed the letter aside and walked away, all imposing. We'll settle the score, Lin Xinye. I will definitely defeat everyone to prove myself
and wash away the humiliation you brought to the Qin family.
Suddenly, an alarm bell rang throughout the Qin residence. What's going on? Qin Hao, who was dozing off in his chair, shot up and ran to the door. He saw a group of martial artists with the banners of the Yin-Yue dynasty rushing over
and landing right in front of Qin Tian. Greetings, we have a mission to congratulate you, clan head Qin. The man bowed very respectfully, then clapped his hands as a signal. Immediately, 2 large chests were brought forward and placed before Qin Tian. Before he could react, the man flung the chests open. A blinding golden light burst forth, causing everyone to gasp involuntarily. What is this? I've never seen so much money in my life. Even Qin Hao's jaw dropped. Qin Tian quickly regained his composure, acting humble. I don't have any connection with the Lu Dao Emperor. Why would he congratulate me? The man became even more respectful. Of course, it's to congratulate the clan head on having such an outstanding son. Your son, Xin Feng, overwhelmed the 10,000 warriors in the circle of life and death of the Yin-Yu dynasty. With his own cultivation realm, he slew a true dragon entering the Daoyo 5th stage, so he was named the 3rd Saint Son by Lu Daoyo. Holy moly! What, the 3rd Saint Son? Qin Tian was utterly shocked, nearly falling over. A wave of joy surged through him. My son is too awesome. Qin Hao was also stunned. Qin Feng's talent was truly 1 in a million. But for the sake of the family's scheme, Qin Tian had to hide his joy and pretend to be furious. Get out! I don't have that monstrous son. Then he fiercely kicked the chests of treasure away, chasing the group out of the Qin family. Get lost, all of you. After everyone left, Qin Tian dove headfirst into the pile of treasure. My precious treasures. My precious treasures. Xin Hao couldn't help but remind him, Father, please maintain your image a little, dude. Priorities? After torturing Princess Nan Feng half the night, he finally exhausted her and fell asleep in front of the desk. While Qin Feng was still far from satisfied, he instantly broke through to the spiritual 2nd stage, then stroked his dantian. Xin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, Feng Chang, not only is your wife incredibly soft, but even your treasure is amazing. Ever since he fused with the Buddha relic, Xin Feng's dantian had been constantly releasing pure energy. Part of it nourished the great primal heavenly dragon, while the rest was used for breakthroughs. Wonderful! Suddenly, Xin Feng jolted awake, nearly forgetting that there was still a dragon in his space. He went to the door, and the movement woke Princess Nan Feng. Seeing Xin Feng suddenly appear before her, she fearfully clenched her fists. What do you want? I only sell my art, not my body, yikes! Seeing Princess Nan Feng's reaction, Xin Feng was even more inclined to tease her. Sell art, not body. Did I ever promise anything? Qin Feng's words were like a bolt of lightning to Princess Nan Feng. From the start, she had feared this when she asked Qin Feng for help, but she never expected that he really intended to take her. Qin Feng decided to seize the opportunity. Slowly approaching Princess Nan Feng, she retreated until she bumped into the desk. Qin Feng said, Your Highness, you asked me for help, so of course you have to pay a corresponding price. On such a quiet night, with only the 2 of us, isn't it possible to do that kind of thing? No. It can't be like this. Just as Princess Nan Feng was about to be forced, Xin Feng suddenly grabbed a teacup, drank it all in one go with a clatter, then he pushed her towards the door and waved his hand. It's late. Go to sleep early. There are still many good shows waiting for you tomorrow. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Successfully frightened the white moonlight in the heart of the chosen one, received 1,000 villain points. While Qin Feng was thinking about how to deal with the dragon's corpse, a seductive voice rang out. Little Qingzi already has his own emerald bamboo peak. Leaving your older sister alone in the Moon God Palace, huh? It was Moon God's sister and Ziyan. Uh-oh. Xin Feng instantly brushed away the gloom, happily running over. 2 beauties. What's wrong? I've said since I was little that I would repay your life-saving grace with my body, staying by your side for life. You silly. Yu Shen giggled. Qin Feng was still that little kid who first met her in the Yushen Palace, constantly clamoring to marry her. 7 years had passed, and Qin Feng was still as devoted as he was at the beginning, proving that she really had the charm to attract such an innocent young man. Damn it. I'm so pissed. Xin Yan, standing beside her, was red with anger. All day long it's just, sister this, sister that. Ugh, you're so annoying. Yu Chen immediately turned serious. Tomorrow morning, come with me to the Tianhong Academy to meet someone. The Lu Dao Emperor personally chose a teacher for you. Meet who, elder sister? Seeing Yu Shen's expression, Xin Feng worried if she was in trouble. Xin Yan explained. It's a teacher that the Lu Dao Emperor specially selected for you. He's the most learned person in the Yin-Yu dynasty. Not only well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also proficient in the 100 schools of martial arts. He's also deeply knowledgeable in alchemy, artifact forging, and talismans, and even has in-depth research on special constitutions. Xin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be Diju? That's right, it's him, Xiangyan exclaimed. How did you know? Xin Feng said. I'm widely learned and knowledgeable, so I know everyone, even big shots like that. Then he asked Yu Shen. But Di Shu was crippled, right? Why would the Lu Dao Emperor choose him to be my teacher? Naturally, it's because he sees your talent. The emperor wants to see if you can inspire him to recover his spirit.
Inspire him how? Qin Feng was totally clueless. He wondered how he was supposed to inspire such a talented person like Dizhu.
Do I have to dress up as a woman and seduce him? At this thought, Xin Feng's hair stood on end. No way, I'm a good person. I can't do something so filthy.
The story goes that 100 years ago, Dizhu was Xin Feng's teacher, and one of the 4 prodigies of the wasteland. Thanks to his gorgeous looks and super qualities, he quickly captured the hearts of the female students of the wasteland. Dizhu was their Prince Charming. But Dizhu didn't care about ordinary people. He was always looking for his other half. Finally, a kind, gentle girl appeared in Dizhu's sight. The two fell in love and got married.
But when she was 10 months pregnant, the wife's identity as a great demon was exposed.
Upon hearing the news, the orthodox sects of the wasteland forced Dizhu to kill the child, who was less than a month old, because in the world of the wasteland, humans and demons cannot coexist, which is a bottom line that cannot be crossed. Even though Dizhu pointed his sword at her, she still couldn't believe he would be willing to kill their child.
Azhu, look at how cute our baby is, how soundly it sleeps.
Seeing Dizhu hesitate, the sects immediately urged, Dizhu, what are you hesitating for? Humans and demons cannot coexist. Don't be confused any longer. Kill the child quickly.
The wife hugged her child and pleaded with them. Back off. At this moment she was desperate, but still hoped for Dizhu. Zhu, you once said that no matter what happens we will always protect our child, right? Even if it is a half-demon, as long as the two of us are united, we will definitely protect it for life. Believe me. Put down the sword, let's go home first. The pleas seemed to have made Dizhu decide. His eyes flashed, and he immediately cast a spell to snatch the baby. No. Don't. Before the wife could finish speaking, Dizhu slashed down hard. Thud. The sound of falling to the ground rang out. The child's crying gradually weakened until it stopped completely. The wife trembled and crawled to her child's side, stroking the child who was no longer breathing. She was dazed, not understanding why Dizhu was so cruel. He had sworn to protect her and their children for life.
At this moment, the mother's mind completely collapsed. She hugged her child and cried bitterly. The painful cries echoed throughout the world, as if even the heavens were sighing for the fate of this woman. Meanwhile, after witnessing the scene, the masterminds from the orthodox sects could not remain calm. The demon has been eliminated. If there is nothing else, then let's end the meeting. Then we will take our leave. Only then did the wife realize everything. Her husband's sweet talk was all a lie. Before the boundary between humans and demons, the husband she loved most chose to kill their child. Dizhu, from now on, you and I are enemies. She controlled the sword on the ground and stabbed it straight towards Dizhu. But when it was 1 millimeter away from his forehead, the blade stopped. Stab it. That's the debt you still owe me. Don't hesitate like when I killed my son just now. Her tears had dried up, leaving only infinite resentment. Although she was trembling with anger, she still loved Dizhu in her heart. She threw the sword to the ground, remembering, this is the last time I love you. From now on, you and I will never live under the same sky. We will never meet for eternity. After speaking, she turned into a wisp of green smoke, taking her child away. When he returned to the palace, Dizhu wandered the streets, his ears constantly ringing with the whispers of passers-by. I didn't expect a person who looks so kind to be so cruel as to kill his own child. He's worse than a beast. A rotten egg flew at Dizhu, who was in a daze. Die? Why don't you just die? Dizhu turned away, as emotionless as a walking corpse. What are you looking at, trash? Next, countless pieces of trash flew towards Dizhu. From then on, the warrior Dizhu locked himself in his room, getting drunk every day to forget the painful memories of the past. After finishing the story of Dizhu, Xinyan sighed. Senior Dizhu must be full of regret. Just because of the boundary between humans and Yao, he killed his own flesh and blood. Will people like Xin Feng, who like to cosplay cat demons, be exploited as tools of evil? Mentioning revenge, Xin Feng glanced at Princess Nanfeng with a scheming look. How about we have her cosplay a witch cat tomorrow? Seeing Xin Feng silent, Xinyan turned back in surprise. She discovered that he was staring intently at Princess Nanfeng with a silly grin. You wicked disciple. I had to beg to stay at Emerald Bamboo Peak, and you dare look at her in front of me. Don't you find me attractive? Xin Feng realized in a panic that he was too preoccupied with Nanfeng to remember Xinyan was still there. With no other choice, he raised his hand and lightly punched Xian's shoulder. Bop! Xin Feng rolled over and pinned Xinyan down, wrapping his arms around her waist, his body pressed against hers. Now you're the most attractive one, so from now on, I'll only look at you, okay? Xin Feng's sudden action made Xinyan blush, and she hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. You little rascal, where did you learn such sweet talk? I only intended to tease you, but now I'm the one being seduced. Seeing Xinyan flustered, Xin Feng chuckled. Xinyan, I'm so sleepy, let's talk about it tomorrow, okay? Then he held out his hands and whined, Xinyan, let's go to sleep. In Xinyan's eyes, Xin Feng seemed steadfast, no longer the little boy he once was. Without hesitation, Xinyan tightly grasped Xin Feng's hand. She nodded, feeling happiness welling up in her heart, warm and sweet. Not long after, they both fell asleep. Qin Feng lay down on the bed, snoring loudly, while Xinyan looked at him in his sleep, murmuring in her heart, "Wicked disciple. You still value me more in the end. That's probably why you let me stay instead of that girl." Looking at Qin Feng, Xinyan smiled contentedly. "I used to be able to protect you, but now you've grown up, become a real man. Meeting you is my good fortune." Seeing the man and woman alone in the same bed, Xiao Bai wondered. The situation is a bit complicated. Having a beauty by his side and still sleeping soundly, unmoved, keeping himself as pure as jade, either he doesn't understand women, or his thingy doesn't work. Meanwhile, in the Azure Demon Palace, a seductive figure was taking off her clothes. Even through the screen, that outstanding figure was clearly visible. It was none other than Fairy Yulan, who had just returned to the palace after several days of knockout matches. Her body was soaked with sweat, so Yulan decided to take a refreshing bath. But since leaving the battlefield of life and death, she always felt a throbbing pain in her lower back. Yulan instructed a palace maid to bring her a mirror. When she looked at her back in the mirror, she saw a line of words from Qin Feng. Qin Feng was here? Yulan immediately realized that Qin Feng was the culprit. She quickly put on a bathrobe, jumped out of the tub, and prepared to find Qin Feng to take revenge. She vowed to tear him to pieces. Fortunately, the palace maid managed to stop her. "Princess, calm down. You're not wearing anything." Yulan's angry scream echoed throughout the Azure Demon Palace. "Damn Qin Feng, I will definitely get my revenge." Ding ding, congratulations host. For humiliating the chosen daughter of heaven, received 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng woke up with a start, not understanding what was happening, and thought to himself, "Yulan, that girl has been home for so long, is she only taking a bath now?" The next morning, Qin Feng, together with Yue Shen and Ziyan, arrived at the Heavenly Rainbow Academy. It was said that Di Zhu was now living a dissolute life there. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary academy, but Qin Feng sensed an incredible aura emanating from the surroundings. The students here were all experts. Even the freshmen were at the entry to Dao realm, and the rest were, at least at the celestial venerable realm. He even saw quite a few students above the nascent soul realm. It truly lived up to its name as a place to nurture talents of the Yin Moon dynasty. Qin Feng clearly felt immense pressure with his spirit martial second-level cultivation. He felt alone in the sea of people. The students were also very surprised to see someone at the spirit martial realm come here. Since the founding of the Heavenly Rainbow Academy, there had never been a student at such a low level. But when they learned that it was Qin Feng, the third holy son, everyone wasn't too surprised. His performance in the survival round was quite impressive. "The third holy son is here. How interesting. Get ready for some fun." The students chuckled, waiting to see what would unfold. The academy wasn't home to just Qin Feng. The previous survival round saw the emergence of two other holy sons, both currently studying here. The two had fought to the death, and the students had divided into two factions, each supporting their own holy son. The appearance of the third holy son would surely make the situation even more chaotic. From the moment they became holy sons of the Yin Moon dynasty, all three knew that only one could reach the highest position. Just then, a cold, grinding voice rang out. "Qin Feng." Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he cheered inwardly. "Damn it, I just broke through to the Spirit Martial second level." And Yulan voluntarily ran over. "This way, I'll have a place to spend my villain points. Tonight I'll be able to break through to the Spirit Martial third level." Upon seeing Qin Feng, Yulan glared at him, unable to control the Honghuang power within her. All she could think about was what Qin Feng had done. A gust of wind as sharp as a razor blade swept through, whipping Qin Feng's clothes. The sword energy Yulan unleashed was also accompanied by an extreme chill that froze everything. So she really is a Xuanyin Bodhi. Qin Feng had heard that Yulan was a Xuanyin Bodhi, but he'd never witnessed its power. He didn't expect her to emit such a terrifying cold. Even heavenly venerates would have a hard time resisting. But instead of dodging, Qin Feng enthusiastically rushed forward. He discovered that the Xuanyin body's chill could actually stimulate his everlasting overlord body and make it stronger. Under the assault of the cold, his body continuously grew more powerful. The students completely lost their composure, like they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Others were avoiding the cold source, afraid of being frozen if they were too slow. But Qin Feng was voluntarily rushing towards it, and his body wasn't even freezing. "What is this monster?" Yue Shen was utterly astonished. She couldn't believe Qin Feng's true strength was even greater than it was during the trial of life and death. Boom! The two collided violently, and a terrifying chill spread out along with shards of ice. The surrounding temperature plummeted below zero instantly, and those who didn't escape in time were frozen into statues. Before Yulan could react, Qin Feng pressed his lips against her luscious red ones, sucking the terrifying cold into his body. Yulan's eyes widened, and she gasped in pain, not expecting Qin Feng to kiss her. "Ding ding, congratulations host, for seducing a heaven chosen. Rewarded with 100,000 villain points." Witnessing this scene, Xinyan was stunned into paralysis. "Damn it, he grew up by my side and has never kissed me, yet he dares to kiss those two." Furious, Xian grabbed Xiaobai and pinched its face hard. "Ow! How can you treat a little bunny like this?" Xiaobai's round face was twisted out of shape. It took out its notepad and wrote, "This year, this month,
This rabbit suffered pain disproportionate to its age, requiring compensation of 2 carats. Shameless. Yulan angrily pushed Xin Feng away. Disgustedly wiping her lips, Xin Feng felt his body gradually turning icy.
Oob. Seeing Yulan's face flushed with anger, Xin Feng continued to charge towards her. But after only 2 steps, he raised his hand to the sky
and pulled out a blue undergarment embroidered with lotus flowers. Yulan was so angry she couldn't even speak, and hastily covered her chest. Ding, ding, congratulations, host, for bullying a heaven chosen, rewarded with 100,000 villain points.
So satisfying, Xin Feng grinned. Just as Xin Feng had stripped Yulan's undergarment, a beggar-like man staggered over, holding a wine gourd. He took a swig and pointed around.
Immediately, the ice that had frozen the students began to melt. But instead of being grateful, the students backed away like they were avoiding the plague. He stinks, get lost.
Seeing the newcomer, Yu Shen's eyes narrowed. She had to end this farce. Xin Feng, aren't you going to stop? How much longer do you want to cause trouble? After Yu Shen's words, Yulan didn't dare continue. She could only angrily yell, Xin Feng, you scoundrel, I'm not done with you yet. But Xin Feng just wore a sly grin. Oh, is that so? Is that so?
He nimbly ran behind Yu Shen. Sis, I'm back. While having fun, Xin Feng suddenly noticed the man in front of him. It was Ding Zhu, one of the 4 prodigies of the ancient era. From the man, Xin Feng sensed a terrifying aura. Yue Shen. Di Shu was drunk, and only saw someone blocking his path, so he invited Yue Shen to drink with him. But Yue Shen ignored him, and said in a calm tone, Brother Shu, the emperor asked me to bring wine to congratulate you. He also found a talented disciple. I wonder if you're interested.
Disciple, Di Zhu slurred.
What weapon does he use? Xin Feng answered sincerely. Senior, this disciple uses hacks. Di Zhu froze. Even though he was dead drunk, his mind was still quite clear. What the heck is hacks? But Xian glared at Xin Feng and politely said, Senior, don't listen to his nonsense. He has comprehended the 3rd stage of invincible sword shadow and created 2 god-tier sword techniques.
Furthermore, he possesses the ancient heavy pupils and the power of a supreme bone. Just now in the trial of life and death, he defeated Dai Long.
Hearing this, Di Zhu almost dropped his wine gourd, and a flicker of shock appeared on his previously lifeless face.
He originally thought he just needed to pass on a few things and be done with it, but he never expected to encounter such a monster.
Seeing Ding Shu's reaction, Yue Shen spoke up. The emperor said that if you accept him as a disciple, it will definitely be beneficial. Ding Shu self-deprecatingly laughed.
I haven't even taught myself well. How can I be qualified to teach others?
Then he continued to drink, drowning in his drunken stupor, living one day at a time. Yue Shen sighed with regret, not expecting the events of the past to have such a strong impact on Di Zhu. Even a warrior like Xin Feng was rejected by him. Wait, Senior Di Zhu, Xin Feng suddenly said seriously. Actually, I just want to learn about your life of failure. Both Yu Shen and Ziyan were stunned. Not understanding Xin Feng's point, Xin Feng began to lament. From the moment I was born, I comprehended half a volume of a god-tier cultivation technique, the 33 Heavens creation art. Even with severe injuries, I recover quickly. I broke through to the Qi refining realm at 3, and the transcendent realm at 8. I also comprehended sword intent and an invincible sword heart. And I'm only 15, already loaded with treasures like the ancient double pupils and supreme bone. My life has been too smooth sailing, leaving me without any pressure at all.
Do you understand this suffering, Senior?
Hearing this, everyone wanted to bang their heads against the wall. Clearly, he was living the good life.
Di Shu was also speechless, unsure how to react. Others would kill for such a perfect life, and he's complaining about it. Seriously.
I humbly request Senior Di Zhu to help me achieve my goals. Xin Feng didn't care about the gazes of others. He decided to become Di Zhu's inside man first, then wait for the right moment to settle the score with those 2 holy sons. Hearing this, Yue Shen panicked and pulled Xinyan into her arms. Quick, hold me tight. We're about to be thrown away by Di Zhu.
But unexpectedly, Xin Feng wasn't rejected. Di Zhu clearly didn't believe Xin Feng would be obedient.
He simply waved his hand, grabbed his wine jug, and left.
Then I'll come to pay my respects to you tomorrow, Senior, Xin Feng said, then turned to Yue Shen and gave her a thumbs up, looking confident. Everything happened so fast that Yu Shen gasped in disbelief. Letting Xin Feng show up was definitely the right decision. After successfully enticing Di Shu, Yue Shen knew her mission was complete. The rest depended on Xin Feng's efforts, she instructed. Remember to study hard, and don't slack off in the library, I know, sis, Xin Feng replied. In reality, Xin Feng's goal in entering the academy wasn't to study, but to take down the remaining 2 holy sons, so that all the young women in the school would be his. Let's go, Xinyan, let's head back. But Xinyan didn't want to leave. She wanted to study there too, to be with Xin Feng. Yue Shen seemed to sense Xinyan's mood, and sighed.
Long-lasting relationships need some space. Have faith, and give him some room to breathe. Although reluctant, Xian understood the meaning in Yue Shen's words. Yes, big sister, let's go.
After Yu Shen and Xinyan left, 2 figures sneaked closer. Before Xin Feng could speak, the man spoke first. Greetings, holy son. My name is Chen San. the second son of the Chen family from the Yin Yu dynasty. I wish to serve you and become your slave." Then he pushed a girl forward. "This is my younger sister, Chen Qijin. You can call her Qijin or Xinye. Greetings, holy son."
The sudden appearance of these two excited Xinfeng. "Why do you want to gift your sister to me?" the man replied. "If I can serve the holy sun, even offering my sister is a small price to pay."
"Absolutely not. I'm a righteous man,"
Xinfeng said firmly. "You want to gift your sister to me, to take advantage of me, huh? You even want to leech off me for 5 generations? You two siblings think highly of yourselves." With that, Xinfeng pushed them away, but in an instant, they both mysteriously disappeared as if they had never been there. The scene was very strange. Xinfeng looked around, searching.
Wait, where'd they go? At this moment, a familiar figure appeared before Xinfeng. It was Yulan. Xinfeng looked at her with a smile like a pervert eyeing a young maiden. "Aya, we meet again, Miss Yulan."
Xinfeng, being the slick guy that he is, grabbed Yulan, who was on her way to the restroom, and started dragging her away. "Get out of my way. First of all, I'm going to settle the score with you later."
Already annoyed, Xinfeng then blocking her way. Yulan was even more angry but still had to endure it.
"Not allowed. I still need 50,000 villain points." Xinfeng stopped her. She couldn't go anywhere.
"What do you want?"
Anyway, Yulan didn't understand why this guy kept bothering her. Xinfeng thought for a moment and said, "What I want will just make you mad."
Hearing that,
Yulan gritted her teeth in anger. She wanted to bite Xinfeng to death. As the daughter of Lan Mo, she had never been bullied by anyone. But now, she was constantly being provoked by Xinfeng. Remembering the time she was forcefully touched and had those words carved on her back, Yulan's anger became uncontrollable. She clenched her fist and punched towards Xinfeng, the strong wind energy emitting sound waves that startled Xinfeng. As expected of the chosen daughter of heaven, her strength is truly formidable. But immediately, Xinfeng used the 100 shots, 100 hits technique, and reached out to grab Yulan. Xinfeng, holding Yulan's left hand and hugging her waist with his right. You like me, don't you? Why do you keep throwing yourself into my arms?"
Because Xinfeng harassed and took advantage of the chosen daughter of heaven at the same time, he gained an additional 200,000 villain points. "Who likes you, you big pervert?" Yulan shook off Xinfeng's hand, wanting to sever all ties with this guy.
But as she pushed Xinfeng away, she tripped and fell into his arms again. Yulan's face turned red, and she raised her fist and punched Xinfeng's shoulder repeatedly. "Let me go, you big lecher!"
Seeing this scene, the blood in Xinfeng's body boiled, and the desire in his body almost escaped his control.
"You keep playing hard to get, making things very difficult for me."
In the half-month at Heavenly Rainbow Academy, Xinfeng either drank and slept, or harassed the female students and bullied Yulan. Not only that, but his cultivation realm continuously broke through 6 minor levels. But with Xinfeng's rapid breakthroughs and self-destructive foundation, Dishu just couldn't wrap his head around it. He didn't want to see a diamond in the rough like Xinfeng go to waste. He had to solidify his foundation. "Wake up, kid, you can't keep going like this."
Dishu kicked at Xinfeng, but Xinfeng was out cold, didn't even twitch. At that moment, Xinfeng gave a satisfied smile, then yawned. What's up? What did I do? No wonder it's Senior Dishu's brew. The energy inside really helps purify my Azure Sky Overlord body."
Seeing Xinfeng still being all nonchalant, Dishu snapped and snatched the wine jug from his hand. He seriously couldn't stand this kind of talent wastage.
Xinfeng stood up groggily, eyes all sleepy. "Oh, if Senior feels bad, how about you help me with something?" Then he waved his hand, opening his storage space. And bam! A gigantic dragon corpse lay sprawled out in front of them. "I'm hoping Senior can help me deal with this dragon corpse." As the most talented guy in the Yin Yu dynasty, dealing with a dragon corpse wasn't a problem for Dishu. But he said worriedly, "But your foundation?" Before he could finish, Xinfeng disappeared from the spot, along with all the precious drinks Dishu had collected over the years. Watching his disciple's retreating figure, Dishu felt helpless and got a headache. He didn't understand what Xinfeng had gone through to be destroying himself like this. But Xinfeng's behavior reminded him of himself back in the day, and he also became determined to help Xinfeng stabilize his foundation, not just for his disciple, but also out of a sense of guilt. Just then, Fairy Yulan was strolling along the high corridor of the school when she suddenly felt a chill in her chest, like something was missing. Looking down, she saw a patch of white peeking out.
Yulan quickly covered her chest and shouted, "Xinfeng, get your butt out here right now!" It had to be that jerk Xinfeng who stole her boob cover.
"Yulan, your embroidery skills are getting worse and worse," Xinfeng said, leaning against the door. "Remember the first time I stole one? It had cute little dimpled shapes embroidered on it. Why's this one got strawberries?"
Yulan gritted her teeth, wanting to bite Xinfeng to death. Lingerie was a personal item, embroidered by her own hand. But Yulan's speed couldn't keep up with Xinfeng's thieving speed.
"Is it called stealing when someone who reads takes it?" Xinfeng said indignantly. "It's Mickey, requisitioning. I'm a learned person, don't slander me." Yulan looked at him with contempt and spat on the ground. "You dare to call yourself learned?"
"All right," Xinfeng raised his hand in warning. "If you keep this up, I won't hold back." Yulan didn't believe Xinfeng would do anything overboard. In the end, he just had bad intentions but couldn't do anything. But right after that, Qin Feng pushed Yulan hard against the wall. She panicked and covered her chest, her face worried. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be so bold, feeling Qin Feng's hot breath and her own thumping heartbeat. Yulan had no choice but to close her eyes, enjoying the moment. Come on, don't hold back, 'cause I'm a weak flower. I like the wild style. What? Why wasn't he doing anything? Why aren't the villain points going up? The unexpected situation stunned Qin Feng. He glanced at the dreamy Yulan and just walked away. This isn't normal at all. Normally I'd get slapped already. Does she want to take me for herself today or something? Yulan's beauty was indeed captivating, but Qin Feng was determined not to let her achieve her goal. Late at night, Qin Feng opened the system and saw that he had 1,027,000 villain points left. With a ratio of 1 foundation pill to raise a realm and solidify it, Qin Feng could buy 2 pills directly to break through from the 7th level of Qi refining realm to the 9th level, and then steal a few more boob covers to accumulate another 500,000 points to directly break through to the initial Dao realm. Thinking that, Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and swallowed all the pills like chicken eggs. The next morning, a pair of fair hands gently knocked on Qin Feng's door. It was Princess Nan Feng, in a sexy apron, bringing a tray of red grapes into Qin Feng's room. Handing the red grapes to Qin Feng, she hurriedly asked, "When does the 15-day limit expire?" "Oh, and they just released those genius disciples of the great Xie dynasty who were in prison."
But Qin Feng didn't pay attention to what she was saying, just stared at the red grapes and stammered, wash them, put, raise." Hearing that, Princess Nan Feng slammed her hand on the table angrily. "Qin Feng, you're going too far. I'm a princess. The princess of the great Xie dynasty, duh. I know it's just washing grapes, but why are you so worked up about it?" Qin Feng was dumbfounded, not understanding why the princess was so angry. Ignoring Qin Feng's reaction, the princess continued, "I'm the princess most beloved by Father Emperor, sent to the Yin Yu dynasty to watch the life or death competition and broaden my horizons. I thought I'd be returning to the palace all happy. But now not only is young Master Feng Chang missing, but my subordinates are also under house arrest." The more she thought about it, the angrier the princess got, finally bursting into tears. "A princess has to serve you like a maid. At first I thought enduring humiliation would pay off, but you just kept getting worse and worse." At this moment, the system announced, "Host has intimidated the chosen one, White Moonlight, earning 100,000 villain points, making the White Moonlight cry, earning an additional 100,000 villain points." What? I didn't even intimidate her? Qin Feng was once again at a loss for what to do. Wash it clean. You're taking the red grapes covered in dirt. Why are you crying? I told you to wash these grapes. Qin Feng really couldn't understand what crazy stuff was going on in the princess's head. Qin Feng stood up and comforted Princess Nan Feng. "From today on, you can return to the relay station. Just wait for my news." Meanwhile, inside the royal prison, Qin Feng hurried over. As soon as he arrived, he saw a prison guard holding a key, preparing to open the gate and release the great Xia's genius disciples. Hold on, you're about to release those great Xia genius disciples? After hearing confirmation, Qin Feng told him to hand over the key and lied that this was the emperor's order, but in reality, he was thinking that he needed to scram fast, otherwise these golden egg-laying ducks would all fly away. Arriving in front of the martial artist's prison, Qin Feng said, "Thanks to Princess Nan Feng, you're all being set free." "Awesome, finally rescued?" The martial artist rejoiced. "Princess Nan Feng, long live and be well." But Qin Feng raised a finger. "However, you all know that I never do anything without getting something in return. Each of you just needs to cough up 10,000 spirit stones." "What, 10,000 spirit stones? Why don't you just rob us outright?" the martial artist protested. But Qin Feng didn't budge. "You were released thanks to the princess, and you've been serving me at Kuizhu Peak for 15 days, brown-nosing me daily. Now you can't bear to give up 10,000 spirit stones." What? He took advantage of the princess while she was in a difficult situation? How shameless. The martial artists couldn't believe that the princess had to serve Qin Feng to save them. Qin Feng also knew that extorting money from the martial artists wasn't so easy. He sighed. "I acted without thinking. The princess had to reluctantly do those things to protect you. If this gets out," after a round of threats and cajoling from Qin Feng, the great Xia youths had no choice but to give in. Finally, the youths agreed to hand over 10,000 spirit stones, bowing their heads. "We will definitely quickly send 10,000 spirit stones to young Master Qin's residence, and we will definitely keep the matter between the princess and young Master Qin a secret and not reveal it." The two people next to them also agreed. "The princess made a great sacrifice to save us. We will definitely keep it a secret." "Not bad. You're all clever." Qin Feng was very satisfied. He quickly told everyone to return to the relay station and not keep the princess waiting. "Thank you, young master." After sending the youths away, Qin Feng took out the money bag and weighed it. He said to himself, "Information disparity is indeed effective in every era." While wandering around the market, Qin Feng's eyes stopped at a shop. "Give me 2 meat buns, please wrap them so that other customers can see I'm waiting for food." Qin Feng overheard a group chatting not far away. "Did you hear about the terrifying city massacre that happened recently? Several cities were brutally slaughtered. Ugh, The scene must have been horrifying. Did they catch the culprit?
It's said that it was all caused by that great Xie genius disciple, Feng Zhang. Too much, it's too much. Those great Xie geniuses are just running around causing trouble in the Yin Yu dynasty. I want to kill them all. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately thought of Feng Chang, and he quietly moved closer to hear more clearly. Keep it down. Yin Yu dynasty and Great Xia haven't started a war yet. Saying things like that will ruin the bigger picture. Qin Feng realized. So Feng Chang had massacred those cities. How terrifying. It's hard to believe that a good person could turn into such a demon. I wonder how Princess Nanfeng will react when she hears this news. Oh well, I won't tell her for now. Meanwhile, at Kuizhu Peak, Qin Feng was munching on a meat bun, singing and dancing on the tree-lined path. Young master, you finally come. Before Qin Feng even entered the courtyard, he saw two men running out to greet him. Their eyes looked kind of strange. Just tell me straight, we're all family here, no need to beat around the bush.
The guy named Wan Ma rubbed his fingertips together, pointing towards the room. Miss Ziyan has arrived.
Hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he ran straight to the inner room. After half a month at Tianhong Academy, Qin Feng really missed Yue Xian and Xinyan. In the 7 years they lived together, he had regarded Xinyan as his own sister.
But Wan Ma quickly grabbed Qin Feng's wrist. Young master, wait, Miss Xinyan seems very angry. Why? Did I go flirting with someone else's girl again? Qin Feng frowned when he heard this. You guys can insult my character, but you can't insult my dick. I inherited the spirit of Jianzhan. The spirit of Wei Wu, how dare you insult me like this? With that, Qin Feng left the two helpless men behind and headed towards the room to see why Ziyan was so angry. But as soon as he entered the room, Qin Feng sensed something was off. Why was Xinyan smashing things like that, or rather, she seemed to be searching for something.
Seeing Qin Feng, Xinyan immediately played the role of an arrogant young miss, throwing a pillow at him and scolding, Qin Feng, you bastard, you dare come back here.
Qin Feng froze, grabbing a pillow that floated over. His eyes turned icy as he sized up Xinyan. Why are you looking at me like that? Who gave you permission? You want me to snitch on something? Qin Feng's glare made Xinyan shudder. She stammered, You're not Xinyan. Qin Feng chucked the pillow on the ground. After living together for 7 years, he knew Xinyan down to every detail. She was the definition of an innocent girl. Xinyan would never use that tone with him, nor would she threaten him with the moon goddess. Even if he went out chasing girls, she'd just sulk at home. Seeing he was onto her, the impostor still argued, I don't know what you're talking about.
Shut your trap, you audacious fiend. Daring to impersonate Ziyan, I'll peel your skin off. Qin Feng's aura suddenly exploded. He activated the Grand River Sword Art, and a tsunami of sword keys surged forth, threatening to flatten everything.
The Grand River Sword Art unleashed countless sword energies, coalescing into a massive river that roared towards the fake Xinyan. Crap! The fake Xinyan's voice abruptly turned hoarse.
Seeing Qin Feng really attacking, he stopped pretending and raised his hand to block. With a single blow, he shattered the massive wave of sword ki. The fake Xinyan was shocked.
As expected of a martial artist climbing to the peak of immortality, your strength is truly terrifying. However, I'm here for the Dragon Pearl and Buddha Relic. You've seen my power, so step aside.
Hearing that, Qin Feng chuckled softly.
When it comes to professional villainy, I, Qin Feng, am number one. I'm always the one robbing others, never the other way around.
You insolent brat, today Big Brother will teach you a lesson.
The fake Xinyan's aura flared, and countless eerie demonic energies enveloped him. He wanted to see what else Qin Feng had up his sleeve. Then enjoy this. Qin Feng stood tall, his eyes radiating a determination he'd never shown before. His focus was no less intense than when facing a dragon. Seeing this, the fake Ziyan also felt Qin Feng's fighting spirit ignite. His blood boiled, wanting to fight Qin Feng 300 rounds. But then, Qin Feng suddenly turned and ran, shouting, Sis, moon goddess, save me! Xinyan froze. What's going on? Although he'd heard before that Qin Feng was cowardly and weak, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. This guy was seriously obsessed with older women. Young master. Seeing Qin Feng run out of the hut begging for his life, the two guys froze. Looks like the boss is being domestically abused. Let's follow him. We can't let the boss lose face. Immediately, the two also ran after Qin Feng, launching into a performance worthy of movie stars. Ah, save me, this is terrifying. Witnessing their acting, Qin Feng's jaw dropped. They were even better at it than him. Meanwhile, the fake Ziyan in the room was furious, almost spitting blood. These three master and servants are truly a bunch of shameless bastards. Qin Feng, you can run in the morning but you can't escape at night. I'll see how long you can hide. With that, the fake Xinyan transformed into a swarm of bats and flew away.
An hour later, Qin Feng and the two sneaked back behind the hut. He's gone, right? Qin Feng cautiously asked. Tianjun looked around and, not seeing any sign of Xinyan, confirmed, he's definitely gone.
Then, Qin Feng recounted the strangeness about Xian to the two. Tianjun said seriously, That's the myriad transformations demon lord. He cultivates a strange art, able to transform into countless forms, from men and women to small animals.
And it's not just a simple change of face.
His entire physical structure changes. Wan Ma was actually very excited. If we can capture him alive and bring him back, we could definitely do a lot of interesting things. As they were chatting happily, Xiao Bai suddenly passed by, singing, "White rabbit, so very white, ears standing tall. Cut the artery, cut the vein, and then lie still." Hearing the noise, Xin Feng immediately turned around, cautiously drawing his sword and pointing it at Xiao Bai's neck. "Tell the truth. You're the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord in disguise, aren't you? Don't resist, confess now." "Actually, what's the Myriad Transformations Demon Lord?"
Xiao Bai was terrified, its white fur standing on end. It even dropped its favorite carrot. Seeing this, Qin Feng's face darkened. "Then can you prove that you're a rabbit?" Seeing Qin Feng's gaze, Xiao Bai was at a loss for words.
Wan Ma also revealed a fierce expression, threateningly staring at it. I am a rabbit." Xiao Bai was so flustered it could barely speak, just like Bao when Qin Feng proved he was human. Suddenly, Xiao Bai had an idea. It said, "High mountains yield a transformation. The ancient trees of Western Mountain for thousands of years."
Qin Feng was startled, immediately responding. "The gate faces the Great Sea. 3 hectares of water flowing for 10,000 years. It really is Xiao Bai." Qin Feng was overjoyed. Sorry about that. That was the code Qin Feng learned from trashy romance novels. Since he was a kid, he often muttered it to remember. In the 7 years living with Qin Feng, Xiao Bai had also accidentally learned this code. Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his head, retracting the sword from Xiao Bai's neck. Xiao Bai, this was clearly his home rabbit.
Xiao Bai wailed miserably, while pulling out his little book, writing, "This day, this rabbit was scared shitless by Qin Feng. Needs compensation of 10 spirit stones and carrots." Just then, a breeze swept through the bamboo forest, carrying a faint fragrance. "What is that?" Wan Ma and Tianjun looked at each other in surprise, not understanding why there was a strange fragrance. Before the two could investigate, they both suddenly felt dizzy, their legs went weak, and they fell to the ground. "I'm completely wiped out, not an ounce of strength left. Haha, you two have been poisoned by me." Bai Bian Majun turned around, cackling evilly. "Screaming is useless. Now, where do you think you're going?" A swarm of bats flew into the bamboo forest, forming a human figure draped in a black cloak, face hidden.
Just by looking, you knew he was the villain type. Qin Feng eyed the 2 paralyzed dudes, then a light bulb went off in his head.
"Wait a minute, I'm immune to all poisons, aren't I? Poison? Huh, carrots can detoxify, right?"
Xiao Bai frantically munched on a carrot. How was this guy defeated so easily? Bai Bian Majun was stunned. His poison paralyzed the entire body. Even cultivators at the nascent soul stage couldn't avoid it. And yet, Qin Feng and the bunny were hopping around like nothing happened. Qin Feng, seemingly ignoring Bai Bian Majun, gleefully began groping the 2 helpless men.
"Yep, definitely poisoned, can't even scream." Bai Bian Majun couldn't help but curse under his breath, feeling like Qin Feng was totally looking down on him. Even if Qin Feng and the rabbit were unaffected by the poison, he was still determined to snatch the Dragon Jade and Buddha relic. But instead of charging in, he activated his villainous aura. "Qin Feng, your 2 buddies have been hit with the #1 poison under heaven. Screaming is useless," Bai Bian Majun said coldly. "If you don't want them crippled, hand over the Dragon Jade and Buddha relic obediently." "This is the #1 poison under heaven. Give me a few minutes, and they'll be hopping around," Qin Feng scoffed, pulling out a bottle labeled, "Even a sow would go wild." Tianjun and Wan Ma were terrified, wanting to scream and stop Qin Feng, but they were truly poisoned and couldn't make a sound. "Relax, I'll save you guys right away." Seeing the 2 men blinking frantically, Qin Feng got the message and uncorked the bottle. Instantly, Tianjun and Wan Ma's eyes widened in horror. They felt a fire burning inside them, but they still couldn't move, like a bullet loaded but the gun jammed, about to explode. "Weird, why isn't it working?" Qin Feng looked at the bottle in surprise. In theory, even a guy with erectile dysfunction should have a reaction. Why are Tianjun and Wan Ma completely unfazed? Should I give them a few more pounds? At the same time, he was super curious about this #1 poison under heaven, truly a top-tier supplement for arsonists and fulfilling the Prime Minister's will on Jianghu. "You think the #1 poison under heaven is just hype? I advise you to obediently hand over the Dragon Jade and Buddha relic, or they'll be completely crippled," Bai Bian Majun warned. "Seriously, you're such a villain stereotype, talking way too much. If it were me, I'd have already attacked." Qin Feng couldn't help but complain. This villain's intelligence is seriously lacking, not even worth my time. Then Qin Feng started his smooth-talking persuasion. "Even if I gave you the Dragon Jade and Buddha relic, with my talent, it'd only be a short time before I surpassed you. Plus, with my personality, do you really think I'd forgive you later?" Bai Bian Majun felt annoyed, tempted to kill Qin Feng to eliminate the threat. But Qin Feng calmly continued, "Even if you want to kill me to prevent future problems, do you think Yu Shen would easily forgive you? She's invested so much in me these past 7 years, even making me the 3rd holy son of the Yin Yue dynasty. Killing me is like flushing Yu Shen's investment down the drain. Moreover, Di Liu Dao will also not let you off, whether it's for the Yin Yu dynasty's honor or for this revenge of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Can you still live comfortably after that? You're old already, don't act rashly,
Think carefully before you act. Xin Feng continued. Even if you get the Dragon Jade and Buddha Relic, your strength will only increase a little. But if you do business with me, business. Bai Bianmajun was a little confused, having to ask his villain expert advice. Xin Feng grinned. You give me the no-scream poison formula, and I'll tell you how to attain the Great Emperor position. The Great Emperor position. Bai Bianmajun was breathless, his heart racing. What a big deal that is. The no-scream poison was just a top poison in the world, incomparable to the Great Emperor position. Two things completely on different levels. Tianjun and Wan Ma despairingly closed their eyes. They didn't hold out any hope for the method to become the Great Emperor Qin Feng mentioned. They knew Qin Feng must be referring to Fang Chang, but how could such child's lie fool a master like Bai Bianmajun? Wait, you're not trying to trick me, are you? Bai Bianmajun suddenly became wary. He remembered Xin Feng was shameless, possibly trying to buy time to call Yu Shen for help. Relax. I, Xin Feng, am an upright Confucian scholar. May the heavens strike me down if I lie. I can guarantee this method is as easy as riding a horse. Xin Feng patted his chest. Guaranteeing it. You think I believe you? The Great Emperor position isn't some cabbage growing in a field that you can just pick whenever you want. Bai Bianmajun looked at Xin Feng with suspicion. You think I haven't even finished first grade? Xin Feng thought for a moment, then said, Yes, I heard that there is a very special type of fate in the world, called the Six-Fate Emperor. Six-Fate Emperor? Bai Bianmajun was stunned, then let out a strange laugh. He had also read about the Six-Fate Emperor in an ancient book. Any girl who possesses this fate will meet a tragic end, but at the same time, will create 6 great emperors. Finally, I found someone who knows. Xin Feng was moved to tears. He opened his mouth. You write down the detoxification formula and medicine. I'll write down the names of the people with the Six-Fate Emperor fate. How about we trade? Bai Bianmajun agreed without hesitation. A deal like that? Only an idiot would say no. They scribbled stuff down on paper real quick and swapped them, all smiles. Haha, the emperor position will be mine. Bai Bianmajun clutched the paper, letting out a triumphant laugh before transforming into a swarm of bats and zooming off. Didn't even double check, probably scared Xin Feng would change his mind. So yeah, I'm definitely not crazy enough to hang with these villains, Xin Feng muttered to himself. He quickly stopped his train of thought, and silently wished Bai Bianmajun good luck. Absolutely not because he wanted Fang Chang to reward him with something, but only because he wanted Fang Chang to feel the warmth of human kindness, and escape the demonic path. Right then, after checking to make sure no one was around, Bai Bianmajun excitedly unfolded the paper. Fang Chang? Who the heck is Fang Chang? He seemed to realize something, and it took him a while to finally exclaim, Yin Yue Imperial Dynasty. In a city of the Yin Yu Imperial Dynasty, the sky and earth were like a blood-red painting, and corpses were piled up like mountains everywhere. Fang Chang sat in meditation, eyes closed in a pool of blood, the tattered clothes on his body like pieces of cloth hanging loosely. The pile of corpses and the sea of blood in front of him were his masterpiece. Although this method helped him break through very quickly, it also made the murderous intent in his heart grow. He felt that he could lose control of himself at any time and turn into a monster that only knew how to kill. No, I can't keep killing. Fang Chang's face was distorted as he tried to restrain the murderous desire in his body. But a hoarse, tempting voice rang in Fang Chang's body. Don't be complacent. Choosing the path of demons means there is no turning back. Think back to your past. Do you know why you were humiliated by Qin Feng, abandoned by Princess Nanfeng? It's because you have no strength. You must climb to the top step by step. You must have my unyielding spirit. Right then, Bai Bianmajun arrived at the blood-red city. From afar, he saw Fang Chang in contemplation. This person is the legendary Sixth-Seat Emperor. Now that Fang Chang has completely fallen into the demonic path and is killing everywhere in the Yin Yue Imperial Dynasty, it is not difficult to find him. The only thing that made Bai Bianmajun hesitate was that Fang Chang was a man. Between becoming the great emperor and conscience, damn it, I still have to consider this. Bai Bianmajun raised his hand and slapped himself hard on the face. He knew that with his current talent, it was impossible to achieve the position of great emperor. After thinking for a while, Bai Bianmajun took off his mask. To become a great emperor, what's the point of being a man or a woman? At the same time, in the Lam Mor Palace, an extremely strong wave of spiritual energy suddenly appeared. Great! Mother is finally about to leave her closed-door cultivation. In the past few days, in order to get revenge on Qin Feng, Yu Lan had been accommodating to him in everything. She stayed up late sewing chest covers, hoping that after her mother left the cave she would teach Qin Feng a lesson. Meanwhile, at Emerald Bamboo Peak, Din Shu brought weapons and armor made from dragon corpses to see Qin Feng. Dragon, I've taken care of your corpse's weapons. Here. Qin Feng picked up a piece which was a dragon armor emitting a black light, and he couldn't help but admire. This armor looks soft but is extremely sturdy. Your aesthetic eye is really good. Di Zhu introduced with satisfaction. This soft armor is made from the soft scales and tendons of the dragon's abdomen, and it is also tempered with dragon blood to increase its defensive power. Wearing it can withstand a full attack from a nascent soul cultivator. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he praised repeatedly. It really is a wonderful thing. Dinshu continued.
That's right. This trip to the Kunlun's secret realm only allows warriors under 30 years old to participate. It is impossible to reach the nascent soul level before 30 years old. In other words, with this black dragon armor you can run rampant in the Kunlun's secret realm. It is as hard as a 1,000-year-old turtle shell, and no one can penetrate your defense.
Good stuff. Here, Qin Feng wrapped his arms around the soft armor, pressed it against his body, and then turned to Tianjun and Wan Ma.
This soft armor belongs to me. You can choose whatever else you want. Thank you, boss. The two were surprised that Qin Feng would give them such an important weapon. Immediately, Tianjun and Wan Ma chose weapons that suited them, and they also did not forget to praise Qin Feng. Our boss is really the best boss in the world. Nothing can compare. In the past, Cheng Xiang once lost the battle and became 1,000 soldiers, and the experience of blood and tears taught me that, without equipment, your subordinates will make you suffer extremely, Qin Feng said seriously. At this time, Qin Feng discovered a long bow in the corner. This bow can be left to Bai Ri, although we are not close and have only met a few times, but, after all, he was the first to come to me with the fate of the sixth-seed emperor. He must be recruited early. However, Qin Feng's number of immortal slaves has run out, and he needs to break through to the Dao Shadow Realm to unlock 2 more places. The Kunlun's secret realm is about to open, and Qin Feng must seize the time. Just as Qin Feng was thinking, Di Zhao spoke up. The task you asked me to do has been completed. I will take my leave. Then a piece of emerald green magic circle appeared, taking Di Shu away. Looking at the figure of his master, Qin Feng's heart was filled with gratitude and more love for this master. Next, Qin Feng put on the black dragon armor and reached out to signal Wan Ma. Use your strongest weapon to attack me and see if I really can't be hurt. Boss, this is difficult for me. Wan Ma felt very embarrassed. Although Di Zhu said that the armor could withstand a full blow from a nascent soul cultivator, if there was a mistake, Qin Feng would have to recast it immediately. Just as the two were at a standstill, a pair of white feet appeared. Xiao Bai said in a panic, Master, Sister Yulan brought someone here. Wan Ma was totally confused. What do you mean, leading people? Qin Feng, get your butt out here? Yulan's voice echoed, followed by Yue Shen and her mom Lan Ma, the Ice Queen. They've come to avenge Yulan for the humiliation she suffered these past few days. Talk about backup. Yulan's mom is totally living up to her reputation as one of the 4 great beauties of the ancient wastelands. She's got that captivating charm, that drop-dead gorgeous face. Just standing there, her presence alone, makes Tianjun and Wan Ma shake in their boots. Whoa, mama. Hearing Yulan's call, Xiao Bai freaked out even more. Master, Yulanji is coming to collect with her mom in tow. Run for your life. Knowing Yulan was after him, Qin Feng hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped out. Yulan, my little darling, why didn't you tell me your mom was coming? That caused goosebumps to erupt all over Yulan's body. Her earlier majestic vibe vanished without a trace. Yu Shen, on the other hand, panicked. When will these two ever get better? What's gonna happen when Xian finds out about this? Yulan just rolled her eyes, fuming but speechless. Upon seeing Yulan's mom appear, Qin Feng respectfully greeted her first, then he grabbed Yulan's hand, acting like a couple having a lover's quarrel. Yulan, my precious, are you still mad at me? Who's your Yulan, my precious? Yulan shivered after hearing that, and hastily shook off Qin Feng's hand. But right after, Qin Feng latched onto Yulan again, pretending to sigh. I already told you, Xian and I have been best friends since we were kids. Even if you wanted to offer yourself to repay me for saving your life in the life or death competition, I couldn't agree. But becoming my concubine is fine. Who wants to be your concubine, you jerk? Yulan angrily yanked her hand away, insisting that Qin Feng was lying. Seeing that, Qin Feng kept faking it and tried to hold her hand. Don't be mad anymore, Yulan. I'm sorry. He put his hand on Yulan's shoulder, leaned close to her ear, and said seriously, Relax. I'm a responsible man. I had to take off your clothes to save you from the poison, so I'll definitely take responsibility for you. And the fact that you gave me a chest wrap as a token of our love, I'll definitely keep it a secret. I won't let anyone know. Wink wink. What the heck? Yulan's mom felt her brain short-circuiting. Using undressing to save someone from poison was understandable. But giving a chest wrap as a love token? What kind of craziness is that? Seeing that, Yu Shen butted in. Yulan, she's even more outrageous than I was back in the day. These youngsters have so many tricks up their sleeves. I didn't give him anything, Mom. Don't believe his nonsense. Yulan couldn't maintain her image anymore, and quickly covered Qin Feng's mouth. But right after, Qin Feng pushed Yulan away, his eyes full of reluctance. Hey, Yulan, my little darling. I know you love me as deeply as a river, wanting to be with me every moment. Yulan's eyes widened. She was stunned by Qin Feng's reverse psychology. Before she could react, Qin Feng quickly accused. But Yu Shenji and Mom are watching. Hold back a little. It's not me. Yulan finally understood Qin Feng's plan. She quickly denied. Mom, he's lying. Don't believe him. So what's this then? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, holding a pile of chest wraps as he ran over. He pointed to one with a strawberry pattern. Remember that night you gave me this strawberry pattern chest wrap as a token of love? At this moment, Yulan was both angry and embarrassed. totally played by Qin Feng to the point of speechlessness. As Yulan's biological mother, Lan Ma, immediately recognized that the strawberry pattern chest wrap was her daughter's creation, Yulan spent a whole day sewing this wrap. Oh, so much love. Why give so many? Lan Ma wondered.
At this point, Yulan was so angry she was panting, her chest heaving. You're talking nonsense. You clearly stole it from me. What proof do you have? Qin Feng spread his hands out, indifferently, then looked at Lan Ma and smiled. No explanation needed, you get it.
I was young once too. Who doesn't have romance during their youth? Then, her eyes glanced at Qin Feng. Before I went into seclusion, had you heard of the ancient wasteland's #1 warrior? After that, you joined my sect. Sheng, after killing the great dragon, was made the third holy son by the emperor.
At the same time, he is also the legitimate young master of the Qin family of the ancient wastelands. Sooner or later, the young master will return to the Qin family. Seeing Qin Feng joking around, Lan Ma seemed to have made up her mind. A warrior like that, both talented, rich, and moral, choosing him as a son-in-law isn't bad at all.
Then, she patted Yulan's shoulder. I'm very open-minded, you can relax. At this moment, the system notification sounded.
Robbing the favored son of Heaven's lover, receiving initial approval from his mother, and receiving 100,000 villain points. Qin Feng was shocked. So Yulan was originally someone's lover. He just accidentally stole him. Does that mean the child of destiny is about to appear?
Yulan felt extremely annoyed. Suspecting that she was an adopted child, how could her biological mother marry her precious daughter to a bastard like that? The #1 scumbag of the ancient wastelands. Mom must have picked me up. No one would marry their daughter to such a jerk, Yulan thought desperately. You must know how to cherish your blessings. Lan Ma gave Yulan a seductive glance, while pinching her arm hard. In her heart she thought, if I hadn't given birth to Yulan, that jerk Qin Feng wouldn't have had a chance. If he wasn't the #1 warrior of the ancient wastelands, I would have drowned this girl long ago. But right after that, Lan Ma's voice turned cold. But my Yulan will never be anyone's concubine. Those words made Qin Feng shiver, as if sitting on a pile of fire.
He glanced at Yu Shen, who was eating melon on the side, and finally decided to push all the responsibility onto her. You have to ask Yu Shenji about this. Not only did he steal Yulan, Qin Feng also successfully provoked the conflict between Yu Shen and Lan Ma, causing a world-shattering battle between the two beauties.
The two beauties faced each other, their auras sharp. At this moment, Lan Ma made the first move. She snapped her fingers loudly. Rumble, rumble. A world-destroying aura erupted from Lan Ma, her powerful strength capable of crushing all resistance. At the same time, a piercing roar echoed across the battlefield. Behind Lan Ma, a white tiger materialized, tearing through space, its aura of sharp killing intent spreading like the god of slaughter. This white tiger form was something Lan Ma had managed to control after many trials on the ancient battlefield.
But because it wasn't a hereditary inheritance, its power was still far inferior to Yue Shen Xuan Wu. However, the white tiger was also one of the ancient ferocious beasts, with immense growth potential, capable of surpassing Xuan Wu.
Lan Ma looked at Yu Shen challengingly, her eyes full of disdain. Yu Shen, after all these centuries you're still the same. But today, if you don't agree, I'll beat you until you do. The white tiger roared furiously, sound waves rippling outwards, enveloping the electric blue lightning that blotted out the sky, truly befitting the title of King of Beasts. Lan Ma, you think I'm scared? Faced with Lan Ma's terrifying power, Yue Shen didn't back down, but instead became even more eager to fight. It's been centuries. Time to teach you a lesson.
Immediately afterwards, Xuan Wu's deep, resonant roar echoed, the divine turtle stepping out from the spatial rift, covering the sky and emitting a dazzling light, facing off against the white tiger.
Holy crap, awesome. Two hotties fighting, Qin Feng grinned. Seriously, what I love most is watching two beautiful women duke it out.
Suddenly, the system announced, Congratulations, host. Heavenly chosen daughter Yulan is experiencing chest tightness. Gained 10,000 villain points. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed. As an upright Confucian scholar, shouldn't I volunteer to step forward and comfort Yulan with a shoulder rub upon hearing these news? Just as Qin Feng was about to make his move,
a terrifying aura enveloped the entire Heavenly Rainbow Academy. Are you two really going at each other? At this time, the confrontation between Yue Shen and Lan Ma had escalated to a fever pitch. The two were about to start pulling each other's hair, Yue Shen refusing to let Xinyan become a concubine, while Lan Ma insisted that her daughter should have it all. Unexpectedly, a majestic voice boomed, Now is not the time to fight. Hearing this, both beauties were startled. It was the voice of the Sixth Tao Emperor. The Kunlun's secret realm will open in 5 days. You two should conserve your energy. This isn't the time for causing trouble.
Understood. Emperor Yue Shen and Lan Ma immediately withdrew their Yao beasts, standing respectfully.
The Emperor has spoken. So we'll settle this later. Let's have our meeting first and then fight. With that, the two transformed into streaks of light, flying toward the Sixth Tao Emperor's palace for the meeting.
Seriously, is it over just like that?
Qin Feng lamented. I even prepared a seat to watch. Then, turning to Yulan, he pretended to be a professional. MC,
Yulan Bao Bao, what do you think about this? Come on, don't give me that look. Yulan angrily flew away, not wanting to waste any time with the scoundrel Qin Feng. You're not done with me yet. Qin Feng froze for a moment, watching her go, then he took out his notebook and wrote, year so-and-so, month so-and-so, the 6th Tao Emperor, Yin Yu Shen, and Lan Ma fought, causing me to miss the chance to observe a battle between experts, missing the opportunity to improve myself. Compensation required. 100 million low-grade spirit stones. Xiao Bai also climbed onto Qin Feng's shoulder, mimicking him by taking out a notebook and writing. Year so-and-so, month so-and-so, Qin Feng incited Yu Shen and Lan Ma to fight, causing me to lose sleep. Compensation required. 10 carats. Just then, a flock of bats flew into the forest, obscuring Xiao Bai on Qin Feng's shoulder, causing it to fall to the ground. But it was all within Qin Feng's calculations. He pointed at the figure transforming from the flock of bats, and said, I'm guessing you found Fang Chang but failed, and now you've come to ask for my help, right? 100 transformations. Demon Lord revealed himself, still in the form of a black robe covering his face. How did you know? He felt astonished, suspecting that Qin Feng was proficient in Ziyan's divination techniques. Worthy of you, daring to face difficulties with such determination. I, Qin Feng, will definitely help you. Qin Feng hurriedly clasped his hands together. Fang Chang brother, the fact that that guy wants to harm you has nothing to do with me. At that time, due to the circumstances of snatching the 100 years, I revealed Wu Qing about your destiny as a 6th Tao Emperor. I didn't expect 100 transformations Demon Lord to be so obsessed with this destiny. Seeing Qin Feng's lenient appearance, 100 transformations Demon Lord stepped forward and pressed. Do you have a way to help me become Fang Chang again? Have a way? It's not like there isn't one. But what treasure will you use to exchange this time? Qin Feng originally wanted to scare 100 transformations Demon Lord into knowing the difficulty and retreating, but unexpectedly he actually wanted to overcome the difficulties to become a great emperor. What do you want? 100 transformations, Demon Lord said decisively. For the position of great emperor I can do anything, even men. I want you, Qin Feng was interrupted before he could finish speaking. I can't. You should change to someone else. Qin Feng's eyes widened, feeling extremely tired in his heart. He spoke up. I'm a man, what would I want you for? You probably misunderstood what I meant. I want you to work for me for 100 years. I'll guarantee that you, Lai Rifang Chang, will succeed. How's that? 100 years. That's too long. I can only listen to you for 3 years. Alright, 3 years it is then. Qin Feng happily agreed. 100 transformations Demon Lord felt surprised. He thought he would have to pay 50 years to succeed. Unexpectedly he bargained so well. Truly worthy of admiration. Seeing his smug look, Qin Feng chuckled inwardly. This villain's IQ is just, wow. From now on he's just my puppet. Once the immortal slave seal is set, what's the difference between 100 years and a day? Then, Qin Feng continued to lure him. Come back here tomorrow at the same time and I'll lift the contract for you. Why tomorrow? Bai Bian Mo Jun was so eager to come back. Lai Ri immediately. Every day of delay meant one less day to beat Fang Chang, and the position of great emperor might be taken by someone else. But Qin Feng said calmly, the method to undo the contract requires 3 elements, the right time, the right place, and human fire. Missing even one is no good. Actually, the reason was that Qin Feng was out of immortal slave talismans and needed to break through to the Tao image realm first. Ah, so that's it, Bai Bian Mo Jun happily replied, effusively thanking Qin Feng. Thank you, young Master Qin, for being so straightforward. This humble one will forever remember this kindness and never forget it. With that, he transformed into a bat and flew away. Watching Bai Bian Mo Jun's departing figure, Qin Feng sighed. He's so easy to fool. After returning to Emerald Bamboo Peak, Qin Feng immediately began his transformation process. Transforming into the great awesome heavenly dragon, he turned into a golden body, surrounded by countless streams of powerful spiritual qi surging into Qin Feng. Tianjun and Wan Ma played the role of protectors, guarding outside. Hearing the commotion inside the room, Tianjun worried. Is this kind of breakthrough going to be alright, or is it like Dizhu Jiansheng worried? That our boss is just destroying himself and his future? No way. I firmly believe that the young master will succeed, Wan Ma said. When I was young, I witnessed the Qin clan's rage and madness, demanding to kill Qin Feng. As one of the 13 bodyguards, I know exactly how hard the young master worked to protect the family. At the age of 8, the young master dared to injure himself, taking the blame and leaving the Qin clan, going alone to the Yin Yu dynasty to make his mark. With the young master's vision, he can't possibly be destroying himself. Just then, a terrifying sealing sound echoed from inside the room, along with a burst of powerful spiritual qi erupting outwards. Breaking through to the Tao image realm, I knew the young master would definitely succeed. Wan Ma's eyes flashed with joy, panting heavily. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fist, and absorbed all the overflowing spiritual qi into his body. After breaking through to the Tao image realm, Qin Feng felt his strength increase tenfold. Moreover, his connection with the everlasting divine sword seemed even stronger. Next, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, imprinted a hand seal, and the everlasting divine sword seal glowed, transforming into a flying sword floating in front of him. The sword gradually grew larger and larger, until it was big enough for a person to stand on. Qin Feng excitedly jumped onto the flying sword, then released another hand seal. Boom! Qin Feng and the sword flew straight out of the cave. I finally know how to fly. Qin Feng felt extremely excited, like a calf driving a plane. This is awesome. It's just a little cold behind my back. The next morning, Bai Bian Mo Jun returned to Emerald Bamboo Peak as scheduled. He thought that he could become a great emperor by serving Qin Feng for 3 years, but he didn't know that once he was marked with the Immortal Slave Seal, he would have to serve for life.
Qin Feng pressed an Immortal Slave Seal on Bai Bian Mo Jun's forehead. What is this? Unbelievable. Bai Bian Mo Jun's eyes widened, feeling his strength surge. At that moment his mentality changed.
From now on, he wouldn't allow anyone to speak loudly to him, not even Qin Feng. But as soon as he thought that, he felt his soul burning like fire. In agony, Bai Bian Mo Jun hugged his head and rolled on the ground, screaming. What's going on? Tian Jun and Wan Ma didn't understand what was happening. They hadn't had this reaction before. Qin Feng made it up. He's probably singing praises. It hurts a little for everyone the first time. Just take it slow and get used to it.
You should go find Bai Ri to comfort me for a bit, and then come back right away. Currently, Qin Feng still had one usable Immortal Slave Talisman, and he definitely had to use it on Bai Ri, the first person to come to him with the 6th Destiny Emperor fate. Before he grows up, at the bustling market street of the great Xia dynasty, a group of pranksters surrounded a beggar, teasing him and dangling a chicken leg in front of him. Taking a closer look, the beggar was none other than Bai Ri, whom Qin Feng had been thinking about.
At this time, Bai Ri looked at the chicken leg in front of him, recalling what happened about a month ago. After the end of the life and death battle, when he returned home, Bai Ri thought he would be encouraged and comforted by his family. But unexpectedly, they despised him for not dying in the competition, bringing shame to the clan. A hand lashed out, shattering Bai Ri's dantian, turning him into a complete cripple. Bang! Bai Ri was thrown out of the house. Bai Ri couldn't get up, like a soft shrimp. In the days that followed, Bai Ri lived like a beggar, curled up in a small alley like a dog, forced to abandon his morals to find food. But he was unwilling to live as a cripple. He would definitely take revenge on his family, repaying them tenfold for what they had done to him. For survival, he was willing to abandon all morals. Bai Ri tried to suppress his anger, lowered himself, crawled on the ground, and barked like a dog.
Damn it, he really barked like a dog. Laughter echoed throughout the small alley. After he was done, Bai Ri tiredly looked up and asked, "Will you give me the chicken leg, okay?"
"Eat it!"
The children laughed hysterically and threw the chicken leg on the ground. Just as Bai Ri was about to pick it up, another one stepped on his right hand, stomping the chicken leg into the mud. Did he agree? I didn't. Then a kick straight to the chest sent Bai Ri rolling away several times before stopping. Watching Bai Ri sprawled out like a dead dog, the kids kicked the dirty chicken leg over to him. "Eat up, you good-for-nothing."
"Didn't you want to eat so badly? Here, eat." Just as Bai Ri's spirit was about to break, reaching its limit, a familiar voice rang out from behind.
"Is this really that funny?"
Qin Feng showed up. With an angry, puzzled look, he walked straight to Bai Ri, crouching down to check his injuries.
But when his hand touched him, Bai Ri flinched back in fear. "Don't worry, I don't mind getting dirty."
Qin Feng nonchalantly helped Bai Ri up, his eyes full of regret. "Bai Ri, I'm so sorry for being late." Qin Feng pulled out a dragon horn bow from his spatial storage. The bow glittered with light, its string made of dragon tendon, able to focus invisible energy. What's more, it had 2 real arrows, the arrowheads made from sharp dragon claws, with immense armor-piercing power.
Bai Ri's eyes lit up. Even as a cripple he could recognize the power of the bow. But then his eyes quickly dimmed when he realized he no longer had the ability to use it.
Qin Feng saw the hesitation in Bai Ri's heart,
and he said with a regretful tone, "This dragon bow is specially made for you by yours truly. But I didn't expect that, while I was focused on making it, you had to go through so much suffering."
"Don't worry. No matter how difficult it is, I will definitely help you recover your dantian and return to your former self. I will not forgive anyone who has ever harmed you."
Bai Ri looked at Qin Feng's loving eyes, and his heart cried out. Even though he didn't know what Qin Feng was plotting, his appearance was like a light shining into Bai Ri's dark world.
You are Qin Feng, the third holy son." The commoner's attitude suddenly changed upon hearing the name Qin Feng. Maybe they didn't know who the third holy son of the Yin Yu dynasty was, but they definitely heard about Qin Feng's scandalous reputation.
Qin Feng said indifferently, "You react like that when you see me. Means I'm pretty dangerous, huh?" Then, he drew his sword and beheaded each of the little bastards. "Die, you insects," Qin Feng thought to himself. "What's scary isn't that you have nothing, but that you still want to win at all costs." At that moment the two looked at each other, and Bai Ri no longer hated Qin Feng, but was filled with emotion. "Follow me," Qin Feng smiled. "I will give you plenty of food and clothing, a sense of security, and dignity."
Bai Ri was so touched he wanted to cry. He felt that Qin Feng was very trustworthy, acting straightforwardly.
Unlike that despicable Feng Cheng, the time is ripe. Qin Feng quickly pressed a slave immortal talisman, This talisman can help you increase your strength fivefold. I hope you won't let me down.
After all this, Bai Ri's heart completely belonged to Qin Feng. A powerful stream of Ling Qi surged into his dantian, restoring his meridians to their original state. Bai Ri's eyes widened. Unable to believe that he had regained his strength, he knelt down to thank him. Young Master Qin has given me a new life. Bai Ri swears to engrave this kindness in my heart. Qin Feng was also very honest. It's nothing, just a win-win cooperation. I'm just investing in my life in advance. After bowing to express his gratitude, Bai Ri remembered the inhumane treatment they had shown him, and his heart was filled with anger. The Bai family, I will definitely return everything. But immediately afterwards, he remembered the scene of Feng Cheng overwhelming him, and said angrily, the Bai family, Feng Cheng, just you wait. I'll show you. Meanwhile, outside the Kunlun secret realm, a teenager holding an ancient mirror appeared. It was Lin San.
You've disappeared for dozens of chapters, Brother Qin. Will I even meet you during this opening of the secret realm? At this time, Qin Feng's group arrived at the most bustling pleasure district of the city, a place where all the big shots gathered. Wang Ma wondered, the Kunlun secret realm is about to open. Why are we here? Qin Feng replied, of course, to do something important. Every time the Kunlun secret realm opens, many random entrances appear. Those with good luck will easily find them. Otherwise, they have to spend a lot of money to build a large formation to bring people in. According to the heavenly secrets I've seen, Feng Cheng will encounter an entrance to the secret realm in this Hualuo city. Thanks to that, he finds the limitless spring, refining a daddio heart seed that only exists in ideals.
Qin Feng looked at Baibian Mojun with malicious intent. But more importantly, Feng Cheng is currently in Hualuo.
I always keep my promises. Before the Kunlun secret realm opens, there's still time. I can help you fulfill your wish.
Baibian Mojun was overjoyed. Didn't expect to get rid of Feng Cheng so quickly.
Of course, when have I, Qin Feng, ever broken a promise? The scene shifts to Hua Yai, Dihong Courtyard, a quaint tea house. Before even reaching the door, a sweet girl's voice rang out.
Merchant, come on in and play. It's been so long. I miss you so much.
As she spoke, the girl even pulled her clothes down lower, sending a flying kiss.
Spring has sprung, stirring the young heart of Tianjun. This is Baibian Mojun's wish come true. Awesome. From today on, you and I are sworn brothers, Tianjun said, stepping inside. Qin Feng glanced around. He wasn't interested in the mediocre girls at all, but rather, he liked the antique decor of Hua Yai, Dihong Courtyard. After 7 years as a divine servant in the Moon God Palace, Qin Feng's senses were no longer ordinary. Even any girl in the Moon God Palace could easily beat those in this small border town. Actually, the reason Qin Feng came here was to buy a brothel, a honey trap for Feng Cheng. According to the heavens, Feng Cheng would stay here, not because he wanted to have fun, but because it was chaotic, convenient to hide in. Everyone knows that brothels are where the chosen one is destined to go, where they will meet beautiful girls with tragic fates, causing their cold hearts to stir with compassion, thereby relying on their flirtatious personality. They will win over the beauties. In other words, he was planning to target Feng Cheng's tastes, creating a romantic encounter. Seeing Tianjun already immersed in the arms of a girl, Wan Ma was utterly confused. He quickly covered his ears, trying to block out that annoying melodious voice. Don't touch me. Seeing the girl trying to cuddle him, Wan Ma roared angrily. The girl curled up in fear. You thug. Wan Ma left the girl, muttering to himself, nothing beats holding my daggers, both cute and strong. How boring. However, the decor here is quite cozy. At this moment, a girl pulled Qin Feng's hand and said, Mama, we have a customer. Oh, is this young man here for the first time? An old woman with a beaming face came to greet them, professional with many years of experience. She realized this Qin Feng's group was not simple, especially Qin Feng, with such noble aura, wearing a name tag on his belt. Must be from a big clan. Young man, you've come to the right place. Our Hua Yai, Dihong Courtyard, is the most famous brothel in Hualuo, with 4 top beauties guarding it. 4 beauties? Qin Feng couldn't help but ask. Although surprised for a moment, the old woman quickly smiled brightly. As long as you like, they are named Zhao Diao, Gongku, Ah Meng, and Banfeng Yu. Qin Feng waved his hand and offered 10 high-grade spirit stones. For the next 3 days, this brothel belongs to me, including Mama. Do you have any problems? Seeing the spirit stones, the old woman's eyes lit up, excitedly replying, no problem at all. The young master says, and I shall do. Whatever the young master does, we will accept. First thing, can we change the sign? No problem. She took the 10 spirit stones. Even if she had to change her father's name, she would be willing. Immediately, she ordered the old sign to be taken down and replaced with the one Qin Feng wrote himself. A little later, the old woman's expression was extremely awkward. This new name is a bit too much. The sign clearly read 4 words. Chi Bu Shi, ride and can't lose. That's exactly the effect I want. Qin Feng looked across the street. With such a unique name, Feng Cheng will definitely take another look at least once. Qin Feng smiled at the sign he wrote. With such a blatant name, Feng Cheng will surely glance. At the same time, Baibian Mojun also transformed into Princess Nanfeng, as requested by Qin Feng. Qin Feng believed that no matter how ruthless Fang Cheng had become, meeting his first love again would definitely stir something within him. So similar. He can really transform into anything. Xiao Bai stared at Bai Bianmojun with wide eyes, a bold idea popping into her head. To avoid Feng Cheng from detecting any flaws, Qin Feng also spent money to buy a qi-concealing talisman from the system, completely isolating Bai Bianmojun's aura. Now all that's left is to wait for the protagonist to appear. Just follow the plan, it can't fail, Qin Feng said reassuringly, looking at Bai Bianmojun after transforming into Princess Nanfeng. Bai Bianmojun sat on the second floor of the brothel, covering his face with a veil. Below was a group of nobles being attracted.
Not long after, a white-blue figure appeared on the street. It was Feng Cheng, whom they were waiting for.
Today, he only intended to come to this chaotic place, and then find an opportunity to escape the city tomorrow, returning to the Grand Statue Square. Who knew? Just as he arrived at Hua Street, he was suddenly drawn to the absolutely cannot lose billboard. Damn it, so chaotic.
100 Transformations Demon Lord was wide-eyed, seeing Qin Feng as an even bigger villain.
He chased Feng Cheng for a whole freaking month without any luck, while Qin Feng just chilled in one spot, and Feng Cheng delivered himself right to the door. Stay calm, I'll protect you. Listen to Qin Feng's orders. Bai Bianmojun took a deep breath to chill out.
Then, following Qin Feng's instructions, he ran downstairs, heading straight for Feng Cheng.
Crap, Ms. Dongfeng is escaping. Qin Feng made a scene in the crowd. According to plan, Dongfeng was the name Qin Feng gave Bai Bianmojun. The brothel instantly descended into chaos. Seeing Dongfeng running away, people immediately gave chase to protect her. Hearing the commotion, Feng Cheng turned around to see a beautiful young woman, looking terrified, running right towards him.
Even seeing only half her face through the thin veil, Feng Cheng was shaken by a sense of familiarity like first love. "Esteemed sir, please save me."
Bai Bianmojun grabbed Feng Cheng's hand tightly, looking terrified, and kept running, seriously protecting her. Quickly separating Dongfeng from Feng Cheng, "Save me." Bai Bianmojun remembered Qin Feng's instructions, showing a weak and pitiful but helpless look. Seeing the almost desperate look in Dongfeng's eyes, Feng Cheng's frozen heart felt a spark of warmth. Should he reveal his identity to save this unfamiliar girl, or let things develop naturally? Feng Cheng was conflicted. Just then, the old madam of the brothel came rushing out, angrily scolding Dongfeng. "You stupid thing! Are you trying to kill us all?" She didn't know the relationship between Dongfeng and Qin Feng. She only knew that Qin Feng had rented this entire brothel to sell Dongfeng. Now if she escaped, Qin Feng would blame them, demand back the spirit stones, and make enemies of the forces behind him. Seeing the distressed expression on Dongfeng's face, all the gentlemen felt their hearts ache and wanted to comfort her. At that moment, the old madam violently yanked down the veil covering Dongfeng's face, revealing a beautiful face that dazzled everyone.
Holy crap! Seeing Dongfeng's perfect face, the gentleman went wild, determined to comfort her. But no one knew that Dongfeng was actually Bai Bianmojun. How could they be so alike? Feng Cheng looked at Dongfeng in astonishment, recalling his memories with Princess Nanfeng. Feng Cheng immediately thought, Princess Nanfeng is His Majesty's beloved princess. How could she have fallen into this pleasure district? He affirmed that Dongfeng was not Princess Nanfeng. "Gentlemen, today is the day of Dongfeng's coming out," the old madam quickly seized the opportunity to say. "Regardless of age or appearance, whoever pays the highest price gets her." Dongfeng hadn't met anyone yet. Hearing this, the gentleman excitedly shouted loudly.
Feng Cheng stared blankly at Dongfeng, again associating her with his first love, Princess Nanfeng. Her smile, her eyes were so strangely similar.
"Is it Nanfeng?" The old madam dragged Dongfeng onto the stage, caressed her breasts and praised, "Her breasts are developing so well," then patted her back, telling her to spin around like a monkey on stage. Seeing Dongfeng being humiliated like this, Feng Cheng couldn't take it anymore. Back then, he failed to protect Princess Nanfeng from that scumbag Qin Feng, so how could he just stand by and watch Dongfeng fall into the hands of a pack of wolves? At this time, the old madam continued. Dongfeng comes from a family of high-ranking officials, but because she refused to serve third young master Qin Feng, her whole family was massacred. That demon even threw her into prison, wanting to destroy her angelic beauty. Gentlemen, you can't miss this opportunity. As soon as she said that, the crowd boiled over. So she's from a family of high-ranking officials, so that's why she's so beautiful. I've heard that third young master Qin Feng is ruthless. I didn't expect him to lay a hand on such a beautiful woman. He can kill his own younger brother, let alone a beautiful woman. The rumors made Feng Cheng's heart ache. Dongfeng was so similar to Nanfeng, also falling from grace into the mud because of that bastard Qin Feng. Feng Cheng's determination to save Dongfeng grew even stronger. "Gentlemen, let the auction begin," the old madam said with a bright smile. "Whoever pays the highest price will get Dongfeng. 100 spirit stones, 500 spirit stones from me, 1,000 spirit stones, 10,000 spirit stones, 100 superior grade spirit stones." A cold voice rang out, causing everyone to turn around. "Feng Cheng, 1 superior grade spirit stone is equivalent to 1,000 ordinary ones, so 100 is 100,000. In this small border city, 100,000 spirit stones is extremely rare. 1,000 superior grade spirit stones.
Tianjun bid according to Xin Feng's instructions, paying 10 times as much. Feng Cheng glanced at the VIP room upstairs. I didn't expect there to be a wealthy man here, but as the savior of Dajia, he has countless spirit stones. Moreover, he just massacred a city. He definitely can't be ordinary.
But Tianjun was worried. Boss, if we bid like this, will it scare Feng Cheng away?
It's okay, Xin Feng was completely calm. With 10 years of experience reading novels, I know that authors like to focus on the male lead's lust, so they often tend to spend a fortune.
100,000 superior grade spirit stones. 150,000. 1 million.
Xin Feng angrily jumped up. 150,000 is the limit. How can it jump straight to 1 million? But Tianjun said, see, I told you Feng Cheng totally loves this kind of stuff. Xin Feng froze, stuttering. He's got money, but he's not stupid, Xin Feng worried. Will Feng Cheng stop bidding? Miss this good chance. Quit yelling already. Tianjun realized his mistake, then turned to ask Xin Feng's opinion. Feng Cheng is a wanted criminal right now,
and he's rushing back to Dajia, so he won't easily make a move in Hualuo.
Thinking that, Xin Feng relaxed and continued according to the script. He's really good at yelling though, Xin Feng told Tianjun. How could he not know how to yell? He got played by the 6th sovereign emperor, so of course he has to know how to yell, Tianjun replied. Not really getting it, but hey, as long as he knew how to yell, it was fine. Seriously, Xin Feng's progress was way too fast. At the price of 1 million supreme-grade spirit stones, Feng Cheng's stiff face finally reacted.
Initially, he had planned to give up, but seeing Dongfang's pleading eyes
and remembering the happy times with Nanfeng, Feng Cheng decided
15 million supreme-grade spirit stones. So similar. Nanfeng, I will definitely save you.
Holy cow, 15 million spirit stones. The entire auction house erupted, everyone looking towards Feng Cheng. Just for a woman he dared to spend 15 million supreme-grade spirit stones. If he wasn't crazy, he'd definitely been tricked.
Tianjun turned to Xin Feng, full of admiration. You really are the boss, your prediction was spot on. Should we keep bidding?
Xin Feng thought for a moment and decided to stop. Even though he knew the wealth Feng Cheng carried was many times more, but compared to a great emperor, adding more spirit stones was just a small matter. He could strip the wealth later, but Feng Cheng's flower had to wither today. 15 million going once, going twice, going 3 times. The old lady auctioneer's face was flushed with joy as she congratulated the young master on successfully buying Dongfeng. She still thought she was dreaming, truly unable to believe someone would frantically splurge 15 million supreme-grade spirit stones just for one girl. Feng Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. If the other party had kept increasing the price, he would have been forced to reveal his identity and forcibly take Dongfeng away. Luckily, he had experienced this before, so he was more composed. These ordinary folks couldn't shake Feng Cheng's elegant facade, especially not Dongfeng. After seeing him win, her eyes brightened again, revealing an unprecedented look of surprise. The gaze she gave him was full of admiration and awe.
Not long after, Feng Cheng finished paying the spirit stones and entered Dongfeng's room, under the envious stares of the men in the room. The dim candlelight created a romantic atmosphere, and Dongfeng sat on the bed, happiness about to overflow.
Young master, it's getting late, we should rest early. Miss Dongfeng, this emperor is merely sympathetic to you. I have no ill intentions whatsoever. Feng Cheng's face was still as stiff as a dead fish.
Holy smokes, you've even taken off your clothes and you're saying this? At this moment, Dongfeng smiled, but in her mind, she recalled Xin Feng's instructions on how to win over Feng Cheng. To conquer Feng Cheng, eye contact is very important. You must show a gentle look that softens his heart. Second, if he pretends to be a gentleman, flirt with him using nonsensical poetry. The situation is exactly as Master said.
I know. With a courtesan like me, young master's reputation will be affected.
One jade hand drains 1,000 men. Half a red lip dries out 10,000 guests. Adorning a frail body, while pretending to hold a false heart.
Miss Dongfeng, I didn't mean that. I saved you only because you resemble Princess Nanfeng.
In my heart, Nanfeng is an untouchable saintess. Initially, I planned to wait for some time to pass before inviting you to leave, but now hearing you say that, I'm completely flustered.
At this point, Dongfeng had become Nanfeng in Feng Cheng's eyes. Young master, don't say any more, this is just this servant girl's fate. Dongfeng trembled as she took off her clothes in front of Feng Cheng, then hugged him tightly.
Young master, come on. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold, Dongfeng. I'm really not that kind of person.
Feng Cheng's stiff face finally changed. He quickly turned his face away. In the years with Princess Nanfeng, the two had never been this intimate, and now having someone who looked exactly like Nanfeng hugging and kissing him, Feng Cheng couldn't help but be moved, just as he was wondering whether he should become a beast or not.
A strong fragrance rose from the candle. The scent made Feng Cheng excitedly crazy. This feeling he would never forget. But before Feng Cheng could do anything, Dongfeng pounced, pushing him down onto the rug.
She jumped on top, using both hands to restrain Feng Cheng, making him unable to move. Her strength was terrifying. Feng Cheng was startled. How could a seemingly weak woman possess such strength? Feng Cheng realized he'd walked right into a trap. He tried to push Dongfeng off, but fueled by aphrodisiacs he was quickly overpowered and couldn't resist. Black smoke billowed from Dongfeng, and her voice deepened into a rough growl. She forcefully pinned Fang Cheng onto the bed. Before Fang Cheng could react, Dongfeng flipped him over, revealing a completely unexpected rear view. Haha, my throne as emperor is secure. Bai Bian cackled maniacally and smacked Fang Cheng's butt hard. What, it's you? Fang Cheng was stunned. Wasn't this the guy from the ambush the other day, the one he'd beaten? Why? Why are you here? Haha. Bai Bian's laughter grew even more insane, muttering, for the throne of emperor, what does being a man matter? No, don't come near me, Fang Cheng panicked. Boom! Thunder suddenly roared in the sky, and rain poured down, as if even the heavens were helpless against Fang Cheng's fate. This rain is perfect. Qin Feng gazed at the sudden downpour, feeling completely refreshed. Congratulations, master, for selling the Chosen One, and netting 200,000 villain points, and for humiliating the Chosen One, gaining an additional 500,000 points. Qin Feng was instantly annoyed. Can't you be reasonable, for once? It was clearly genuine affection. Are you saying I'm a merchant or something? Am I really that kind of person? After venting, Qin Feng looked at the sky. Let's go. The Kunlun secret realm is about to open. As for Bai Bian Majun, screw him. If he can't get into Kunlun, let him enjoy himself outside. Just then, a young man in black robes, with piercing eyes, galloped past Qin Feng on horseback. He carried a long sword on his back. Lin San. What are you doing here? Qin Feng was startled and turned to watch him go. Behind him, Lin San seemed to sense something and glanced back at Qin Feng. The two men suddenly locked eyes. Seeing Qin Feng's strange expression, Tianjun waved his hand worriedly in front of his face. Qin Feng stared intently at Lin San, his eyes burning with intensity. In his heart he was overwhelmed. I've finally found you after all these years. But when he turned back, Lin San had disappeared into the dim light. Tianjun looked at Qin Feng, then at Lin San's retreating figure, realizing the relationship between the two was complex. And Qin Feng's gaze was even more dangerous than it had been 7 years ago. Lin San, he thought, his face flushing under that burning gaze, feeling like he was completely naked, with nowhere to hide. Should we have a little chat? Catch up on the last 7 years? Qin Feng couldn't restrain the urge to get closer to Lin San and pour his heart out to Lin San. But Lin San said, Qin Qiang, if we keep fighting like this, we might miss the opening of the Kunlun secret realm. Why don't we postpone this battle for another day? Boom! Thunder cracked, and both men unleashed their power almost simultaneously. Their hair transformed into twisting dragon-like forms in the rainstorm, and the sounds of fierce combat echoed everywhere. The two of them exchanged blows, moving from the streets to the rooftops and into the sky. In just a short time, they'd traded hundreds of blows, each one lethal. Truly an unparalleled swordsmanship. After 100 years, Qin Xiang's swordsmanship is even stronger. After politely complimenting each other, both sides stopped fighting at the same time. They both understood that continuing would mean missing the Kunlun opening. This fight would have to wait for another day. The future could wait. Qin Feng stored his Azure Sky Divine Sword back into his treasure dimension. From Lin San's moves, it was clear that defeating him would take considerable effort on Qin Feng's part. But the Kunlun's secret realm wouldn't wait, and it was truly a waste of time to stay here. What worried Qin Feng more was that Lin San would compete with him for the first brush of heavenly secrets. When he had divined the heavenly secret, he didn't see Lin San show up in Hualuo, so his appearance here was highly unusual. Had he perhaps discovered the entrance to Kunlun, Lin San mounted his horse, cupped his fist towards Qin Feng, and said, Qin Xiang, it's been many years. We should have a late-night drinking session to catch up, but this brother has urgent matters to attend to and cannot see you off, please understand. With that, he galloped away. Watching Lin San's retreating figure, Qin Feng sighed. Fighting like that, and the system doesn't even reward me. What a ripoff. Tianjun and Xiaobai exchanged glances, both feeling like they understood the relationship between those two. Xiaobai said, Master has met so many girls, and he's only ever been this enthusiastic about him, and Wan Ma nodded in agreement. That's right, there seems to be something going on. Xiaobai continued. Last time Master and Zi Yangunyang slept in the same bed and what? Slept in the same bed? Tianjun was stunned, not believing his ears. That's right, they slept in the same bed and did nothing. Boom! The sky suddenly changed. The moment of the Kunlun opening had arrived. Qin Feng looked up at the sky, where a black hole was beginning to form, revealing a glimpse of a mysterious world inside. Without another word, Qin Feng grabbed Xiaobai and shot straight into the entrance. Tianjun and Wan Ma kept close, flying alongside Qin Feng. Kunlun offered many opportunities, but it was also extremely dangerous. One slip-up, and you could lose your life. Fang Cheng lay on the bed, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. He'd initially thought this was his opportunity, but who knew it would be someone else's chance instead. Combined with the sad story about Dongfeng that the old lady told, Fang Cheng guessed that the person behind this was Qin Feng. What a pity he understood too late. Financially, he lost 15 million spirit stones, but mentally, he would have to spend his whole life healing that wound. That was the only way to change his destiny. Bai Bian demonic lord glanced at Fang Chang, wondering if he should do it one more time to make sure it worked. You, what do you want to do? Fang Chang was terrified, struggling fiercely, trying to get up. Of course, something even more intense. Bai Bian took out a bottle of potion. Struggle all you want, it's useless. He poured it directly into Feng Chang's mouth. Despite Feng Chang struggling with all his might, the potion slid right down into his stomach. Ha ha, now even if you yell until your throat is hoarse, it's useless. Bai Bian stepped forward, laughing wildly. Fang Chang was utterly terrified. Don't come near me. Just as Bai Bian's hand was fumbling all over Fang Chang, suddenly the ground trembled. A terrifyingly sharp aura erupted from Fang Chang, blowing Bai Bian away. Damn it, that old devil made a move. Bai Bian's face changed color, remembering Xin Feng's instructions. Feng Chang is an irrational creature. You must finish quickly. Don't hesitate. If you detect anything unusual, absolutely do not hesitate. Turn around and run immediately. As expected, I can completely trust Master. Bai Bian demonic lord knew he had no chance for a second try. He didn't dare to delay, and immediately disappeared from his spot, heading towards the Kunlun's secret realm. Xin Feng and everyone appeared in the middle of a desolate great desert, the sky radiating incredibly harsh sunlight. Why is Kunlun so hot? Xiao Bai was so hot, his breath solidified. It felt like trash was piled on him and then roasted. Tianjun was sweating profusely, panting heavily. According to legend, Kunlun contained countless opportunities, but it was also very vast, with many strange environments. This great desert region was called Hell. Anyone who wandered in would be trapped and die of thirst. Few were lucky enough to escape. Tianjun anxiously turned to Xin Feng, wondering if the boss had a way to lead them out of here. Xin Feng looked around. The great desert was silent, the scene completely the same as what he saw when observing heavenly secrets. It was in this scorching great desert that he found the legendary endless spring. Extreme yin gives birth to yang. Extreme yang gives birth to yin. Yin and yang harmonize. Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Nature was truly miraculous, giving birth to an endless spring in such a scorching great desert. At this moment, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations to Master for making the heavenly chosen child shed a tear of pain that will take a lifetime to heal. You have received one lottery chance, a tear of pain for a lifetime. Bai Bian demonic lord truly doesn't know mercy. Xin Feng silently prayed for 3 seconds for Fang Chang, then happily called the system to draw the prize. The spinning wheel slowly turned before Xin Feng's eyes. Congratulations to Master for winning the heaven and earth treasure, Nam Ming Li Fire. Nam Ming Li Fire is a divine flame, born from heaven and earth, symbolizing the Li Fire position in the 8 trigrams, and it is also the essential treasure of the vermilion bird. It can restrain demonic ghosts and evil spirits. Xin Feng's eyes flashed with purple-blue light. He felt another surge of purple-blue fire appear in his dantian, different from the natural cold energy of Yulan's profound darkness body. Nam Ming Li Fire is an elemental treasure born from heaven and earth. In addition, there are lightning and extreme ice. As long as you integrate them into your body, you can possess the corresponding power. Even great experts at the 6 Paths Emperor Monarch level wouldn't dare to risk trying. Only those heavenly chosen children who have activated their buffs dare to ignore the nearly 0 success rate for mortals. Xin Feng's eye twitched. He thought to himself, clearly this is to stop me. The system continued to speak. Master currently has 91,000 villain points. You can use 600,000 points to exchange for a Foundation Establishment Pill. The Foundation Establishment Pill helps increase the success rate, Xin Feng immediately asked. So, can it increase the chance of refining the Nam Ming Li Fire? The system replied. The system is only reminding Master to solidify their foundation. As for the Nam Ming Li Fire, it was won from the system's draw. There's no such thing as a success rate. Master only needs to refine it for 100% success. When you've got cheat codes, you gotta have the attitude of someone with cheat codes. Don't act like a newbie, and make the system lose face. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Xin Feng panicked. Well, I thought you had already refused the reward and were being criticized, and you didn't ask earlier either, the system replied stiffly. Xin Feng sighed, having no choice but to exchange 600,000 points for a Foundation Establishment Pill. Congratulations to Master for successfully exchanging for 1 Foundation Establishment Pill. Why a Foundation Establishment Pill? What's going on? Tianjun and Wan Ma were a bit surprised to see Xin Feng sitting cross-legged under the shade of a rock, entering meditation. A magical purple-blue flame poured out from his body. It's a divine flame. The two's eyes narrowed. They didn't know where Xin Feng got the divine flame from. But this wasn't the time to think about that. The two vigilantly looked around, ready to protect Xin Feng from anyone disturbing him while refining the divine flame. Xiao Bai jumped onto Xin Feng's lap, imitating him sitting cross-legged to cultivate. It absorbed the leaking Nam Ming Li fire from within Xin Feng's body into its own. Tianjun and Wan Ma's eyes widened in shock. They could accept that Xin Feng was abnormal, but Xiao Bai too. What kind of rabbit was so perverse it could absorb divine flame? Meanwhile, an internal meeting was being held at the Qin family. The patriarch looked troubled.
The crucial moment is approaching, and it happens to be when the Kunlun secret realm opens. The struggle inside is extremely dangerous. I will take all the resources from the vault to ensure your safety. The elders nodded, but one hesitated. Patriarch. Qin Hao's father has already left home. Should we wait for him? No need to worry about that child. The patriarch waved his hand. He was born a supreme talent. With his own destiny, I shouldn't force it. If you meet him in Kunlun, help him out. Another elder worried. Perhaps Xiao Hao carries a strange fate. Anyone close to him encounters trouble, which is why the disciples in the clan avoid him like a plague. If he truly encounters danger in Kunlun, only that kind older brother would be willing to help. At the mention of that kind older brother, the atmosphere fell silent. Everyone remembered the 8-year-old boy who had sacrificed too much for the clan. Truly pitiable. An 8-year-old child having to bear too much burden, wandering alone abroad, suffering countless hardships, shedding so many tears that couldn't be expressed, only knowing how to lick his wounds alone late at night. The patriarch comforted them. We haven't been idle for the past 7 years either. I have planted many people in the Yin Yue imperial dynasty, and recently Qin Wan even impersonated Wan Ma to approach Xiao Feng. His presence beside Xiao Feng can not only provide assistance, but also offer help from the clan, and at the same time, the clan is proud to have a Qin Feng in the Yu Shen Palace. Remember my instructions. Don't be rash. Survival is the true principle. Yu Shen, worried that Xian wouldn't understand, instructed. Only those who live long are strong. You must learn the flexible spirit of the black tortoise. When in danger, absolutely do not take risks. Xinyan nodded casually. Her heart only worried about Qin Feng, wondering where he had gone and if he would make it to Kunlun in time. At the Lanmo Palace, Lanmo also instructed her daughter Yu Lan, but she didn't tell her to be careful like Yu Shen. Instead, she kept staring intently at Yu Lan, telling her to find a chance to sleep with Qin Feng. What's the use of cultivating to a high level, daughter? As long as you get a good husband, you will achieve enlightenment. Did you hear clearly? You absolutely must sleep with Qin Feng. Mom, I'll decide my own romantic matters. Yulan blushed red. At this moment, in the Daxia Imperial Palace, Princess Nanfeng led the Daxia warriors, standing in a great formation illuminating heaven and earth. Nanfeng, this time, you must not disappoint your imperial father again. The majestic Daxia Emperor stood before the main hall. Initially he thought the envoy trip to Yin Yue could suppress Qin Feng and provoke conflict between Qin Feng and Yin Yue. Who knew in the end so many people were played by Qin Feng? Not only was Nanfeng publicly humiliated, even the top prodigy Feng Chang went missing. For this opening of Kunlun, the emperor sent Nanfeng so she would have a chance to redeem herself. Nanfeng quickly nodded and promised. Imperial father, don't worry, this time I will definitely use that guy Qin Feng's head to wash away the shame for Daxia. Qin Feng, just you wait for me. Before her words finished, the formation activated. Nanfeng and the prodigies were immediately teleported into Kunlun. Inside Kunlun, after finishing refining the Namming Li fire, Qin Feng felt a burning heat inside him. The sun shining non-stop further caused his temperature to soar. At this moment, if any creature appeared, Qin Feng would definitely grab it to cool down immediately. Just as Qin Feng was pondering, a stream of teleportation light appeared before him. Bang! A black figure descended from the sky. Qin Feng looked closely, and oh my gosh, isn't this Feng Chang? Damn it, how is he here? To steal Feng Chang's opportunity, Qin Feng had Baibian demonic lord use a potion that would make even a sow go crazy, and yelling until your throat was hoarse would be useless. So why is his body so fine? At this moment, Feng Chang trembled as he stood up, feeling his vision was a bit blurry. When he recognized that it was Qin Feng, the one he wanted revenge on, Feng Chang sneered. Qin Feng, why is it you? If it weren't for the old devil inside me waking up just in time, I would have missed Kunlun and continued enduring my cruel mental torture. Today, either you die, or I die. But just a second later, Feng Chang felt an earth-shattering pain from his nether regions. The pain was like a tsunami, crashing directly into his soul and brain. An Tianjun and Wan Ma didn't get why Feng Chang had stopped, but if anyone wanted to mess with their big bro, they'd have to get past their iron staffs first. A loser like you dares to harm our master. Those words hit Feng Chang like a dagger. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He was about to unleash his ultimate move to punish these three bastards when suddenly, from within Feng Chang's body, a colossal, 100-meter-tall Buddha appeared, accompanied by eerie Buddhist laughter. Hey hey, become my slaves, Feng Chang cackled maniacally, his face pale. But on the other side, the two goons were staring at Feng Chang like he'd lost it. What's he doing? Dude's totally lost his marbles. Paying Feng Chang no mind, Tianjun and Wan Ma charged forward, ready to beat the crap out of him. Feng Chang just stood there dumbfounded, blocking their blows and wondering, why, I clearly tapped into the demonic Buddhist realm, so why can't I control them? Seeing Feng Chang's moves, Qin Feng felt even more sympathy for the guy. He's even reached the level of entering the Dao. If he wasn't mistaken, the first time he met Feng Chang, his cultivation was only at the 5th stage of martial arts. He actually broke through to the Dao level within a month, yet his foundation isn't unstable at all.
Xin Feng grumbled inwardly. Why do protagonists get to completely ignore foundation stability and break through whenever they want? Meanwhile, I have to spend 7 years or burn through hundreds of thousands of villain points just to stabilize mine. It's blatant discrimination against the villains.
Feng Chang raised his hands, binding the two guys tightly as a wave of evil qi surged from within him, transforming into a vicious demon.
Tian Jun and Wan Ma were horrified. What is this? They realized the demon was draining their life force, and if they didn't stop it, they'd be sucked dry.
Hey. This is annihilation demon art, capable of devouring everything. Feeling the surge of power within him, Feng Chang's smile turned cruel.
This is the demonic art I learned from that old demon, able to devour all things to strengthen myself. I can definitely defeat Xin Feng.
But suddenly, Feng Chang froze. Where's Xin Feng? Before he could react, Feng Chang suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold behind him, and cold sweat trickled down his back. It felt like Xin Feng was stalking him, hunting him. Feng Chang turned around in terror, only to see Xin Feng smiling behind him, the Chang Kong divine sword hovering in the air, radiating dazzling light. The sharp tip of the sword pointed directly at his battered rear end. Swoosh. The Chang Kong divine sword shot out, aiming straight for Feng Chang's butthole. You underestimate me, HMPH. At this moment, Xin Feng unleashed his full potential, releasing a wave of energy to protect his anus, ready to face Xin Feng's 5 fingers. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of sword strikes echoed, but all were blocked by the energy shield. Luckily, I managed to block it. Feng Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out my martial arts are still a level above. In Feng Chang's moment of distraction, Tian Jun and Wan Ma worked together to break free, escaping immediately. What? They escaped? Feng Chang really wanted to chase them down and kill them, but his anus was still threatened by the Chang Kong divine sword. Suddenly, Feng Chang froze, his eyes widened, his whole body trembled, and he nearly fainted. It turned out that Zhao Bai, taking advantage of Feng Chang's distraction, had sneaked under him and delivered a fatal kick with all his might. Boom! The last pillar of Feng Chang's manhood shattered. He immediately collapsed, the searing pain all over his body rendering him speechless. He could only lie there, clutching his crotch and wailing miserably. The energy within Feng Chang also stopped flowing, and the giant demon shattered. At this moment, the Chang Kong divine sword pierced through the shield, plunging straight into Feng Chang's anus. Feng Chang tried to stand up in terror, but it was too late. A sword pierced through his crimson flower. Feng Chang's face turned pale as he let out a scream. Ding! Dong! Congratulations, Master, for putting the favored son of heaven into sage mode, receiving 500,000 villain points. Ding dong! Congratulations to Master for stabbing the heavenly chosen child's withered flower. You've gained 500,000 villain points. Ding dong! Congratulations to Master for severely injuring the heavenly chosen child. You've gained 500,000 villain points. Ding dong! Congratulations to Master for causing severe psychological damage to the heavenly chosen child. You've gained 500,000 villain points. Tian Jun and Wan Ma looked at the scene of Feng Chang and felt tormented too. Too cruel, Feng Chang was withered, now he's shattered. Feng Chang lay motionless, his eyes soulless, a basket of tears falling from the corner of his eyes. Seeing the system only awarded 15 million points, Xin Feng was slightly dissatisfied. No lottery chance. After saying that, he picked up a rock and threw it at Feng Chang. As a heavenly chosen child, Feng Chang must not be underestimated. Boss, he's really not moving anymore. Tian Jun and Wan Ma saw Feng Chang roll his eyes white, completely motionless. Xin Feng smiled mysteriously at the two. Do you guys want to take advantage of this opportunity to turn the world upside down and become great emperors? The two hugged each other in fear, refusing this great opportunity. Still better to let others. Xin Feng put on a profound expression. You guys really don't need a psychological burden. We're doing this for his benefit too. To succeed, everyone needs benefactors, good masters, and stimulating villains. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves to help him sublimate. We will be the villains in his life, helping him grow stronger, step onto the path of success sooner. That is great merit, seems reasonable. Wan Ma nodded. Oh, I see. That is sacrificing for others. Tian Jun was stunned, feeling like sweating. Why do I feel like Xin Feng's words sound so reasonable? I agree with Master too. Zhao Bai didn't know when it had climbed onto Xin Feng's shoulder. It took out a notebook to record, its eyes admiring. I must definitely remember and learn these teachings so you two can rest assured. Xin Feng continued coaxing. You guys really don't need a psychological burden. I can give you a few bottles of medicine. Under Xin Feng's persuasion, Tian Jun and Wan Ma finally took the bottles of medicine. At the same time, a sign of great danger appeared on Feng Chang's anus. What the heck is this? The sudden sense of danger made Feng Chang wake up in a panic, flailing and shouting. A scholar can be killed, but not humiliated, old devil. Quickly lend me your power. Evil energy surged up, pouring into Feng Chang's body. Too strong. The three of Xin Feng quickly retreated. Master, this guy's a bit hard to kill. Xin Feng was also startled by Feng Chang's madness. These heavenly chosen children are truly hard to predict, just need to be provoked, and cheating is annoying. Unlike me, getting to where I am today is thanks to my own efforts. After the evil energy dissipated, Feng Chang appeared with a cruel face, his whole body emitting killing intent and bloodthirst.
Really strong, even Qin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. It seemed that even though he was hindered at the very end of the life and death selection, Feng Chang still reached the state of Buddha-demon coexistence. Thousand-armed Tathagata, Feng Chang roared. Evil energy covered the battlefield. Behind the Buddha-demon statue, countless arms appeared, striking straight at Qin Feng. Great roaring sword art. Qin Feng was startled, but quickly stabilized. Thousands of streams of sword qi gathered into an ocean, surging towards Feng Chang.
Boom boom. Countless rotating shadow sword qi collided, creating tremors, spreading far, forming waves of energy enveloping the battlefield. When one stream of rotating shadow was destroyed, another immediately replaced it. The two sides fought for thousands of rounds. This time, Qin Feng is definitely dead. Feng Chang has risked everything, not caring even though he was injured many times.
Seeing that Feng Chang was exhausted, Qin Feng couldn't help but mock. It's not certain if you can kill me, but Nan Feng's first kiss doesn't belong to you, you know? After you ran away, I personally tasted that sweet, soft kiss.
That bastard, Feng Chang, went crazy. His bloodshot eyes roared. Hey, old devil. For revenge, this soul will be yours. Just grant me more power. Feng Chang was intoxicated with the abundant life force in his body. Feeling excited as if the sky cleared and the clouds dispersed, he himself woke up. Just use it. Use all your strength. The old devil understood that the more Feng Chang used his power, the weaker his will became. The moment when the two sides' powers completely merge is when he takes over this body. Oh, big brother, you're too strong. Seeing the evil energies surrounding Feng Chang, his strength increasing tenfold, Qin Feng suddenly panicked. Feng Chang laughed smugly.
Finally, that cowardly Qin Feng is being trampled under my feet.
Suddenly Qin Feng's expression changed. He spat out the purple-blue flame, forming it into a river and then a sea of fire surrounding him, and he put on a scared look again, points at the little tiger in his hand. Dude, check this out, what is it? The old demon was like, whoa, eyes bugging out. This is the legendary Nan Ming Li Huo, the nemesis of demons and monsters. I've cultivated a demonic spirit physique, see? One touch of that Li Huo fire, and I'm toast, even with my earth-shattering powers. We're talking counter-element, hard counter. Feng Chang, being the stubborn type, asked, if I let you take over my body, can you help me beat Qin Feng? The old demon was sweating bullets. You think I'm a freaking god or something? This is the Kunlun's secret realm, under the control of heaven and earth. Me even getting in here and lending you some juice is a miracle. Get out of here, run!
Before it's too late. Feng Chang balled his fists,
gritting his teeth. He thought the demon's power could beat Qin Feng, but Qin Feng turned out to be so much more tricky. It was like eagerly opening a browser to watch a movie, only to be bombarded with R-rated stuff. Mind blown, Feng Chang had a sudden flash of realization. In Kunlun, the old demon is suppressed by heaven and earth, so he can't just hijack my body. That means I'm in control. Seeing Feng Chang calm down, Qin Feng fired off a blast of Nanming Li Huo at him. Feng Chang and the old demon inside him screamed, we're doomed, we're doomed! And then they hauled ass out cata there, not even looking back. Qin Feng, just you wait, I'll be back, ding dong. Congratulations, host, for making the Chosen One run away with his tail between his legs. Reward, 300,000 villain points. Chosen One my butt? He's more like a walking ATM. Looking at his villain point balance hitting 26 million, Qin Feng couldn't help but grin.
Boss, should we chase after him? Tianjun and Wan Ma, without hesitation, started running after Feng Chang the instant he ran. Qin Feng outwardly held them back, inwardly thinking, with the instincts of a chosen one, Feng Chang can run and never be caught.
Even if we catch him, it's just handing him some free express. Qin Feng is not doing that. Instead, better to find the endless spring before Feng Chang stumbles upon some other insane lucky break.
Suddenly, Qin Feng's face changed. It's because the Nanming Li Huo inside him has reached its limit and is about to explode.
Bam! His cultivation level directly jumped from Earth Origin Stage 1st layer to Earth Origin Stage 2nd layer. At the same time, Tianjun and Wanma also broke through to new realms. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. No way, that's insane!
Qin Feng was cool as a cucumber. Let's go. To find the endless spring.
Meanwhile, Feng Chang was running around, screaming and trying to put out the flames.
After finally extinguishing the Nanming Li Huo, the old demon advised, I'm telling you, don't provoke Qin Feng anymore, he's trouble, he'll only screw you over.
Feng Chang immediately objected. Old demon, I know you only gave me a watered-down version of the devouring demon art. Now I demand you give me the complete version. The old demon was taken aback. Who do you think you are, daring to ask me for the complete devouring demon art? Feng Chang suddenly changed his expression, glaring. Won't give it. Fine. Without another word, he turned and limped away. Wait! What are you doing? The old demon asked in a panic. I've already been taken advantage of, and lost Nan Feng. Looking like this, I'd rather die under Qin Feng's hands. Feng Chang copied Qin Feng's demeanor. If you don't give it, then we all die. The old demon couldn't help but curse. If I didn't know any better, I'd think Xin Feng had already taken over Fang Chang.
Seeing Fang Chang acting like he didn't care about his life, the old demon had no choice. Alright, I can only teach you a small part.
After receiving some demon art, Feng Chang began to rebuild his wisdom roots, but soon discovered an anomaly.
Although I am cultivating according to the method, why is there no reaction? The old demon explained.
Young man, don't be disappointed. Reach the great earth realm and rebuild the flesh, and the wisdom roots will return. Moreover, the world has many earthly treasures that can regenerate broken parts. Where are these earthly treasures?
Feng Chang asked very eagerly.
The old demon said in a deep voice, now that you have lost your wisdom roots, it is also an opportunity to cut off your worldly desires and concentrate on cultivation. The opportunity in Kunlun is the key.
You won't say?
Fine, let's split up.
Fang Chang jumped up, preparing to find Xin Feng and commit suicide.
Wait, I'll tell you, okay? The old demon quickly stopped him.
The old demon was so angry that his hair stood on end, but there was nothing he could do to Feng Chang in Kunlun. Then, the old demon said slowly, at the end of the frontier there is such a legend.
At this time, 3 people and a rabbit were trudging under the scorching sun in the desert. It's so hot, Xiaobai breathed out puffs of smoke, saying, wearing fur in the summer is the hottest.
Xin Feng stopped and looked around warily. Not far away, a small patch of black grass appeared.
Why is there grass in this barren place? Along the way, the 3 had not seen any signs of life. Even the hardiest grass and trees had disappeared, but now there was a patch of lush, black grass, which was truly abnormal.
Without a word, Wan Ma rushed over and yanked out an entire clump of grass, roots and all. This was poison grass.
The moment he touched it, Wan Ma felt a wave of ravenous toxic energy invade him. Even his Dao realm crick couldn't hold it back.
Protect young master, Wan Ma managed to shout before collapsing.
That poison grass is terrifying. Tianjun panicked and hurriedly pulled Xin Feng back.
No need to worry.
Xin Feng patted his shoulder, signaling him to step back. My constitution is immune to all poisons, and my blood has detoxifying properties.
Xin Feng bit his finger and dripped a few drops of blood onto Wan Ma's forehead. Instantly, the toxins on Wan Ma's face receded, and his breathing calmed down.
Wan Ma sat up with a start, looking relieved to be alive. Thank you, young master. But how could there be such terrifying poison grass here?
Xin Feng said.
For grass to grow in this forbidden land, it means there's a treasure here. But for the grass to be so poisonous, it can only mean there's a major treasure here.
Xiaobai clapped its paws in excitement, looking at Xin Feng with admiration.
Xin Feng, pleased with Xiaobai's flattery, took out a carrot from the system and gave it to the bunny.
Tianjun and Wan Ma were itching to pat Xin Feng on the head and praise him, but they were interrupted.
The immaculate spring is ahead. We need to hurry, Xin Feng said. He followed the hillside down, heading into the dark patch of grass.
Thump. With a punch he broke through the earth, revealing the entrance to an underground cave. This is it.
Xin Feng had found the right location based on his memories. From below, they could hear the soft sound of flowing water. Xin Feng waved his hand, and a beam of light illuminated the entire cave. Pure energy radiated from within, astounding Tianjun and Wan Ma.
They both felt unprecedented progress in their cultivation, both physically and spiritually,
and a new understanding of the heavenly Tao. They immediately jumped down into the cave. Just as he remembered, at the bottom of the cave was a crystal-clear spring, the immaculate spring he was looking for.
After 3 minutes of freefall, the group landed at the bottom of the cave.
They could clearly hear the sound of water dripping. A source of pure energy came from the spring.
Tianjun and Wan Ma's eyes widened in shock as they took a deep breath.
This was legendary. The immaculate spring created by heaven and earth. Legend has it that the immaculate spring helps one achieve a state of unity with heaven and man, allowing one to travel freely throughout the heavens and earth and feel nature. If you are lucky, it can cleanse the impurities of your Dao.
You guys cultivate here?
Xin Feng glanced at the small pond, unimpressed. According to what he saw with his heavenly fortune card, this immaculate spring was just a weaker version.
Tianjun and Wan Ma were moved to tears. They really wanted to shout the slogan,
"Thank you, brother. Because of you, we have warmth all year round."
Xin Feng awkwardly led Xiaobai deeper into the cave.
The real immaculate spring was even purer than the one Fang Chang had discovered. Deep in the cave, he could wash away any Dao impurities,
even if it was a weaker version. The immaculate spring was a rare treasure. If it weren't for the age restrictions in Kunlun,
countless experts would be killing each other and shedding blood for it outside.
Deep inside the cave, next to the immaculate spring, was truly a mystical world. Sparkling tortoiseshell rocks. The roof of the cave has minerals that female birds would lose their minds over. Below was a pool of water the size of a well opening. Xiaobai stared intently, drool running down its chin. It approached and took a deep breath. Suddenly, its mind felt clear, with a completely new understanding of the sword Dao, bringing it closer to its goal of becoming a sword rabbit. What pure energy! Xin Feng couldn't resist either, and scooped up a mouthful of water and gulped it down. Xin Feng felt his mind race, his soul embarking on a pure, free journey, his mind free of worries and suffering.
All that remained was pure connection with nature. It was the natural law of Dalo, unity of heaven and man. But Xin Feng didn't stop at the state of unity with heaven and man. He also added 60,000 villain points. He exchanged the 60,000 villain points for an entry-level foundation pill, and 10,000 points for 12 hours of myriad times enlightenment light. Something like this would be useless to Feng Cheng. Xin Feng wasn't stingy. His bright eyes slowly opened, he picked up Xiao Bai and dipped it into the immaculate spring, then took another gulp for himself. Gulp gulp. Xiao Bai choked, coughing violently, and said, "There has gotta be at least some carrot, people, or you're never getting away with this. Whoa, I'm flying." Xiao Bai felt like it was floating way too high up, and with not enough time to jot it down in its notebook, just flopped down for a nap. Xin Feng suddenly unleashed an insane amount of power. His cultivation skyrocketed, breaking through to the 3rd level of Earth Cave thanks to the boost from the Endless Spring and the Myriad Mind Burst Corn. Because of that, Xin Feng's damage output from the Great River Sword Art, Great Might Heavenly Dragon, and Heaven Severing Sword Technique all got a massive upgrade. Hearing the commotion, Xiao Bai groggily woke up, took one look at its badass master, and went right back to sleep. In its dream, it heard someone whispering in its ear, "Refine the heart and engrave the bones. Enlighten the Dao and resolve the shackles. Escapes the mortal coil. 3 flowers bloom in fortune. The Dao surpasses past, present, and future. Profound martial chi staff. Primordial transforms into infinity." Xiao Bai couldn't help but yawn, sinking even deeper into sleep like a kid with a fever. Thanks to the combined power of the Endless Spring and the Myriad Mind Burst Corn, Xin Feng's invincible eyes also unlocked new abilities. His left eye of life can heal any wound, and his right eye of destruction can destroy anything it sees, as long as the level difference isn't too huge. Xin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, his dark pupils containing a world-shattering power, the aura of sword chi swirling around him like a raging river crashing against a cliff face, leaving behind terrifying sword marks. Xin Feng exhaled, and the sword chi dissipated. After drinking half of the Endless Spring and feeling the effects of the Myriad Mind Burst Corn, he finally cleansed his Dao heart, making it easy to enter the state of Dao following its own course. Xin Feng closed his eyes and sensed the world, feeling like he had merged with heaven and earth. Tianjun and Wan Ma finished cultivating and came to protect Xin Feng, but were caught off guard by his Dao's subtlety. They not only solidified their foundation but also leveled up all their attributes. Xin Feng contained his qi, his whole body radiating a completely different aura. Though he stood still, it gave people the feeling that he had disappeared. Xiao Bai stretched, yawned, and clambered to its feet, also felt that it had merged with heaven and earth like Xin Feng. Ding dong, congratulations to Master for snatching the opportunity from a child of destiny. Rewarded with a recycling opportunity, ding dong. Detected a low-tier child of destiny. Xin Feng froze in place. Up until now, all the children of destiny he'd encountered were epic tier or higher. Now a low-tier one suddenly shows up. How weird. Before he could react, Xin Feng heard a shout. "Take this, Emerald Vine!" Xin Feng curiously looked down at the ground. The earth churned and a verdant vine shot out, rapidly wrapping around him. Tianjun and Wan Ma were also tightly bound by the vines, and even Xiao Bai couldn't escape. However, the vines weren't as scary as they seemed. They couldn't even pierce Tianjun's pseudo-armor, let alone the dragon armor inside Xin Feng's robes. Heh. Lucky me. Finding the Endless Spring, a man crawled up from underground, eagerly eyeing the remaining half of the Endless Spring. Completely ignoring Xin Feng, it seems that as long as his vines covered a place, no one could do anything to him. So this is a low-tier child of destiny, Xin Feng curiously observed, filled with doubt. If Tianjun and Wan Ma joined forces, they could definitely take him down in a few moves. Xin Feng appraised his opponent, thinking to himself. Xin Feng called the system. "Are you sure he's a child of destiny?" The system replied, "Yes. Detected it is a low-tier child of destiny, no mistake." "So what is low-tier?" Xin Feng asked curiously. "Lower than mid-tier by 1 grade. Mid-tier is lower than high-tier by 1 grade. High-tier is lower than top-tier by 1 grade. And top-tier is lower than legendary tier by 1 grade. Xin Feng stammered for a long time before saying, "So, is there a reward for beating him?" The system couldn't help but explain. "He's a low-tier child of destiny, you're lucky if you even get any villain points." Xin Feng was disappointed. So he's a total fake. All the other children of destiny were at least epic tier and up. How could such a weakling appear? Is he supposed to be comic relief? "Take this, Emerald Bind. I'll squeeze you tight and snatch the Endless Spring." He was super excited now, like the Endless Spring was already waving him over. Tianjun and Wan Ma were so enraged their faces turned green, thinking he was insulting them. Wan Ma took a deep breath, unleashing the power within him. Crack! The vines constricting Wan Ma shattered. He kneeled down and charged towards the chosen one who was launching the attack. Only managed to say, the Lanyin Wan Ma was getting close to him. His hands swung out. He was still insistent, and he planned to launch Lanyin Tianying. Wan Ma slapped him once again. At this time, the chosen one had exhausted his extreme qi, and still tried to use Lanyin Ch. Before he finished speaking, Wan Ma punched him in the face, causing him to spit out white foam and lose consciousness.
Ding! Congratulations to the master's subordinate for injuring a low-level chosen one, receiving 50 villain points.
Only 50 points. Xin Feng couldn't believe his eyes. Seriously, even kicking your younger brother while still in the womb gets you 10 points. Now hurting him only gets 50 points. What a freaking trash. Chosen one, he's totally worthless. Sirs, I'll take my leave. He suddenly woke up, lunged to the ground, and ran away.
Stop! Wan Ma roared, chasing after him. Wait, Wan Ma. Xin Feng stopped him. The Kunlun opening time is limited. We shouldn't waste any more time here.
It's time to go, Wan Ma explained. We need to kill him to shut him up. If he spreads the news that he is my opponent, my reputation will be affected.
Xin Feng continued.
The Kunlun time is limited. We have wasted many days. It is time to go out.
The two were startled, awakened by Xin Feng. That's right, everyone is trying to find opportunities within the limited time of Kunlun. How can they waste time on that Lan Yin Qianying play? He's not even worthy.
At the same time, the two looked at Xin Feng eagerly, waiting for him to lead them to find great treasures, since he led them to Hualuo City. Kunlun, obviously, Xin Feng already knew the endless spring here. He must know more secrets. Sympathy my ass.
Xin Feng mumbled in his mouth. He didn't know what was going to happen next. Xin Feng didn't know any places where heavenly treasures were hidden.
Then the only way is to rob Tianjun and Wan Ma. His eyes couldn't hide his excitement. Even though there were only 3 people and a rabbit, their combat power shouldn't be underestimated. With Xin Feng's crazy resourcefulness, definitely no one in Kunlun is their opponent. But Xin Feng replied seriously. You need to broaden your horizons. Use your brains. Don't just solve everything with violence. Kunlun is vast. With so many martial artists, even if you rob randomly, you won't get much. Besides, can you even rob them? Having treasures is just a waste of time. Right, Xiaobai nodded in agreement. We're vultures, not robbers. Tianjun asked sincerely. So what should we do now?
Xin Feng thought for a moment and said, You two should quickly spread the word that Lin San of the Tianxin city, Fang Chang, a disciple of the Shengtian sect of the great Xia dynasty, Yu Lan of the Zilan Devil Palace, and that guy named Dang or something, have already obtained heavenly treasures in Kunlun. The Endless Spring, Nanming Li Huo. Just make up stuff to incite the entire Kunlun to find them. Tianjun and Wan Ma looked blankly, not understanding Xin Feng's intentions, but after working together for a while, they knew that Xin Feng always did unexpected things.
Without asking any more questions, the two began to spread the news, according to Xin Feng's instructions. It will be much easier to find those teenagers who are looking for treasures, tracking their movements.
Just find that group and you'll have heavenly treasures right away, at least at the heavenly emperor level. Xin Feng continued to hide in the shadows, happily playing the fisherman who benefits. He summoned the system, preparing to use reward points for a draw.
The familiar spinning appeared, starting to spin quickly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for winning the prize. Divine Sword, Zhaoshin Xincheng Divine Sword Formation Certificate. Zhaoshin Xincheng Divine Sword Formation Divine Level allows to increase the power of the sword formation based on the number of swords that the user can control. Each sword added will increase the power by 1%. In theory, the power can be infinitely increased.
It can control up to 10,000 swords at most. Why is it always about swords? I'm starting to think I'm really destined for swords, Xin Feng mused, feeling a strange connection.
In an instant, a massive amount of information flooded Xin Feng's brain.
He saw thousands of swords transforming into glittering starlight, then tens of thousands,
millions, countless stars converging into a colossal sword. The Zihao Tian sword unleashed caused the heavens and earth to darken, the sun and moon to be extinguished. Poof. The land cracked open, as if the end of the world had arrived. A terrifying sword formation. Xin Feng's heart skipped a beat, awestruck by the power of the Zhao Tian Xincheng Divine Sword Formation.
Perhaps individually, it wasn't as strong as the heaven-severing sword technique or the river-trampling sword art, but its potential for infinite stacking made it terrifying.
Not long after, Tianjun and Wan Ma left the scorching Great Desert. Following Xin Feng's instructions, they began spreading rumors. Hey, did you hear? Lin San of Tianxin City found a celestial spirit ore. That's nothing. Yu Lan of the Azure Demon Palace discovered Phoenix Essence. Your news is outdated. I just heard that Fang Cheng of the Great Jia's Heaven Ascension sect found an endless spring. An endless spring? Awesome. If used correctly, it can cleanse your Dao heart. I also heard there's this guy named Tang. Not super strong, but his skills are formidable. It would be great to capture him and put him to work. As the rumors spread, everyone became uneasy. They risked their lives entering Kunlun for a great opportunity, only to be chased by fierce beasts for days without finding anything. And now, they hear that others have found heaven-sent opportunities. How could they stand it? Instead of wandering aimlessly, it's better to snatch someone else's opportunity.
In an instant, the entire Kunlun became chaotic. Everyone searching for Fang Chang, Yu Lan, and Lin San. Tianjun and Wan Ma were currently hiding behind a large rock. They nodded in agreement. Seeing everyone's reaction, our boss is really too clever, just a few lies, and he's fooled all the martial artists in Kunlun. He's found people for us. Wan Ma thought proudly to himself. Of course, young Master Qin, the future heir of the Qin family. How could he be lacking? Meanwhile, on the other side of Kunlun, Qin Feng had recovered from the Zhao Tian Xin Chang divine sword formation. The terrifying power had really messed him up. Then, Qin Feng poured the water of the endless spring into a bottle and summoned the everlasting divine sword. He quickly pressed down a contract seal. The sword split into 9 smaller branches, shooting out of his hand. A terrifying clang echoed throughout the caves. The 9 swords no longer attacked mindlessly in one direction, but flew swiftly, gracefully, like shooting stars. Their trajectories were unpredictable, continuously launching waves of sword attacks. Explosive sounds reverberated throughout the cave. Wherever the 9 swords went, mountains crumbled, and the earth cracked. The endless spring, born from heaven and earth, vanished into thin air. Even if Feng Cheng had found it thanks to his protagonist buff, he wouldn't be able to use the endless spring to cleanse his Dabio heart anymore. Sucks to be him. In another ancient place within Kunlun, the fragrant color sea, Qin Feng arrived after separating from Tianjun and Wanma. Because he was bored, the fragrant color sea wasn't a vast sea, but a field of deep red flowers. Legend has it that mournful cries often emanate from this place. Anyone who enters to find treasures disappears. It's unclear what kind of monsters are inside. Because of this, the fragrant color sea is the least frequented place in Kunlun. But if there's a place containing heaven and earth treasures, 999% of people would point to the fragrant color sea. However, the danger is too great, so no one dares to enter. Indeed, Qin Feng stood in the middle of the red flower field, but didn't see any signs of anyone. Do we really have to go in there? Zhao Bai trembled, hiding in Qin Feng's arms. Its ears had already picked up the gloomy weeping sounds. Since there's nothing to do, let's take a look. Qin Feng, confident because of the newly acquired martial arts secret manual, didn't take these dangerous places seriously. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a cold draft and became alert. Before he could react, a beautiful girl suddenly appeared and tackled him to the ground. Her appearance couldn't be called a stunning beauty, but she was still a rare beauty. When Qin Feng opened his eyes, he was surprised to find 3 beautiful girls staring intently at him. "Who are you?" The 3 girls giggled and began to introduce themselves. "I'm Zhen Zhen," the girl in red said. The girl in yellow pouted. "I'm Lian. The girl in white swayed a bit. "And I'm AI, she said with a bright smile as her ample assets swayed back and forth. Qin Feng coldly pushed them away. "Please, have some self-respect. How dare you try to seduce me without a marriage certificate? Are you even serious? Don't you know I'm Qin Feng, the most handsome man under heaven? Such impudence." The 3 girls' expressions hardened, and a terrifying aura enveloped the entire flower field. Moments ago, it was sunny, but now the sky was gloomy, and red petals danced in the air as if the apocalypse had arrived. Qin Feng felt like he was in a small boat in a raging storm, about to be capsized at any moment. "Die!" the 3 girls shouted, unleashing waves of soul attacks that surged like landslides, completely submerging Qin Feng. Thump! But Qin Feng just rubbed his head like nothing happened. Is that it? The 3 girls were stunned, their eyes wide with horror. Their soul attacks could instantly kill even a master at the Earth Core realm, 3rd stage, so how could Qin Feng be unharmed? What was going on? Rumble, rumble. The ground shook, and a series of pale-faced zombies crawled out from the depths of the earth. Heavens! Could this be a zombie farm? Qin Feng didn't know much about zombies. He only knew that they were reanimated corpses that absorbed moonlight essences and human blood to increase their strength. Conversely, their inner cores were very nourishing for cultivators. If this really was a zombie farm, then they were. The 3 girls quickly ordered the zombie horde to attack Qin Feng. Even if he was immune to soul attacks, he couldn't withstand the physical assault of 7 zombies. Qin Feng merely flicked his finger. From Qin Feng's fingertip, a purple-blue flame shot out called Nanming Li Huo, Southern Light Separation Fire. The zombie horde frantically scattered in panic, and the 3 girls were also startled and horrified, constantly retreating, even though they were ghost cultivators with tens of thousands of years of experience, and could crush Qin Feng with a single finger together with their zombies. Everything in existence has something that counters it, and their natural enemy was Nanming Li Huo. Touching it meant dissolving into wisp of dispersing soul smoke. Even though Qin Feng's cultivation realm was far below theirs, he still smiled, offering to sacrifice his body to attract the 3 girls. Oh, such a strong body. The 3 girls' eyes lit up. They secretly cried out that they couldn't take it. The extremely potent yang energy from the supreme celestial body, plus the latent power from the supreme bone and those invincible eyes made them unable to resist. You must understand, ever since Kunlun closed tens of thousands of years ago, they hadn't seen anyone. So how could they withstand Qin Feng's provocation? They only wanted to rush over and suck him dry right away, but they were afraid of the Nanming fire and didn't dare approach. Qin Feng showed off his body and said, "Such a beautiful figure is right in front of you. Why don't you come and enjoy it? Maybe you can restrain yourselves on the first day. But are you sure you won't be tempted after 10 or 15 days? How long can you endure this?" The 3 girls were drooling as they looked at Qin Feng's alluring beauty, truly unable to resist the temptation. But because they were afraid of the Nanming fire, they could only grit their teeth, endure it,
and flee. Why are you running away? This isn't scientific at all. Xinfeng touched his face. Theoretically, being handsome is justice, and I'm the most just person in this desolate area. But instead of begging these demons, totally mesmerized by yours truly, huh? Why else would they bolt faster than rabbits? Weird, right? Xiao Bai nodded, chiming in. They're usually not that fast. Here's your robe, master. Xiao Bai held out Xinfeng's robe. Lost in thought, Xinfeng absent-mindedly took it and slipped it on. Aha, I get it now. They're the kind of ghosts who aren't into pretty boys. Xinfeng finally figured out why they weren't all over him. But when he looked up, the three chicks were already making a run for it. Xinfeng urgently shouted. If we don't chase them, they'll get away, Xiao Bai reminded him from Xinfeng's shoulder. Xinfeng immediately summoned the system, exchanging 100,000 villain points for the Allure Shadow Fleeting Step, Volume 5. 4 words flashed in his mind. Shrinking the earth to inches, Xinfeng took a step. It looked slow, but in a blink he was 100 meters away. He quickly caught up to the three girls, who were now sporting expressions of pure panic, feeling like the biggest failures ever. Usually people freak out and run from ghosts, not the other way around. In the center of the flower field was a massive crystal coffin. Inside was what seemed to be a girl in a red wedding dress, surrounded by an incredibly menacing aura. The three girls knelt before the coffin, reporting the situation. Suddenly, an earth-shattering aura erupted from the coffin, causing all the ghosts and zombies in scented sea of grief to tremble in fear and prostrate themselves on the ground. Xinfeng hadn't caught up yet, because he suddenly sensed a massive source of pure energy beneath the ground. The surrounding flower field was also blooming more vigorously than ever before. Must be a major treasure down there. Xinfeng decided to dig up the treasure first, then chase them. The sound of a sword rang out. Xinfeng unleashed a wave of sword qi, scattering the red flowers and revealing the ground shimmering with starlight. It was like countless gems scattered across the earth. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up, and he jumped down to collect all the gems. That's right, these are the Kunlun's specialty, immortal starstones, the kind of stuff all the Jianghu factions are drooling over. How can there be so many immortal starstones? The more Xinfeng looked, the more shocked he became. The ground was covered in immortal starstones, making Xinfeng feel like something was off. The scented sea of grief was a super out-of-the-way place, so how could Kunlun have so many immortal starstones here? Or has he stumbled upon an immortal starstone mine? The more Xinfeng thought about it, the more likely it seemed. According to historical records, people had found immortal starstone mines in Kunlun before, and each discovery led to bloody battles. This is an opportunity for me, the villain. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up again when he saw the immortal starstones, and he hurriedly jumped down to gather them all up. It is indeed a precious specialty of Kunlun, the thing that all the Jianghu factions dream of, Xiao Bai screamed excitedly. As they dug up the secluded immortal starstone, Xinfeng quickly grabbed the rabbit's ears and collected all the immortal starstones into the space. Those are mine, Xiao Bai cried in pain, reaching out to take them back. You're still small, I'll keep them for you, I'll return them when you grow up, Xinfeng said to Xiao Bai. Silence! Hey, what's wrong? Seeing Xiao Bai not speaking, Xinfeng continued. I want to eat something crunchy like rabbit head recently, or make a test to know. Xiao Bai immediately said. No comment, how dare I have an opinion? After checking that there was no one around, Xinfeng refilled the ground, covered the immortal starstone mine, and continued to chase the three girls. Xiao Bai had to swallow his tears, thinking to himself, Master, you can do whatever you want, how dare I resist? Not long after, Xinfeng arrived at the center of the flower field, only to see the crystal coffin with the girls on that side, surrounded by a terrifying aura. The three girls knelt in front of the coffin, saying something to the person inside. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura burst out from the coffin, causing everyone to tremble and collapse to the ground. A terrifying aura shrouded the whole area, the sky darkened, and flower petals flew as if the end of the world had come. The three girls happily smiled and said, You're dead. This time, Big Sister Nu will take action. You will regret it in the underworld. Xinfeng scratched his nose and said blankly, Is it a soul attack again? It doesn't hurt much, only a little more than the teacher throwing a chalk at my head. Then he rubbed his head as if nothing had happened. But this action made Xinfeng very uncomfortable. He uses his indomitable will to penetrate the other party's memory. An ancient image appeared. A flower sedan stopped in front of the mansion gate, a phoenix crown, a bright red dress with red lips and ivory teeth, gentle and charming, a slender waist like a tired weeping willow, delicate fingers like spring onions. The red veil covered 2 rows of hot tears, but could not hide the pain, like a thread wrapped tightly around the heart. Everyone knows that Long General and Xinyan love each other, so why did His Majesty issue an order to let Xinyan enter the palace as a concubine? Suddenly the sound of fighting echoed throughout the city. Despicable tyrant, stealing my love. Today I, Long Aotian, will be angry for the beauty and create disaster. Long Aotian, you really intend to rebel? You stole my love, why can't I resist? Don't make flowery reasons. You are disloyal to the bone. You cause war for personal gain, and kill countless people. I tried you a little and you showed your true colors. Now, then, from the battle in the sky, two figures fought fiercely, shaking the sky and the earth, and the sun and moon were darkened. The scene changes to Long Aocean placing the girl's body in a coffin, roaring in pain. It's not my fault, but it's this unfair world, this blind heaven. If people treat me like this, I'll definitely wipe out the mortal realm. If heaven treats me like this, I'll definitely shatter the 9 layers of the sky. I will become the new heaven, with all beings kneeling at my feet. Boom! The image cut off, leaving Qin Feng stunned. Long Aocean, the Long family's son, the invincible one, is definitely a powerful chosen one of heaven, which means, right now, the chosen one of heaven, Long Aocean, is homeless. Qin Feng looked at the coffin, a sly smile spreading across his face, knowing that inside was the chosen one's beloved. Qin Feng was transforming into Cao Cao, targeting Long Aocean's sweetheart. Hey, I think I see the villain's path welcoming me, Qin Feng thought gleefully. At that moment, a girl in a red wedding dress flew out of the coffin. It was the beloved that Long Aocean had buried here. She was originally dead, but Long Aocean used his ultimate power to preserve her soul eternally. Later, Long Aocean disappeared, and the sweetheart became a ghost cultivator, cultivating in Xiangxi, Shanghai, to wait for her lover to return. Qin Feng immediately got excited. Because he really likes this type, the sweetheart said softly. The triple earth pit, protected by the Nanming flame, also immune to soul attacks, and even able to invade my memories. You are very similar to Long Aocean of the past, also having the talent to suppress the ages. I won't make things difficult for you, just go. Qin Feng burst out laughing right there. Even if there's a crimson experience scroll protecting me, or the Nanming flame and an unyielding will, if I just let myself get fooled and leave like that, then what kind of innate villain would I be? I'd rather go home and open a brothel to enjoy my old age. What's with that smile? The 3 girls instantly got angry. Our sister has already let him off, yet he's laughing at us, looking down on our sister. Xiao Bai eagerly jumped out. My master's meaning is very clear, we never leave empty-handed. Either you pay the ransom, or we'll dig up your graves, dismember you, and scatter you everywhere. How can such a cute rabbit have such a foul mouth? The 3 girls were trembling with anger. They had never seen such a rude rabbit. The sweetheart's face turned serious. I admit that the Nanming flame can threaten me, but I also have the ability to kill you before you can use the Nanming fire. Then what if I burn this whole place down? Qin Feng grinned, snapping his fingers. The Nanming flame flared up. The sweetheart remained calm. It's just a piece of trash, go ahead and burn it. But in reality, she was panicking inside, even though she had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and was very powerful. She was limited, and couldn't leave Xiangxi, Shanghai. If Qin Feng really burned this place with the Nanming flame, then they would be like frogs at the bottom of a well. With no way out, why don't you give it a try? Qin Feng didn't care. He only knew that he had the Crimson Experience scroll protecting him. So he feared neither heaven nor earth. He stretched out his hand, and a large mass of fire fell. He really dares to burn it. The 3 girls panicked, not expecting Qin Feng to dare burn Xiangxi, Shanghai. Okay, you win. The sweetheart was extremely flustered. She didn't know if Qin Feng could escape her grasp, but she knew that she had no way out if Xiangxi was burned. If a problem can be solved with money, don't risk it, ding dong. Congratulations, master, for taking advantage of the chosen one's absence to disturb his lover, gaining 20,000 villain points. Qin Feng summoned the falling Nanming flame, throwing it to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai didn't hesitate, opening his mouth and swallowing it whole. The sweetheart quietly breathed a sigh of relief, glad she didn't take action. If she had really acted against Qin Feng, this rabbit could have used the Nanming flame to burn down all of Xiangxi, Shanghai. At the same time, she was also curious about what kind of rabbit this was. It looked like a Yao beast, but she had never heard of any rabbit being able to swallow the Nanming flame whole. What do you want? The sweetheart asked. Qin Feng closed his eyes, thinking whether he should go straight for the goal or slowly probe. The sweetheart's face turned serious. How about this? If you leave Xiangxi, Shanghai, I will give you 100 million immortal crystals. What? 100 million immortal crystals? Qin Feng was stunned, thinking he had misheard. Sister, those are immortal crystals. How can you give them away so easily? Xiao Bai was astonished. The sweetheart just waved her hand, and a mountain of immortal crystals appeared. Holy crap, she's really rich. Qin Feng looked like he had never seen the world before. The 3 girls looked at him with contempt, hating Qin Feng's naive behavior. Perhaps to outsiders, immortal crystals were precious, but to them, having lived for so long in Kunlun, immortal crystals were cheap. Qin Feng stared intently at the mountain of immortal crystals, then said seriously, Sister, I don't want to work hard anymore. Can you give me a chance? Please, most beautiful sister in the world, give me a chance. Xiao Bai ran in front of the sweetheart, begging to stay. How can a human and a rabbit be so shameless? The 3 girls looked at each other, their eyes twitching. They had never seen anyone so shameless. The sweetheart coldly waved her hand, and Qin Feng and Xiao Bai disappeared from that place. Qin Feng and Xiao Bai appeared outside Xiangxi, Shanghai, next to a glittering mountain of immortal crystals. Qin Feng put the immortal crystals into his space. At this moment, Xiaobai's ears suddenly perked up, as if he heard the sound of fighting in the distance. Lin San, you can't escape. Surrender. Lin San, Qin Feng was excited. He finally met someone he loved. Dude, me and Xiaobai zoomed into the forest, and what do you know, there's a bunch of people chasing Lin San. What shocked Qin Feng was that the ones chasing Lin San were none other than the Lin family's young miss, Lin Jinjie, the same girl with the 3-year engagement with my second bro. No time to think. Qin Feng summoned Chang Kong. The 9 heavens sword formation shot out like meteors. Lin Jinjie sensed the terrifying power of the sword formation and had to order a retreat before even figuring out who the enemy was. Gotta avoid heavy losses, you know. Thanks for the save, Qin Xiong. Lin San recognized the Chang Kong 9 swords and figured Qin Feng was the one who saved him. Qin Feng and Xiaobai stepped out, wondering out loud. I'm just curious. How did the city lord of Cheng Tianjin's capable servant end up getting chased by the young miss? It's a long story, Lin San sighed dramatically. Then make it short and sweet, I said. It started 7 years ago, when I brought back a jade box from some ruins. You remember that, right? Qin Feng asked. Of course, I always believe in Lin Jiang's character. Qin Feng's eyes were full of trust. In his heart, he was all. That was my doing. If you say there's nothing in it, I'll believe you. Hearing this, Lin San trembled, looking up at Qin Feng. Even he didn't believe that, but Qin Feng believed in him unconditionally, not pretending, but actually trusting. It felt amazing to be trusted. Ding. Congratulations, master, for deceiving the feelings of a chosen one. Received 50,000 villain points. Qin Feng was disgusted in his heart. Hey, he's telling the truth. How is that deceiving? The system. If you don't know how to talk, don't say anything. After a bit of heart-to-heart, Lin San sighed, composed himself, and continued. Thank you, Xinxiong, for believing in me. But after the rumors spread, the city lord asked me what was in the box. No matter how I explained, he and the young miss both thought I was lying to them. From then on, our relationship soured. To avoid being in an awkward position, I decided to leave and cultivate. I thought when I came back I could improve the relationship, but who knew someone would spread rumors that I found a fairy crystal mine. The matter was too serious. The young miss heard the news and immediately ordered me to hand it over, but I really don't know where that fairy crystal mine is. Lin San smiled bitterly again. That's why the young miss even drew her sword to attack me. I totally believe you. Qin Feng was as sincere as ever, thinking in his heart, this was also caused by me. I'm sure you're innocent. Qin Xiong. Lin San was too moved to speak, wanting to immediately burn some joss paper to swear an oath with Qin Feng, sleep in the same bed, and wear the same underwear. From now on he had a bosom buddy. Ding, congratulations, master, for encouraging the chosen one with words, helping him understand the cruel world, becoming a benefactor in his life, received 50,000 villain points. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, telling the system, if you know how to talk, just say good things. Qin Feng hurriedly asked. Lin Qiang, you must have found a lot of treasures this time in Kunlun, right? Nothing at all, Ling San replied helplessly. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened. He didn't believe it. Because the protagonists who play dumb are all hidden masters. Even if they find valuable treasures, they secretly keep them for themselves. If you just believe their lies, you're just waiting to be deceived. I really didn't find any treasures at all, Lin San wanted to cry, not understanding how the ship of friendship could capsize like this. The last 2 times when he said that PH didn't find any treasures, Qin Feng believed him, but now that he said there wasn't any, he didn't believe him. Not only that, but Qin Feng was sticking to him like glue. Even if he really didn't find anything, he would still follow him to get those treasures. That look was too familiar. Lin San shivered when Qin Feng stared at him, just like 7 years ago at the Qin family, always scrutinizing the expression on his face. As long as he had a strange reaction to a single blade of grass, Qin Feng would immediately pull up the entire blade of grass. Even when he went to the bathroom in the bushes, Qin Feng wouldn't let him go. Lin Qiang, what are you doing? Going to the bathroom? Oh, it's nothing. Then Lin Qiang just continued. But Qin Feng still stared at him with hot eyes that made Lin San shudder. Could it be that I guessed right 7 years ago? Qin Xiang likes guys? Finally, Lin San couldn't stand Qin Feng's burning gaze anymore, asking, why doesn't Qin Xiang find his own opportunities? You're telling me to find my own opportunities? Qin Feng asked. Lin Xiang's only weakness is that he keeps everything separate. Isn't your opportunity my opportunity? Isn't my opportunity still my opportunity? Why are you dividing things so clearly? Suddenly, a deafening roar rang out, stirring the surrounding air violently. Qin Feng and Lin San wondered in shock. What kind of monster has such great power just from roaring? Turning back, they saw trees collapsing as 3 colossal monsters charged forward. There was also a girl dressed in ancient white robes, around 20 years old, with an oval face, sharply arched eyebrows, and elegant attire. Her face, lightly powdered, shimmered under the starlight, combined with her pale, injured complexion, evoking pity in those who saw her. Most captivating was her staggering gait. Each unsteady step filled gentlemen with heartache, fearing they might miss their chance. Qin Feng's face turned serious as he recognized the 3 monsters, each over 10 meters tall, bear-like in form, with blood-red eyes and bodies covered in tough armor.
Their strength was comparable to a 5th-stage heavenly venerate realm cultivator, and their arms were as thick as barrels, as hard as steel. Wait a sec, that's Daimu, elder sister. The girl in white recognized Qin Feng and immediately rejoiced. Not because she had frequently taken things from Qin Feng since childhood, but because of one big word: appearance. Just from seeing her staggering, one could tell she was no pushover back in the day. That's why, from a young age, Qin Feng had called her Da Mook, elder sister. At this moment, Lin San transformed into a blur, rushing forward with his sword drawn, deliberately showing off in front of the beauty. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Good one, bro. Sword unsheathed, and next, the sound of a sword being drawn echoed throughout the forest. A beam of swordlight flashed, carrying a bone-chilling coldness, like a startled swan, like a coiling dragon. The swordlight swept across the heavenly 8 swords, and before they could react, Qin Feng had flashed past them like lightning. The next moment, Qin Feng's figure appeared behind the 3 great earth demonic bears. The 3 monsters stopped in their tracks. The Chengkong divine sword was also gradually seeping into their bodies. When the sword blade had fully penetrated, the 3 great earth demonic bears collapsed, letting out a groan before dying, fatal wounds appearing on their bodies, and fresh blood gushed out, staining the ground red. Qin Feng had successfully exploited them again. Lin San was completely shocked by Qin Feng. Watching him easily annihilate the 3 great earth demonic bears, Xin Mu Shu swallowed, genuinely astonished by Qin Feng's swordsmanship. She had heard he was strong, but she hadn't expected him to be this strong, actually killing 3 5th-stage heavenly venerates with a single sword strike at the mere Earth Cave 3rd stage. Lin San stood frozen, sweat dripping down his forehead. He was sure he hadn't seen wrong. Qin Feng had reached Earth Cave 3rd stage. Moreover, the heavenly 8 swords was many times stronger than it had been 7 years ago. But that's not right. A few days ago, they had met in Hualuo City, and Qin Feng's cultivation was only at Earth Cave 1st stage. How was he already Earth Cave 3rd stage now? From Earth Cave 1st stage to Earth Cave 3rd stage, Lin San was only at Earth Cave 2nd stage, and after just a few days apart, Qin Feng had already surpassed him to such an extent. This time, Lin San's invincible confidence began to waver him. He had cultivated swordsmanship for 7 years, and as a result, the distance between him and Qin Feng was getting further and further. Was he still worthy of the invincible sword heart? Worthy of being the successor of the Chengkong divine sword? Worthy of the title of Sword Saint of the next century? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for preventing the Chosen One's show-off behavior, receiving 500 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for shaking the Chosen One's invincible confidence, receiving 100,000 villain points. Knew you wouldn't disappoint me, Qin Feng said joyfully. Lin bro, what do you think of that sword move just now? Lin San pursed his lips, cursing inwardly. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! The two of them only exchanged swords briefly. They hadn't even drawn their swords, so how could he have comprehended 4th stage sword intent? But currently, Qin Feng's sword intent had indeed reached 4th stage. Even if he didn't believe it, Lin San had to accept the truth. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for shaking the Chosen One's invincible confidence, receiving 100,000 villain points. Another 100,000 points. Qin Feng's mood was extremely good. He prepared to extract more points from Lin San. Lin bro, I'm not lying to you. Since comprehending 3rd stage sword intent a month ago, I haven't been able to break through the level. Thanks to you, I easily reached 4th stage. Lin San's forehead was covered in bulging blue veins, screaming in his heart, what a load of bull! He cultivated for 7 years to raise his sword intent from level 1 up, and Qin Feng went from 3 to 4 in just 1 month. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for shaking the Chosen One's invincible confidence, receiving 100,000 villain points. Xin Mu Shui said anxiously. Qin Feng, can we talk later? I have something very important to say. Lin bro, don't go. After exchanging swords I even comprehended a great sword formation. Qin Feng completely ignored Xin Mu Shui, clinging to Lin San to extract points. Xin Mu Shui jumped up and down in anger beside him. She remembered when she was little, Qin Feng was very clingy to her. Every time she kissed him, he would chase her all over the Qin family to kiss her back. Now, she was looking for him to ask for help, but he ignored her, focusing only on Lin San. The Qin family disciples were trapped in the canyon, with ferocious monsters in front and Princess Nanfeng behind. After hearing this, Qin Feng complained incessantly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xin Mu Shui stood stunned, feeling very distant. When she was little, Qin Feng was very humble, dignified, and known as a filial son in the county. After not seeing him for several years, he had changed into such a corrupted person. Was it due to the influence of the Yin Yue imperial dynasty, or was it his true nature when he left the Qin family? No, judging by his actions. Even if it was his true nature, it should be a cruel nature, not as corrupted as this. He must have been corrupted by the Yu Shen teachings of the Yin Yu imperial dynasty. It was said that the Yu Shen was a mess. Since it's Qin bro's matter, I must go first. Lin San hurriedly sought an excuse to escape, fearing that staying longer would cause him to lose all invincible confidence. Lin bro, We're brothers from different mothers and fathers, so isn't your matter my matter? Qin Feng, with his thick skin, clung to him, grabbing Lin San's hand and refusing to let go. Having met a chosen one who hadn't been exploited enough, how could he let him go so easily? Moreover, after returning, they could fight together again. If he didn't save the chosen one, how could he show the demeanor of a great villain? Qin Mushui looked at the two people holding hands tightly, feeling like something was not quite right. In the canyon, Princess Nanfang beamed. I didn't expect heaven to help her get revenge. This time, she would annihilate the Qin family disciples and behead Qin Feng to avenge the humiliation of being enslaved years ago. Princess Nanfang smiled triumphantly outside the canyon, not believing that the Qin family could turn the tables. In fact, her deliberately letting Qin Mushui escape was to seek reinforcements. If reinforcements from the Yin Yue imperial dynasty arrived, she would use the excuse of colluding with foreign powers to destroy the entire Qin family. And if the reinforcements are from another country, she'll just take the chance to wipe out both sides. Gotta avoid any future alliance that might threaten the royal power, you know. Anyway, these prodigy disciples are just low-level grunts. She wouldn't even blink if they all died. Just recruit a new batch when she needs them. Easy peasy. Qin Mushui noticed Qin Feng was still going solo, and asked, all worried, Qin Feng, with your current status as, the top dog in the world, the only divine child of the Moon God Palace, the third holy son of the Dark Moon Dynasty, you're seriously going to Kunlun alone? Hearing that, Qin Feng looked kinda embarrassed and declared, all heroic-like, alone, no way. I'm bringing a whole army with me. At this, Qin Mushu's eyes lit up, only to see Qin Feng toss her a cloud-piercing arrow, the kind that shrinks distances. Qin Mushu didn't hesitate, and fired the cloud-piercing arrow. A loud boom echoed in the sky, revealing the character Lu. Meanwhile, those two army guys were following Qin Feng's instructions, spreading false rumors about Lin San finding a rare treasure. That's the signal. As soon as they saw the cloud-piercing arrow, the two of them immediately booked it towards Qin Feng, shouting that the Qin family reinforcements had arrived. Hearing the commotion, Princess Nan Feng turned around and saw the guy who'd been keeping her up at night. Qin Feng, her mood instantly soured. You dare to come rescue them with just 3 people? Princess Nan Feng snarled, grinding her teeth. She wanted to bite Qin Feng to death. At the same time, she was worried. What was Qin Feng really up to? Did he have some hidden agenda for coming back to save the Qin family? Who says there's only 3 of us? Qin Mushui scoffed. My brother brought a whole army into Kunlun. I just fired the signal arrow. The reinforcements are on their way. The tables have turned. You're the one in danger now, Princess Nanfeng. An army. Thump. 2 tall figures in armor fell from the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust. Princess Nanfeng snorted. Maybe others didn't know who Qin Feng's army was, but she'd been to the Dark Moon Dynasty. It was obviously just his 2 junior brothers who'd barely started training, and Qin Mushui dared to call them reinforcements. Qin Mushu stared blankly at the 2 guys behind her, getting a bad feeling. I am the army, I am the horse. The dazzling appearance of the 2 made the Qin family disciples want to scream. Who would have thought that the heavenly army and 10,000 horses Qin Feng talked about was just 2 people? This is the heavenly army and 10,000 horses you were talking about. Qin Mushu's eyes twitched. I'm never trusting a man again, Princess Nanfeng sneered. HMPH. You're surrounded now. If you don't want anything to happen to those prodigy disciples, you should surrender. Princess Nanfeng's eyes were icy. Who would have thought heaven was helping her? With the small number of Qin Feng's people, there was no way they could defeat hundreds of prodigy disciples. This time, she would personally chop off Qin Feng's head and erase her dark past. Qin Feng chuckled. Princess Nanfeng, you're as confident as ever. But between that confidence, I still prefer when you are full of alluring fluency. Kill him, Princess Nanfeng yelled, her face turning red, trying to cover up her shameful past. Following the princess's order, the prodigies immediately attacked the Qin family disciples. The Qin family disciples also didn't want to sit still and wait for death anymore. Knowing that they were tricked by Qin Feng the scammer, there was no longer a chance to find reinforcements. Only a desperate fight to the death could create a way out. And blood immediately stained the battlefield red. They withdrew the grand formation and rushed forward to slash and kill the prodigies. At this moment, Zhao Bai took advantage of space movement, appeared next to the target, and swung his sword at lightning speed. Only heard pat a sound. Blood splattered. Ding dong, congratulations to the master. Because the bunny cut off the opponent's wisdom root, receiving 1,000 villain points. Whose rabbit is this so shameless? The great Jia prodigies resentfully said. Xiao Bai pretended to be naive and said, I am a rabbit that is not in the Jianghu, so why should I follow the rules of the Jianghu? Master taught me this sentence. Hit someone, and hit the target first. The win rate is more than half. The great Jia prodigies looked at Qin Feng and gnashed their teeth, wanting to catch him and kick his balls off. What does kicking balls off have to do with me? I don't even know that rabbit. Qin Feng glanced at a prodigy disciple standing alone nearby. His eyes cold, his figure flashed. Without saying a word, a fatal move came down. Ding dong, congrats master for severing the target's wisdom root. You've earned 1,000 villain points. These chosen ones are freaking furious. They've never seen anyone so shameless. Suddenly, a sword's shing grabs everyone's attention,
Lin San's been forced to draw his blade, and a bone-chilling sword light is spreading.
Nanfeng Princess's face changes. Didn't expect Xin Feng to get such a strong ally. Guess I underestimated these chosen sons of heaven.
Xin Feng's face is also doing a number. He remembered something he read about righteous aura, a special kind of buff that works kind of like his Dao heart. Lin San can't help but glance back at Xin Feng, looking like he wants to show off. You cleaved 3 Grand Earth Demon Bears, 5th level Celestial, PF. I cleaved 4 Demon Scale, 5th level Celestial. I'm stronger than you. Xin Feng is loving Lin San's cocky attitude. He literally came here for me to mess with his mind. And again, the sound of a sword being drawn echoes across the land. But unlike Lin San's righteous aura, the atmosphere around him surges wildly, a Dao energy. Xin Feng also quickly draws the Azure Sky Divine Sword, his mind melting with nature. He feels like he's become one with nature, and everything else in the world is just ants. The Divine Sword splits into 9, floating like 9 stars in the sky. Countless sword lights pour down from the heavens, surging forth. In an instant, the heavens and earth fall silent again. The melodious sword sound also stops. Xin Feng sheathes his sword. A split second later, more than 10 demon scales snap in half at the same time, blood spewing out like fountains. At this moment, a piece of a demon scale's body lands on Princess Nanfeng. Tears well up in her eyes. She bites her lip and tries to push the monster's body away with all her might, but it's useless. What are you all standing around for? Get this thing off of me, Princess Nanfeng roars in anger. The Chosen Ones were embarrassed and don't know what to do. Hearing that, the Chosen Ones hurry to rescue Princess Nanfeng. How is that possible? Sweat beaded on Princess Nanfeng's face. Wasn't he only at Spirit Origin Realm a month ago? How is he already at Earth Tribulation 3rd level? Moreover, when did he break through his sword intent to such a height, and even comprehended Dao heart and the Dao of nature? Lin San feels like he's forgotten how to breathe, his heart still racing. He thought that after comprehending righteous Qi, he would be able to overwhelm Xin Feng. Who would have thought that he would also comprehend Dao heart and the Dao of nature? And that in some aspects, the Dao of nature was even stronger than his righteous Qi. 7 years of cultivation once again proved that Xin Feng was still better than him. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for shaking the invincible belief of the Son of Heaven. Received 100,000 villain points. Hearing that, Xin Feng couldn't be happier. Another 100,000 points so easily. He walked up to Lin San again, saying, Brother Lin, I'm really grateful to you. I never knew how to comprehend Dao heart before, but who knew that just seeing your righteous aura would suddenly enlighten me? Lin San's head is full of veins, his heart going crazy. Believe that, my ass. No matter how little you read, you can't believe that the Dao of nature can be comprehended from righteous aura. Just then, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for taking advantage of the Son of Heaven's absence and harming his lover, causing her to experience fear, and receiving 100,000 villain points. The Son of Heaven's lover is Fang Cheng. This is even more fun than expected. Xin Feng and Lin San's actions caused the demon scale horde to become enraged, turning into streaks of red, and launching a fierce attack. Some of them aimed straight at Princess Nanfeng, continuously unleashing their strongest moves at her. You damn brats, Princess Nanfeng gritted her teeth, dodging at high speed while panicking inside. Xin Feng's madness was beyond her imagination, causing her previous confidence to vanish. Quickly, protect the princess. The Chosen Ones quickly stabilized their formation, and a portion of them charged forward to protect Princess Nanfeng. No need to protect me, kill Xin Feng, Princess Nanfeng screamed maniacally. As long as Xin Feng was killed, the biggest threat to Great Xia in the future could be resolved. If Xin Feng was allowed to escape today, he would definitely be a major disaster for Great Xia. The Chosen Ones hesitated, not understanding why the princess was so agitated. Even if Xin Feng's classic swordsmanship was terrifying, he was only at Earth Tribulation 3rd level, while they had thousands of people. No matter how strong Xin Feng was, he couldn't possibly withstand them. If you can't kill Xin Feng, then all of you will have to be buried with me. Hearing that, the Chosen Ones' faces turned serious. We only joined Great Xia. We're not the princess's dogs to be ordered around at will. But unfortunately, the other party was a princess, so they could only obey. Immediately, the Chosen Ones shook off their opponents and charged straight towards Xin Feng, launching a fierce attack. But just as Xin Feng was preparing to draw his sword to sever the wisdom roots and resolve the troubles of the Chosen Ones, Xin Mushui suddenly rushed forward and pushed him to the ground, thus dodging the opponent's attack. In her eyes, with Earth Tribulation 3rd level realm, after that classic sword move, Xin Feng must have exhausted his spiritual power. What she did was completely save his life. Sis, you saved me. Feeling the softness on his body, Xin Feng couldn't help but feel moved. Big Mu sis, you completely don't know the power of dunking a basketball. At this moment, Xin Mushu said seriously, get everyone out of here now. Any delay will be fatal. The Qin family disciples can sacrifice themselves here, but you can't go down. I just hope you'll repent and return to the Qin family later. Tianjun, Wanma, the two shouted. The young prodigies were closing in. Tianjun and Wanma charged forward, using their bodies as shields in a brutal assault aimed at Xin Feng. Run! Xin Mushu yanked Xin Feng's arm, trying to drag him away.
Her thinking was simple. If the younger generation was going to be wiped out, they had to protect the most capable one. But Qin Feng had no intention of leaving. No matter how hard she pulled, he wouldn't budge. "Why aren't you running?" she screamed. "Why should I run?" Qin Feng countered. Didn't Yan Hui once tell Confucius, "Of the 3,000 rivers, a single cupful is enough to satisfy"? Hearing this, Xin Mushue's jaw dropped. "Qin Feng, you're a Confucian disciple. Why are you quoting Taoist wisdom, and what does that have to do with this situation? Ugh, you're exhausting me." Just then, Xiao Bai appeared on Qin Feng's shoulder, panting. "He means those 3,000 disciples are weak as water. Master just needs to pop the lid off the jar and gulp them down. And popping the lid is easy peasy." Xin Muxue was dubious, not believing Qin Feng had that kind of power at all. Seeing her skepticism, Xiao Bai just grinned. "Master's about to start. Just watch and see how easy popping the lid off a jar can be." At that moment, the melodious sound of swords rang throughout the cave. Everyone's swords trembled, like servants kowtowing to their king. The swords were growing increasingly excited. What's going on? Everyone seemed to sense something. Their gazes drawn to where Qin Feng stood. There stood Qin Feng, upright, his robes moving even without wind. Dozens of streams of sword qi surrounded him. Before the young prodigies could react, they were swept away by the invisible sword qi. The moment of predation begins. Let the hunting begin. Ding dong, congratulations, Master, for severing the other party's root of wisdom, receiving 1,000 villain points. Ding dong, congratulations, Master, for completing the massacre, receiving 100 villain points. Inside the cave, swordlight flashed, blood splattered, and screams echoed. The young prodigies raged. "Qin Feng, you're not following the rules. You could clearly just teleport us away to enjoy ourselves, but you deliberately disarm us before attacking. You're a rare, shameless freak." "But I'm innocent," Qin Feng said, his face filled with mock innocence. "I just wanted to earn 1,000 points." What was wrong with his villain points? It's society's fault. It's the system's fault. It's this darn system's fault. One young prodigy trembled. "At this rate, we're just committing suicide." Hearing this, Princess Nanfeng's eyes turned ice cold. "You're supposed to be prodigies, and you dare to be so cowardly. What use are you?" Princess Nanfeng's sword pierced the chest of that young prodigy, blood gushing out like water. Then, Princess Nanfeng glared at the remaining prodigies, coldly saying, "Do you understand now? If you can't kill Qin Feng, I'll kill all of you." The young prodigies immediately split up, half of them dealing with Qin Feng, easing the pressure on the Qin family's side. They could then concentrate their efforts on eliminating the demonic Lin, Qilin, behind them. As long as they cleared out the demonic Lin, they could break through the encirclement and escape. At that moment, the sound of a sword echoed throughout the cave. Lin San swung his sword, unleashing a magnificent wave of righteous qi. He didn't want to get involved in the war between Qin Feng and the great Xia imperial family, but because he still owed Qin Feng his life from before, he could only help him eliminate the demonic Lin to repay his debt. The remaining demonic Lin screeched and collapsed to the ground. The appearance of reinforcements made Xin Muxue ecstatic. She ordered, "Everyone, leave the canyon immediately." The Qin family disciples didn't dare to hesitate, quickly moving with her. "Don't let them escape," Princess Nanfeng roared in anger. This was a rare opportunity to wipe out the Qin family. They absolutely had to stop them. Xin Muxue shouted, "Qin Feng, let's go. You go first. I'll stay behind to hold them off." Qin Feng stood blocking the cave entrance, his dark eyes cold. Suddenly, a surge of red light erupted from his body. After the mad slaughter and a month of accumulation, the colossal heavenly tyrant physique finally activated its first state, myriad transformations. The first state made heaven and earth change color. Thunder roared continuously, and mysterious runes appeared all over his body. Princess Nanfeng exclaimed in shock, immediately recognizing Qin Feng's colossal heavenly tyrant physique. Just like the books described. "Qin bro, how can I ever catch up to you?" Lin San stared blankly at Qin Feng, who looked like a celestial being descending to earth, his heart filled with turmoil. He thought his 7 years of arduous cultivation were enough to make him the top of the younger generation, unmatched by anyone, even confident enough to have a duel with Qin Feng so the world would know who the true sword saint was. But before he could even make a move, he had been utterly defeated by Qin Feng, making him feel useless in life. "Ding dong, congratulations, Master, for shaking the chosen one of heaven's invincible belief, receiving 100,000 villain points, another 100,000. Qin Feng was overjoyed. "Then I'll give little San San another surprise gift." Qin Feng unleashed a series of sword qi, forming a surging river of swords. With the unlocking of the first state, even more sword qi was released. The river of swords that had been a mere ripple before was now like a raging yellow river, carrying a torrent of sword quill towards the canyon, causing a terrifying flood. The formation. "Deploy the defensive formation." The great Xia prodigies shouted in panic. The other prodigies tried to regain their composure, quickly standing in the correct positions, forming a great formation just before the wave of sword kun arrived. The surging sword kuda slammed into the formation like a giant wheel, injuring many of the prodigies, who coughed up fresh blood. Finally, they truly felt the ruthlessness of the number one in the world. Damn it. Not only did he create a god-tier sword art, but he also cultivated the fourth layer sword physique, invincible sword heart, and Taoist naturalness. Even though he's only at the third layer of Earth Core, among the Kunlun disciples, no one can stand against him. Fear began to spread. If the opponent were a normal person, they might not be so panicked. But from any angle, Xin Feng didn't seem like a normal person. And he's only at Earth Cave third layer, yet he's already strong enough to take on hundreds. Endless sword energy kept crashing down, tearing the grand formation apart. The river of swords was like the Milky Way, pouring down from the heavens, swallowing all the prodigies. Blood-curdling screams echoed endlessly in the cave. Ding, congratulations, Master, for slaying one person and receiving 100 villain points. The system's voice kept ringing out. When the stream of sword energy stopped, the entire canyon fell silent, filled with corpses. Only Princess Nanfeng was lucky enough to survive thanks to her defensive Dharma artifact, but she had lost all her former majesty, her hair disheveled, her face a pathetic sight. How could this be? Princess Nanfeng looked at Xin Feng, imposing like a celestial being, her eyes gradually losing their light. She didn't expect Xin Feng to be this insane. From the spiritual martial realm, he had cultivated all the way to Earth Cave third layer in a month, but still maintained his freakish combat power. It could be said that he alone annihilated all the heavenly chosen, forcing Great Jia to end the Kunlun struggle early. Xiaobai's eyes lit up with greed as he ran towards the corpses, shamelessly searching for treasures. Only 100 points each. That's a huge loss, Xin Feng sighed, releasing himself from the giant heaven overlord body state, then gleefully turned back to find Lin San, preparing to harvest villain points from him. But Lin San had already sneaked away after helping the Qin family disciples escape to safety. Did he really abandon me and run off alone? It's all because of this woman. Xin Feng was furious, watching Princess Nanfeng's fleeing figure. It's because of this woman that I lost Lin San. Wanting to chase after her immediately, Xiao Bai glanced at the scattered corpses, then at Xin Feng moving further away, finally deciding to speed up his looting. Master is priceless, but material possessions are more valuable than spirit. If I must choose between my wife and my mother, I cannot abandon either. Wait for me. Are you really not chasing after her? Wan Ma hesitated slightly. No need. Did you forget the scene of Princess Nanfeng appearing at Scarlet Bamboo Peak a month ago? Clearly she has feelings for Big Brother. This time's war is definitely to force Big Brother to become her consort. Wan Ma nodded. That's right, no wonder every time Princess Nanfeng looks at Big Brother she carries 7 parts resentment, 3 parts shyness, so this is deep affection. Too bad. With the identities of the great Jia princess and the holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty, the two of them can't be together. Well said. The princess wages war to pursue love. But failing, she flirts with him to no avail. She gets angry, she chases him. As he runs, he wants to escape, but his wings are broken. He chases her. As she runs, he gets angry. Tragic Heavenly Monarch chimed in. Therefore, as disciples who understand Big Brother's body language, we naturally have to give him more private space. Because knowing too much isn't good for us or Big Brother. What a profound sentiment. A lifetime is ruined by seeing the young master, and a lifetime is also wasted without seeing the young master. Qin Feng, I'll make you pay. Feng Cheng still wore a deathly expression, searching for Qin Feng everywhere, especially the terrifying aura emanating from his body that made the old demon inside have to advise. Forget it, let's go back. You dare to teach me what to do, Feng Cheng, relying on the old demon inside being unable to do anything to him, completely disregarded it. You little bastard! The old demon almost died of anger, vowing to let Feng Cheng know why the ocean is salty when it gets out. At this moment, the Qin family disciples flew overhead. Sister Qin Muxue, is Qin Feng alright on his own? Should we go back and help him? Don't worry, Qin Feng will be fine. We are all injured. Staying will only hold him back. Hearing this, the corner of Feng Cheng's mouth curved into a cruel smile. Qin Feng, I've finally found you. Not long after, Feng Cheng heard 2 voices coming from ahead. One was Qin Feng's chuckling voice, and the other was Princess Nanfeng's angry voice. Princess Nanfeng, you wouldn't want our little secret to be known by Feng Cheng, would you? You shameless. Feng Cheng was extremely confused. What secret did Princess Nanfeng and Qin Feng have? Feng Cheng couldn't help but push aside the bushes to look, and in that instant, Feng Cheng only felt his head throb, as if it had been hit by a hammer. He only saw Princess Nanfeng kneeling in front of Qin Feng, her back facing him. Feng Cheng couldn't believe that Princess Nanfeng was helping Qin Feng tie his shoelaces. He'd only been gone for a month, and she had betrayed their 7 years of affection for Qin Feng. Feng Cheng angrily spat out blood. The last pure land in his heart had been defiled. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for taking advantage of the Heavenly Chosen One's absence to frame his sweetheart, causing him to angrily spit out blood, receiving 200,000 villain points. System notification. This Heavenly Chosen One's intelligence has recovered. Before Qin Feng could react, he realized it was Feng Cheng. Especially the phrase, intelligence has recovered, made him overjoyed. He saw it with his own eyes, and still managed to hold back from acting. Truly admirable. Qin Feng glanced around but didn't see Feng Cheng's figure. At this moment, Xiao Bai, having finished looting happily, looked for Qin Feng,
and discovered a familiar figure lying in the bushes.
As a capable assistant, Xiaobai quietly approached Fang Cheng from behind. Hee, after bathing in the limitless spring, I've made a great leap forward. Perfect timing to test out the chrysanthemum sword on you. If you want to be a useful sidekick, you gotta learn to stay hidden and still as a mountain, aim, and wait for the right moment.
Xiaobai stayed cool, waiting for Fang Cheng to lose his balance and be unable to dodge, before pouncing. All of a sudden, sharp sword chi swirled around Xiaobai, and a dazzling blade materialized in his paw, stabbing straight into Fang Cheng's butt.
Ding dong! Congratulations to the host's spirit beast for landing a sword strike on the withering flower of the Child of Destiny, gaining 500,000 villain points. Fang Cheng's body shot out of the bushes like an arrow, his face twisted in agony. A blood-curdling scream echoed everywhere.
Fang Cheng, Nanfeng Princess, gasped in shock, not expecting Fang Cheng to appear, especially not in this situation.
It made her want to find a hole and jump in.
Fang Cheng wanted to find a cave to hide in. How could he let the princess see him like this? No way, he couldn't let the princess see him like this.
Fang Cheng turned to Nanfeng Princess and roared, "Don't call my name, you wretched woman, get lost!" Nanfeng Princess was stunned. Seeing this, Xin Feng chuckled eerily. He could already guess Fang Cheng's next move, only Nanfeng Princess was naive and didn't know anything.
He's being way too rude. Let me teach him a lesson.
Ignoring whether Nanfeng Princess agreed or not, Xin Feng quickly pointed a strand of sword chi straight at Fang Cheng.
Heft. Another part fell. Congratulations to the host for severing the wisdom root of the Child of Destiny, receiving 500,000 villain points.
Fang Cheng howled in pain, unable to accept losing it again. Alright, if that's what you want. As a true Confucian scholar, Xin Feng will naturally respect his opponent. He quickly activated his ancient double pupils, life in the left eye, destruction in the right.
A massive surge of life energy shot from Xin Feng's left eye towards Fang Cheng, instantly restoring the recently severed withering flower.
Fang Cheng was confused, not understanding why Xin Feng was healing him. Just then, Xiaobai flashed in front of Fang Cheng, taking advantage of his surprise, and kicked him squarely in that spot with all his might.
Thud. Flower bloomed a second time. Fang Cheng, who had just rejoiced in recovering his treasure, immediately wore the mask of suffering again, as excruciating pain surged through him.
Ding dong. Congratulations to the host.
Xiaobai accurately kicked the Child of Destiny, receiving 500,000 villain points. Totally not my fault this time, Xin Feng said. I already healed Fang Cheng, so if you want to find someone, go find Xiaobai, and he's got to compensate it. Ancient double pupils aren't for using like this.
Fang Cheng completely lost it.
Devouring demon art. Devouring all things. Fang Cheng's face revealed a mad look, and a bizarre aura erupted, darkening the sky and causing thunder to rumble.
A giant demon head appeared, opening its mouth to swallow the heavens and earth, wanting to devour everything. Xiaobai was so scared that his fur stood on end, trembling on Xin Feng's shoulder. The heavenly soldiers and myriad horses looked at each other and quickly flew next to Xin Feng. They had experienced Fang Cheng's devouring demon art before, almost having their blood sucked dry, and they couldn't forget that terrifying feeling. Fang Cheng completely lost his mind, frantically sucking up all the energy in the world, and within 1,000 miles, demonic beasts were seen fleeing in panic, clearly feeling their life being drained by Fang Cheng, certain to wither and die sooner or later. Seeing this, Nanfeng Princess hurriedly took out a Dharma artifact to protect herself, barely escaping death. Seeing Fang Cheng operating the devouring demon art to the point of overload, Nanfeng Princess hurriedly shouted,
"Fang Cheng, are you crazy? Using the demon art like this will backfire?
As long as I can kill Xin Feng, I'm willing to go to hell."
Fang Cheng roared with bloodshot eyes. "Xin Feng, I will suck your blood dry."
He had completely lost his mind because of this shameless Xin Feng. Today, Xin Feng must die no matter what. Even death can't save him.
So he calls this the devouring demon art that devours everything. Xin Feng smiled, looking at the giant demon head in the sky, then took out several bottles from his space. Crazy pig lady.
Fang Cheng's expression immediately changed, panic in his heart. It was no wonder he reacted like this, because he had drunk Crazy Pig Lady twice already, and just hearing the name was enough to haunt Fang Cheng.
But Xin Feng didn't care, letting the demon head suck up all the drug. Even the pig lady is going crazy. Damn it, Fang Cheng couldn't help but curse, inwardly cursing Xin Feng for being shameless and brazen.
He could clearly use nameless fire to control him, but he deliberately used aphrodisiacs to harm him.
He wasn't just killing people, he was also destroying their manhood. Fang Cheng quickly destroyed the demon head in the sky, letting the drug scatter with the energy storm. Nanfeng Princess, who was standing closest to Fang Cheng, was unjustly affected, and the terrifying explosion from the demon head completely destroyed her protective Dharma artifact.
Xin Feng chuckled.
"Why so eager? Not intact enough for you. Don't curse a person's face. Don't criticize their flaws."
Fang Cheng, provoked by the phrase "not intact enough," contorted his face in fury, staring daggers at Xin Feng, his eyes bloodshot and veins bulging. "Old demon, lend me your power?" Fang Cheng endured the pain in his body and soul, his face demonic as he glared at Xin Feng. From within him surged an extremely terrifying aura, causing the very heavens and earth to change color. The chilling aura seemed capable of dragging people down to the 18 levels of hell. The ruckus between Xin Feng and Fang Chang was too loud, attracting the attention of other martial artists searching for treasures nearby. Such a huge commotion. Who's fighting so fiercely? It's definitely not a personal grudge. They must have found some kind of treasure. That makes sense. Let's go take a look. But before they could approach the fight, they encountered the chosen one of heaven, Tang Chuan. Because Feng Cheng destroyed the demon head, the stimulant medicines scattered wildly in the wind, and Tang Chuan inhaled a bit on the way. At this moment, he felt like a fire was burning inside him. Some petty person is trying to frame me. This upright individual, Tang Chuan, panted heavily, turning his head to see a group of people approaching. Blue-silver entanglement. Before anyone could react, they were tightly bound by green vines. Then they saw Tang Chuan, eyes glazed over, panting as he approached. That look in his eyes wasn't like a happy dog running to its owner, but like a sow in heat at just the right moment. The others also inhaled Xin Feng's medicine, floating into the air. In the blink of an eye, everyone's eyes lit up with fervor. Wait, doesn't something feel off? They looked at each other, suddenly seeing their friends and thinking, looking so handsome, so alluring, it must be an illusion. Everyone was startled, quickly turning their faces away. At this moment, Tang Chuan released the blue-silver entanglement, letting them down. Brothers, or rather, shall we have some fun together? The men, eyes bloodshot, chuckled. Sounds great. Then the group switched to a team play mode. Just in time for summer, they welcomed a strange spring season. Xin Feng seized the opportunity, attacking with all his might, sending Fang Chang crashing to the ground, blood spurting out. The old demon coaxed Fang Chang, kid, just give it up, there's no point in fighting like this. Don't forget, Xin Feng has the Nanming Li fire, you can't kill him. I'm not reconciled. Fang Chang's demonic face gritted his teeth, truly unwilling to give up like this. He could tolerate all of Xin Feng's flattery. He could bear Xin Feng snatching away his Bai Yue Guang, but he absolutely could not bear Nanfeng Princess giving Xin Feng a blowjob right in front of him. The old demon naturally understood Fang Chang's feelings. Have you ever thought, if you die here today, wouldn't that be fulfilling that dog couple's wishes? Instead of that, why not work hard to cultivate, then come back for revenge? That's right, dying today means nothing, and would only help that dog couple get what they want. I can't die, Fang Chang immediately woke up, rolling down the slope. Seeing this, the old demon panicked and shouted, there's a cliff ahead, Fang Chang, Xin Feng, just you wait, I'll definitely be back. Fang Chang's face was full of unwillingness and had to choose a tactical retreat, while vowing to kill Xin Feng if they met again. He didn't need to roll like a rainbow though. Xin Feng immediately felt annoyed. Tianjun Wan Ma turned back to look at Xin Feng, asking, should we pursue him? No need, even injured, the chosen one of heaven isn't easy to kill. What if we accidentally help him level up? The Qin family disciples have already left. Xin Mushui asked me to pass on her thanks. You guys and them just left like that. Xin Feng couldn't help but feel annoyed, feeling that the Qin family was too ungrateful. He worked so hard to help them escape danger, and Xin Mushui didn't even offer him a summer boba tea. Xin Feng checked his system. He didn't score any gotcha pulls from Fang Chang, but he'd racked up almost 4 million villain points. Sweet? Tianjun chimed in. Big bro, been a bit busy fighting, but wanted to let you know, intel says that Yulan from the Azure Demon Palace has apparently found some Dao fruit. Wan Ma was all admiration. Thanks to Big Bro's genius move of having us spread the word. Otherwise we wouldn't know that the Azure Demon Palace are getting rich quietly. Xin Feng's eyes lit up. I only heard Grandpa mention Daddio fruit when I was a kid. They say it's a heaven and earth treasure. Whoever gets it will dominate the world. He couldn't hide his envy. No wonder she's the chosen one. Eventually, Yulan got found out, and the Dao fruit was exposed. Congrats, host, for making the chosen one angry. Reward, 10,000 villain points. Cha-ching. Xin Feng, along with Tianjun and Wan Ma, headed towards the Dao fruit. Before they even got there, the system was already pinging. A group of warriors was gathered beneath the immortal tree, arguing about who had the rights to the Dao fruit. 7 fruits grew on the tree, each glowing with a different light. Sure enough, the Azure Demon Palace had struck gold. The Dao fruit is obviously the property of the Wang family. The Wang family is what? The Dao fruit belongs to the Su family? The Wang and Su families aren't even half a toenail compared to our Liu family. Are you deliberately leaving out our Ye family? Watching everyone argue, Yulan felt bummed out. Originally, all 7 Dao fruits belonged to the Azure Demon Palace. Now she has to fight to get them back. With Azure Demon Palace's current strength, she can only get 2 at most. From 7 to 2, it was a painful decrease, and made her hate that shameless bastard even more. Just then, Xin Feng and the gang arrived. But before Xin Feng could even get close, the warriors unsheathed their swords. Yulan said coldly, Xin Feng, you want to snatch the Dao fruit too? I don't give a damn about some Daoyo fruit. The only reason I came here is because I heard you were in danger, so I came here to protect you. You think I believe that? Yulan was still wary, though her heartbeat involuntarily slowed down by half a beat. In that cave, they had a very close relationship, and he even took the initiative to kiss her.
How would she know in her heart whether the Dao fruit or her was more important? Everyone was getting excited over the drama. What are you talking about? Who took the initiative to kiss you? Yulan was clearly flustered, a hint of joy on her face. Why isn't there any tongue twister this time?
Ooh! Everyone exchanged glances, surprised that Yulan was such a princess. She looked serious, but she was so wild inside. Yulan was about to explode in anger, turning her head away to ignore that cheap jerk, but Xin Feng quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. I know you're angry, but let's be each other's angels. Give me a chance to make it up to you. I know you told me to scram because you didn't want to lose face. It's not that I give you less love, it's that you don't know what you need. The Azure Demon Palace girls had never seen such a rogue before. All they knew was that the atmosphere was heating up, so they had to shout, Get together! Get together! Yulan felt Xin Feng so close. Her eyes are like spring winds. Her small heart was beating faster in an unfaithful way. Why do I have feelings for this cheapskate? Congrats, host, for making the chosen one's heart beat faster. Reward, 100,000 villain points. So, it's real. Xin Feng was a little stunned. He didn't expect to conquer her so easily. Should he accept her love? Xin Feng wondered, should I let her call me daddy? Or should I be her daddy? Or should I be dad during the day and something else at night? After all, her mother is very attractive too. At that moment, Ziyan from the Divine Palace arrived. As soon as she saw Xin Feng with his arms around Yulan's waist, she couldn't help but exclaim, reminding everyone that she was the real deal. Yulan also came back to her senses and pushed Xin Feng away shyly. Oh Ziyan, my darling. I was so worried about you. Xin Feng knew that holding her hand was enough to calm her down. Seeing Xin Feng and Ziyan being affectionate, Yulan didn't know why she was annoyed, and just snorted softly. Xin Feng heard this and turned back, but Ziyan had already raised her white finger to her mouth, pulling Xin Feng's chin, and his eyes were attracted to her. Bad brother, don't be distracted when you're talking to me. Listen to me, Ziyan. Suddenly, Xin Feng couldn't help but be stunned. His eyes stared even more intently. But damn, Ziyan in that long dress was looking fine. Those milky white, assets were seriously tempting. Xin Feng couldn't stop staring, and Ziyan's face flushed. This little rascal, finally noticing my charm, huh? What are you looking at, you pervert? Ziyan was blushing like crazy from the staring, but she was secretly thrilled. They'd known each other for ages, and this was the first time Xin Feng had looked at her like that. Before, he only used that look on other girls. Ziyan shot Yulan a look. All I'm the first wife, BTCH. Yulan gritted her teeth. He knows every inch of my skin. Show off. Xinyan shut her mouth real quick. How could this girl give something so important to a total stranger? Xinyan forgot all about being shy, grabbed Xin Feng's wrist, and said angrily, You little brat! Is what she said true? Xin Feng didn't even glance at her. He was staring straight ahead, like something had completely captivated him. In the crowd with just one look, Xin Feng had found Lin San, and just like that, Yulan and Dizhu, those two hotties, were replaced by Lin San in his eyes. Xin Feng rushed over and grabbed Lin San like he was going to run away again. That look in his eyes, Lin San got serious goosebumps. I don't get it, he thought. He seriously didn't understand why Xin Feng always looked at him like that. It made him super awkward. Yulan and Ziyan watched them holding hands and felt like something was off. Normally, guys would be all over them, but Xin Feng was ditching them to hit on a dude. Or were they overthinking it? Was this guy just that irresistible? Xin Xiang. We meet again, Lin San said with an awkward smile, trying to yank his hand away. But Xin Feng wasn't letting go, ignoring everyone's weird stares. Lin Xiang, it's so lucky you're here. My little concubine found a Dao fruit, but some lowlifes are trying to snatch it. I really value our brotherhood, so you'll help me protect her, right? Lin San just gave an awkward smile. He had no idea how to respond. Agreeing meant admitting he was shameless enough to snatch the Dao fruit, but denying it meant he was here for nothing. You bastard! Who's your concubine? Yulan was so pissed she wanted to bite his head off. Congratulations to the host for enraging the chosen daughter of heaven. Received 10,000 villain points. Unlike Yulan, Ziyan was feeling pretty good. She really was the irreplaceable first wife in Xin Feng's heart. By now, the crowd was even bigger, filled with martial artists hand-picked by the big shots. Their combat power was way higher than those from humble backgrounds, so this fight for the Dao fruit was going to be brutal. Meanwhile, Xin Feng was still patting Lin San on the shoulder, laying out the plan. 1 Dao fruit for the Blue Demon Palace, 1 for my bunny, 1 for each of my 2 little brothers, and I'll take the last 2. You and I get 1 each. What do you think, Lin Xiang? Tianjun and Wan Ma immediately perked up, thinking, love you, boss. Lin San was listening to it, and it sounded okay, but when he thought hard, he cursed in his heart. 7 Dao fruits in total. He has to fight tooth and nail, and in the end, Xin Feng's side gets 6, and he gets 1. Lin Xiang, you can only use a Dao fruit once. Eating more won't do anything. Instead of that, why not use it to reap friendship? Friendship is priceless. Think about how Tiangxin City treated you. They didn't trust you, but I, as your brother, although we don't share the same mother, will always trust and support you. Lin San looked at Xin Feng, with eyes that seemed to say, do you take me as a fool? Xin Feng sighed, and let go of Lin San and left. Lin San was stunned. He felt like something bad was about to happen.
Before he could react, he heard Xinfeng shout at the crowd, "What are you dogs looking at? Dare to fight with my brother, Lin San?" Lin San spit blood. 7 years passed and Xinfeng still didn't have his personality back.
Just the number one sword, after 100 years, but dares to be so disrespectful. Let me teach you a lesson. The martial artists around them didn't humor Xinfeng and immediately drew their weapons to fight with Lin San. Seeing that it wasn't enough, Xinfeng continued to shout, "Come here. If my big bro Lin San needs to ask for help, I will swear that I won't be human. If you want to fight, then fight. What are you afraid of?"
A sword sound suddenly rang out, extremely sharp. Lin San quickly drew his sword, and the sword chi rose to the sky, able to tear the air apart. At that moment, a deep voice rang out from the crowd. "Xinfeng, your thick skin hasn't changed."
Everyone turned around in an uproar, only to see the young master of Dang Kim Sontrang stepping out, his aura having reached Heavenly Venerate 5th level.
All forces changed color, knowing of another strong opponent. My Dan Kim Sontrang only needs 4 Dao fruits. Anhat Kim's eyes flashed with a cold light. Anyone who blocks the way will be killed.
Just opening his mouth, he's asking for half of the amount, and he dares to say, "I have a thick face." Xinfeng couldn't help but glance at his lips and said, "I've never seen anyone so shameless."
At the same time, he also noticed stubble growing at the corner of Yinjian's mouth. Was it not cleanly cut last time, or should he pull it out and cut it again?
Suddenly, a thunder sounded, and the earth shook violently. 7 Dao fruits released a light, accompanied by heavenly energy, and Dharma intent shot straight into the sky.
"The Dao fruit is ripe," everyone exclaimed, and a melee was about to erupt. The sound of breaking wind resounded everywhere, and countless martial artists acted in unison, rushing as fast as they could towards the Dao fruit, hoping to obtain one.
Seeing this, Nhat Kim, who was preparing to fight with Xinfeng, stopped immediately. Snatching the Dao fruit was more important. He shouted, "Get out of my way, Xinfeng, don't block my way again." But before Yinjian could even make a move, Xinfeng scooped up Xinyan and bolted from the scene. "Yinjian, wouldn't want to bother you." Xinfeng faded away in Yinjian's dazed gaze. "Yijian?" Finally snapping out of it, Yijian couldn't help but chuckle. "You know what's up? I won't beat you up next time we meet." Yi Jian led the disciples of Dangjian Mountain Manor swiftly towards the Dao fruit tree, sweeping aside countless warriors who couldn't dodge in time, like autumn wind scattering leaves. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Yinjian's swordsmanship to be this strong.
Yulan couldn't sit still either. Chilly aura gushed from her, spreading in all directions.
Those who were slow to react were frozen into statues, a frost yin body. Everyone cried out in alarm and retreated, keeping a safe distance. Right then, a deafening explosion echoed from behind. The heavenly chi began to boil, the sky darkened, and thunder rumbled. A gigantic demon head appeared, opening its mouth to suck the life force from everyone.
"What is that?"
People were horrified. They had a bad feeling, but before they could react, the energy and vitality in their bodies were drained, turning them into withered husks. Feng Cheng appeared with cheap makeup, yelling, "I need more power." Spotting the Dao fruit, a greedy Feng Cheng transformed into a dark shadow and lunged toward them. Everyone who was supposed to come had arrived. Qinfeng, along with Ziyan, Tianjun, and Wanma, retreated quickly. He found a bush and hid, not daring to face 2 chosen ones, 1 chosen woman, and a major villain head-on. "Staying low like an old 6 is still the kingly way," the system announced. Choice 1, happy old 6. Requirement, be an old 6. Compete for the Daddio fruit. Reward, 5 million villain points. Choice 2, joint effort. Requirement, help the major villain Yi Jian face the chosen ones. Reward, gold treasure chest. Choice 3, threaten all heroes. Requirement, suppress 4 chosen ones and the major villain single-handedly. Reward, god-tier treasure chest. Xinfeng hesitated, unsure whether to be a happy old 6 or a righteous villain.
5 million villain points could be easily earned in a month at Wulan with some hard work. As for the gold and god-tier chests, just by looking at the names you know which one to choose. The system doesn't understand his mood at all, robbing him of his joy of being an old 6.
Deafening roars echoed everywhere. Lin San and his 4 companions dashed towards the Dao fruit with lightning speed, about to divide the 7 fruits among themselves. Stop them. The various factions also rushed into battle, trying to snatch more Dao fruit. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound erupted unexpectedly, drowning out all the noise.
"What's that?" Everyone turned back in alarm, only to see a golden beam soaring into the sky, the sword light tearing through the void.
Then, the golden light descended with extreme speed, striking directly at Lin San and his 4 companions who were approaching the Dao fruit. Lin San and his companions also sensed the danger, and retreated, dodging that terrifying attack.
The golden light descended from the sky, stabbing deep into the ground, and countless cracks spread around, making everyone tremble in fear, only to see that the golden light was an ancient sword 3 feet long, the cold blade emitting a bright light, with the 2 characters Chang Kong engraved on the body. "This is the Chang Kong divine sword." Lin San looked up at the sky with a serious expression.
The sound of the sword resonated everywhere, as if welcoming the Supreme King among the blades,
only to see Qinfeng slowly descending from the sky, his slender figure standing on the sword, his black hair flying in the wind.
Xiao Bai leisurely sat on his shoulder,
eating a carrot. As if he could defeat the world alone with his sword. So handsome. The girls stared mesmerized at Xin Feng, completely forgetting his title of the ancient wasteland's first sword, especially the girls from the Yu Shen palace, their eyes filled with fluttering hearts. Who knew that the kid Yu Shen brought back then has grown up to be so handsome? Hence, after Xinyan gets married, she will definitely ask to be a servant to serve Yinjian. Coldly,
Xin Feng, get out of the way, trash. Xin Feng casually looked around, and then announced, first of all, I want to clarify that I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but everyone here. Too arrogant. Everyone glared at Xin Feng with displeased expressions. How dare he talk to them like that alone? Tianjun and Wan Ma hid under the bush, their faces blank. Wasn't the agreement to hide in the bush and be a happy old six? Why did he jump out without warning and provoke everyone? However, it feels so lit, our boss is finally growing up. Who's trash? Yi Jian's face was extremely cold as he rushed towards Xin Feng. The sword light illuminated the heavens and the earth, reversing the universe. The terrifying blades slashing horizontally, the entangled sword shadows wanting to tear Xin Feng apart. Just a loser. Xin Feng looked at the approaching sword light, not panicking at all. He gently stepped on the tip of his sword and flew up, dodging Yi Jian's attack. The sword had just touched the ground when Xin Feng commanded it to return. The Changkong divine sword shot back into his hand. Xin Feng's eyes turned as cold as a sword about to be drawn. His pale hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, and he pulled out the Changkong divine sword like lightning. Clang! A metallic clash rang out, and the space within dozens of meters churned as if shattered, causing the ground to collapse instantly. Everyone broke out in cold sweat, completely unable to see how the two were fighting. They could only see the ground collapsing, and sword crisscrossing. Even from afar they could feel the sharp sword aura making their skin crawl. They were not in the same world as these monsters. Yi Jian couldn't believe it, lowering his eyes to look at the deep wound on his chest. A month ago, he met Xin Feng in the life-or-death elimination round. Impossible. Xin Feng felt extremely ironic. He felt like he'd been compared to someone on performance-enhancing drugs getting all excited. Whatever, he already won at the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm, so of course he could beat Yi Jian. Now that he's in the 3rd level of the Dao Realm, if he couldn't easily defeat him, he'd rather off himself with a piece of tofu. Congratulations, host, for defeating the major antagonist, completed 25% of the mission. At this moment, the energy within Xin Feng reached its limit, erupting with terrifying killing intent. His cultivation realm successfully broke through to the 4th level of the Dao realm. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't expect Xin Feng to become even stronger. The aura exploding from him was terrifying. Even top-tier warriors weren't a match for a fraction of it. This was completely the opposite of the rumors that constantly breaking through had led to a weak foundation. Xin Feng didn't find cultivation difficult at all. He called out to the system, "Exchange for a Dao Foundation pill. Congratulations, host, for spending 600,000 villain points." Dao Foundation pill successfully exchanged. At this time, the disciples of Famous Sword Villa finally reacted, hurriedly running over to support Yin Jian. "Young master, are you alright?" Seeing Yi Jian severely injured, the disciples of Famous Sword Villa immediately took out medicine to treat him. Xin Feng frowned, looking annoyed. "You guys are useless. Who in the righteous path cultivates by eating pills?" Then, he swallowed the Dao Foundation pill in one gulp. The unstable aura from his recent breakthrough quickly stabilized, and he continued to accumulate energy for his next breakthrough in the Dao realm. Everyone was stunned, really wanting to slap him. Xin Feng was indeed strong but also truly shameless. Lin San took a deep breath and stepped forward, saying, "Qinxiang, is your earlier offer still valid? If you can't use it, can you give me a chance?" Xin Feng's eyes flashed with unprecedented seriousness. His entire being was like a peerless sword that had just been unsheathed. Lin San couldn't help but swallow his saliva, realizing that Xin Feng, when serious, was truly terrifying. He also reminded himself that Xin Feng, when being casual, was already dangerous. But when he got serious, he was even scarier. Once he got serious, you'd be facing the most evil monster in history, he heard Xin Feng say. Said want all, Feng Chang is an arch-enemy. Meeting him only intensifies the hatred. Go die, stop showing off. Without another word, he charged straight towards Xin Feng, his terrifying aura erupting and transforming into a ghoul, opening its mouth to attack. Even if Xin Feng is the #1 warrior of the desolate antiquity, he can't fight so many of us. That's right, he's just one person. Even if we just hit him lightly, we can kill him. They encouraged themselves. Seeing Feng Chang taking the lead with such momentum, everyone swarmed forward. Xin Feng instantly became sharp. "You bunch of trash, I only need one move. Invincible Sword Heart, Great Earthlight Shadow, Dao Law Spirit Buddha, Chu Ruse, 7 Dragon Balls, Celestial Overlord Body First Form." All of his abilities activated, and all of his power was unleashed. His combat strength soared, and countless sword qui gathered into a massive river of swords, sweeping towards the tens of thousands of warriors along with violet-blue flames. "You bastard. This is what you call one move." Everyone panicked. Chu Ru wanted to slap Xin Feng. The leaders continuously shouted, quickly set up defensive formations. Dealing with him with only one individual cannot withstand for long. Only by combining strength to form a formation can we withstand. Everyone hurriedly made hand seals, setting up defensive formations. Han Yuan's sword. Lin San bit his finger and blocked with his sword, devouring demon art. Feng Chang violently released his aura, transforming into a giant ball that enveloped him. The sword key crashed down like a devastating tsunami, shattering the defensive formations. But unlike when he shattered the formations of the geniuses, this time, the gathered forces were all experts. No matter how fierce the sword key was, it couldn't break through their formations. Awesome! Big Bro has finally matured. Tian Junwan Ma hugged each other, happily celebrating their Big Bro's enlightenment as Lao Liu. Although they were happy, the reputation wasn't great. Everywhere they went, people avoided them, afraid of being stabbed in the back by him from a nearby bush. Qin Hao, who was hiding, widened his eyes in shock. How is this possible? Qin Hao's little heart was shaken beyond words. How can there be such a monster in this world? The old man beside him was also stunned. If this old man remembers correctly, he's not even 18 years old this year. Invincible sword heart. 4th grade sword extraterrestrial Dao, natural law. He's even refined the Nanming Li fire. That's a treasure on the level of Annihilation God Lightning, and the Spirit Buddha's 7 Dragon Balls. He controls all of those powers with such mastery. Every time Qin Feng revealed another ability, Qin Hao's young soul was ravaged a little more. Although he had known about Qin Feng's hardships as a Qin family disciple, he didn't expect that wasn't even his full strength. His overwhelming aura, dominating the world, made it impossible for anyone to resist. It was like an endless mountain. No matter how much Qin Hao climbed, he could only gaze at his back. 3 more years, and I'll definitely surpass him. Definitely. Qin Hao trembled, encouraging himself in his heart. The old geezer looked at Qin Hao with pity, really not wanting to tell him how cruel reality was. The old geezer encouraged. That's right. With your destiny, you'll definitely succeed. His entire body enveloped in purple lightning, Qin Hao dashed like lightning towards the 7 Dao fruits. Damn it, you're too rash, the old geezer cursed. He didn't know if it was because he'd encouraged him too much, or if the kid's brain was malfunctioning. How could he dare face such a cruel reality? System. Warning. Detecting a mythic grade chosen one rapidly approaching. Qin Feng was slightly surprised. A higher grade than executor is mythic. Suddenly, he noticed a purple figure moving extremely fast towards the 7 Dao fruits behind him, amidst the whooshing sounds of sword energy. That's my little bro. Didn't expect him to grow up so much. I always thought he was executor grade. Weird. Could it be that the grade increases after growing up? Whatever, as long as the little brat is healthy. Qin Feng absent-mindedly watched Qin Hao, recalling his cute childhood image. In the blink of an eye, Qin Hao reached the Dao fruits, quickly plucked one, and vanished from the scene. The whole thing was seamless. Without hesitation. What? Pulling a fast one? Qin Feng instantly became angry. Who corrupted my once friendly little brother like this? He was so innocent as a child. How did he turn into a shameless old 6, taking advantage of my fight to steal the Dao fruit CP? This risky Dalio fruit snatch had boosted his confidence a lot, really wanting to shout, "That dumb big brother! I will definitely defeat you with my own hands!" The old geezer had a vague expression, feeling like he'd let a lot of water into this story. Even though Qin Feng was unleashing the Great River Sword formation with monstrous power, he definitely had the ability to stop Qin Hao, yet he didn't make a move. Was it because of lingering feelings about the old throne-snatching incident, or was there another reason behind it? Qin Feng watched his little brother's disappearing figure, starting to murmur to the system. That's my dear family, my close brother. He should be rewarded. But the system only displayed continuous missions, giving no rewards at all. Forget it, let's see who can hold out longer. Qin Feng retracted his gaze, seeing Qin Hao succeed. The various factions who had been desperate suddenly had their greed reignited. Someone actually beat Qin Feng. That means he's not invincible. People started sending others to try and circle around to the Dao fruits. Qin Feng glanced over, the corners of his lips curling into a cold smile. He shook his head. Playing with me? You're not strong enough. Qin Feng activated his heavenly eye, his eyes emitting a creepy purple light, and he said, I was just holding back a little bit just now. The sky darkened, and a series of giant eyes appeared, shooting laser-like beams across the ground. Damn it! The heavenly eye. Retreat! Those trying to circle around shouted in panic, cursing Qin Feng as a hypocrite in their hearts. Why didn't he use his heavenly eye to blast the little brat when he was acting like an old 6 stealing the Dabio fruit and just let him take one? But when they acted like old 6s, he used the heavenly eye to blast them non-stop? It's all acting like old 6s, so why the discrimination? Are you even human anymore? People stared in disbelief. You bastard! Yulan trembled with anger. He clearly said he was coming to help her deal with the outsider. But he even attacked her Blue Devil Palace. Luckily she reacted quickly and managed to set up a defensive formation. Otherwise, several hundred Blue Devil Palace disciples would have been wiped out. At the same time, she was shocked by Qin Feng's terrifying power. At first, she thought he was just a talented hooligan. But she didn't expect him to be able to face tens of thousands of warriors all by himself. Congratulations to the host for angering the chosen daughter, gaining 10,000 villain points. Congratulations to the host for using overwhelming power to make the chosen daughter lose her will to fight, completing 50% of the mission. Interesting. Xin Feng glanced at Yulan, then looked at the people struggling in the sword energy, and arrogantly asked, anyone else? Too strong? Everyone looked at Xin Feng with fear, worried about being dominated by the #1 warrior of the desolate antiquity. Before, they thought the #1 warrior of the desolate antiquity was only slightly stronger than them, and that they could defeat him as long as there were enough people, but the truth was that tens of thousands of family warriors were overwhelmingly suppressed by Xin Feng, unable to resist. At this time, the sword in front of Lin San flashed, blocking all the large sword energy. But over time, the sword began to crack, and it was about to be unable to hold on anymore. Directly feeling the power of Xin Feng's sword energy made the invincible belief in Lin San's heart waver. Congratulations to the host again for shaking the invincible belief of the chosen son, receiving 100,000 villain points. On the other side, Fang Cheng's expression was extremely ferocious. The blood sphere surrounding him had cracked open and was about to be smashed by the sword energy. He couldn't accept being constantly suppressed by Xin Feng like this, nor could he accept constantly failing in front of Xin Feng. He had to take revenge. He had to defeat Xin Feng. He had to make Princess Nanfeng regret it. He had to let the world know who the main character of this desolate antiquity was. Old devil, Feng Chang pleaded. Give it up. Xin Feng is so monstrous that he's no longer human. Not only now, even at your peak you wouldn't dare provoke such a monster. I don't care. Lend me your strength. Feng Chang looked at Xin Feng with red eyes. At all costs I must snatch a Dao fruit. With a Dao fruit he was sure he would defeat Xin Feng, make him kneel at his feet, begging for forgiveness. The old devil immediately refused. Are you kidding me? Lend you my strength so you can commit suicide? How are you so sure? Feng Chang suddenly calmed down, lowering his shield. You bastard, all you know how to do is threaten me every day, using death to threaten me. Every time you get beaten to a pulp by Xin Feng, who is it that comforts you? The dark energy around him morphed into a colossal demon, its maw opening in a furious gulp. Swallowing everything, Xin Feng's sword ki stream was devoured whole by that giant demon head. Damn it, you dare stand in my way. Everyone was stunned, never expecting Feng Chang to be so bold and reckless. He actually blocked that endless stream of sword ki, comparable to Xin Feng's own attack. Suddenly, a sword cry rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Lin San, no longer willing to sit and wait for death, drew his nearly broken sword and slashed out with all his might, cleaving the sword qui stream in two. Sword light soared into the sky, shaking people to their core. You could clearly sense it. Lin San had grasped the fourfold sword intent. Finally, he's there. Xin Feng immediately focused his mind, knowing his opponent was unleashing his overwhelming move. Please, enlighten me, brother Qin. Lin San, sword in hand, leaped into the air, sword keys swirling around him, his eyes focused on Xin Feng with unprecedented intensity. He'd been waiting for this fight for so long, I really don't know what to do with you, man. Xin Feng grimaced, a headache forming. River Origin Sword Qi, Heavenly Earth 1 Sword. Lin San, a top warrior from the ancient era, versus the #1 swordsman of 100 years later. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the clash. Feng Chang was the angriest of them all. The all-devouring demonic art that Feng Chang was desperately trying to perform was ignored. Even devouring everything was useless. The old demon head spoke up. Told you to stay away from him, but you keep following him. Who's to blame now? All you could see was Xin Feng standing tall, his figure tall and imposing, under the veneration of strength, a terrifying aura spreading in all directions. How is this possible? Lin San's eyes widened in disbelief. Thousands of swords transformed into countless stars, converging into a single purple sword, piercing the heavens. It was many times stronger than Lin San's River Origin Sword Qi. The sword formed from countless stars shot down, the immense pressure like a sea engulfing the entire region. Everyone suddenly woke from their daze. I decide my own destiny, not the heavens, Lin San roared, refusing to be defeated, his black hair flying in the wind, the sound of sword qui tearing through the void. Lin San, sword in hand, charged upwards, aiming his sword light at the sky. The two terrifying attacks collided, a heaven-shattering explosion erupted, and 10,000 zang of stormy waves instantly turned to ash. This was truly a battle of entering Dao realm. Lin San's face was pale, desperately resisting Xin Feng's storm-like attacks, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This time, he truly felt the ferocity of Xin Feng as a brutal storm. This is a good opportunity, Feng Chang suddenly realized, beside him. At this moment, Xin Feng and Lin San were fighting, and everyone's attention was focused on the two of them. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Chang took advantage of the stalemate between Xin Feng and Lin San, and quickly rushed towards the remaining 6 Dao fruits. Watch me steal the Dao fruits. Feng Chang looked at the Dao fruits within reach. Finally, he gets to experience the joy of being the 6th man. But he didn't notice that Xin Feng had been secretly watching him from the start. Even if he just twitched, Xin Feng could guess what kind of pee he was taking. Feng Chang, trying to be sneaky right in front of me. You're still too young. Xin Feng immediately detonated the myriad star sword formation. The explosion today shook the universe,
Shockwaves spread rapidly. Lin San unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood.
Congratulations, Master, for severely injuring the favored one of heaven. You have received 200,000 villain points. Congratulations, Master, for subduing the favored one of heaven, completing 75% of the mission. Due to detonating the sword formation, Xin Feng also suffered a severe backlash, spewing out blood. He used a god-level remote object retrieval technique, as fast as lightning.
Feng Chang stood there dumbfounded, looking at the empty vines. A question mark appeared in his head. Give me the Dao fruits.
Xin Feng transformed into an enraged zombie, ignoring his injuries and rushing towards Feng Chang. The other powers were also vaguely unaware of why the Dao fruit disappeared, but seeing the anger on Xin Feng's face, they ruled out any suspicion of him. Moreover, Feng Chang was closest to the Dao fruit. Xin Feng is the #1 expert. He must have seen something, so he accused Feng Chang. Absolutely not. Groundless slander against Feng Chang. You ate 6 Dao fruits in one go, without fear of choking to death. Xin Feng furiously beat Feng Chang, forcing him to return the Dao fruits. Feng Chang, in a state of confusion and unconsciousness, replied, he didn't steal the Dao fruits. The other forces also rushed forward to push Xin Feng away, and then punched and kicked Feng Chang. Feng Chang was angry and bursting with evil aura. Get out of my way! Beating someone in place of another. Everyone was also angry and turned to gang up on Feng Chang. They couldn't beat the monster Xin Feng, but they could beat Feng Chang with bare hands. What's more, the Dao fruit, even the great experts outside wanted it. They had to catch Feng Chang no matter what. Spit it out. Congratulations to Master for trapping the chosen son of heaven, putting him in a life and death situation. Received 2 million villain points.
How is Feng Chang different from me? Look, I have this, but he doesn't. Those cruel bastards yanked Feng Chang's pants down. His eyes popped, and he roared. Go to hell, all of you. Feng Chang was shaking with rage. A deafening roar echoed everywhere. A terrifying pressure crashed down like a tidal wave, and a sinister aura surged and churned. Everyone recoiled in fear. Look. Mission complete 75%. Xin Feng summoned the southern bright fire.
Seeing that, Feng Chang, terrified, abandoned both his sandals and his pants, and ran for his life. His dream was to make Xin Feng kneel at his feet. But faced with the southern bright fire, all he could do was flee. Xin Feng pointed at Feng Chang, and the flames enveloped a stream of sword energy that flew straight towards him. No matter how fast he ran, Feng Chang was struck by the sword energy. He let out a miserable scream mixed with hoarse, painful groans. The old demon head angrily cursed. You idiot! I told you not to provoke Xin Feng, but you just wouldn't listen, and now you're dragging me down with you. Stop your groaning already.
What do we do now? Feng Chang, terrified, finally understood why the old demon head was so afraid of the southern bright fire. Just like he said, even a slight touch was like being thrown into lava. 10 to 15 seconds and you'll be burned into nothing. The old demon head regretted, thinking, what did I do in my past life to choose a disciple like this? But there was nothing he could do but save himself. He erupted with terrifying energy capable of destroying heaven and earth, extinguishing the southern bright fire. But in return, he had to sacrifice another 1,000 years of cultivation. Luckily, I'm still alive. The old demon head felt as if he had been reborn. It's so good to be alive, the old demon head's weak voice sounded. This old man has wasted too much cultivation for this. I don't know when I will recover.
Listen to this, old man. Don't go provoke Xin Feng again. He is definitely a being who suppresses the ages. You can't defeat him, Xin Feng. Just you wait. Feng Chang said he would never let this go, and then ran away naked. Congratulations, host, for seriously injuring the child of destiny. You have received 300,000 villain points. Congratulations, host, for defeating the child of destiny, completing the mission 100%, and receiving a god-level Yang treasure. Xin Feng glanced at the system, only to see that he had accumulated 5,497 villain points. Congratulations, host, for seizing 6 Dao fruits. You have received 1 chance to spin the lucky draw. Xin Feng was stunned. 3 children of destiny, 1 great villain, and 6 Dao fruits only get me 1 spin. This system is getting more and more bullshit, but that doesn't matter anymore. Now he has more important things to do. Xin Feng's eyes unconsciously glanced at Lin San. My dear Zhao San. That look was so familiar. Lin San saw Xin Feng looking at him with that gaze, just like 7 years ago at the Qin family, always staring at his face to imitate his gestures, as if he admired a blade of grass. Xin Feng would pluck that blade of grass and imitate it. Xin Feng turned and ran towards the heavily injured Lin San, intending to comfort his tender soul. The big shots of the great families looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They had originally come to compete for the Dao fruits, but the Dao fruits had disappeared, and the suspect Feng Chang had fled. Everyone quickly reached a consensus. Even if Feng Chang could unleash a power that destroyed heaven and earth, they could not resist the attraction of the Dao fruits. If it really didn't work, they would go out and call their parents. They couldn't let that little Feng Chang run wild. Most importantly, they didn't want to be near the monster Xin Feng for another moment. Yulan looked at the empty vines, furious. The 7 Dao fruits originally belonged to the Blue Demon Palace, but in the end there wasn't a single one, all thanks to that shameless old sixth, making up that she would definitely dig him up and bite him to death. At this time,
Xinyan blankly watched Xin Feng enthusiastically running to treat the injuries and give medicine to Lin San.
Lin bro, how was my sword formation? In theory, my sword formation can be infinitely stacked.
I haven't even unleashed 1,000th of its power yet. Xin Feng helped Lin San up, his mouth still chattering non-stop. 1,000th. Lin San looked very calm on the surface, but in his heart he was screaming like a hamster. Everyone practices swordsmanship. Why is he so much stronger at a younger age? Congratulations, host, for causing the child of destiny to waver in his belief in invincibility. You have received 100,000 villain points.
Xingyan tilted her head, very puzzled. Just now, the two of them were fighting back and forth for the Dao fruits, not giving up on life or death, one side wanting to crush the other, and the other wanting to surpass heaven. But in the blink of an eye they were chatting happily, making her remember the sentence she once said, "Men aren't necessarily happy when they're with women, men are only truly happy when they're with men." Xian mumbled in confusion. What does that mean? Just as Xin Feng was preparing to continue to win over Lin San, a group of people approached them. The leader was Lin Xinye. Cheng Tianxin, finally, I finally found you. The tone she used with Lin San was completely different from before the battle. Before that, she didn't dare use such a tone with Lin San, because from the battle just now she saw that his identity as the successor of the Moon God Palace was not fake at all. But now, after fighting with Xin Feng, Lin San was seriously injured, and they naturally no longer valued him. The group marched straight towards Xin Feng.
Xinyan couldn't help but feel annoyed, and muttered, "Another one. This stinky disciple is always running around and having relationships with all kinds of people." Although her mouth said she wouldn't glance at her little brother for 3 days, Xinyan's body was very honest, hurriedly hugging Xin Feng's arm, declaring to Lin Xingye that she was the main wife.
Xin Feng also stood in front of Lin San, saying, "I won't let anyone steal my Zhao San. They'll have to step over my dead body first."
Lin San trembled, slowly looked up at Xin Feng. The corners of his eyes gradually moved. This is true brotherhood, sharing difficulties together.
Lin Xingye coldly looked at Lin San, angrily asked,
"Lin San, I can give you one last chance. If you say it, then I will forgive everything before. You are still a person of my Tianxin city, eldest miss." I really don't know that there is a fairy crystal mine," Lin San replied awkwardly. Lin Xingye said, "Then from now on, I announce your expulsion from Tianxin city. From now on you are no longer a person of Tianxin city." On the side, Xinyan breathed a sigh of relief. So he's not my little brother Zhao San, as long as he doesn't steal my little brother. She doesn't care what he does.
Xin Feng was so tired of watching. He really didn't understand how this girl always slipped through the net of heaven, avoiding fate with the child of destiny. First, she broke off her engagement with his younger brother, then publicly expelled Lin San, and even missed her appointment with him back then. Then there's nothing more to say. Farewell. Lin San's eyes flashed with sadness, turned around and left alone.
What? He's seriously leaving Tianxin city? Lin Xingye couldn't believe it, her eyes wide as she watched Lin San's back disappear into the distance. You think Tianxin city is someplace you can just waltz in and out of as you please? Lin Xingye angrily ordered her disciples to stop Lin San. "Miss, don't force me." Lin San's voice was even but ice cold, seemingly containing terrifying power. "You were once the one who inherited the sword god Cheng Kong's legacy. After an accident, you became a prisoner of Tianxin city. That's why you stayed in Tianxin city, with the mentality of taking a stroll in the mortal world. You could even say Tianxin city didn't help you much. I only kept you around because of the feelings I had when we first met. But in return, Tianxin city kept pushing you towards your doom," Lin Xingye coldly stated. "Lin San, you still think you can threaten us?" After fighting Xin Feng, Lin San was heavily injured, so naturally they no longer took him seriously. "You can try me." Lin San's eyes suddenly sharpened, and sword ki began to fluctuate around him. The Tianxin city disciples immediately became vigilant, ready to fight. Tianxin city really thinks it's some great sect, huh? Just as the tension between the two sides was about to explode into war, Xin Feng's voice echoed everywhere. Although his tone was very calm, it sent chills down everyone's spines. The Tianxin city disciples retreated, looking wary. Xin Feng's ferocity from earlier was still fresh in their minds. He overwhelmed tens of thousands of warriors all by himself. Even Fang Cheng and Lin San, these monster-level guys, were crushed by him. They might look down on the injured Lin San, but they definitely had to be careful with this guy. What do you mean by that? Lin Xingye was extremely wary, with very mixed feelings about Xin Feng. If it hadn't been for Xin Feng seizing the throne back then, she wouldn't have run off to cancel her engagement with the Xin family. At the same time, she was wondering if her father had chosen Xin Feng as his son-in-law instead of Xin Hao back then. Would they have been able to avoid a lot of trouble? Lin Xingye decided to retreat, not daring to confront Xin Feng after the previous battle. Even if all the warriors in Kunlun came back, they would be annihilated. "Alright, thanks brother Qin." Lin San cupped his hands and said with a smile. Although he didn't take Tianxin city seriously, he was still very touched by Xin Feng's words. In fact, over time, Lin San had realized that Xin Feng wasn't as cruel as the rumors said. Xin Feng smiled brightly and stepped forward, giving Lin San a hard pat on the butt.
Lin San's eyes rolled back in his head. What horrified Lin San the most was that Xin Feng's gaze was still so familiar. Combined with Xin Feng's differential treatment between him and his younger brother, he didn't dare to think too deeply. Such an action could be explained as a display of brotherly affection, but it could also be explained as implying an ambiguous relationship. "Brother Qin, I have something I need to do." Lin San was startled, hurriedly cupped his hands in farewell, and immediately left, afraid to stay by Xin Feng's side for even a second longer. Being around Xin Feng meant he'd get help for sure, but that guy's mouth really made Lin San not dare to get too close. Xin Feng's eyes were sad, but he didn't try to hold him back. So he had no choice but to temporarily let Lin San go. But he believed they would meet again soon. All worries gone, time for fun. "System, I want to spin the lucky draw." The familiar lucky draw wheel appeared, and the pointer began to spin slowly. "Congratulations, Master, for winning the Super God level sword skill. One sword opens the heaven gate." It's about swords. Again, Xin Feng felt numb. He didn't know why he had such an affinity with swords. But this was a technique even stronger than the God-level heaven-slaying sword-drawing technique. No way. "I definitely have to achieve great perfection," Xin Feng immediately called out to the system. "Exchange for a Super God-level Great Perfection card." "Congratulations, Master, for using the Super God-level Great Perfection card. One sword opens the heaven gate has reached the Great Perfection realm." The earth cracked, the heavens collapsed, and the universe was burned to ashes. A sword opened the azure sky, seemingly unparalleled. Super God-level Great Perfection requires 2 million points. If Lin San was still here, he could definitely heal you. A warrior, a villain. I believe fate will bring us together again soon. Xin Feng regretfully retracted his gaze and opened the God-level treasure chest. "Congratulations, Master, for obtaining the map of mountains and rivers, a treasure belonging to the immortal level. The Shan He Shiji Tumui is a simple and unadorned immortal level treasure born from heaven and earth. Inside, it's a self-contained world, capable of containing mountains, rivers, lakes, ponds, the moon, and stars." A silk painting appeared in Xin Feng's hand. When opened, a burst of spiritual qi radiated out, even stronger than the item that the Six Paths Emperor Lord gave him. Inside, he could see several towering mountains with golden light flowing, and winding streams. "Let's experiment." Zhao Bai stuck a paw inside and was immediately sucked in. "Where is this?" "I'm being submerged." Zhao Bai looked around warily. Inside the map, Zhao Bai didn't understand why he had suddenly appeared here. Before he could react, Xin Feng, following the instructions in his mind, reached into the Shanhei Shiji Tu and pulled Zhao Bai out. Zhao Bai understood how to move back and forth between the two worlds, his eyes shining brightly, as if a door to a new world had been opened. He happily ran back and forth between the two places. "I'm going in again, I'm coming out again, I'm going in again, I'm coming out again." Zhao Bai ran in and out with boundless joy, and even happily ran all over the mountains and forests. Luckily, the space was empty, so he didn't catch any animals to beat up. "What's this?" Xinyan and Yulan craned their necks, curious about Xin Feng's mountains and rivers state map. Xin Feng wasn't about to explain to them right now. He was eyeing that Dao fruit vine, wondering if he could plant it in the mountains and rivers state map. Sure, the daddio fruit takes thousands of years to mature, but the vine that it's attached to must be something special, right? Even if it just becomes a fancy houseplant, it'd still be awesome. Let's give it a shot. What's there to lose? Xin Feng quickly pressed his hand down, and the earth rumbled violently. Nasty cracks spread out everywhere. The Dao fruit vine, within a 100-meter radius, was lifted by an invisible force. Yulan's eye twitched, thinking, "This guy's loaded. Everyone else is just trying to find the fruit in Kunlun, and he's yanking out the entire root system, leaving nothing for anyone else." Just then, a Lanmo Palace disciple approached Yulan and whispered, "Young Palace Master, everyone's busy chasing after Fang Cheng, who snatched a Dao fruit, but Xin Feng's just chilling here, digging up vines. Something's not right." Yulan glared at Xin Feng, her instincts screaming that something was off with his shameless behavior. If someone actually dared to take something from him, he wouldn't just be hopping around here. He'd be digging up their ancestors' graves with that shameless rabbit, tying them up afterwards, and singing celebratory songs on top of their graves. The disappearance of those 6 Dao fruits also gave Yulan a sense of familiarity, like when Xin Feng stole her underwear. Right now, Xin Feng had planted the Dao fruit vine into the mountains and rivers state map, and now it was just a matter of seeing if it would survive. Time was running out. Xin Feng figured Kunlun would close in a few days. At that point, a mysterious force would push all the Wenke out, and they'd randomly appear anywhere in the wilderness. For them, it'd be a trial and a disaster, but for the wild Yao, it'd be a feast. At that moment, Xinyan was also preparing to leave. As much as she wanted to stay with Xin Feng, Xinyan represented the Moon God Palace and needed to find cultivation resources. "Little bro, I won't be going to the Fragrant Colors Sea. I'll hang out with you once we're out of Kunlun." Despite the gains they made in Kunlun, they had wasted too much time on the Dao fruit. The progress so far wasn't enough to make up for the tickets to Kunlun. Now they had to hurry up and find Dimbao and Xianjing. Hearing that Xinyan was going to leave alone to look for treasure, Xin Feng couldn't help but laugh. This girl was so cute. She clearly wanted to stay by his side, but she had to leave for the sake of cultivation resources for her elders. The reluctance on her face was obvious. Qin Feng immediately pulled out a big bag of xianjing and gave it to her. "You're looking for xianjing? Here, take all of this."
"You're giving me so much of the rare xianjing." Xinyan blushed prettily, feeling touched.
The Moon God Palace disciples tugged at Xinyan, pulling her back to reality. As the future successor, she couldn't just rely on the divine child. Xinyan pouted unhappily, knowing that Qin Feng had become too powerful. If she wanted to stay by his side for life, her abilities naturally couldn't fall behind. So, Xian wanted to find Xianjing on her own. The two said their goodbyes, each with their own mission. Qin Feng turned to his subordinates and said, "We need to find Miss Xinyan. Is Long Aotian home? Miss Xinyan? Are you home? Miss Xinyan, I'm coming in." Qin Feng called out a few times outside the fragrant color sea, but no one answered. So he went inside with Tianjun and Wan Ma. Xiao Bai was still sitting on his shoulder. The difference was that behind Xiao Bai was a scroll painting Mountains and Rivers state map.
Because it was a VIP Pro treasure, it couldn't be put into a spatial bag.
Deep inside the fragrant colors sea, Xin Yan frowned, sensing something intruding. She waved her hand and created a screen, showing Qin Feng and his group entering the fragrant colors sea. He's moving forward. He's even more familiar with this place than he is with his own home.
No way. Is that Qin Feng? Why is he back? Didn't he say that if we gave him 100 million xianjing he wouldn't bother us again? He's so shameless. He's even scamming ghosts.
Tianjun and Wan Ma, following behind Qin Feng, finally understood why no one could escape the fragrant colors sea. Along the way, besides the heart-wrenching cries that messed with their minds, there were also the occasional zombies popping out from underground. Their terrifying power could crush them like ants. Suddenly, a cold gust of wind swept through the fragrant colors sea, and the temperature dropped significantly.
Zhen Zhen, Lian Lian, AI. Long time no see. Qin Feng smiled brightly, intending to hug them. The friendly girl came to a halt. The three female ghosts, startled by Qin Feng's actions. While they liked his easygoing nature, they didn't forget that Qin Feng was a dangerous guy. The three backed away, asking in an unfriendly tone, "Our mistress gave you 100 million xianjing. Why are you back in the fragrant colors sea?"
100 million xianjing?
Tianjun and Wan Ma were shocked, unable to believe their ears. From what they knew, the strongest forces that had entered Kunlun had only managed to collect a few tens of thousands of xianjing. They had never heard of anyone having hundreds of millions of xianjing. At the same time, they were very curious. From the fact that they were able to enter the fragrant colors sea, it was clear that the owner of this place had enough strength and power. So why would she inexplicably give money to Qin Feng? Suddenly, Tianjun and Wan Ma exchanged glances. They thought of a super fast money-making job, but they couldn't. So the boss only sold his skills, not his body. With Xinyan and Yulan, it was all just an act, but with this Xinyan, it was hard to tell what was real and what wasn't. Is it genuine, or is it fake? Or is it because she gave him too much money? "Don't be so distant, everyone," Qin Feng said with a smile. "We're already acquainted. I'm about to leave Kunlun, so I wanted to come by and say goodbye, and also bring a few souvenirs as gifts." Hearing that, Zhen Zhen, Lian Lian, and AI breathed a sigh of relief. Turns out he was just saying goodbye before leaving, not continuing to threaten them for spirit stones.
"These specialties are pretty good too." Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, looking at the three girls. Coming to fragrant colors of the sea, and not bringing back a few things, would feel like a wasted trip.
Just then, a voice like chiming bells echoed, "Fragrant colors of the sea doesn't have any specialties. If you want flowers, just pick some."
It was the owner here, Miss Xinyan.
Tianjun and Wan Ma looked up, immediately stunned. They saw a stunningly beautiful young woman in red descending from the sky. Only now did they understand why Qin Feng had to pretend to be sincere.
It definitely wasn't because he was participating in the beauty contest, but for the operating expenses later on he had accepted this sugar mommy's outrageous request. Qin Feng glanced sideways. Picking flowers, huh? Sounds good.
The three girls naturally understood what Qin Feng meant by picking flowers. He was clearly treating them as the flowers of fragrant colors of the sea, Old 6.
Qin Feng has transformed into Cao Ogling Long Aocean, the chosen one's girls again.
So shameless. Sensing the change in Qin Feng's gaze, the three girls immediately realized his sinister intentions towards them. "How could you underestimate such an upright scholar like me? Forget it, I won't argue with you. Let's talk about the specialties," Xinyan said in a calm tone. "You can't take them away. Kunlun has become its own separate world, with its own operating rules. Like you, outsiders can't stay long. We can't leave here either."
Qin Feng retorted. "What if I can take you out?" "Impossible," Xinyan replied immediately, completely disbelieving that Qin Feng could do it.
"That's what you say." Qin Feng flashed a dragon-like fanged grin, shrugging to signal Xiao Bai to take the stage. Xiao Bai immediately wagged her tail excitedly and tossed the rivers and mountains map into the air, quickly making hand seals. The map rapidly expanded, returning to its original state, opening up to reveal a complete world inside. Mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, stars, and a crazy amount of spiritual chi just bursting out.
Xinyan totally lost it, blurting out, "No way, this is a celestial treasure, a super rare natural wonder. Even Long Aotian, who's practically heaven's golden boy, doesn't have anything like this."
If we use the territory painting to get them out, we can completely avoid Kunlun's repulsive force.
Xin Feng flashed that same smug grin. "Lady Xinyan, relax, I swear on my honor as, Prime Minister, no matter how tough it gets, I'll get you out of here." Xinyan was totally confused, wondering who this Prime Minister guy was. Can we really get out? The three girls' eyes sparkled like crazy, barely hiding their envy.
"I know you all are dying to escape this place," Xin Feng said, morphing into a cartoonishly seductive big bad wolf. "There are tons of handsome guys out there. Wanna go?"
Yes.
The three girls nodded like bobbleheads. "We really want to go. We can't even escape the borders of the Shanghai Pavilion, you know. Women's hearts are fragile, and it's easy to lose ourselves after thousands of years of loneliness with no progress.
To leave this land, to have freedom,
We are even willing to fulfill all of your requests,
naturally, provided that you, Lady Xinyan, also agree." The three girls turned to Xinyan, their eyes practically screaming with hope for escape from Kunlun.
Xinyan suppressed her shock and regained her composure. "Xin Feng, you are indeed different. I mean what I say. As long as they are willing to go with you, I won't stop them."
"Mistress, you are too naive. Men's words cannot be trusted." Zhen Zhen, Lian, and AI quickly advised, "Xinyan, Yan should go together with all of you, but I must stay and wait for him to return." Xinyan's eyes were full of regret, but her decision was very firm. Even if she has been together for tens of thousands of years and regarded each other as sisters, she has no reason to force them to continue waiting with her.
"If little miss isn't going, neither are we." The three girls were super resolute. As much as they craved freedom, they were even more worried about leaving Xinyan behind. "Ugh, are you kidding me?" Xin Feng got straight to the point.
"Just because of some Long Aotian, are you going to refuse me? I, Lao Liu, don't allow anyone to reject me. Long Aotian never dares to go against my will. I already yielded last time, and this time are you afraid that I will not obey you?"
"Little miss, you wouldn't want me to be angry because I don't have any special products to bring back, would you?" Xin Feng slowly raised his hand, a blue flame dancing on his fingertips, saying threateningly.
Seeing this, Xinyan also said coldly, "They don't want to go with you, and I can't help it. State your price. How many immortal crystals can leave the fragrant sea? As expected of a wealthy woman, you can pour out billions of immortal crystals."
Xiao Bai also imitated, and clapped his hands, the purple-silver flames dancing on his claws, saying, "Don't say we didn't give you a chance. Fill the rabbit with my territory painting."
Xinyan spat out a mouthful of blood.
"I don't understand why that cute rabbit is so similar to its owner. Not to mention that Shanghai doesn't have that many immortal crystals. Even if all the immortal crystals in Kunlun were taken away, it would not be able to fill Xin Feng's territory painting." "Xin Feng, don't go too far." Xinyan was cold, and her soul power began to surge. Xin Feng said calmly, "It's okay if you don't have money. I can bring some special products." "Is this called bringing?"
"It's obviously robbery."
The three girls were angry, affirming that they were not special products.
Xinyan said coldly, "Don't think that just because you have Nanming Lihuo, you can do whatever you want in Shanghai. If you make me angry, even if I have to risk my life, I will drag you along with me."
Xin Feng smiled and asked, "Are you not going to wait for that man anymore? How can you be willing to die with me?" A few simple words made Xinyan collapse completely. She had been waiting here for tens of thousands of years. How could she die with such a shameless person? Even if she had to die, she wanted to see that man one last time before she died. But Xin Feng's next words made her heart tighten. "Are you sure you can risk your life with me?"
Xinyan's face didn't change, but her heart trembled. She saw Xin Feng's contemptuous smile mocking her words of risking her life. As a demon cultivator specializing in the soul, she has a supernatural perception of the soul. Therefore, she clearly felt that Xin Feng's soul did not fluctuate at all, which meant that he was not worried about dying together at all. This means that Xin Feng really doesn't care about her. How is this possible? "Don't hurt our young lady. We will follow the young lady." The three demon girls covered Xinyan behind them, angrily looking at Xin Feng. If eyes could kill, Xin Feng would have died countless times. "It's too late. Now even her, all of them belong to me." Xin Feng smiled lewdly. "You even dare to touch our young mistress. Shameless. Even if we can't kill you, we have to bite off a piece of your flesh." The three girls immediately became cold, and terrifying power spread everywhere. The sunny flower garden suddenly darkened. Red petals flew haphazardly in the air. The ground began to shake, and roars sounded. Tens of thousands of pale zombies climbed up from the ground and rushed towards Xin Feng. In addition, more than 1,000 other zombies also appeared to support them, and the cold air caused the world to suddenly cool down. It seemed that with just one order from Xinyan, even if they had to sacrifice everything, they would rush to tear Xin Feng apart. Tian Junwan Ma's heart was pounding, and they quickly stood in front of Xin Feng like two bodyguards. Xin Feng was still calm and confident, and he also knew how to stimulate Xinyan's single woman psychology. "Little miss,
You don't want everyone to sacrifice themselves for you, do you?
Xinyan was so angry that she wanted to bite this shameless guy to death. She had not yet met the man in golden armor who came to marry her, so how could she be willing to be threatened by Qin Feng like this?
But as Qin Feng thought, with her motherly personality, how could she ignore everyone fighting for her? Compromises only have no end, and countless times, she began to waver again. Then Qin Feng looked up high and smiled to himself. Brother Aotian, your wife has me helping you raise her. Don't worry, I will go with you. Xinyan seemed to have used her last strength, and still chose to compromise with Qin Feng. Young lady, even if Qin Feng can ignore the soul attack and Nanming Lin Yuo, it doesn't mean we have no fighting power. Why do you demean yourself like this? The three demon girls felt very puzzled. In fact, Xinyan gave in, because she couldn't see through Qin Feng.
Ding, congratulations, host. You successfully flirted with the Chosen One's girl while he was away. Ding, congratulations, host. You infiltrated and threatened his lover, gaining 200,000 villain points. Ding, congratulations, host. You helped take care of his lover while the Chosen One was away, gaining 500,000 villain points. Hearing the system's sweet voice, Qin Feng couldn't help but grin. He was really digging these saintess types. Because they didn't understand the core principles, they could sacrifice to gain benefits, and just wanted to protect everyone. So in the end, they could only choose to compromise. Much easier to deal with than those cold-blooded protagonists who were ready to kill. Still, regarding those suggestions to just off the saintess right from the start, yeah, he wasn't touching that with a 10-foot pole.
Those guys just had the wrong approach. All you gotta do is grab onto the saintess's weak spot, and you can ride that to victory. I can go with you, but you have to promise. After we get out of Kunlun, you'll release them. Give them their freedom. I only care about Miss Xinyan, Qin Feng said coldly. Xinyan, speechless with anger, turned away immediately.
She didn't want to see Qin Feng anymore.
To force her to leave Fragrant Corpse C, he even dared to use the innocent lives of the zombie hordes and ghost women to threaten her. She just hoped Long Aotian would come back and understand her difficult situation. Zhao Bai, do your thing.
Since Xinyan had chosen to compromise, the 10,000 zombies didn't resist either. Xiao Bai whisked all the valuable geomantic treasures in the Fragrant Corpse C into the Shanhe Shiji map. Honestly, because the Fragrant Corpse C was a place with heavy yin energy, those yin attribute geomantic treasures weren't really useful to someone with a fiery constitution like Qin Feng.
While he was enthusiastically moving the geomantic treasures, Tianjun suddenly rushed over, his face filled with barely concealed excitement. What's up? Qin Feng asked curiously.
Tianjun glanced around warily, making sure no one was nearby, before excitedly whispering, Boss, we've struck it rich. Xiao Bai immediately perked up its long ears, flew onto Qin Feng's shoulder, and peeked its head out curiously. It saw Tianjun carefully pull out a few immortal crystals. Xiao Bai instantly lost interest. It already knew, it had dug up quite a few, but the cruel master had stolen them all.
Seeing their unimpressed expressions, Tianjun quickly said, These aren't ordinary immortal crystals though. These are heavenly immortal crystals. The kind from ancient texts. Qin Feng just sighed. He realized he had a hard time broadening his little disciple's horizons.
What are you getting at?
Tianjun was immediately stunned, feeling confused. The closing time of Kunlun was approaching. If he didn't quickly return to become number 6, he would lose his chance. With the closing time of Kunlun approaching, all the factions were also pushing for final efforts, hoping to find as many geomantic treasures and immortal crystals as possible.
The Dao fruits in their hands were more precious than any geomantic treasures or immortal crystals. Just as everyone was pushing for a final effort before closing, a hot news shocked the entire Kunlun. Someone found a fairy crystal mine in Fragrant Corpse C. Are you kidding me? How is that possible? No lying, I don't know why Fragrant Corpse C is no longer dangerous. You can come and go freely now. Many people are digging for fairy crystals. I won't tell you anymore, I have to go now, or it will be too late.
According to the rumors, someone has already dug up tens of thousands of fairy crystals. It's too late not to go now. It's up to you whether you go or not. I'm going. As the rumors spread, the factions couldn't sit still, and decided to go and see for themselves. The result was indeed as rumored. The red flower garden had withered, the cold air had disappeared, and in its place were countless deep pits and people digging with their sleeves rolled up. At this time, outside the Fragrant Corpse C, Qin Feng and Xiao Bai stood under a tree admiring the crowd in front, followed by Tianjun and Wan Ma, 2 bodyguards. Are we going to stand and watch them dig fairy crystals? Tianjun looked at the crowd in front of him with a painful expression. Qin Feng replied, Preparing for the harvest season. Wan Ma was stunned, understanding the young master's meaning. You mean, let them help dig the fairy crystals? And then we take them back? Tianjun said worriedly. Although the combat power of the eldest is unparalleled, if we face all of them directly, I'm afraid, if they run away together, it will be difficult for us to take back much.
What are you afraid of? With treasures in hand, the world is mine. Qin Feng waved his hand and took out a jade bottle with the inscription, Lu Bo, what's the use of penetrating the throat?
Tianjun. Wan Ma's expression changed. The two had experienced the terrible power of this thing, not to mention these warriors who only had the celestial realm. Even Yuan Dan realm monks entering Kunlun would find it difficult to withstand the 100 transformations.
Demon Lords Luo, what's the use of penetrating the throat drug?
Once poisoned, they would give up to Xinfeng for harvesting. The boss is no longer human, the two were in a headache, understanding Xinfeng's plan. The fairy crystals are just baiting.
Kunlun is about to close. The factions have collected enough treasures, and now they are the prey falling into Xinfeng's trap. Not only the fairy crystals they just dug up, but even the other treasures found in Kunlun will be looted.
With the allure of immortal crystals, surely no one can resist, Xinfeng said confidently. Since I got the formula for Luo, what's the use of penetrating the throat? I've brewed over 1,000 liters. Even hundreds of thousands of people is enough. If it's really not enough, there's also Piggy Gone Wild. The two swallowed hard and immediately knelt before Xinfeng. Just then, a terrified shout rang out. Who are you? What do you want? Xinfeng's ears twitched, and he turned his head to look down, only to see several men jumping out of the bushes, surrounding a beautiful girl. Boss, your method is great. Everyone is rushing to it now, digging fairy crystals in fragrant corpse C. We just need to ambush along the way to catch it. One is, Kunlun is about to close, they are all fat. We're about to enjoy the blessing. What are you looking at? Hurry up and take all the property on your body, otherwise don't blame me. Stealing my prey, huh? Xinfeng was instantly enraged and came forward. I've spent so much effort setting up the stage. Those guys haven't had time to fatten up. But they ran over to cut them. Xinfeng gently stepped on a branch and gracefully fell in front of the girl.
Don't be afraid, little girl. I'll take care of those bandits. Who are you? The robbers were startled by Xinfeng's sudden appearance, and they immediately drew their weapons and pointed them at Xinfeng, 4th level of the entry Dao realm. Those troublesome guys didn't dare to underestimate it, although they felt that Xinfeng's cultivation was only at the 4th level among the Kunlun warriors. His temperament was unusual, like a sword that had not been drawn from its scabbard, and when it was swung, it would definitely shake the world.
Someone whispered. Everyone. He said he is Xinfeng. Their faces changed instantly, and they took a few steps back. A famous reputation, the #1 warrior of ancient times. I am Xinfeng. I hate people like you the most. Xinfeng pretended to be serious. Obviously you have hands and feet. Why don't you go and find treasures yourself? But you only know how to ambush and plunder other people's property. Do you know that this is the behavior of a despicable old six?
Hearing Xinfeng telling the truth, Tianjun and Wan Ma fell to the tree. Where's the face?
The entire Kunlun. It was their boss who was the most shameless old six, and dared to scold others. It's so embarrassing. Feeling ashamed for those two clumsy disciples, everyone retreat.
The ringleader ordered, turned around, and left quickly. Although he didn't have as broad a vision as Xinfeng, he thought the same way, so he was also a professional old six. Instead of competing directly with Xinfeng here, it was best to stay away from him. It's better to hide in the bushes and continue to be the old six.
Today, I, Xinfeng, shall rid the world of evil. Xinfeng's eyes suddenly sharpened, his clothes fluttered without any wind, and he stood tall, like a proud snow lotus on a cliffside, embodying an unmatched sword intent. Dude was radiating some serious righteous energy. A surge of power erupted, sending countless brilliant sword beams flying like a meteor shower. The bad guys' pupils shrunk to pinpricks, and their hearts leapt into their throats. The sword energy aimed straight for their vital points. Pale as ghosts, they could only stare wide-eyed as death approached.
Suddenly, a dark shadow zipped past with insane speed, accompanied by a chilling aura from a blade.
Before they could even react, a bloody gash appeared on their necks.
Xinfeng's mood instantly tanked. He was looking forward to a sweet few thousand experience points for this heroic deed, but someone jacked him halfway through. Seriously.
All he saw was a huge dude with a deadpan expression, casually holding a massive, cold-looking greatsword. The Yanyun tribe is a large tribe living in the Great Desert, famous for producing beautiful women and strong men.
This Mo Dao guy in front of him was the Yanyun tribe's young chieftain, praised as the strongest warrior in the Yanyun tribe's history. Besides his god-tier sword skills, he's also a total introvert. Tian, come over here to your big bro.
The beautiful girl Tian looked at Xinfeng's tall figure, her eyes sparkling like stars. Thank you for saving me. My name is Tian. Tian gazed at Xinfeng's handsome face and shyly said, according to the customs of our Great Desert, you saved me, so I have to marry you. Mo Stao, still stone-faced, chimed in, I killed those guys before he did. You don't need to marry him.
Tian grinned, then suddenly turned serious, warning her brother, don't interfere. Mo Dao remained ice cold. My blade was faster than his sword. Stealing the credit and still showing off, Xinfeng was totally annoyed, glancing at Mo Dao.
Mo Dao felt like this guy doubted his aesthetics. Like, why would he want his sister who looked like a board? Is he imagining he's heard a Boeing 747 take off?
Mo Dao glanced at Xinfeng, completely unperturbed.
Though he sensed some heavy pressure from the guy, Brother Qin, don't listen to my brother's nonsense. Tian moved forward again, acting all cute and clingy.
We don't have that many customs in the Great Desert, Mo Dao interrupted again, dragging her up and walking away. Tian was furious, like a cat grabbed by the scruff of its neck, struggling and shouting, "Big brother, let me go! This is my lifelong happiness!" No matter how much Tian Tian kicked up a fuss, Mo Dao remained emotionless, being an extremely doting brother. If his little sister wanted something, he'd burn down a forest or jump into a sea of fire for her. But marrying this Qin Feng dude? He'd rather kill him. This kid's going too far. Tian Jun and Wan Ma were super pissed. The guy hadn't even glanced at them the whole time, acting like they were the scum of the earth. I don't care about him. Xin Feng's attention was drawn to the wound on the corpse. That's one fast blade. Xin Feng wasn't the naive newbie he was when he first arrived anymore. After 7 years and head to Divine Palace, he'd learned a lot. The wound was 2 inches deep, no more, no less, and the location was the same. Just one single strike, done in one breath. Whether it was the force or the accuracy, it was perfect. Furthermore, it was just a regular strike, without any magic at all, yet it could instantly kill those guys at the Heavenly Sect realm. He's really trained his blade to the extreme. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. It not only requires extraordinary talent and blade skills, but also persistence and patience to endure boring practice, day after day, year after year. Tian Jun asked curiously, "Boss, is that Mo guy's blade really that scary?" "Very scary." Qin Feng looked up at Mo Dao's receding back and said, "To put it this way, under the same conditions, using only ordinary moves, one blade from him, one sword from me, I'll definitely lose." Tianjun and Wan Ma swallowed hard, horrified by that Mo Dao guy. "But would you actually use a normal sword against him?" "No," Xin Feng retorted. "And you, would you use a normal sword in a fight?" "No," Xiao Bai said seriously. "Boss definitely wouldn't use ordinary sword skills to fight." Xin Feng and Xiao Bai both flashed their signature smiles. Those mischievous grins. "May the heavens bless our great Xia." Princess Nanfeng couldn't hide her initial excitement after being utterly defeated by the Xin Feng monster. She thought Great Xia was already on the verge of collapse, with nothing but decline ahead. But who knew? Heaven took pity on the desperate, and someone leaked information about the immortal crystal mine. Luckily, she managed to gather the surviving Heavenly Sect disciples. Now, all she needed to do was mine as much immortal crystal as possible before the place closed, and the Great Xia dynasty would still have hope. That way, she wouldn't be punished when she returned. A determination she'd never had before flashed in Princess Nanfeng's eyes. She decided she wouldn't sleep or rest, continuously digging until Kunlun closed. Even if it was hard work, she was willing, because she wasn't working hard for someone else, but for her own future. Lin Xinjie from Heavenly Heart City also arrived. The sea merchant's beauty saw that the immortal crystal mine was exactly like the one Lin San knew. If Lin San had been willing to tell her where the mine was, Heavenly Heart City wouldn't have to compete with everyone here. Too bad Lin San would rather stay single than tell her, "Lin San, just you wait, I'll get you back for this," Lin Xing'er said coldly, then led her disciples to start mining. Xin Feng looked at the tens of thousands of people working their butts off below, very satisfied with his diligent employees working overtime for free, without complaining. What boss wouldn't like employees like that? Suddenly, Xin Feng saw a familiar figure. "Isn't that my darling Lan? How did she fall into my trap again?" "Well, this time it has nothing to do with me." Xin Feng looked totally innocent. Meanwhile, down below, Yulan was getting a seriously bad vibe. No clue what was up. "You two, keep watch out here. I'm gonna go check out these ghost ladies." Qin Feng, with Xiao Bai in tow, stepped into the Shanhe Shiji 2, ordering Tianjun and Wan Ma to keep a lookout outside. But the second he stepped inside, bam! A wave of creepy cold air hit him like a ton of bricks. And in the distance, he could see Xin Yan setting up shop, using her own Fanyu coffin as the centerpiece, sucking the Ling Qi dry from the Shanhe Shiji Tun to turn the place into another scented sea of misery. "No way, Jose!" Qin Feng's face turned serious. He hated this gloomy vibe. He used his mind to shake up the Shanhe Shiji Tun. As the map's owner, he was the only god here. A single thought could change the flow of the rivers and mountains. A single thought could control the moon and stars. Likewise, any living creature inside, no matter how strong, could be kicked out with a thought, or suppressed with a thought. Even if the zombie horde and ghost ladies outstripped him in cultivation, thanks to the nameless divine fire, and the Shanhe Shiji 2, he could totally melt them down. "Qin Feng, you tricked me." Again, Xin Yan was furious, practically vibrating with rage. She hated this guy the most. "Who tricked you? The fact that I can control the Shanhe Shiji 2 is legit, not a scam." "I promised you that if you followed me out of here, I'd set the zombies and ghost ladies free," Xin Feng said casually, chilling like a villain. "You really gonna let them go?" Xin Yan looked at him suspiciously, feeling like his smooth talk couldn't be trusted at all. "Of course. As a virtuous Confucian gentleman, my word is my bond. All you zombie and ghost lady homies who want to be free, raise your hands and sign up now." Hearing that, tens of thousands of zombies and ghost ladies couldn't hide their excitement. Everyone craved freedom, but before they could raise their hands, a fierce, fiery aura burst from Xin Feng, making them quickly retract their hands. Freedom is cool and all, but staying alive is more important. They've all died once already, so they're all terrified of dying again. "Xin Feng, you're so despicable." Xin Yan glared at him. Shouldn't have had any illusions about this scumbag. Don't get me wrong. As a living person, it's only natural that I light a fire to keep warm in such a gloomy place. So touching. Nobody raised their hands. I really didn't expect that, even though we've only met a few times. You guys can't bear to leave me, which proves that you trust my character. Since you guys trust me so much, I'll reluctantly help you guys keep your lives. Xin Yan was livid. She finally realized that Xin Feng had been planning this all along, forcing her to compromise, promising freedom once outside. It was all just setting the stage to seize control of the scented sea of misery. He didn't just want the resources here, he wanted to control the power. She was so naive to think she could trade for everyone's freedom. Tens of thousands of zombies and ghost ladies sighed in agony, resigning themselves to their fate under Xin Feng's threat. Master, we've entrusted our lives to you. Please take good care of us. The three gentle ghost girls' faces were full of weakness and despair, performing very realistically. If he hadn't witnessed the terrifying attack from their souls, he almost would have been fooled, but he couldn't connect them to the image of weakness and hopelessness. Watching them obediently hand over their life-saving charms, Xin Feng couldn't hold back his signature villain laugh. With this bunch of zombies and ghost ladies, no one would be allowed to yell at him ever again. Congratulations, Master, for tricking the chosen one of heaven to bring his lover home, receiving 500,000 villain points. The corner of Xin Feng's mouth twitched up. That signature low-life smirk. Xin Feng curiously looked at the jade charm on his body, and could feel the strange energy from it. If the zombies and ghost ladies' charms were destroyed, they would disappear into smoke. Of course, if preserved well, they could rely on the charms to be reborn. Suddenly, the energy in Xin Feng's body reached its limit, erupting violently, and his cultivation successfully broke through. Within the Shan He Shiji Tu, Ling Qi surged towards Xin Feng like a rising tide. The ghost ladies were staring intently at Xin Feng, drool almost pooling on the ground. Their thought process was pretty simple, not paying attention to how Xin Feng changed, only knowing that after the breakthrough, his whole body radiated an extremely strong aura. This was seriously too much of a temptation for them. I'm here, so you guys better keep your distance. Zhao Bai looked at them vigilantly, shooting out warning flames. Xin Feng exhaled a long breath, calling up the system to exchange for a golden core. Congratulations, Master, for spending 600,000 villain points to successfully exchange for a golden core, solidifying your foundation. He drank the Dan, and his foundation immediately became more stable. Xin Feng just opened his eyes, and was surprised to see the three girls in the distance, longingly sucking up his yang energy. Because Zhao Bai warned them with fire, they only dared to stay 100 meters away from him to suck up a little bit of yang energy, trickling in. But the yang energy from Xin Feng's body was too strong. Even 100 meters away, they could still absorb it. Helplessly, the ghost ladies contentedly mentioned that they had never absorbed so much yang energy. Although they were all ghost ladies with thousands of years of cultivation, they were trapped in the scented sea of misery, only knowing how to wait. It was a stroke of luck to be able to inhale a breath. Right then, Xin Yan, looking all washed out by the coffin, stretched out her delicate fingers. She blew softly from her fingertips, sending out sparkling little light particles that traveled across mountains and rivers, heading towards the entrance of the mountains and rivers, lands and people's painting. Seeing Xin Yan's actions, Xin Feng felt uneasy, totally clueless about what she was doing. Was she leaving a message for Long Aotian? Xin Feng promptly shut the mountains and rivers, lands and people's painting. The stardust-like message was instantly blocked, along with a burst of intense fire that appeared and vanished. Congratulations to the host for tricking a chosen one of heaven into taking care of their lover, receiving 10,000 villain points. So she was leaving a message for Long Aotian. Xin Feng had discovered a new way to get rich, and he decided to build a bronze sparrow terrace for Xin Yan. Xin Yan glared at Xin Feng, never expecting her message to be blocked. She felt helpless against him, especially since she no longer had zombies and female ghosts in the fragrant color sea. Xin Yan burrowed into the coffin, locking herself in and meditating in frustration. She desperately wanted to stop him, but couldn't find a way. It was clear she hated him so much, yet she was powerless against him. At this moment, Tianjun asked anxiously, "Boss, what are we waiting for? We can strike now." Wan Men nodded eagerly, agreeing with Tianjun, but Xin Feng slapped Tianjun on the head, scolding, "Details determine success or failure. Got it." Now is when they're most alert. There are tens of thousands of them, all elites sent by various factions. They all survived the brutal Kunlun trials. Any slight movement and we'll be screwed. Even if we used La Xiao Tonggu's poison, those elites would be able to react in time. Plus, we don't even know if you or they would be quicker on their feet. Tianjun and Wan Ma were stunned, not expecting Xin Feng to be so meticulous. So what do we do now? Xiao Bai pulled out his notebook to take notes. Xin Feng replied professionally, "We have to wait until they're fighting before we strike. Imagine their attention will be drawn to the enemies around them, leaving them no mind to pay attention to anything further away. Plus, the battle cries will drown out other sounds. By the time they hear someone shout about poison and try to run, it'll be too late. Remember, even if the success rate is 9,999%, we can't take the risk. We must consider every detail and only act when it's 100% certain." Well said. That's Xin Feng for you, unmatched professionalism. Xiao Bai clapped in admiration.
then bowed his head 45 degrees in worship.
Qin Feng was very pleased with Xiaobai's performance. He patted its head and exchanged a carrot from the system. I like master the most. Xiaobai happily hugged and kissed Qin Feng, quickly grabbing the carrot with his hands. Tianjun and Wan Ma were so jealous their throats itched, but they had to swallow it down. Qin Feng picked up a rock and threw it towards the Tian of the Yanyun clan. Thud, Tian was hit on the head, her forehead swelling up instantly. Being a loving brother, Mo Dao saw someone dare to ambush his little sister, and roared furiously. Which bastard dares to ambush my sister? I'll find you and tear you to pieces.
Mo Dao's furious roar echoed everywhere. Like a drop of water into boiling oil, it caused the tense atmosphere to explode instantly. The factions quickly lunged at their locked-on targets, and fierce fighting echoed everywhere, turning into a chaotic mess.
Terrifying bursts of energy were constantly released, violently attacking the weaker forces.
At this moment, Qin Feng had changed into dark action clothing and covered his face with a scarf. He even found some body-refining materials and melted them with Nanmingli fire, copying Lin San's item in a 1-to-1 ratio, which Tianjun and Wan Ma found. Look at the details, it's perfect. Definitely Lin San's.
Tianjun and Wan Ma were utterly confused, not understanding why the boss was framing Lin San. Lin San had been expelled from Tianxin City, and no longer had any valuable assets. Moreover, the 100,000-plus people here represented the great ancient god clans. Framing Lin San meant he would be hunted down by the entire ancient wasteland. How could he escape? With their intelligence, they truly couldn't understand why the boss would do this.
Could it be that he wanted Lin San to have nowhere to go so he could take the opportunity to monopolize Lin San? How ruthless! Qin Feng looked at the fierce, bloody battle and sighed with heartache. What's there to be sorry about? It's all for money. Money is the root of all evil in the world. Without it, people wouldn't be lured by profit. Without it, people wouldn't lose their conscience.
So today I've decided to sacrifice myself, sealing these sinful immortal essences in my own private space. I'll throw them into hell rather than let anyone else have them. Xiaobai nodded seriously. Willing to share the burden with Qin Feng, Tianjun and Wan Ma couldn't help but twitch. They finally understood why they could only be subordinates.
At this moment, the three ambushing female ghosts suddenly felt something was off. Qin Feng had transmitted the attack signal through their connection.
Without hesitation, they smashed the jade bottles, releasing the poison. La Xiaotonggu's poison was useless here, as the poison, in gaseous form, slowly spread throughout the fragrant color sea.
What's this? Princess Nanfeng was startled by the sound of the bottles breaking, and vigilantly looked around.
Princess Nanfeng didn't want to fight. As soon as the fighting started, she ran outside. She was about to escape the chaotic zone, reaching the exit, but before she could take 2 steps, she felt her whole body go limp. Her legs weakly collapsed, and she couldn't even move her fingers. The princess was poisoned.
The Tianzong sect disciples also collapsed weakly, like Princess Nanfeng. Before they could react, a girl in ancient clothing appeared floating in the air. Without any support, she could ignore gravity, levitating in midair. This proved that she was at least in the nascent soul realm. Because only cultivators from the nascent soul realm and above could fly freely, Princess Nanfeng panicked, wanting to get up but unable to move her limbs. She could only watch the girl in ancient clothing land beside her, snatching the ring containing immortal essences from her person. That's not right. She's not human, Nanfeng realized in horror. The girl's body was ice cold, emitting a gloomy soul aura. It was definitely a female ghost who had cultivated for thousands of years. Master will definitely be happy. The girl in ancient clothing jumped for joy, going to find Qin Feng for a reward. Give back my future! Hurry! Nanfeng didn't care who the person was, struggling to get up and chase after her. Those immortal essences were the last hope of the Great Xia dynasty. If they lost these immortal essences, Great Xia would lose its absolute dominance. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. She could only watch the thief's figure gradually disappear. Just then, a cheerful, childish voice rang out. Open the door! A good bunny wants to come in. Xiaobai walked on the trail through the forest, singing happily.
Because Qin Feng was busy preparing the details of framing Lin San, it, as Qin Feng's signature item, couldn't act with him, so it went for a stroll alone. Qin Feng's rabbit, Nanfeng, was startled. If Qin Feng's rabbit appeared here, that monster must be nearby. If she fell into his hands, she would have to witness how he grew stronger again. Ah, you're the shopping big sister from the other day. Xiaobai immediately recognized Princess Nanfeng, who had bought Qin Feng for 10,000 taels, and was also its first customer. Especially the fact that Princess Nanfeng paid without taking the product, shocked it for a whole year. What a waste. Thanks to that, I could resell Qin Feng as a new product. It seems the previous cooperation was successful. I'll help you again. Xiaobai reluctantly gave Princess Nanfeng a carrot. This is all I can help with. Others can't get it, not even carrots. What do you comfort me with a carrot for? Princess Nanfeng looked at the carrot in her mouth, so angry that her lungs wanted to explode. Not good. There's poisonous smoke. Lin Xingye's expression changed, and she immediately led her people to run out of the fragrant color sea. Just then, a sharp sword sound rang out everywhere. A masked, black-clad figure appeared, piercing through the poisonous smoke, and unleashed a storm of sword ki towards Lin Xinye. It was Xin Feng. He not only copied Lin San's equipment 1-to-1, but also spent 10,000 villain points to exchange for an aura-concealing cloak. Careful, miss. The Heavenly Heart City folks didn't hesitate, immediately rushing forward to block Xin Feng's fierce sword Qi. The impact was intense, clang clang, sparks flying everywhere. The deafening clang of metal forced Xin Feng to retreat. Seeing the deflected sword strike slam into the wall, everyone's faces changed. They unconsciously glanced at the sword in his hand to identify it, but the blade was wrapped in a piece of black cloth, making it impossible to recognize. Xin Feng's lips curled up. This was exactly the effect he wanted. If he revealed Lin San's items from the start, even an idiot would know it was a setup. So the best way was to let them discover clues, and then deduce the conclusion themselves, satisfying their conceited mentality. Just like how a naive girl is boring, while an understanding girl will moan a few times so the other party feels like, even though they lost miserably, they conquered the world. Who is this guy? Lin Xinye frowned. The figure seemed very familiar. Among the younger generation in the ancient times, only 3 people could unleash such powerful sword Qi. One was Qin Feng of the Moon God Palace, the second was Yi Jian of the renowned Sword Villa, and the last was Lin San, whom she had banished from Heavenly Heart City. Could it be Lin San? Everyone was shocked. They remembered that Lin San also knew about a fairy crystal mine. Could this be the mine Lin San found? Their expressions changed. Finally, they realized it was a trap. They finally understood why Lin San knew they couldn't excavate everything, yet still didn't tell everyone about the fairy crystal mine. Lin San must have wanted to use the fairy crystal mine as bait to lure the ancient divine races to wipe them all out, not only taking advantage of them to mine fairy crystals for free, but also targeting all the assets gained in Kunlun. Did Lin San really dare to do something like that? The enemy's figure being identical to Lin San surprised Lin Xinye, but it was just their speculation. There was no direct evidence, so they couldn't conclude it yet. Congratulations, host, for successfully making the Chosen One suspicious, gaining 100,000 villain points. What is the joy of a villain? The joy is that even when you're not by my side, you can still bring me joy. Xin Feng was so delighted that he became distorted. I really love Lin San. Get lost. Mo Dao's cold voice rang out. He leaped high, fiercely charging towards Xin Feng. The green greatsword emitted a chilling, immortal radiance. In an instant, swordlight erupted, and ringing sounds resonated. Xin Feng quickly drew his sword to block Mo Dao's attack. The swords clashed, and a storm of energy immediately swept across, a violent explosion echoing across the battlefield. The energy waves spread, uprooting trees within a radius of hundreds of meters, and the entire area was submerged in a terrifying energy storm. Because Xin Feng didn't dare use his signature sword techniques, he was sent flying dozens of meters away, losing control. Looking at Mo Dao full of vigor, Xin Feng was annoyed. Why is he alright? If he doesn't use his sword techniques to confront Mo Dao, he will be at a disadvantage. Dare to look down on me? Mo Dao was furious. As the one involved, he could clearly feel that Xin Feng was holding back. The strike just now was completely an act. But before Mo Dao could swing his sword again, his head felt like it was struck by a heavy hammer, losing his balance and falling. Mo Ge! Tian cried out in alarm, rushing over. But before he could reach Mo Ge Dao, he felt his whole body go limp and he couldn't move. His legs gave way, and the little guy collapsed to the ground, unable to even move his fingers. He didn't know what happened to Xin Feng, only knowing he was helplessly lying on the ground, his mind only filled with Xin Feng's face. How terrifying. Why don't you just kill me already? Where's your heroic spirit now? Xin Feng glanced at him contemptuously, taking Mo Dao's ring, considering it interest on his last head snatching. Seeing all his assets being robbed, Mo Dao angrily roared, "You shameless scoundrel, just kill me if you want." Xin Feng ignored Mo Dao. He went straight to Yulan, and seeing the ring on her hand, he planned to take it, but Yulan wasn't willing to give up easily. Even though her whole body was paralyzed and she couldn't move, she still used her last bit of strength to protect the ring. Yulan, clinging tightly to the ring, her eyes were full of vigilance. Looking at the shameless villain in front of her, Xin Feng was a little surprised. As expected of the chosen daughter, while everyone else is helplessly struggling, she still has some strength left. But these treasures aren't safe in her hands, it's better for him to safeguard them properly. Xin Feng slapped Yulan's hand away, cruelly stripping the ring off her finger. Yulan painfully watched her ring being taken away, but she was helpless. She didn't understand why she kept running into these dirty bastards lately. First she was used by that dirty bastard, and now she's being robbed of fairy crystals. Compared to those evil dirty bastards, Xin Feng was so lovable. Congratulations, host, for helping the chosen daughter safeguard her ring, gaining 100,000 villain points. Congratulations, host, for angering the chosen daughter, gaining 10,000 villain points. Congratulations, host, for your female ghost minion robbing a ring, host receives 500 villain points. Congratulations, host. The system notifications kept ringing. Xin Feng's villain points soared. After a busy day, Xin Feng and the female ghost finally stripped tens of thousands of people clean.
Finally done. Qin Feng raised his head to look at the setting sun.
It was time for that evil, dirty bastard Lin San to retreat and make way for the righteous Qin Feng to take the stage.
Just then, a childish voice filled with righteousness rang out.
That dirty bastard dares to scheme against people here? Suffer my #1 under heaven's sword technique.
Xiao Bai appeared.
Qin Feng also immediately attacked. Everyone saw Xiao Bai. The joy on their faces was indescribable, as if they saw hope to recover their fairy crystals. Seeing Xiao Bai appear, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth behind his back slightly curled up. The show begins!
A soft whistling sound rang out. It was the sound of an object tearing through the air. Qin Feng's movements were nimble as he dodged, his peripheral vision quickly glancing behind him, only seeing Xiao Bai, like an angel of justice, releasing countless sword ki. While dodging, Qin Feng deliberately revealed an opening. Xiao Bai's sword ki blew away the veil covering his face at this time.
Qin Feng's face was Lin San's,
because he used 10,000 villain points to exchange for a transformation cloak. Not good. When the veil was torn, Qin Feng pretended to be panicked, immediately turning away. Although Qin Feng turned his face away as soon as he was exposed, everyone still managed to catch that face.
Even if no one recognized Lin San at this moment,
later, everyone could redraw the face of that robber based on their memories. Where do you think you're going, robber? Stop right there so this god can execute you.
Xiao Bai shouted, quickly chasing after him. Congratulations, host, for successfully framing the Chosen One, putting him in mortal danger, gaining 2 million villain points. Today is really a big win. Qin Feng couldn't hide the excitement in his heart, and hurriedly opened the system to check. Although those who weren't chosen ones only gave very few points, the number was too large. After plundering tens of thousands of people, Qin Feng's villain points soared past 825 million. Dude, that's way more than he got before. Combined, Xiao Bai's still out there screaming, occasionally blasting out some sword chi, making huge explosions. Everyone's just lying there, totally feeling the life or death vibe. Qin Feng finishes changing clothes. Bam! Shining righteousness appears.
After finishing the mission, the girls, female ghosts, couldn't help but inhale yang qi from the boys.
You darn she-devils.
Release those fellas. Qin Feng swoops down from above, laying down the righteous law. The guys see Qin Feng like he's the light at the end of the tunnel, dude. Help us.
Fear not. Righteousness will save you. Qin Feng glows like a beacon of pure good. Southern blazing fire erupting from him. Seeing the southern blazing fire burst from Qin Feng, the she-devils totally sell to fear, letting out synchronized screams and scattering like roaches in the light. Everyone's wiped out at this point, lying all over the place, so nobody sees Xiao Bai nearby, opening the mountains and rivers Shenji painting, letting the she-devils slip inside. Poof! Gone without a trace. Qin Feng is our savior. Everyone's tearing up, super touched. If Qin Feng hadn't shown up when he did, not only would their immortal essence and treasures have been stolen, but they would have had their yang qi sucked dry by those she-devils until they died. Oh, my precious Lan. What happened to her? Qin Feng ignores everyone's pleading eyes, beelining straight to Yulan, helping her up.
He starts thoroughly checking her over, Yulan's beautiful face blushing like a lotus flower shy in the breeze. Since she can't move, she's just gotta endure this jerk's actions, powerlessly recalling what happened between them in the cycle of life and death.
Eliminate,
Qin Feng says seriously. Precious Lan, I would never take advantage of you. I'm just helping you detoxify. This toxin is really weird. It can block the flow of spiritual energy in the body. If it doesn't circulate for a long time, the meridians will be blocked, the slightest of which will be paralyzed for life, and the serious of which will be life-threatening.
Hearing about lifelong paralysis or life-threatening danger, the disciples of the Azure Demon Palace are panicked. They don't want to die young or live as cripples. Really, Yulan is skeptical. Deep down, she feels that Qin Feng's words are not credible. She has experienced how shameless he is many times.
But Qin Feng reassures confidently. It'll be fine as long as you unblock the blocked meridians. Each sect has a different solution. I'll use the famous secret skill, marrow cleansing and meridian opening, also called all-purpose meridian opener. If necessary, I can even unblock your nascent soul. Yulan is completely confused, not understanding what Qin Feng is saying. But now she has no other choice but to trust that shameless guy.
She closes her eyes to let Qin Feng help her unblock the blocked meridians.
The disciples of the Azure Demon Palace next to him also look at Qin Feng with expectation, hoping that he will help the princess for the sake of the Azure Demon Palace's honor.
Qin Feng waved his hand irritably. Exclusive secret. Outsiders are forbidden from watching the treatment process.
Making Yulan's face flushed and her heart beating, she couldn't help but shout out. To save everyone's bandwidth, the specific treatment part is skipped. Congratulations, Master, for bullying a chosen one of the heavens below the upper limit today, receiving a total of 2 million villain points. What do you mean by upper limit? Qin Feng is instantly unhappy. He feels like the system is insulting him. He's never calculated villain points, not caring about more or less. He just likes helping people, enjoying the process.
Qin Feng pretends to bite his finger, dabbing a drop of blood onto Yulan's forehead. So miraculous. Yulan feels the flow of spiritual energy gradually recovering. She thought Qin Feng was taking advantage of her. She didn't expect him to be telling the truth. In your eyes, am I just the kind of scheming old six that takes advantage of others? If that's the case, then I'll go. Xin Feng forces out 2 drops of tears, turning around to leave. Seeing this, Yulan quickly calls out, "Don't misunderstand, I didn't mean that." Hearing this, Xin Feng turns back touched, grabbing Yulan's hand tightly. "Precious Lan, I knew you would always trust me." An old teacher once said, "If you pursue an innocent girl who has never seen the world, take her everywhere to see the colors of life. If her soul has turned to stone, take her to ride a slide, because life is always moving. Poetry and travel become especially moving." Xin Feng hugs Yulan tightly in his arms, his strong hands tightening around her slender waist. He whispers, "Your eyes hold all the moonlight. Winter fades, spring comes, and feet have stepped all over the world. Ask the high heavens, which beauty has passed by. Ask the vast land, which direction is ahead. Ask tonight, will the beauty be willing to sleep with me?" Yulan rolls her eyes, screaming inwardly, "Unbearable!" Although she knows Xin Feng is shameless, but who can resist the handsome young man flirting with her in front of the crowd, saying such honest words? "Congratulations, master, for making the chosen one of the heavens blush, receiving 100,000 villain points." "I know this person is Lin San of Heavenly Heart City." An angry voice rings out. Finally, someone recognizes Lin San. Hearing about Lin San of Heavenly Heart City, everyone looks angrily at Lin Xing'er, acting like they are going to start a fight. If not explained, Lin Xing'er was shocked and hurriedly said, "Lin San used to belong to Heavenly Heart City, but she expelled him a few days ago." Hearing her say that she kicked Yuan Jianke out, the #1 martial arts candidate 100 years later, out of the city a few days ago, everyone laughed coldly and asked her, "Are we stupid? In dangerous Kunlun everyone is complaining about the lack of manpower, but you kicked out such a martial arts swordsman." This is clearly a script written by Heavenly Heart City to cover up. The others laughed and agreed. "Isn't it?" Lin Xing'er quickly explained. "Just because Lin San found a fairy crystal mine but did not hand it over to me, so he was kicked out." Lin San found a fairy crystal mine. The key word fairy crystal caused everyone to pay attention immediately, which also proved that they did not wrongly accuse a good person. Combining the situation, it can be seen that the fairy crystal mine that Lin San found is this one. At this time, Xin Feng's weak but firm voice rang out, "Lin San is my brother from another mother. I trust his character. He absolutely cannot do this. He must have been wronged. Lin San was wronged." Everyone was stunned and turned to look at Xin Feng walking over, his face pale, looking like he was about to call the professional team to organize a banquet. Brother Feng, Tian, ran over worriedly. She wanted to take the blood tonic from her bag, but it was robbed by the old six. Mo Dao asked unhappily, "Do you mean Lin San was wronged? Is he a righteous and wise person?" Xin Feng said weakly. "If you don't know about the fairy crystal mine, then you definitely don't know. From the beginning, someone was targeting him. This is a despicable, evil scheme of the shameless old six, some elaborate scheme to frame him. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, who would believe that this loyal bro is actually a sneaky bastard?" What's even more baffling is, why would Xin Feng do this? Surely it's not to tell Lin San that even if the whole world turns against you, I'll still stand by your side and fight them all. No way. Everyone shook their heads and scoffed, totally not buying Xin Feng's speculation. Xin Feng said seriously, "I'll say it one last time. Lin San is my brother from another mother. Anyone who dares touch Lin San is my enemy." "Xin Feng, don't blame my sword for being heartless then." Just then, the sound of swords rang out. Everyone's swords started to tremble slightly, as if pulled by some force, about to fly out of their sheaths at any moment. Everyone was shocked, their eyes looking at Xin Feng completely changed. Everyone said Xin Feng's strength was terrifying, even after his foundation was destroyed. But who knew that even in a state of blood loss, he could still unleash such terrifying power? It seems this #1 warrior from ancient times, even with his foundation destroyed, is invincible under the heavens, as long as he reaches nascent soul heavenly sect level. Especially that line about the heartless sword made the men here shudder. Feeling powerless, Lin Xing'er asked coldly, "If it's really proven that Lin San did it, what should be done?" Xin Feng pushed away Tian, who was supporting him, and stepped in front of Lin Xing'er. Xin Feng patted his chest and said, "Brothers for a day, brothers for life. If it really was Lin Jiang who did it, then settle the score with me, Xin Feng. If you guys have any complaints, come find me, I'll take the blame." A few short sentences moved everyone. To save a person, he dares to shed blood for his brother, he dares to risk his life. Such life and death brotherhood made Xin Feng a paragon of manliness in everyone's hearts. Everyone envied Lin San. Having such a brother is definitely Lin San's blessing in this life. Looking at the righteous Xin Feng, so full of integrity and arrogance, no one could associate him with that cunning, villainous Lao Liu. Never seen a villain with such loyalty and righteousness. Received 2 Xian Nu, immortal slave votes, system imprint notification. Xin Feng's eyes lit up, which meant he could recruit 2 more disciples. At this time, everyone stopped talking about Lin San and rushed forward to advise Xin Feng to take care of his health. If he needed anything in the future, just say the word, and they would definitely help with all their heart. But Xin Feng only followed his heart, not seeking repayment. He said he would never use kindness to threaten others. What a hero. Everyone was moved by Xin Feng. They represented 8/10 of the desolate antiquities power, and normally people would definitely find a way to demand the greatest possible benefit from this debt, but Xin Feng publicly refused, which meant giving up a huge opportunity. That generosity made them admire him and believe even more that Xin Feng couldn't be in cahoots with Lin San. Listening to the warriors, Xin Feng weakly said, "Thank you for your trust, but when arresting him, please don't harm my brother." Everyone saw Xin Feng's pale face, and if it weren't for Tian Tian supporting him, he would have collapsed at any moment. Seeing this, their hearts ached. We're such beasts. To doubt Qin he saved everyone without asking for anything in return. How could there be such a kind person in the world? He definitely has nothing to do with Xin Feng, big brother.
Tian Tian looked at Xin Feng worriedly, and hurriedly helped him sit down. Her face flushed red, and she said, "Feng Gage, you saved me again. According to the customs of the Great Desert, you are still—"
But before Tian Tian could finish speaking, Mo Dao rushed out of the bushes next to her, interrupting her. "Hey, we Great Desert people don't have so many rules." Mo Dao coldly stepped forward, grabbed Tian Tian by the collar, and threw her away. "Stinky old man, you're blocking my love path again."
Tian Tian struggled, looking at Xin Feng getting further and further away. Why won't elder brother accept a relationship with a great deity race?
Meanwhile, on the other side, in the chaotic secret realm, Qin Hao was running from the pursuit. He was currently meditating under the riverbed. He had been cultivating for many days, but there was still no reaction. The illusory old grandpa was worried beside him. Since swallowing the fruit, Qin Hao had fallen into a coma, and his whole body had no vitality. Thanks to this, he escaped the pursuit of everyone. Suddenly, the sky changed color strangely, and the river surged with waves. Qin Hao, who had been motionless for many days, suddenly showed signs of revival, his body emitting a powerful Dao aura, stronger than both righteous Qi and Dao Qi, as if it didn't belong to the mortal world. Great Dao merges with lightning. Qin Hao suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a dazzling determination. Heaven and earth give birth to all things, returning to oneness. The river seemed to be compressed by some force, constantly contracting and shrinking, and finally turned into a drop of water floating in front of Qin Hao. "Stupid big brother. This is the power for me to defeat you." In Qin Hao's dark eyes, a trace of spiritual power flickered, wanting to pierce through the blue sky. He slowly raised his hand, tightly grasping the drop of water. Ling Qi surged. Lightning flashed and the sky darkened. A violent Ling Qi storm like a tornado stretched straight into the sky, the terrifying, tearing force distorting a radius of 1,000 meters, turning trees and rocks into dust. When heaven and earth returned to peace, heavy rain poured down from above. This power is terrifying, but with the Dao element on the arm, the illusory old grandpa found it hard to criticize. "Little Hao, do you think you are the strongest warrior in the history of the desolate antiquity?" "Why not?" Qin Hao looked up at the clear sky, full of confidence from head to toe. The illusory old grandpa was completely dizzy. The illusory old grandpa did not expect Qin Hao to say it so bluntly. If it weren't for that monster brother of his, he would have been happy to see a child full of confidence, because only indestructible belief is truly indestructible. At that moment, two voices that could hardly conceal their joy rang out from two nearby cultivation caves. Hearing the commotion, "Thank God, so lucky." The two men, as soon as they saw Qin Hao, couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. They drew their swords and rushed towards Qin Hao as fast as lightning, their goal being to snatch the Dao fruit before Kunlun closed. The surging sword Qi, like strings tearing through the void, shot straight towards him. Qin Hao saw the two rushing towards him, and Qin Hao's body burst out with a terrifying energy. Purple lightning enveloped his entire body, like a ferocious ancient beast, causing people to tremble in fear. He didn't dodge at all, slowly clenching his hand into a fist. The spiritual Qi of heaven and earth continuously compressed. A world-destroying power emanated from the fist. "Idiot brother, this is my power now," Qin Hao roared uncontrollably, as if announcing his rise to the world. He fiercely threw a punch, simple yet extremely cruel, destroying all things in its path, the space continuously distorting. "Surrender." The two were horrified. Sensing Qin Hao's ferocity, they hurriedly knelt down, begging for mercy. Hearing the words of surrender, the corner of Qin Hao's mouth twitched slightly. These two, after all, are martial artists trying to enter Dao, and they beg for mercy so easily. Even so, Qin Hao didn't kill them all. He stopped his hand when they begged for mercy, everything returning to peace. "Which faction do you belong to? What are your names?" Qin Hao asked coldly. The two trembled in fear, answering, "Looking at our Dao entering realm, you can tell we are free cultivators lucky enough to enter Kunlun. My name is Wang Baiwan, and he is Chen Dakun. If Little Lord doesn't mind, you can call me Baiwan. And him Dakun, Baiwan Dakun." Qin Hao was slightly startled. These two guys have personality. "You guys go, I won't make things difficult for you." Qin Hao unhesitatingly chased the two away. He was preparing to challenge Qin Feng, the #1 martial artist of ancient times. Wait. Wei Baiwan and Daquan decided to cling to Little Lord's thigh without hesitation. A night passed. Dawn broke. Qin Feng had spent the whole night healing everyone, and his gains were considerable. Xiao Bai quickly wrote down everyone's names in a notebook, preparing to borrow money from them in the future.
Master, take a rest. The two girls supported Qin Feng, worried seeing his health deteriorating, barely able to walk a few steps before falling into their arms. But Qin Feng said weakly, "Can't rest. Kunlun is about to close. If I'm still this weak, I'll definitely die when I leave. I must try my best to detoxify everyone before Kunlun closes." The two girls were moved to tears. They had only read about great righteousness in books before. They never expected to see it so clearly today. They never expected to meet Qin Feng in real life.
He must be a saint sent by heaven to save the world.
Not far away, Princess Nanfeng was still lying helplessly on the ground, feeling like her life had lost all hope. A month ago, she was still the princess most beloved by the great Xia Emperor, with a top advisory team arranging everything, having condensed the essence of thousands of heaven's chosen disciples over 7 years, to serve the future princess ascending the throne. Even if she was a woman, it wasn't impossible, but now, Feng Chang had become a demon, her father was disappointed, thousands of heaven's chosen disciples had almost died, even the last hope immortal crystal had lost its mind. Princess Nanfeng was confused, not daring to face it. She was motionless, only knowing to wait for death, to be expelled from Kunlun, or to live or die uncertainly under the hands of the approaching Qin Feng. She had to endure in silence.
Been poisoned?
A clear female voice rang out like a spring breeze. A beautiful young girl, without a trace of worldliness, approached Princess Nanfeng like a goddess.
Princess Nanfeng stared at the young girl. She was from the Yao Shen Jiyu, because she wore the Jin Ye Zi mark. Although only 15 or 16 years old, her skin was snowy white, her beauty fragile, gorgeous, her chest full and proud, hard to look directly at. This poison is really strange. Even stronger than Yao Yanchu Sun. The girl examined Princess Nanfeng, took out a few golden needles, and began to detoxify her. Xiao Bai curiously squeezed forward to watch. He stared at the girl, then suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I know. You are one of the 13 ancient beauties that Qin Feng collected. Qin Feng's information—"
Pushing the crowd away, grabbing Xiao Bai's rabbit ears, and pulling him up, but his eyes were attracted by something. Exclaiming, "I thought Sister Demu was invincible. I didn't expect this one to be even bustier. Whose wife is this?"
Everyone spat out immediately, thinking Qin Feng was going to teach his rabbit a lesson. Who knew he had the same tastes? The heroic image built up in everyone's hearts had completely collapsed. "What are you looking at me for?
I'm a boy. I don't smoke. I don't drink. What's wrong with just liking girls?" Qin Feng reasoned firmly. Everyone was stunned, not knowing how to retort. "Little hero, please have some self-respect." Yurong stood up, her expression serious. Her initial impression of Qin Feng was very bad. First his rabbit called her something, then he himself said she was someone's wife. To a young girl, that was like smearing her reputation.
Seeing Yurong angrily rebuking Qin Feng, Tianjun Wanma quickly apologized. "Miss Yurong, I'm really sorry. Our boss has lost too much blood, his mind is a little muddled. Please don't mind. Yao Shen Jiyu seems far away, but the number of people who have received their grace in the entire Wild Ancients is so many. If we really make Yurong angry, Qin Feng's just cleared reputation will vanish."
Everyone also persuaded. "Yurong, don't be angry. Qin Feng didn't mean it. He has saved tens of thousands of people. Just surviving is already a miracle." "That's right, look. His face is turning pale. He'll fall after a few steps."
"I have to support him for 100 meters, but he has fallen 5 times already." "Yurong, don't worry. The entire Wild Ancient knows you are an innocent young girl." Hearing that the other party was an innocent young girl, Qin Feng immediately lost interest, leaving with Xiao Bai. Yurong looked at Qin Feng's back in amazement, feeling incredulous in her heart.
When detoxifying Princess Nanfeng, she noticed that the poison was very, very strong. Even a Yuan Dan realm couldn't resist it.
She already felt very tired just treating one person, yet Qin Feng was treating tens of thousands of people.
At this time, a shy girl said, "My master, Qin Feng, has a body immune to hundreds of poisons. His blood has a miraculous detoxification ability." Hearing about immunity to hundreds of poisons,
Yurong's eyes lit up immediately, looking at Qin Feng with the eyes of a mad scientist looking at a lab rat. She had only read about the body immune to hundreds of poisons in books, able to resist all poisons in the world, the blood being the most miraculous detoxification panacea. She never expected to meet a living case today. Qin Feng walked further and further away, suddenly sneezing. "What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Am I being followed by a ghost? No, all the young ladies are in the Shanhe Shiji map already. Where are there any female ghosts? Maybe it's just from losing too much blood."
Not far away, more than 100 people were sadly squatting down. In contrast to the joy of the others, after being detoxified, they seemed to have encountered something terrible. Actually, they were students of Tianhong Academy and Kunlun, with the task of each bringing out 10 immortal crystals, otherwise they would be thrown into the Wanma Pagoda to cultivate. Originally, they thought it would be easy to complete the task after encountering an immortal crystal mine. Who knew they would encounter that old 6? Fortunately, the third holy son Qin Feng helped. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Is there any way I can help you guys?" Qin Feng walked in from outside, his face full of glee.
Seeing Qin Feng arrive, the Tianhong students hurriedly bowed. Qin Feng asked them some questions, looking at them worriedly. Are you probably afraid of losing the immortal crystals? Don't you have anything to hand in here, right? Yes, sir.
Okay, so Tianhong's rule is, you gotta bring back 10 immortal essences, or else you're getting shipped off to the Myriad Demon's Pagoda for cultivation.
It's basically a death sentence there, almost no one makes it out alive. Just then, the ground starts shaking like crazy. Kunlun's about to close up shop. What are we gonna do? Over 100 Tianhong students are freaking out. Nobody wants a one-way ticket to Myriad Demon's Pagoda. Myriad Demon's Pagoda. Chill everyone, chill.
I managed to snag over 500 immortal essences in Kunlun. Just split them up and turn them in. At least that'll get the task done. 500 immortal essences. Everyone's eyes light up looking at Qin Feng. Suddenly he's the most popular guy in school. Even split, it's not even 5 each, but hey, beats nada. Suddenly Qin Feng's like, yo, where are those 2 holy sons? Everyone starts mumbling and looking away, avoiding the question. What kind of rule are you kids following? One dude pipes up, grinning from ear to ear. Holy son, sir, my name is Li Ji.
Those 2 holy sons took over 200 guys to fight over something called a saint token.
Saint token? Qin Feng's face gets serious. That's the human scroll. From the saint's inscription compendium, there are 3 scrolls. Heaven, earth, and human. Ah, right, you are called Li Ji, right. Qin Feng whips out a pouch and hands it to him. Pass this out to everyone. Holy son, sir. Li Ji feels like he's won the lottery, suddenly working like he's mainlining caffeine. Right then, the sky shakes. Terrifying energy blankets the entire universe. Kunlun's closing, and those 3 guys, plus a rabbit, get sucked up and start free-falling at like 180 miles per hour. SPLASH. Everyone lands in water, white steam rising all around. Turns out it's an outdoor hot spring. Up ahead, there are blurry figures, and a faint sweet scent of ladies. Someone's peeping.
Screams erupt from the ladies, and they scramble for the shore, grabbing clothes to cover their chests, not even bothering to dry their hair, booking it out of there.
Damn, talk about a welcome party. Qin Feng is eagerly checking them out from top to bottom. Those long legs would be killer on horseback. Such a nice slender back, what a waist. I can't see the front. That tiny mouth is perfect for eating rice. Tianjun and Wan Ma nod in agreement, their eyes following Qin Feng's. The girls running everywhere, accidentally showing off sexy moments. The blood in 2 guys starts boiling. Something bad is about to happen. You perverts. Peeking. A dozen angry ladies pick up rocks and start pelting them. Wan Ma quickly throws up a spirit energy shield, blocking all the rocks. The girls are shocked. Not expecting them to be so strong, Tianjun pipes up. Ladies, you got it all wrong. We weren't trying to peep. If you weren't trying to peep, what were you doing? You jerks. The girls aren't buying it, deciding to drive them away with rocks. But all their attacks are useless against Wan Ma's shield. The dozen girls get even angrier. Not only are they peeping, but they're being brazen about it. The girls quickly throw on their clothes, planning to go get someone to deal with them. Wan Ma sneers. Dare to disrespect our young master. Don't blame me for being rude. His aura explodes outwards, sending the girls flying. The girls yell angrily, you dare hit us! Just you wait! Just then, another person falls from the sky. What's this? Is a treasure falling from the sky? Qin Feng looks up curiously, only to see someone plummeting down fast.
Qin Feng's reflexes kick in, and he reaches out to catch her, scooping the girl up in a princess carry, catching successfully. Looking closer, it's fate. This ain't no treasure, it's Lin San, the person he misses day and night. Still eyes full of enthusiasm, Lin San can't stand it. Wow, what a fate.
Tianjun and Wan Ma are stunned. Where is this Qin bro? Lin San, seeing Qin Feng hugging her, tries to change the subject, escaping his embrace. Qin Feng shrugs. I just got here too, but judging by those girls earlier, they don't have cat ears, rabbit ears, or 2 foxtails. They look just like 99% of the girls on the internet. Well, we're in luck. We haven't landed in another race's territory. We're still in human territory. Right then, the group of girls from earlier comes back, wearing clothes haphazardly, along with a group of young men.
Who dares bully my junior sisters? The lead guy roars angrily, the sonic boom dispersing the mist in the hot spring, revealing Qin Feng and his buddies. It's him. Qin Feng and Xiao Bai point at Lin San in unison.
Lin San is full of question marks, completely clueless. You gutsy little punk, dare you bully my junior sisters?
The guy's furious. He rushes over, standing on the shore looking at Lin San, a powerful aura radiating from him. Then he turns into a beam of light, flying straight at Lin San, his hands slightly curved, like dragon claws, covered by a sharp aura, creating a feeling of pressure as if tearing the universe apart.
Lin San's face is serious, quickly focusing sword energy to block the attack. Seeing Lin San's sword aura, he sneers, his 5 white fingers tearing through the air, violently colliding with the sword aura, scattering water everywhere. Lin San's sword aura is torn to shreds, but those 5 fingers are unscathed. Lin bro, he doesn't even care about you. Qin Feng just chilled next to him, munching on some melon seeds. Being the one who understands Lin San the most, he knew Lin San was holding back. Otherwise, that dude wouldn't have even survived 1 move. Seeing that guy kept giving Lin San a hard time, Qin Feng couldn't pretend anymore. He unleashed his aura, the energy rippling the water. A sharp sword materialized, and the spring water surged from the center of the pool. Lin San didn't want to kill anyone, so he didn't draw his sword, just whacked him with the hilt. That guy didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying backward, spitting blood everywhere. The crowd on the shore stared with wide eyes, not believing their senior brother had been defeated. You gotta know, their senior brother was already at Qi Refining 5th level, while Lin San was only Qi Refining 4th level, and his aura was unstable. Clearly just broke through to become a warrior recently. The senior brother spat out more blood, and finally figured out Lin San's identity. He must be a warrior chosen by Kunlun. Their strength is way stronger than normal cultivators of the same level. Just picking any one of them could crush the stay-behinds like them. Everyone freaked out and quickly helped their senior brother escape. Lin San, with a serious face, muttered, "Am I really that scary?" Tian Jun came up to Qin Feng and whispered, "This must be the territory of some sect. We gotta get out and Yuta here." "Yeah, boss, we should leave ASAP," Wan Ma worriedly advised. "Qin Feng, why are you guys so worried?" Qin Feng remained unfazed, not taking the danger seriously at all. Besides, he had plenty of trump cards, and as long as he stuck to Lin San's aura, he could turn bad luck into good, and danger into safety. Qin Feng stared intently at Lin San, afraid he'd suddenly run away. Feeling that burning gaze, Lin San suddenly felt like he was falling into an abyss, freezing cold. It was that familiar, passionate look that made him want to scream. "No way! I can't stay with Xinxiang anymore, or I'll keep getting dragged into trouble." Lin San stepped onto the shore, bowed to Qin Feng, and then tried to escape him. "You want to ditch me?" Qin Feng said with a dejected tone. "That's so hurtful." "Ling Xiong, wait, I just want to ask for a small favor. I promise I won't do anything bad." Qin Feng hurriedly chased after him. Meanwhile, in the beast-infested forest on the border of the Great Xia dynasty, Princess Nanfeng was leading the remaining Great Xia disciples in a desperate escape. She was both lucky and unlucky. Lucky to be back in Great Xia, unlucky to have stumbled into the lair of the seven-eyed crimson bloodhounds. Rumor has it that these monsters have the blood of ancient savage beasts in them. They're completely lacking in intelligence, only knowing slaughter and devouring. They only know fighting and eating. Every day, they're either hunting or fighting. Because they live in packs, even beasts stronger than them wouldn't dare provoke them. Ants can kill an elephant, after all, and they also hold grudges. Where is this place? When will Father Emperor come to get me? Princess Nanfeng wondered. Just then, she tripped and fell. A seven-eyed crimson bloodhound lunged at her, opening its jaws wide to tear her apart. Luckily, a sword appeared out of nowhere, stopping the fatal bite. The owner of the sword was none other than the great Xia Emperor. After receiving the distress signal from Princess Nanfeng, he immediately brought troops to escort her. Just in time. Otherwise, his outstanding daughter would have died. Among his children, only Nanfeng was reliable. The rest were as useless as floating duckweed. He clenched his fist, and the sword in the monster's mouth suddenly exploded with terrifying energy. A stream of sword energy formed, and with a flick of his wrist he decapitated the beast. Princess Nanfeng shed tears of despair. If Fang Cheng were here, then she wouldn't have to worry about the immortal essence, and wouldn't be bullied by Qin Feng like this. Now if Father Emperor knew she not only failed to bring back the immortal essence, but also lost all the genius disciples in Kunlun, she feared she would completely lose her chance to compete for the throne. At this moment, more seven-eyed crimson bloodhounds charged in, wanting to devour everyone. Chang Kun, the great Xia Emperor's subordinate and prime minister, quickly drew his saber and stood in front of everyone. "Everyone, listen up. Follow me, and eliminate the monsters." As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Kun slashed at the nearest monster. Seeing this, the others also drew their weapons and charged forward. What, Lin San's Iron Brigade robbed 80% of the immortal essence? Feng Cheng monopolized 6 Dao fruits. The great Xia Emperor was furious. "You really are my good daughter. I trusted you with thousands of genius disciples. But you didn't fulfill your duty, not only suffering heavy losses but also coming back empty-handed." Princess Nanfeng trembled and knelt down. She understood clearly. The emperor's words were a favor when she still had value, but when she lost her value, she would feel the cruelty of the imperial family. At this moment, a court official hurriedly interjected. "Your Majesty, now is not the time to investigate Princess Nanfeng's responsibility. I believe this is not only not a danger, but also a great opportunity for Great Xia." The great Xia Emperor frowned, not understanding how this could be an opportunity. The court official spoke. "Your Majesty, think about it. Now that 80% of the immortal essence and treasures have been robbed by Lin San, it means whoever finds Lin San first can obtain thousands of immortal essences and treasures. And then there's Feng Cheng, who comes from Great Xia, making it easier to win him over than others. What you say is right." The Great Xia Emperor was delighted. Within Kunlun, Great Xia couldn't show its full strength, but outside, few forces dared to directly confront the Great Xia imperial family. He immediately ordered, "Add more men. At all costs find and capture Lin San and Feng Cheng." To prevent any accidents, he even directly led troops to fight for the remaining immortal essence. The other forces, after learning of the situation, did the same. The big factions didn't want to give up their power, and the small factions weren't willing to be slaves for life, causing partial conflicts to escalate into large-scale wars.
As soon as Kunlun closed its doors, the desolate ancient forces acted almost simultaneously.
In the blink of an eye, primordial chaos descended, battles erupted everywhere, and turmoil arrived. An old fortune-telling master sighed, recalling events from 15 years prior. A lunar eclipse opens the ghost gate. The eclipse weakens the kingdom's treasures. Joy turns to tragedy like a falling jade, and if the moon turns purple, disaster will befall the land. Old Tua looked up at the sky, muttering, "The current chaotic situation is definitely related to the ghost gate that appeared during the lunar eclipse 15 years back. A massive conflict is unfolding. I don't know if it's demons suppressing the common people, or the common people fighting for the world. Can't see clearly. And even if I could, I wouldn't dare to say."
Congratulations, host, for causing chaos throughout the world. Received a chance for a lucky draw. Xin Feng jolted, feeling the system was slandering him. Clearly, those noble elites look down on commoners. A single human being can't shake those nobles, so I'm going against the grain to shake those immutable rules from the past, restoring the natural order that was originally equal for everyone. How dare those before judge right and wrong? Why must those after endure? The heavens must change. Whoever hinders me from going against the heavens, I will take everything from them, and let them experience the normal life of commoners in the name of humanity.
I'll adopt their wives and children. If there are sons, I believe many people need slaves. Qin Feng raised his head high, looking at the blue sky. He was going to walk the path of the protagonist, so that the protagonist would have no path left to walk.
The system has never seen a righteous villain with such grand ambitions. The pocket dimension's storage space has doubled.
Qin Feng thought to himself, what do I need such a large space for? It's going to make people think I'm always ready to plunder other people's assets. He called the system and used the prize wheel. The familiar prize wheel appeared, beginning to spin slowly. As he wished, congratulations, host. You've won a sword skill upgrade card, again with the sword skills.
Xin Feng suddenly rushed forward, grabbing Lin San's shirt. Lin Xiang, I feel like I can't take it anymore. Can't take what? Lin San asked, baffled. System, use the upgrade card.
Xin Feng said, with a look of pain, I can't take it anymore. Lin San suddenly panicked, remembering the way Xin Feng usually looked at him. Don't tell me he wants to.
Congratulations, host, for using the upgrade card. Sword intent has been raised to the 5th level. Sharp swords of energy radiated from Xin Feng's body, like brilliant light in the darkness,
tearing open the sky, opening a new world of sword ki. Lin San pursed his lips, exclaiming in his heart,
5th level sword intent. What? If I'm not mistaken, before entering Kunlun, Xin Feng was only at the 3rd level of chi refining, and has already reached the 5th level of chi refining. 5th level sword intent. A Yao beast-eating livestock doesn't grow this fast.
Congratulations, host, for damaging the self-esteem of a favored child of heaven. Received 100,000 villain points. Boom! A sound came from Qin Feng's body, and the surrounding chi flowed into him like water, causing his strength to increase several times over. Entering the 6th level of the Dao entrance realm, Lin San completely lost his composure, nearly going crazy. Lin San gaped, speechless, unable to describe his mood.
Congratulations, host, for damaging the self-esteem of a favored child of heaven.
Received 100,000 villain points.
Lin San was damaged too severely, only wanting to escape far away from Qin Feng, this monster. If I've committed any sins, please, heavens, strike me down with lightning. Don't let Qin Feng torment me anymore. I want peace. With that, Lin San ran away as fast as his legs could carry him.
Meanwhile, at the border between the eastern and western Great Xia, our luck is too bad. The little sisters of the Moon God Palace lamented. They had no clue how they ended up here. It felt like the heavens were messing with them. The eastern part of Daxia belonged to the Qin family. When Yushen Palace forcefully took Xin Feng away, it enraged the Qin ancestors, leading them to vow to capture female disciples from Yushen and make them their maids. The west was Tianxin City, bordering the Yin-Yu dynasty, and clashes between the two were frequent. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Xian reassured everyone. Just then, a sharp sound of air being cut filled the air.
Xingyan's face turned serious as she looked back, immediately paling.
A sword tore through the air, its sharp sword intent terrifying the Yue Shen Palace disciples. Xingyan quickly appeared in front of everyone. Several nascent soul cultivators joyfully fired signal flares into the sky.
The words Tianjin echoed,
indicating they were from Tianxin City. The city was signaling its comrades.
Xingyan's face was grim with worry. Dealing with a few nascent soul cultivators was easy, but they were currently in enemy territory.
If higher-level nascent soul cultivators were called, they could only wait for Yushen people to come and collect their corpses. At that moment, fierce sounds of air being torn apart roared as several large ships flew out from the stream bank, each carrying thousands of female cultivators.
Xingyan, what do we do now?
The junior Yushen sisters asked, panicked. Head to the Qin family. Xian hesitated for a moment before deciding to head towards eastern Daixia. Although legend had it that Qin Feng betrayed his family for power, taking his younger brother's supreme bone, Xingyan's intuition always told her there was an unspoken secret about it.
In the 7 years she spent by Qin Feng's side, she felt even more that he wasn't the kind of person who would stop at nothing for power. The group from Tianjin City watched as Xinyan entered Qin territory, hesitating for a moment whether to continue the pursuit. Initially, Tianjin City and the Qin family had a pretty good relationship. Ever since the Tianjin City young miss became engaged to the Qin family's second young master 7 years ago, the two sides were even closer, at least not sabotaging each other, and occasionally even helping each other out. But everything only lasted for 7 years. After the young miss called off the engagement with the Qin family, the relationship between the two sides became complicated. Anyone who set foot on the other's territory would be relentlessly pursued. The leader frowned and thought, finally ordering to continue the chase. Moreover, they were bringing a lot of immortal essence stones. Even if they were useless to them, they could be offered to the commander, creating opportunities for promotion in the future. For the sake of the future, this risk was worth taking. This isn't good. The Yushen Jr. sisters' expressions changed. The Tianjin City group was chasing them at an alarming speed, about to catch up. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion roared, a mighty power capable of swallowing 10,000 zang of heaven and earth. A terrifying pressure enveloped everything, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Just then, a huge crack appeared on the ground, separating the two sides. Next, a vast area of tens of thousands of miles on the Tianjin City side was lifted by a mighty force. While everyone in Tianjin City was still confused about what was happening, a beautiful woman in a gorgeous dress appeared in mid-air. It was Yuan Xiyue, Qin Feng's mother. People of Tianjin, it was fine that your young miss came to call off the engagement with my son, but now you dare to invade Qin territory, you're courting death. Recalling the matter of the Tianjin young miss coming to call off the engagement, her face turned icy. Her slender hand gently waved, and boom! Tens of thousands of square miles of land collapsed. Thousands of nascent souls turned to ash before they could even scream. The little moon goddesses were so scared they were gulping like crazy, trying to figure out how to stall for time. Seeing this, Yun Shiyu's expression softened. Don't be nervous. I know you're disciples of the moon goddess palace. I'm not a Qin, but a Yun. My name is Yun Shiyue. Isn't that the divine child's mother? No wonder Qin Feng is so gorgeous. It's all thanks to the madame. The little maids were both shocked and flattering. Yun Jiyue tried to control her emotions, but her voice still trembled slightly. How has he been all these years? Xinyan naturally knew who she was referring to, and bowed like a young maiden. He is currently the divine child of the moon goddess palace, and also the third holy son of the Yin Moon dynasty. The more Yun Jiyu heard, the more her heart ached. Parents always want their children to be successful, but she knew how much hardship, sweat, and blood Qin Feng had gone through to achieve those things. Moreover, Qin Feng left her when he was only 8 years old. Every time she thought about it, she woke up crying every night. On the other side, Qin Feng followed Lin San with a bright smile. Whether it really brought good luck or not, as long as he stuck with Lin San, he was definitely out of danger. Lin San couldn't take it anymore, and finally asked, Xin Xiang, don't you have anything else to do? Qin Feng grinned and said, nothing is more important than sticking with Lin Xiang. Then he tightened his grip around Lin San, afraid he'd disappear in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, thunder roared, and a purple-faced old man appeared, blocking their path. You are warriors fresh out of Kunlun. Who is the leader? The old man scanned them with a greedy glint in his eyes, not bothering to hide it. Lin San already sniffed something fishy, pointed straight at Qin Feng. But unexpectedly, Qin Feng, Xiao Bai, Tian Jun, and Wan Ma all raised 4 fingers towards him. Lin San's entire body froze, and in his heart he cursed Qin Feng's ancestors for 18 generations, along with all his accomplices. The old man focused his killing intent, aimed it directly at Lin San, and transformed into a blur, rushing over with extreme speed. Lin San was furious, but still had to draw his sword to block. Especially when facing such an old devil, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used his strongest move, sword transformation, into myriad swords. The sound of the sword being drawn echoed throughout the forest. The sword light flashed imposingly, carrying a bone-piercing chill, and the sound of wind-breaking roared. Qin Feng panicked and shouted to the system, exchange for a foundation pill to stabilize my mind. Congratulations to the host for spending 6 million villain points, successfully exchanged for a foundation pill. Bam! The old man instantly appeared in front of Lin San. He raised his withered hand and squeezed Lin San's throat. Lin San spat out blood, feeling as if his throat was being crushed. Damn, so fast. Qin Feng was startled. He thought Lin San could hold out longer. This is as fast as one of those short film authors. Qin Feng immediately appeared behind the old man. Had enough playing around. The old man jumped in surprise. He immediately guessed Qin Feng's identity. But Qin Feng didn't give him a chance to speak. The eye of destruction aimed directly at him. At such close range, the power of destruction blasted straight into the old man's face. He screamed miserably, releasing Lin San and retreating quickly. But Qin Feng had no intention of letting him go. His eyes locked on to where the old man was going. The secrets of all things were exposed. Half of his head instantly vanished, and then the effect began to spread throughout his body. Qin Feng suddenly closed his eyes, panting heavily. That was the primal eye technique of ancient times.
The old man still had half a head left, looking terrifying. If he wasn't an expert in the life and death realm, that one move would have been enough to send him to meet King Yama. But he wasn't happy about escaping death at all.
Just then, the old man's eyes suddenly widened. He felt something pierce his butt. Turning his head, he saw Wan Ma, who had snuck around behind him at some point, stabbing his spear straight into his ahem back passage. But after all, the opponent was still a life and death realm expert, and their attacks didn't cause any real damage.
Die, all of you, the old man roared angrily, and terrifying aura erupted from him. The old man, Tianjun, and Wan Ma were blown away, their fates unknown.
But thanks to them stalling for a moment, Xin Feng and Lin San had time to recover. Lin San looked at Xin Feng, panting. Xin Zhong. I have a sword piercing 10,000 miles, Xin Feng replied. I have a sword that opens the heavenly gate. The two exchanged glances and smiled knowingly, as if they knew each other's hearts. Suddenly, two terrifying sword lights erupted from the two, and the sound of wind breaking and sword energy roared like a tide everywhere. Two golden lights soared into the sky like two dragon swords, carrying tremendous power that made the earth and sky change color. Even those thousands of miles away could see it, and everyone was overwhelmed by the scene before them. The two sword lights merged, and countless sword energies formed a tornado connecting heaven and earth. The sound of swords rang out deafeningly, and huge waves like storms quickly spread for tens of thousands of miles.
You little brat, don't look down on others. The old man went nuts, pushed into a corner, his life and death realm aura exploding fiercely, the ground cracking like a spiderweb spreading everywhere.
Two swords combined. Xin Feng and Lin San simultaneously swung their swords, two streams of light slashing down, merging into one, present within each other indistinguishably. Terrifying ripples spread everywhere, the sound of swords echoing through the heavens, their power increasing by M times compared to fighting alone. Both of them spat blood. After who knows how long, the world finally returned to peace. Lin San knelt amidst the ruins, barely able to stand firm. Lin San looked miserable, almost collapsing. Xin Feng quickly ran over to check.
Brother Lin, are you okay? Only after making sure Lin San was fine did he breathe a sigh of relief. Lin San was deeply moved, trying hard to control himself. Initially, he thought Xin Feng pushing him out first was irresponsible. But he didn't expect him to still step up at the crucial moment. Being sworn brothers with Xin Feng for life is truly Lin San's good fortune. All right, time to settle accounts.
Xin Feng suddenly took out a ledger and began writing. Brother Lin was choked. I risked my life to save you. You owe me a life. That's not too much to ask, right? My two junior brothers went all out to buy you time. Now their life and death are unknown. You owe 2 more lives.
As for the sword combination, I, as the sole divine envoy of the Moon God Palace, the third saint son of the #1 dark moon in the ancient desolate, charging a life-saving fee is perfectly reasonable. Considering our brotherhood, I'll give you a 50% discount, only collecting 200,000 spirit stones. Lin San's eyes twitched.
Meanwhile, Yulan's group was fortunate to fall into the Dark Moon territory. Lam Ma also arrived immediately after, thinking she'd host a grand celebration party for their success. Little did she know her beloved daughter would bring her thunderbolt news, almost giving her a brain hemorrhage.
Lam Ma, buzzing, couldn't believe her ears. You didn't get a single one of the 7 Daoyo fruits? Tens of thousands of taels of silver were completely robbed, even your storage bags were taken.
I'm sorry I've disappointed you, mother.
Yulan lowered her head, feeling very wronged. From childhood, she had always been her mother's pride, but ever since meeting Xin Feng, she felt useless.
Lam Ma looked at her daughter's sad eyes.
As a mother, Lam Ma could only comfort her daughter, even though she wanted to scream and cry inside.
She had placed so much hope on this opening of Kunlun, and now she was left with nothing. It's all because of Xin Feng?
Yulan snapped. If he hadn't stopped me from picking the Dao fruits, how would we have gone digging for immortal crystals? If we hadn't dug for immortal crystals, how would we have been ambushed? Xin Feng and those two went together. Lam Ma was immediately intrigued and quickly asked, how did Xin Feng perform in Kunlun? What did he find? A female attendant nearby said, Palace Master, young Master Qin, is truly terrifying. He alone blocked the Dao fruits, intimidating tens of thousands of martial artists from approaching. Moreover, we suspect the 6 Dao fruits weren't taken by Fang Chang, but by Xin Feng. As for his other treasures, we're not sure, but with Xin Feng's strength, there must be a lot. Lam Ma's eyes lit up. Just now I was still worried about my daughter's cultivation resources. I've raised you for so many years. It's time for you to repay your mother as the sole princess of the demonic palace, a top martial artist of the Dark Moon, one of the 4 great beauties of the ancient desolate. It's only reasonable for my daughter to have a high bride price. Lam Ma looked at her daughter. A hint of sadness flickered in Yulan's eyes. A daughter has grown up and must marry, otherwise she'll be a burden to her mother. See, what I said is right. Having a capable husband to protect you is the happiest thing. Go home and change into a beautiful dress. Mother will cook a few small dishes and invite Xin Feng over for a meal. We'll arrange the marriage right away. No. Yulan shook her head. Men are just external things.
I want to prove myself with my own two hands.
Lam Ma sighed and advised. Men are external things, but they can also be internal things. The two are not contradictory. How can they be internal things? Yulan tilted her head, not understanding. Haven't experienced it, so you don't know, Lam Ma muttered. She continued to suggest. Daughter, I know you want to prove that women are no less than men, but you also have to understand your own strengths. Men shed blood to conquer the world. Women shed sweat to win the world.
Do you understand what I mean? Don't understand and don't want to understand.
Yulan remained stubborn, threw back that sentence, and left. You almost gave me a heart attack. Lam Ma rubbed her chest and muttered. My own daughter. I can't be angry. Can't be angry. Meanwhile, in another place, Lin San watched the old man breathe his last, feeling a pang of sympathy. Initially, he was prepared to flee when encountering a life-and-death realm expert
who knew a life-and-death expert didn't even have time to show his strength, couldn't even launch a single move before being wiped out. This life-and-death realm is too pathetic. Xin Feng stepped forward and took the ring, just keeping the old man's belongings.
Inside were only low-grade divine stones, some random pills, cultivation techniques, and alchemy methods. Lin San couldn't help but cough, envying Xin Feng's luck. Born into the #1 family in the ancient desolate, even running away from home got him taken in by the Moon God Palace.
But thinking about it, Brother Qin will probably share half with me. No, he's a stingy guy. Xin Feng furrowed his brow, flicked his hand, stuffed the pile of stuff into his pocket, showing no intention of sharing with Lin San. Alright, let's quickly recover spiritual energy. Who knows if that old man has any accomplices? If we run into them, we're definitely dead.
At this moment, Xin Feng finally remembered his 2 junior brothers. He quickly dug through the rubble and pulled out Tianjun and Wan Ma. Not far away, Lin San was sitting in meditation healing his injuries. Wonder if these 2 can still be saved. Xin Feng checked their breathing carefully. It was too weak, almost imperceptible. That owner is a hard shell.
Xiao Bai suddenly yelped. Sure enough, Yurong walked over with a look of horror on her face. She was terrified by the scene around her. Why is Yurong here?
Is she Lin San's wife? Xin Feng glanced at her, feeling they weren't compatible. What happened?
The more Yurong walked, the more she trembled. She couldn't imagine how terrifying the battle was that could level this entire area.
Right then, Xin Feng steps up, immediately in front of her, closing the gap. Yurong, startled, instantly recognizes the guy. It's Xin Feng, the one who used to bully her back in Kunlun.
No way. That crazy intense battle just now? Was that Xin Feng? Young Rong's eyes bug out. There's no way that kind of terrifying power could come from someone at the 6th level of chi refining. That had to be a fight between experts in the life and death realm at least. Suddenly, Xin Feng grabs Yurong, slings her over his shoulder, and starts walking away, closing the gap. Put me down, I knew it. Yurong panics, squirming to get out of Xin Feng's grip. Back in Kunlun, she already had a bad impression of him.
So this random action freaks her out. Is he gonna do that to her? Quiet. Xin Feng smacks her butt. Nice and plump. Definitely a virgin. Yurong is utterly humiliated by this rude dude.
Hurry up, help me see if they're still alive. Xin Feng sets her down next to Tianjun and Wan Ma. If Yurong can save them, everyone wins.
You're such a bully, Yurong whines, strongly condemning Xin Feng's impolite behavior, saying she won't treat them unless Xin Feng apologizes. Even while saying that, Yurong sneakily glances at the 2 guys, sees they're not quite dead yet. But then, a sharp, long sword appears, placed right against Yurong's neck. Miss Yurong, you're getting a little too bold. You want to guess if your grave will have grass growing on it next year? Xin Feng's voice is ice cold. Ah, I'm just kidding. Yurong instantly flashes a bright smile, gently pushes the sword away, and pulls out her golden needles. Congratulations to the host for threatening the life of a destined heavenly chosen, gaining 50,000 villain points. Looking at Lin San healing not far away, Xin Feng feels like those 2 just don't fit. Especially Lin San, how can he marry someone else? Xiao San is clearly mine.
At this time, hundreds of Qin family disciples were unluckily teleported into the territory of the Yin Moon, within the sphere of influence of a force called the Golden Eagle Sect. As soon as they appeared, they were discovered by the Golden Eagle Sect disciples. Quick, tie them up, don't let them escape. Someone's already gone to report the news. The elders are on their way. Thousands of Golden Eagle Sect disciples quickly surrounded the Qin family disciples. Qin Mu Shui anxiously shoots a signal flare into the sky, forming the character for love. The current situation makes breaking through impossible. They can only hope that those friendly to the Qin family nearby, like the grandfathers searching for disciples, will come to the rescue. Not far away, Qin Hao has a huge headache, with a 1,000,000-strong army chasing after him. Ever since he tripped and fell into their midst last time, they've been clinging to him, insisting he be their boss. But Qin Hao's expression suddenly changes when he sees the Qin family's distress signal. Without hesitation, he rushes towards the signal. Big bro, wait up, we're not letting go of your leg either, the 1,000,000-strong army says. The battle is still raging fiercely, blood soaking the ground. The Qin family disciples are clearly exhausted. They're learning firsthand what it means to be swarmed to death, with no chance to catch their breath. It's over, Qin Mushu bitterly smiles.
knowing they can't wait for the grandfathers.
Boom! Qin Hao arrives with extreme force, the ground shattering. Qin Feng younger brother came to save us. Qin Mushui cheers happily.
If it's Qin Feng, as long as the enemy doesn't bring out their ancestors, they can definitely escape. But reality is disappointing. You're Qin Hao. You came alone. Qin Mushui is completely frustrated. Not alone. There's also a 1,000,000-strong army. They're almost here. Qin Hao answers honestly. 1,000,000-strong army. 1,000,000-strong army. Qin Mushui isn't happy at all hearing that. It sounds familiar. Just then, two sounds of rushing wind ring out. Qin Hao's army swarms into the ranks of the Golden Eagle sect disciples. The 1,000,000-strong army appears, jumping down from above, flanking Qin Hao like two bodyguards. The smile on Qin Mushui's face instantly vanishes. My name is 1,000,000. I am the army. Qin Mushui feels helpless, wanting to leave.
Now that we're here, there's no escaping, Qin Mushu says with a serious expression, ready to fight to the end.
Absolutely, let them taste our strength. Qin Hao excitedly clenches his fist, eager for a big fight. You stand behind me. Qin Mushui immediately shields Qin Hao.
This isn't a battle you can participate in.
No need, Qin Hao refuses impolitely, plugging his ears no matter what Qin Mushu says. You guys step back. I'm about to show off. Right then, a thunderous roar that shook the heavens makes everyone turn to look, only to see lightning dancing around Qin Hao, exuding a fierce aura of destruction. His whole person is like a god of thunder dominating all things. Lightning flashes in Qin Hao's eyes, and he claps his hands together, concentrating all his destructive power like a tsunami rushing forward.
The world changes color. Thunder rumbles across the sky. Lightning tears through the darkness, echoing with earth-shattering roars.
Lightning erupts from Qin Hao's body and shoots straight into the sky. The sky immediately surging with lightning dragons, countless bolts of lightning like divine thunder descending to the earth,
slaughtering the Golden Eagle sect disciples, miserable cries ringing out like capitalism cutting grass, one person with each strike. Thousands of Golden Eagle sect disciples turn into piles of smoke reeking of burnt flesh.
Impossible! He's the second young master, Qin Hao? The Qin family disciples widen their eyes in disbelief. Unable to believe the person in front of them is the useless Qin Hao, since his supreme bone was taken 7 years ago. Qin Hao fell off the charts for 7 years. His cultivation progress was extremely slow, far behind the Qin family disciples of his age. Who could have imagined that after 7 years, the trash would rise again? Not only did he merge with the heaven-destroying divine thunder, but he can also slaughter, like killing dogs.
Meanwhile, somewhere else,
Qin Feng couldn't help but achoo! Sneeze! He felt like someone was talking smack about him. With his 6th layer of entry to Dako, how could he possibly get sick? Even ordinary mortals escaped worldly ailments. Moreover, he was close to reaching the entry to Dako realm. It was probably Fang Cheng cursing him.
As the #1 favored one of the ancient era, he just had to watch out for that guy. Just then, Tianjun and Wanma stirred. Their breathing a little weaker than before, their clothes were torn, and 7 or 8 needles were stuck in various acupoints on their bodies. Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer. You guys, is the Medicine God Valley's medical skill that bad? It's been so long, and you're still not fully recovered, Yu Rong angrily retorted. They are entry to Dao cultivators, who were heavily injured by the Masters of Life and Death. Luckily they met me, the successor of the Medicine God Valley. If they met my master, other medicine would have been prepared, ready to go to the underworld. Then, Qin Feng drew his azure eternal divine sword, and placed it against Yu Rong's neck. Feeling the chill on her neck, Yu Rong said aggrievedly, I'm really sorry, I'm incompetent, my medical skills are mediocre, I'm so sorry for wasting your time, young master. Ding? Congratulations to the host for threatening the fated destiny of a destined heavenly chosen, gaining 50,000 villain points. Qin Feng thought to himself, niece, I haven't even tried hard, and I'm already getting villain points. Compared to Fang Cheng's White Moonlight, these two girls who love Long Ao Tian are much better, but the villain points are low. The others get 100,000 to 200,000 points, while she only gets 50,000. Oh well, there's still a long way to go. Qin Feng sheathed his sword and continued to threaten. If I see you slacking off, I won't hold back. Hearing this, Yu Rong swallowed and hurriedly took a large medicine box from her storage mirror, starting to treat Tianjun and Wanma. Their breathing gradually stabilized. Qin Feng curiously glanced at the medicine mirror, only seeing a few books in the corner. Thinking they were medical manuals of the Medicine God Valley, he was stunned when he saw the titles, his mouth agape, The Aloof Duke, and The Innocent Girl. The righteous sect's supreme being falls in love with 2 cult leaders at once, the kind neighbor and the lucky boy. Heavens, I didn't expect the successor of the Medicine God Valley to like reading this kind of stuff. What are you doing? Seeing her secret discovered, Yu Rong quickly snatched back the books. Her only secret had been discovered by this scoundrel. If he reported it to her master, she would be dead. This was her only hobby besides medicine, and if her masters found out, they would ban her from reading and confiscate all the books on the grounds of wasting time. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled into a sly smile.
Looking at her expression, it seemed she didn't want anyone to know this secret. What are you planning to do? Yu-rong hugged the books to her chest, nervously looking up at him. If you dare reveal this secret, I'll tell everyone that you pretended to lose too much blood in Kunlun to save everyone. Xin Feng was stunned. Not expecting to be threatened back, Yu-rong confidently said, in other people's eyes you looked pale because you lost blood, but I immediately recognized that it was due to qi and blood disorder. Although I don't know why you're okay despite losing so much blood, I know you definitely took advantage of those little senior sisters. You've successfully caught my attention. Xin Feng grabbed Yu-rong's smooth white face and said coldly. It seems you know too much, I can't spare you. Yu-rong shuddered, inwardly crying out to the heavens. The tone, the plot, the dialogue, the identity, everything was exactly like the characters in the novels. Should she kneel down and beg for mercy, or put on a tough act to attract his attention, or push him away and leave? Starting a twisted and painful 2 million-word relationship. Young master, I don't know anything. Yu-rong decided to abandon her dignity and knelt down, crying and begging for mercy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully threatening the fated destiny of a child of destiny. Gaining 50,000 villain points, Xin Feng's eyes twitched. This was the first time he had met a protagonist with so little integrity. He didn't know what Lin San saw in this girl. Did he like people with no integrity? Too shameless? Suddenly, Xiao Bai dashed out from somewhere, landing on Xin Feng's shoulder, constantly criticizing Yu-rong's actions, saying that even it, a rabbit, had more integrity than her. It seemed to have forgotten that it had run away when they were fighting for pills. Our rabbit is the best. Xin Feng was very satisfied with Xiao Bai's performance. Waving his hand to take a carrot from the system, I like master the most, Xiao Bai happily rubbed its face against Xin Feng's hand while taking the carrot, thus obtaining a delicious carrot. Suddenly, Tianjun and Wan Ma coughed violently, finally able to breathe again. Yu-rong hurriedly checked them, sighing in relief. Their breathing has stabilized. If you want to recover quickly, just feed them some healing pills. Although the medicine is poisonous, if used in the correct dosage it won't leave any sequelae. If not, I can use my medical skills to treat them, guaranteeing there will be no complications. After saying this, Yu-rong glanced at Xin Feng with a pitiful look, as if to say she was very useful. Xin Feng scratched his head, recalling the 2 immortal slave seals he received earlier. If he made a move now, it might create conflict with Lin San. Losing Lin San over a girl wasn't worth it. Xin Feng opened the world map, went inside, planning to find some pills for Sister Sheng. Tianjun Wan Ma, due to cultivating the 13 transformations technique, could recover quickly, so he never needed pills. Naturally, he didn't have any on him. But in Kunlun, he robbed over 100,000 people. Surely there was enough stuff he could use. Master, we worked so hard to collect all these good bags and treasures. Shouldn't you reward us? The beautiful girls surrounded Xin Feng, chirpily demanding rewards, their big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xin Feng swallowed, feeling like he'd fallen into the Spider-Woman cave. Suddenly, Xin Feng frowned, hastily clutching his chest. His heart was pounding, and his face turned pale. This feeling was like 7 years ago, when he personally dug out his younger brother's supreme bone, a strange connection between twins. It signaled that his younger brother was in mortal danger. Hang on, little bro, I'm coming to the rescue. Xin Feng ignored the girl's disdainful looks, and pulled the azure long divine sword out of the Shanhe Shi Ji2. Xin Feng's cold face, as he stepped out, exuded a terrifying, murderous aura. Xin Feng formed a hand seal, transforming the azure long divine sword into 2 massive flying swords. Without hesitation, he pulled Yu-rong onto a flying sword, heading straight towards Xin Hao. Seeing this, Xiao Bai also hurriedly followed. What's this? Yu-rong asked curiously. Looking at the Shanhe Shiji-2 on Xiao Bai's back, Xin Feng had just entered it so easily. This is the Shanhe Shiji-2 that Xin Feng personally put on my back, Xiao Bai explained quickly. Let me tell you, it was a beautiful evening. Xin Feng called me over to solemnly present the Shanhe Shiji-2 to me. You thought I was just holding a map? This is trust. Yu-rong's lips twitched. She really didn't understand why this adorable rabbit was lying so blatantly. But whatever, she was the heir to the Divine Valley after all. Xiao Bai suddenly had an idea. It heard Xin Feng say that the place where you spent the most money was hospitals, or rather, pharmacies. No matter how much money you brought, it would all be spent. So the Divine Valley was the #1 pharmacy in the Desolate Ancients. It must be super rich. If it sold Xin Feng to Yu-rong, her dad would definitely make a lot of money, and they'd be set for life. Suddenly, a majestic aura like Mount Tai pressed down, causing many Qin family disciples to tremble. Who is it? Qin Hao roared. I am Martial Elder of the Golden Eagle sect. An old man's voice echoed across the sky. A white-haired old man in a Taoist robe flew in the air, exuding a fierce aura that made the Qin family disciples struggle to breathe. The Qin family disciples' faces turned pale, knowing that they were really in trouble this time. Those little Qin brats, with just over 100 people, killed tens of thousands of my disciples. The 5th elder looked at the piles of corpses, feeling extremely repressed. He raised his hand and violently struck them with a fist of life and death of the 9th level.
Seeing Qin Hao in danger, Qin Mushui's expression changed, and she rushed forward to meet the attack head-on. Qin Mushui's internal organs were severely injured, and fresh blood spewed from her mouth. Qin Mushui couldn't withstand it, and collapsed. If the ancestor hadn't arrived in time, we really wouldn't have been able to hold on. At this moment, Qin Hao hurried over to support Qin Mushui. Qin Mushui was furious, and quickly took out a set of treasure equipment and immortal essences found in Kunlun from her ring, stuffing it into Qin Hao's hands. "Run quickly, we'll hold back the fifth elder." Qin Mushui pushed Qin Hao back with utmost seriousness, signaling for several Qin family disciples to take Qin Hao and run.
"Is that thing on him?" The fifth elder instantly appeared in front of Qin Hao. He had just seen Qin Mushu give the ring to Qin Hao.
Seeing Qin Hao in danger, Qin Mushui rushed forward to stop him. "Run!" Qin Mushui and the other disciples held on to the fifth elder, shouting for Qin Hao to run. "Big brother, run!" 100,000 strong also rushed forward to buy time for Qin Hao, courting death. The fifth elder was annoyed with the ants, raised his hand and struck with a fist. Thunder rumbled, and the void shook incessantly. Qin Mushui coughed up blood and collapsed. Seeing so many Qin family disciples sacrificed, especially Qin Mushui, who had always cared for him since he was a child, Qin Hao's rage hit the frickin' ceiling. No more backing down. Time to go on the offensive. Qin Hao roared like a beast and charged straight at the fifth elder. The energy explosion was insane. The sound was earth-shattering. The ambient energy was compressed and violently concentrated, erupting with a destructive force that made the void tremble like it was about to collapse. "Gotta kill this little punk? Can't let him live?" The fifth elder's pupils constricted. He finally realized how dangerous Qin Hao was.
"Phantom grandfather," said the voice, telepathically transmitting to Qin Hao. "Kid, I'm lending you my power, but this will be a huge burden on your body. You need to win fast, got it? Relax, I'll be done in a jiffy." Qin Hao glanced at the fifth elder and was instantly in front of him. Crazy fast. The fifth elder was so startled, feeling a danger like never before arose. Facing someone who called himself invincible, no one would dare to be at the same stage as him, but Qin Hao didn't give him a chance to escape. Qin Hao clenched his fist, drawing the surrounding energy at a crazy rate. He hammered the fifth elder with a punch that caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crumble, and unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of energy. BOM. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was rushing over to save Qin Hao, feeling his anxiety somehow lessened. It seemed his little brother was still alive, but then the feeling of security just vanished. Qin Feng felt uneasy. What the heck was going on? Was the danger really gone? Then it hit him. Qin Feng's eyes widened in horror. "Crap, don't tell me my little brother bit the dust inside the Golden Eagle sect's territory." The storm of energy gradually subsided, and peace returned to the heavens and earth. The fifth elder was completely obliterated by Qin Hao's attack, and turned into ash. Not celebrating the victory, Qin Hao stared towards the horizon. This was serious. 3 figures were approaching at warp speed, radiating an energy even more terrifying than the 9th level of life and death. These had to be the other elders of the Golden Eagle sect. "Oh crap, you little rotten scumbag. How dare you kill our fifth elder?" The 3 raged, releasing violent energy from their bodies. The space within tens of thousands of meters distorted violently, and terrifying pressure, like a raging storm, swept across the world. "Don't know what to do with you," the old phantom sighed. "But thinking about it now." The reason he took Qin Hao as his disciple was because he saw the young man's toughness and simplicity. "I will be crazy with you today." The phantom old man's shadow flew out and merged into Qin Hao's body. A terrifying force exploded from Qin Hao, completely changing his aura. Before, Qin Hao was just a fledgling youth, but now he was the ultimate being that ruled the ages. His body glowed brilliantly, an aura of ultimate nobility radiating from within. Lightning surged, welcoming the ultimate lighthouse. The earth stood tall, standing between heaven and earth, arrogantly overlooking all living beings. The whole world had to tremble before this young man, and all things had to bow their heads. "What is this?" The remaining 3 elders were freaking out, their scalps tingling. It felt like they were about to meet a disaster today. "Kill him now!" The 3 elders unleashed their energy, gathering it into 3 gigantic vortices, attacking Qin Hao so hard that the void shook violently, and waves crashed everywhere. At that moment, the shadows of the dragon and the elephant roared, and terrifying energy poured out. They charged towards the human eagle, carrying the terrifying power of heaven and earth. 2 streams of energy collided violently, causing the void to distort violently. The explosion shook the heavens and the earth, and the storm of energy ravaged the void to a horrifying degree, a range comparable to the Hiroshima bombing. The 3 elders concentrated their strength, causing the Jin Sun Circle to emit more brilliant light, and overwhelmed Qin Hao's dragon and elephant shadows. "A little drifter, dare to resist us?" Qin Hao's deep eyes flashed with coldness, and his voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Qin Hao pointed, and the energy of the heavens and the earth churned like a tsunami, pouring down on the dragon and the elephant. The dragon and the elephant roared, tearing the sky apart, and slammed straight into the eagle's arm. "How is this possible?" How could such a young man possibly fight three of them? This kid absolutely cannot be allowed to live. The three elders looked at each other, their eyes full of determination.
The Golden Eagle sect had chosen to confront the Qin family, which meant there was no turning back. They had to kill Qin Hao before the Qin family's founder appeared. If Qin Hao were allowed to grow up, the consequences would be unimaginable. The three elders did not hesitate. He withdrew the Golden Immortal and slammed it into an acupoint, causing his strength to skyrocket. Using the Golden Immortal's acupoint strike can boost power many times over for a short period, but the side effects are harsh. It cost thousands of years of cultivation and a century of recovery. Shows they really felt threatened by Qin Hao. But right now, Old Phantom is borrowing Qin Hao's body at the 5th level of Spirit Realm. Breaking through to the ethereal realm is already the limit. Pushing any further will seriously damage Qin Hao's body. Even now, Qin Hao is heavily injured, his skin cracking and bleeding everywhere. Ouch!
As the three elders kept pumping in more spiritual energy, the human eagle emitted a blinding light. Controlled by them, the giant eagle arm unleashed even more terrifying power than before.
At that moment, the three elders rushed forward with incredible speed, aiming to crush Qin Hao while he was still vulnerable.
Looks like the only way to fight back is to unleash another dragon and elephant. Seeing the enemy charging, Old Phantom knew he couldn't hesitate. Even though boosting power further would harm Qin Hao's body, at least it'd keep him alive. Just let him spend a few decades gathering chi to recover. True cultivation isn't a sprint, and you can't catch up with that monster brother anyway. Even being crippled for a few decades is fine.
The old man changed his mind, and his guilty feelings disappeared. You want to kill me? Go cultivate for a few 100 million more years. The energy within Qin Hao surged, a world-shaking explosion resounded, and the power was enough to drown the myriad realms. Just then, a dignified old man appeared before Qin Hao, blocking the attack of the three elders. He radiated an energy stronger than even the ethereal realm. Backups here. Qin Hao quickly retracted his power. Secretly relieved that his life was saved, he almost got beaten back to his original form, stuck as a cripple for decades again.
The Qin family ancestor looked unhappily at the giant eagle arm.
How dare you bully my little one like this? What are your intentions?
As soon as he finished speaking, he launched an attack. A deafening explosion rang out. The human eagle summoned by the three elders shattered, and the three of them were filled with shock. How could the Qin family ancestor arrive so quickly? The ancestor has arrived. The Golden Eagle sect saw over half of their disciples wounded and killed. The Qin family ancestor's rage erupted like a volcano. At this moment, Qin Hao regained control of his body and immediately added fuel to the fire. Ancestor, they not only hit me, but also used their numerical advantage to bully me.
He launched an attack directly. A terrifying storm raged across the heavens and earth. The wind turned into sharp blades that ravaged the world, and the three elders panicked and desperately wanted to escape from this area.
The ancestors' killing intent pressed down like Mount Tai, causing them to vomit blood. Their aura gradually weakened.
Meanwhile, after a long journey, Qin Feng and his companions finally returned to the Yin Moon dynasty. But as soon as he set foot there,
the anxiety in his heart suddenly disappeared. What's going on? Why can't I sense Qin Hao's location anymore?
He decided to go in and ask for news about Qin Hao while also resting and eating. Flying on the sword consumes a lot of energy. Even though he has an unlimited energy body thanks to the Azure Heaven Overlord body, his spirit has a limit. At this time, Xiao Bai clung to Yu Rong like glue, not leaving at all.
Don't make noise. I'm sleeping. Suddenly, Xin Feng heard news about Qin Hao. Have you heard anything about Qin Hao? That useless second son of the Qin family has risen up and become the successor of the Dragon Elephant Great Emperor?
He single-handedly eliminated the fifth elder of the Golden Eagle sect, and then defeated the three elders in the ethereal realm. Really? That Qin's second son was crippled. How could he be the heir of the Dragon Elephant Great Emperor? Who knows? Maybe the inheritance of the Dragon Elephant Great Emperor only comes after major setbacks. Moreover, the Qin family is the #1 clan in the Desolate Ancients. Their warrior treasures are definitely countless. Qin Feng froze on the spot. He brought thousands of elite heaven troops to rescue his younger brother. But before he could even ask where he was, everything was already over. Seems he's only fit to play the villain slaughtering sex, not worthy of a glorious rescue. Whatever. As long as my little brother is okay, it's my turn to shine. Waiter, bring the wine. At this moment, a familiar female voice rang out. Qin Feng looked up, slightly surprised, to see Princess Nan Feng appear, her face a little tired, along with dozens of guards entering the restaurant. Unlike the ordinary heaven sects before, this time the aura of her guards was very strong.
Ah, Princess Nan Feng suddenly screamed when she accidentally saw Qin Feng. The guards quickly shielded her. The guards vigilantly drew their swords and pointed them at Qin Tianjun. 10,000 horses didn't say a word, helping their weapons to shield in front of Qin Feng, confronting the other side. Run! Run! The movement of both sides also attracted everyone's attention. The scene was about to be a fight, so the diners quickly paid and left the restaurant. It's the men who come to cause trouble, Yu Rong muttered, burying her head. Don't see me. Don't see me. The shop owner quickly ran out with a smile. It's my fault that I didn't serve well. Sorry to bother you. It's okay, we are old friends.
Qin Feng smiled and waved to signal Tianjun Wanama to relax. The shop owner breathed a sigh of relief when he heard old friends. They were just doing small business. It was good if there was no fight. At this time, Princess Nanfeng swept around, not seeing any masters of the Yin Moon dynasty, which meant that the opponent's reinforcements had not arrived yet. This was a rare opportunity to catch Xin Feng, but Xin Feng wasn't panicked at all, smiling and said, "Shop owner, serve that table another chicken, put it on my tab." Princess Nanfeng angrily slammed the table and glared at Xin Feng. Everyone was confused. "Congratulations, master. When the Child of Destiny was away, you framed the woman the Child of Destiny loves in his heart, receiving 5,000 villain points." Yurong tilted her head, totally confused, trying to remember. After Xin Feng helped her get rid of that poison back in fragrant-colored sea, Princess Nanfeng had thanked her super politely. Proper princess vibes, for sure. But now she's acting like a completely different person? It's throwing you wrong for a loop. And how does Xin Feng know the princess likes chicken and isn't picky? Were they, like, a thing? Yurong's eyes popped open like she'd just cracked the Da Vinci Code. A princess from Daxia and a holy son from Yin Moon. Sounds like the start of a trashy romance novel. But the princess is too headstrong, and the holy son is too overbearing. Those two strong personalities together? Explosive! Meanwhile, she's here. A delicate fairy, who could smooth out Xin Feng's overbearing tendencies. Uh-oh. If those two start fighting, is she gonna get used as a human shield? She sneaked a glance at Xin Feng, terrified he was gonna suddenly kiss her, just to piss off Princess Nanfeng. If that actually happened, she wouldn't be able to resist. But if word got out, her master would totally marry her off to Xin Feng to save face for Spirit Valley. But they have zero feelings for each other. What then? Xin Feng forces her to marry him, then starts ignoring her, while she has to watch him getting all lovey-dovey with his side chick, Nanfeng. Would she end up tearing that girl to shreds? Or should she just let things develop naturally with Xin Feng? Compared to an unwanted forced marriage, she definitely preferred a slow burn romance. Can't let them win? Yurong glared at Princess Nanfeng, totally bitter. It's just chicken. If you don't like it, get something else. No need to get your panties in a twist. Xin Feng and Princess Nanfeng both felt a wave of anger rising, like they were about to lose it. Crap. Went too far. Yurong hurriedly grabbed her rice bowl and covered her head, turtling herself up. She just wanted to give everyone an out, but instead she poured gasoline on the fire and made them even angrier. "Master, save me, or I'm gonna get sacrificed." Meanwhile, Lin San was having the time of his life. Usually, Xin Feng was the one standing by watching him fight everyone else. Now he finally got to sit back, eat popcorn, and watch the show. Just then, an old guy next to Princess Nanfeng pulled out a painting and gestured for her to look over at Lin San's table. The princess suddenly froze. She quickly compared Lin San to the picture. Yep, that's Lin San, from Tiangxin City. He's the mastermind behind conning all those ancient wasteland factions. "Capture Lin San," Princess Nanfeng ordered, targeting Lin San instead of Xin Feng. Lin San was utterly baffled. How did I get caught up in this just for eating? "Don't worry, brother Lin, I'll help you out," Xin Feng shouted, his aura exploding. A sharp sword intent rapidly gathered. A blinding flash of light appeared, making the atmosphere ice cold. Lin San and Xin Feng both felt a little awkward. When Xin Feng was in danger, he was ready to watch him suffer. But Xin Feng immediately rushed to his side. He forgot their little pact. "Having you around is such a blessing. Congratulations, master, for messing with the feelings of the heaven-chosen son. Received 50,000 villain points." "Thanks, brother Xin. But this is my problem. I'll handle it." Lin San stepped forward, his aura surging out, causing the air to whistle. Countless strands of sword intent carrying a soft/supple nature shot out, ripping apart space. "Brother Lin." Xin Feng sat down to watch the show, while Yurong kept chowing down on the food at the table. With those gigantic watermelons, she needed lots of nutrition. As the person who understood Lin San the most, Xin Feng recognized that only the old guy next to Princess Nanfeng could beat Lin San. The soft sword in his hand twisted like a snake, creating countless sword illusions that aimed right for Lin San's arms. Trying to chop them off, Lin San's face turned serious. The sword in his hand blazed with a brilliant light as it clashed against his opponents. The sound of metal crashing echoed through the restaurant, and sword auras spread out like a storm, leveling the place. "This is bullying honest people." The restaurant owner burst into tears, feeling completely scammed. "My shop." Xin Feng quickly dragged the crying owner and the fleeing Yurong out of the restaurant. Then, Xin Feng looked at Yurong with a super sarcastic expression. Yurong blushed and mumbled, "So he still likes weak girls like me? Is he gonna start opening up his heart and then kiss me? Should I go along with it?" At this moment, the entire restaurant collapsed under the destructive power of the two, and people hurried out to the street. Seeing a fight, the nosy crowd quickly gathered around. It's really the wanted fugitive of ancient wastelands. He's only at the Qi condensation realm, yet he can fight someone at the nascent soul realm to a draw. If Lin San reaches nascent soul, he could probably kill nascent soul experts like killing dogs. Princess Nanfeng's face turned serious as she finally remembered who Lin San was. "Be careful, he's comprehended righteous aura," Princess Nanfeng quickly warned, not daring to underestimate Xin Feng and Lin San. Both were rare martial artists, Even at the qi condensation realm, they couldn't be treated as normal.
Violent pulling qi overflowed like a storm, and the sword released a dazzling ray of light, tearing apart the sky. He didn't choose to passively defend, but actively attack.
A sharp sword intent erupted with the sword's thrust, covering the entire street, imbued with a righteous aura, delivering justice.
Enough playing around. It's my turn, the old guy next to Princess Nanfeng said quietly, extending 2 slender fingers to parry Lin San's sword thrust. The sound of metal colliding reverberated through the sky, but the old guy's wrinkled fingers were unharmed, even clamping down on Lin San's sword. Lin San's expression changed as he sensed the terrifying power of his opponent. Different from the old man he and Xin Feng had faced before.
They were both at the spirit-severing realm, but this old guy was clearly much stronger. His effeminate appearance and smooth face indicated that he was a eunuch from the Daixia Imperial Palace.
At this moment, Xin Feng has successfully combined Martial Limit Sword, Invincible Sword Heart Dao Law of Nature, Bright Pearl Power, and first form of Azure Sky Overlord Physique.
Everyone's legs twitched in fear at Xin Feng's madness. They'd been praying for just one leg for their entire lives but were not able to obtain it.
While Xin Feng is casually swimming in good fortune, why is the gap so huge when we're both experiencing being human for the first time? Life's not fair, man. Heaven's Severing, Swordless Art. Xin Feng yoinked out his everlasting divine sword, poofing out of sight. His target wasn't the old eunuch, with his crazy tribulation transcendence power level, but the nascent soul bodyguards chilling around Princess Nanfeng. They were all googly-eyed at Lin San, so nobody saw Xin Feng coming.
Oh crap, the bodyguards thought. They didn't expect Xin Feng to come after them. A flash of sword light from behind, and Xin Feng unleashed a series of agonizing wails. Everyone gulped, feeling a chill crawl up their spines. They seriously couldn't figure out why Xin Feng was being so ruthless, chopping off the twig and berries of dozens of dudes with one swing. Ouch.
System notification. Congratulations, host. You have severed wisdom roots, gaining 1,000 villain points.
I can't believe you're still this shameless, Princess Nanfeng huffed, her chest doing the bouncy. After all these years, she's still got that fire. Princess Nanfeng's face went tomato red, glaring daggers at Xin Feng. If looks could kill, Xin Feng would be 6 feet under, like 1,000 times over.
Boom. The old eunuch beside the princess suddenly pulsed with scary power. He pinched Lin San's sword with 2 fingers, letting go, and then, faster than lightning, tapped the blade. Clang. An absurdly strong force blasted out from the sword, sending ripples through the street. Lin San got blindsided, spitting out a mouthful of blood and flying backwards for dozens of meters before stopping. "Xin bro, are you helping me? Or trying to throw hands with me?" Lin San chuckled weakly.
It was obvious Xin Feng could have sniped them from the get-go, but he just went for the cane. Family jewels. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully assisted the Chosen One in challenging the norm, gaining 100,000 villain points.
"I'm totally helping you," Xin Feng replied, eyes full of sincerity. Meanwhile, the old eunuch was radiating overwhelming might, charging straight at Xin Feng.
The old geezer twisted his fingers, creating a deadly vortex of suction. A sharp, whistling kiss surrounded his finger, creating piercing pressure that could penetrate anything.
But then Xin Feng just vanished. The eunuch's eyes bugged out. Where did he go? You shameless bastard." The old eunuch couldn't help but blurt out. He sensed Xin Feng had gotten behind him. Horror widened the old eunuch's eyes, feeling a chill running down his spine. Not giving him a chance to react, Xin Feng gripped the everlasting divine sword, unleashing shimmering light, carrying the will to destroy the heavens and earth, hurtling forward like lightning, tearing through space.
The old eunuch's voice shrieked out hurriedly, summoning an energy shield to encase himself. But the sword light just couldn't pierce the shield of a tribulation transcendence master. Not easily eroded, but it was time to end this. The everlasting divine sword spun rapidly, concentrating power into one point, then stabbing through the energy shield.
An earth-shattering explosion echoed everywhere, dispersing the energy and blowing away the surrounding houses.
"Why do these guys always have to fight?" Rebron whimpered, hiding in a corner. Everyone around gaped, eyes wide.
When the dust settled, the old eunuch was a mess, hair all over the place, looking totally pathetic.
Feeling his wound, the old eunuch roared like a maniac, terrifying energy beginning to pour out from within him. Suddenly, Xiao Bai, taking advantage of the eunuch's attention being focused on Xin Feng, snuck up to the eunuch's side, hopping up and delivering a critical kick to the eunuch, and at the same time stuck duct tape over his mouth, to prevent him from shouting and disturbing him. Xiao Bai was also holding onto the eunuch's belt, just in case he got any ideas about saving face and retaliating.
The old eunuch let out a muffled protest, as his terrifying aura gradually vanished. "Attention, everyone,"
Xiao Bai's voice rang out.
"This bunny's kidnapped Lin San." With that, he gave a kick, and Lin San, tied up like a roast pig, was dumped onto the ground. Everyone was stunned to see Lin San being stepped on by Xiao Bai, utterly helpless. "Hey, Xiao Bai cackled, doing his best evil villain impression.
"Princess Nanfeng, you wouldn't want Lin San to die, would you, Xin bro? What's going on?" Lin San was totally baffled. As Xiao Bai stomped on him, he still had no idea what was happening.
"I don't know that rabbit," Xin Feng denied it. not acknowledging the rabbit. Last chance, drop your weapons,
or else, this bunny can't guarantee the hostage's safety, Xiao Bai threatened, continuing to stomp on Lin San. Everyone around was scratching their heads, kidnapping his own teammate, threatening the enemy. What the heck is going on? Princess Nanfeng said coldly. You have no more fighting strength. I am at an absolute advantage. Do you think you can threaten me?
Xiao Bai held a knife to Lin San's neck. You dare try to teach me how to do things. Then he slashed the knife right across Lin San's neck. Oh crap, Lin San just felt a sting on his neck, eyes widening in utter disbelief. Smack, Xiao Bai slapped Lin San hard across the face. What are you looking at? Never seen a professional kidnapper before.
The crowd recoiled even further, feeling a cold draft down their pants. The old eunuch froze. After all these years of keeping the secret, it was finally exposed. This world is so cold. He decided to be reborn in another world. Lin San was lying on the ground, silently weeping. He never expected the rabbit to be even crazier than Xin Feng, forced to accept the fact that he was kidnapped by a rabbit. Princess Nanfeng quickly stopped her. She realized that Xiao Bai was really a professional. Right now, Lin San holds 8/10 of the immortal essence. Whoever obtains that amount, and turns them into benefits, will receive immense power. On the other hand, if something happens to Lin San, and 8/10 of the amount of immortal essence is robbed, the consequences will be very serious.
Princess Nanfeng sighed, asking softly, What do you want in order to release Lin San?
Certain that he was in control of the hostage, Xiao Bai put on an act. Without 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, I will not let him go. 10,000 top-grade spirit stones,
the crowd exclaimed in panic. Everyone looked at Xiao Bai, as if they were looking at a madman. Unbelievable, he dared to kidnap his own teammate and demand 10,000 top-grade spirit stones from the princess.
Princess Nanfeng was afraid that the longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be, so she agreed without thinking. Compared to 8/10 of the amount of ancient immortal essence, 10,000 top-grade spirit stones were nothing. Moreover, Lin San holds many secret manuals. She had to bring him back quickly. The princess was like, Okay, I don't have that many spirit stones on hand right now, but I do have this super precious ocean azure pearl. And everyone gasped. This pearl in her hand was about the size of a baby's fist, sparkling like crazy. Deal. Xiao Bai's eyes lit up like Christmas trees, betraying Lin San in a heartbeat. Congrats, master. For selling out the chosen one, you've earned 20,000 villain points. Xiao Bai then proceeded to stomp on Lin San's face, before booting him right towards the princess. Ouch. Princess Nanfeng smirked all smugly. She never intended to trade with Xiao Bai. Sure, it might have intimidated her earlier, but what were Xin Feng and Lin San gonna do in their weakened state? Snatch the ocean azure pearl and get away with it? Punlis? The old eunuch magically produced a belt out of nowhere, and, immediately understanding, released all his death energy. However, all his attention was on Xiao Bai, completely ignoring Xin Feng. Seeing his chance, Xin Feng sneaked behind the old eunuch. Just as he felt his spiritual power recovering, bam! Out of nowhere, Xiao Bai appeared in front of the princess, using its tiny foot to kick her square in the chest. With the same unwavering gaze, it snatched the ocean azure pearl with lightning speed. Before the princess could even react, Xiao Bai used her chest as a springboard and bounced far, far away. As soon as it landed, it dug a hole faster than you can say jackrabbit and vanished underground without a second thought. Talk about a clean getaway. At that moment, Xin Feng's dazzling sword light pierced the old eunuch, accompanied by an earth-shattering boom. Sword energy ravaged the city again, sending the citizens running for their lives. It was like the gods were fighting, and mortals were caught in the crossfire. WHO dares cause trouble here. Hundreds of figures flew out from all corners of the city, looking to capture the culprits who unleashed the sword energy. Just then, the city lord, who was in closed-door cultivation, jolted awake. Who dares to cause chaos in my city? No matter who you are, you'll pay the price. I've been the city lord for so long, and it's never been this messed up. Before long, things started to calm down. When the dust settled, the old eunuch looked like he'd been through a meat grinder, but unlike last time, his power was significantly weaker now. What a pity. A real shame. The old eunuch surveyed the wreckage around him and cackled. If you had reached great perfection in the 7th stage of W entry, this old man wouldn't have survived your one sword opens heaven's gate. Come on, hit this old man, hit me. Faced with this bizarre request, Xin Feng just shook his head. He then pulled out tens of thousands of immortal crystals from his spatial pouch. What was he planning? Was he trying to bribe him with tens of thousands of immortal crystals? Suddenly, Xin Feng began to absorb the energy from the immortal crystals, condensing it into spiritual power. His aura started to rise steadily. Although the spiritual energy in the immortal crystals was pure and easy to absorb, wasn't he afraid of exploding from absorbing tens of thousands at once? BOM. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of immortal crystals were drained and turned to dust. From Xin Feng's body came a sound like he had just unlocked a cheat code in his brain. His aura surged like a river breaking its banks. Reaching the 7th stage of Dalo entry, he called up the system in exchange for a foundation pill. Congrats, master.
for exchanging 600,000 villain points for a Dabio Entry Realm Foundation pill. After eating the foundation pill, Xin Feng's foundation solidified instantly, and his absorption speed of immortal crystals became even faster. Princess Nanfeng was utterly despairing. "Kill Xin Feng now," she screamed at the old eunuch. "Do it now." A terrifying aura surged from the old man, turning into a black shadow as he charged towards Xin Feng. Suddenly, the old eunuch was sent crashing to the ground by a powerful palm strike. His organs were crushed, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Already heavily injured, he was now even more damaged, his aura as weak as a dying flame. A sultry laugh echoed. "Who dares to harm my master?" A young woman in a red dress appeared, her feet adorned with embroidered red shoes. One foot rested lightly on the old eunuch, seemingly to show off her slender legs. The old man turned around with a start, only to see a beautiful girl in red, her seductive smile full of magic. "Who dares obstruct the great Jia dynasty?" the old eunuch boomed, hoping to intimidate the opposition. Xin Feng and his massive army were stunned. If they hadn't sensed the slave seal, they wouldn't believe this was the former 100 Transformations Demon Lord. He used to exude a cold aura, but now he felt feminine, almost identical to that of an old eunuch. Seriously, Bai Bian Mo Jun. The two stared wide-eyed, scanning him from head to toe. Tianjun couldn't help but gulp. Just his appearance and face were enough to make any man grit their teeth and bear it. Dongfang Kui descended from the azure mirror, bowing her head before Xin Feng. Beyond an unyielding respect, she was also deeply grateful for the chance Xin Feng had given her to be reborn. Originally, with Dongfang's talent, reaching the great emperor realm was a distant dream, let alone surpassing the ethereal realm. Princess Nanfeng desperately realized she had completely failed. How could she possibly win, with an old eunuch as her henchman, heavily injured at the 8th level of life and death realm? The old eunuch startled and hurriedly shielded the princess. "Your Highness, be careful." "Ah, right, I'm an ethereal realm expert." Xin Feng glanced over, unsure whether to congratulate Miss Dongfang on her name change or not, but now wasn't the time. He'd wait until they got back to Clear Bamboo Peak to hear her full story. At that moment, Tianjun and his troops rushed over to serve her. "Miss Dongfang, slow down." Xin Feng watched the three of them interact harmoniously, feeling a little out of place. Suddenly, a whooshing sound echoed as hundreds of figures descended, led by the city lord, who had brought his troops to capture the troublemakers. Among them were many nascent soul and life and death realm experts, and the city lord himself was an ethereal realm powerhouse. "I am Princess Nanfeng, of the great Jia dynasty." The city lord startled, and hurriedly bowed to the princess. Although this city doesn't belong to Great Xia or Yin Yue, given Great Xia's influence, a small city lord in the ethereal realm like myself can't afford to ignore you. Xin Feng chimed in. "I am the Emperor of Great Xia. Aren't you going to kowtow to me?" The crowd couldn't help but twitch. Their eyes were still working fine. How could the Emperor of Great Xia only be at the 7th level of qi refining and be chased by Princess Nanfeng no less? Hearing this, the city lord was dumbfounded. "What did you say? Is this arrogant punk crazy? Daring to impersonate the Emperor of Great Xia? Does he have a death wish?" Xin Feng said seriously. "What are you implying? You doubt I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, just ask Princess Nanfeng if she's ever called me father." Everyone glanced meaningfully at Princess Nanfeng, curious if that was the kind of calling he was referring to. The city lord stepped forward to defuse the situation. "May I ask who you are, sir, and why are you causing chaos in my city? If you can't provide a valid reason, I'll execute you on the spot." Xin Feng shouted. "I've been wronged. I was just resting in the inn, and kindly treated Princess Nanfeng to a chicken, but she attacked me for no reason. I was acting in self-defense. I can vouch for what this young man is saying. Princess Nanfeng destroyed my inn." The innkeeper stepped forward to denounce Princess Nanfeng. After the innkeeper finished speaking, Xin Feng stood up to morally condemn Princess Nanfeng. The eyes of the commoners lit up. "Princess Nanfeng, you're not getting away with this today." Princess Nanfeng gnashed her teeth in anger. "Xin Feng, don't you dare stir up trouble. I won't let you off today." Then she turned to plead with the city lord. "Please help me." After a moment's consideration, the city lord decided to provide assistance. Receiving the order, the nascent soul and life and death experts drew their weapons and charged towards Xin Feng. "You'll have to go through me." Dongfang Kui showed no fear in the face of overwhelming power. A terrifying aura that seemed to tear the sky burst forth from her body, creating ripples that stirred the space. Thunder rumbled in her chest, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. A fierce killing intent flashed in Bai Bian Mojun's eyes. Her delicate hands gently pointed out, and countless beams of light pierced through space, turning the sky upside down. Pools of fresh blood bloomed in mid-air. The beams of light mercilessly pierced through the bodies of the nascent soul experts, causing their corpses to fall like snowflakes. In an instant, hundreds died like flies. Instead of continuing to eliminate the nascent souls, Dongfang Kui charged straight at the city lord. Only by killing the city lord could the problem be completely resolved. The terrifying aura of the ethereal realm burst out, spreading like cobwebs across the land. Seeing this, the city lord's expression changed, and he hurriedly thrust out his hand. Bang!
The two exchanged a brief blow to test each other's strength. Energy erupted like a storm, engulfing tens of thousands of square meters. The city lord's face turned serious, sensing a familiarity from his opponent. A thunderous sound, loud enough to deafen, echoed in the air. Shockwaves ravaged everything like a storm. Is this a fight between two ethereal realm powerhouses? Everyone hurriedly turned to watch the fierce battle between the two. Each collision created terrifying shockwaves, and space twisted as if it were about to collapse. The two continued to exchange blows before retreating a distance. The city lord hesitated before finally recognizing the aura of his opponent. Quote, "It resembles Bai Bian Mo Jun." Damn it. You still recognize me, Dongfang Kui gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with venom. That's right. I am Bai Bian Mo Jun. But now my name is Dongfang Ya. Qingfeng and Lin San also prepared to strike. The two didn't need words. Just a look was enough for them to understand each other, knowing who would take the initiative and who would support. The wind howled, tearing through the sky, and sword kui surged like a tidal wave, echoing everywhere. Almost simultaneously, the two unleashed two dazzling golden beams of sword light, and the terrifying energy caused the heavens and earth to tremble violently. Boom! Qin Feng and Lin San attacked together, aiming straight for the old eunuch. The two swords combined, unleashing the heavenly gang, penetrating purple art. The old eunuch hurriedly raised his defenses. Devastating shockwaves like a tempest swallowed the heavens and earth. The terrifying power far surpassed the sum of their individual strengths. Run! Princess Nanfeng cried out in alarm. Qin Feng and Lin San lunged directly towards her, under the astonished gaze of the old eunuch. Your Highness, be careful. Old eunuch rushed to shield the princess, giving it his all to defend. At the very least, being at the life and death realm, he could see Qin Feng's sword moves coming. Killing him would be great. But if he escaped, they'd never have peace. The two swords combined, Qin Feng and Lin San were like angels of justice, bringing world-destroying sword light crashing down on the old eunuch. The clang of swords echoed through the heavens. The terrifying shockwave swept over the city, like frosting being scraped off a cake, leaving only bare earth behind. Who knows how long passed, but the sword storm finally stopped. Princess Nanfeng hurriedly checked the old eunuch for injuries, only to find he was dead. After being assassinated twice by Qin Feng, and then taking the combined sword strike head-on, it was a miracle he could protect the princess in such a critical situation. Silence reigned everywhere, with only the heavy breathing of Qin Feng and Lin San audible. Congratulations, master, on successfully scheming against the Chosen One, causing his lifespan to rapidly deplete. You have been rewarded with 1 million villain points. Lin San gave a wry smile, still not understanding why they had to fight. Qin Feng just kept encouraging him. Lin bro, don't be pessimistic. We have the combined swords technique, invincible under the heavens. If it doesn't work once, we'll do it twice. If it doesn't work twice, we'll do it 3 times. And if it doesn't work 3 times, we'll do it 4 times. Lin San just wanted to punch him in the face. At this moment, many powerful auras began to appear around them, all drawn in by the terrifying power of the combined swords technique. Those are 2 extremely powerful sword energies, definitely from 2 sword Dao masters. Combining their strength, no, not just sword Dao masters, but 2 who have entered the Dao, one at the 4th realm, one at the 8th realm. They all coveted the legendary treasures in Lin San's hands. Swallowing it whole would not only increase their own power, but also elevate the status of their clan or sect in the desolate ancient era. Surpassing Great Xia and establishing the #1 empire in the desolate ancient era wasn't impossible. Lin bro, don't worry, I'll protect you. Qin Feng held the Eternity Divine Sword, standing in front of Lin San, showing his determination to protect him. Not far away, 2 groups of people were hiding. One side was a group of sword-wielding people, disciples of the Sword Villa, led by young Master One Sword. The other side were people from the Yanyun Great Desert, wielding sabers, led by Saber End. They were drawn in by the huge commotion just now, but they hadn't had time to regroup, so they could only hide on one side and observe. One Sword couldn't help but be terrified, and remembering how Qin Feng chopped off his little buddy, his confidence began to waver. He had to inject himself with spiritual pep talk. I can do it. I can definitely beat him. Saber End and everyone said seriously. Brother Qin is so awesome. Tian Tian's eyes sparkled with hearts, looking at Qin Feng through a filter of aura. He's so strong, does he even need my help? Saber End sighed heavily. Are you jealous? Why would I be jealous? Tian teased. Saber End awkwardly turned his face away, ignoring her. Suddenly, they heard a faint sound of movement, and the hair on their bodies stood on end. It was the sound of an object moving quickly, tearing through the wind. Saber End glanced quickly around, only to see a man appear a short distance away. It was the 7-star consecutive shot Golden Legend. Everyone turned to look in the distance. A handsome young man holding a dragon bone bow, a quiver of arrows behind his back. A Sword Villa disciple asked doubtfully. The Golden Legend are those rogue cultivators, right? Why are they so excited? One Sword stared blankly at Bai Ri, unable to believe he had become a Golden Legend. He had also heard about Bai Ri's circumstances. Not only was he kicked out of the Bai Ri family, but his cultivation technique was also destroyed. Logically, Bai Ri should have given up. How could he have gotten such luck? Princess Nanfeng was also anxiously wondering, not understanding why a Golden Legend suddenly appeared.
completely reversing her advantageous situation. If she had known earlier, she would have reported it to her father, instead of greedily taking risks.
Now, even if she wanted to retreat, it would be difficult.
Meanwhile, Bai Ri's eyes were as cold as ice as he looked at Princess Nanfeng.
Qin Feng hurriedly stopped Bai Ri. "Don't rush to kill anyone, can't you see I'm having fun teasing her?" He walked closer to Bai Ri, and everyone thought the two were going to have a private conversation, but Qin Feng deliberately spoke loudly.
"Let me tell you, she's super cute."
After speaking, Qin Feng gave Princess Nanfeng a meaningful wink. Seeing the shameless behavior of this little scoundrel, the princess wanted to tear him to pieces.
Suddenly, a earth-shattering explosion rang out. Shockwaves surged, and the city lord was knocked to the ground by Dongfang Xiaoshu. The terrifying energy caused the earth to shake violently, and fierce cracks spread.
The city lord felt blood rising in his throat, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Looking at Dongfang Xiaoshu pressing down on him, the city lord couldn't help but ask loudly, "Why are you suddenly so strong? With your aptitude, how could you reach the ethereal realm?" The city lord couldn't understand why 100 Transformations demonic lord had suddenly become so powerful.
Dongfang Xiaoshu smiled charmingly. "Of course it's thanks to my master. He allowed this servant to enter the legendary 6 Earth Monarchs. The pill helped me change my fate, change my aptitude, and reach the ethereal realm."
As for the city lord,
he was running out of time, and only had the option of burning his lifespan to increase his power.
A terrifying aura of the ethereal realm burst out, spreading across the land like a spiderweb. The city lord struck out with a palm, forcing Dongfang Xiaoshu to retreat. "Don't think you can make fun of me, you'll soon know my true power," Dongfang Xiaoshu smiled, not taking the city lord's burning lifespan seriously. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the space was filled with blood-red chrysanthemums. "Azure Enchantress!"
everyone exclaimed, recognizing the familiar move. According to legend, tens of thousands of years ago, there was an enchantress with a male body, a female body, a beautiful appearance, and a formidable presence, overwhelming many sects. Every time she made a move, her spiritual energy transformed into azure chrysanthemums, so she was called the Azure Enchantress. The city lord's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground.
Dongfang Xiaoshu had inherited the Azure Enchantress. Dongfang Xiaoshu smiled charmingly. "You guessed right, this servant has indeed inherited from the Azure Enchantress, and she has upgraded the Azure Chrysanthemums to a higher level, transforming them into Crimson Chrysanthemums, showing that this servant has the chance to reach the position of Great Emperor. The chance to become a Great Emperor."
Everyone was shocked, realizing that the 6 Earth Monarchs were not just rumors.
But Dongfang Xiaoshu's expression suddenly changed. The sky darkened, and a series of crimson chrysanthemums swelled up. It shot out beams of light like lasers, wiping out the city lord's little minions. The city lord himself was the main target, with dozens of beams piercing him. The terrifying energy churned, causing the whole space to shake violently. The city lord coughed up blood and fell to the ground. He struggled to his feet and asked, "Who possesses the 6 Paths Earthly King physique?" Dongfang Xiaoshu licked her lips, seemingly recalling some tasty flavor. "Why should I tell you? Not far away," Yi Jian suddenly shouted.
"Qin Feng told me that Fang Chang has the 6 Paths Earthly King physique, right? I always thought he was talking nonsense. The Earthly King position isn't easy to come by, how did you know?"
Dongfang Xiaoshu accidentally revealed herself.
She quickly covered her mouth and whispered, "It's not. The one with the 6 Paths Earthly King physique isn't Fang Chang, and I'm not forcing anyone." But her shifty eyes were clearly lying.
"So it's Feng Chang."
Everyone was completely surprised. Qin Feng wasn't lying to me.
Yi Jian stared intensely at Qin Feng, regretting that he hadn't believed him. If he had believed him earlier, he could have captured Fang Chang, adding 5 great emperors to Sword Mountain Manor. Throughout the entire history of the desolate antiquity era, which sect has ever had this honor? Fang Chang has the destiny of the 6 Paths Earthly King physique. Congratulations to the host for continuing to scheme and harm the Chosen One, making his situation even more dangerous, receiving 2 million villain points. Qin Feng's eye twitched. He felt like this villain point reward was a bit undeserved. After all, he hadn't said anything, hadn't even expressed an opinion, just let everyone uncover Fang Chang's secret themselves. Congratulations to the host for continuously harming the Chosen One, causing his halo to fall to legend, receiving a lottery opportunity.
Yeah, I did it. I specialize in digging pits for the Chosen Ones, Qin Feng suddenly seriously admitted.
Russell, Qin Feng couldn't stand the thought of leaving the lottery opportunity overnight, and immediately called out to the system, "Open the Wheel of Fortune." Familiar as ever, the wheel started spinning again. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Super God tier sword art, extraterrestrial flying immortal, increasing actual combat power.
Another sword technique. Qin Feng was stunned. He didn't understand why he had such a connection with swords. His sword skills were already enough. A gentle breeze blew across the desolate antiquity desert, ruffling Qin Feng's clothes and hair. A soft, humming voice rang out, as if imbued with a strange magic. "Extraterrestrial flying immortal, one sword shatters the 7 stars." At that moment, a massive amount of information flooded into Qin Feng's brain. He suddenly felt dizzy and lost consciousness. When he woke up, he found himself in a completely different place. Qin Feng was in a world of pure white snow, with snow-capped mountains like jade towers piercing the sky, like jade dragons gracefully soaring in the blue sky, churning on this beautiful land, a beauty that cannot be described by words. At this time, a young man in white robes with an awe-inspiring aura appeared. He drew his sword, his robes billowing in the wind. The sound of the sword rang out sharply and gracefully, like a dragon flying, magnificent but not cumbersome, ethereal but not lacking in heroism. His figure high above was like an immortal descending, a single sword strike causing feathers to fly. The clouds tumbled. The swordsman's figure was deeply imprinted in Xin Feng's mind, captivating him endlessly. So beautiful. Xin Feng could only think of the swordsman's posture. He immediately called out to the system. Exchange for great perfection. Strength is the system's business. Beauty is the matter of a lifetime. Congratulations to the host for spending 2 million villain points to exchange for Super God tier great perfection. Congratulations to the host for using the Super God tier extraterrestrial flying immortal skill card. Achieving great perfection. A fierce sword aura erupted. Xin Feng, how are you so talented? Lin San's eyes were filled with shock and awe. When Lin San was still complacent with one sword breaks 10,000, Xin Feng had already comprehended his own sword technique, one sword opens the heavenly gate. When Lin San thought that after using one sword breaks 10,000 a few times and then secluding himself to cultivate, he would have his own sword technique, Xin Feng had already comprehended another move of equal rank with Super God tier, one sword opens the heavenly gate. The two sword techniques were completely different in style, but the same terrifying level of lethality. Could it be that Lin San could only resign himself to standing beneath Xin Feng, with no hope of resistance? Congratulations to the host for crushing the Chosen One's confidence, receiving 200,000 villain points. Haha, Lin San's value increased. Xin Feng's eyes lit up. Before it was only 10,000 points each time, now it jumped to 200,000 points. It seemed that Lin San was about to break down and beg for forgiveness. Brother Lin, don't be discouraged. Comprehension is just a matter of time. Merge with me again, and I'll let you experience a different. Xin Feng, do you think everyone is as perverted as you are? This is unbearable. Lin San couldn't help but glare at Xin Feng, crying for help in his heart. Want to be forgiven? Tian Tian glared unhappily at Mo Dao, her older brother. He came to collect debts from Lin San, but now he only dared to hide on the side and watch the show, while Xin Feng fought his best from beginning to end and hadn't lost a single battle. Compared to Xin Feng, Mo Dao was truly useless. Are you calling me useless? As a man with high self-esteem, Mo Dao couldn't stand it. His little sister said that about him. He roared, ready to rush forward and slash Lin San to prove his worth. Two subordinates hurriedly restrained him. Those monsters were already arriving, while their comrades hadn't come to reinforce them yet. Going out there to fight over Lin San is basically suicide. Plus, compared to Xin Feng, that Mo Dao guy is about as useful as a screen door on a submarine. Just then, swords started singing all over the place, and everyone's sword keel started to tremble a little. It was the magnificent swordmanner's 7 sword slaves showing up. Everyone gasped when they saw 7 streaks of swordlight tearing through the sky. Even from way over here you could feel the sharp, cutting aura of those 7 sword slaves. First sword, major trouble, the 7 sword slave uncles are here. You've heard of the 7 sword slaves, right? The magnificent swordmanner's elite force. They're the reason the sect's been able to stick around forever in this ancient wasteland. Just feeling their sword aura. It's like these 7 guys are already at 9th level sword intent, just one step away from grasping the domain of swords. But no sooner did the 7 sword slaves arrive than earth-shattering roars echoed out, making the whole area shake like crazy. It was the Yan clan's 18 riders showing up. The Yan clan's 18 riders are like the Qin clan's 3 protectors. They are all great generals. Under the leader of each generation, they are the main forces of the family. I heard each of the 18 riders tamed a great Yao-level beast as a mount. When all 18 of them move out, even the great Jia dynasty has to go on high alert. Wonder how many of the 18 riders the Yan clan sent this time. Everyone craned their necks to see 18 massive creatures blotting out the sky, each with a rider on its back, and Mo Dao was freaking ecstatic. Going from 0 to hero. Now he can not only come to collect debts from Lin San but even can beat Xin Feng until he begs. Mai Bai jumped smoothly on Xin Feng's shoulder. He knew Xin Feng's personality well. If Xin Feng didn't do something, then he wouldn't beat Xin Feng. Based on everyone's realm, being around Xin Feng was safer than hiding in a hole. So cool. Xin Feng glanced jealously at Zhao Bai's imposing figure, then glanced at his useless rabbit. His mood extremely complicated. Why do other people have such awesome sidekicks, while I get this shameless bunny? Why do I get the feeling they're all rushing towards me? Lin San's hair stood on end, sensing danger. They really are heading straight for you, Zhao Bai deadpan. What? They're really coming for me? Lin San stood there dumbfounded, not understanding why they'd be targeting him. Even before, Princess Nanfang looked at him with eyes lighting up, wishing she could tear him away from Xin Feng. Fortunately, Xin Feng didn't abandon him, so he escaped her clutches. But he was just a regular citizen of Tiangxin City, and has nothing of value. He didn't understand why everyone was rushing to find him. They really are here for you. Xin Feng got right into character, looking all serious. At the Kunlun's secret realm's fragrant color sea, a immortal essence mine was discovered, attracting forces from the ancient wasteland to mine it. As a result, everyone got trapped, not only losing the mine, but also losing all the treasures found. But what does that have to do with me? Lin San was about to argue. But suddenly he jumped. Why would you say that? Don't tell me they suspect me of being the culprit. Of course I know you didn't do it, Xin Feng continued his performance. But they keep insisting they saw your face and your stuff, Lin San hurriedly explained. How can they slander me like this? This is unacceptable. Congratulations to the host for deceiving the feelings of the chosen son of heaven, receiving 100,000 villain points. Xin Feng continued his acting, saying, precisely because he knew they had evil intentions towards Lin San, that was why he had been sticking to Lin San like glue all along the way. I just wanted to protect you, so you'd know you're not fighting alone. Even if the whole world is against you, I'll be secretly shielding you. Lin San couldn't hold back his tears any longer. From the healing incident 7 years ago, then being chased by Tiangxin City for the immortal essence mine, to now becoming the enemy of the entire ancient wasteland, Xin Feng's faith in him had never wavered. Congratulations to the host for deceiving the most sincere feelings of the chosen son of heaven, receiving 200,000 villain points. Just understand will do. Suddenly, Xin Feng drew the everlong divine sword, placed it on Lin San's neck, and shouted, everyone listen up. If you want Lin San, fine, but you have to agree to 4 conditions of mine. Otherwise, don't blame me for changing my mind. Lin San was stunned. He didn't understand how he had become a hostage. Where was that deep brotherhood? It had betrayed him in a blink of an eye. Xin Feng announced his 4 conditions. First, prepare 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones for me. Second, prepare 5,000 sets of God-tier cultivation techniques for me. 3, prepare 5,000 supreme-grade immortal essence crystals for me. 4, get me 5,000 beautiful, experienced women. Yi Jian's eye twitched. Holy crap, if they had that kind of stuff, they would have raised an army to conquer the world already. Why would they need to rob Lin San? 5,000 married beauties? Dian tilted her head, not understanding what Xin Feng needed married women for, but kept a calm face. Xin Feng. The men of the great desert value loyalty. Are you really willing to go against the whole world for Lin San? We should team up. You can't protect Lin San alone. Nobody can protect him unless we cough up those essence crystals. Before Lin San could even argue, Xin Feng was already refuting for him, as if he'd never doubted Lin San for a second. Lin San was so touched he started tearing up. To have a brother like you in this life, I have no regrets. Congratulations, host, for swindling the favored son of heaven's most sincere emotions. Received an additional 20,000 villain points. Just then, Xin Feng suddenly felt goosebumps all over. He knew something bad was about to go down. Xin Feng quickly dodged, but all he saw was a young man in white appear behind him, not giving a damn about his background or talents, and with a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying burst of energy slammed into Xin Feng's side, sending him flying. Lin San didn't even have time to react before he was being choked and lifted off the ground. Dongfeng Zhaoshu and Bai Ri were sweating bullets. Not only did they not detect the enemy, but they didn't even have time to react. But seeing Xin Feng get smacked away, their rage hit the roof. But the opponent just released a little bit of energy, and even without touching them, they were thrown backwards by the terrifying power. Xin Feng coughed, spitting out blood, and struggled to his feet. Xin Feng checked his robes, only to find the dragon pearl armor inside, which could withstand a full-force attack from Dan Jin, shattered into pieces, which meant that attack was aimed at killing him. If it wasn't for the dragon pearl armor and the previous cultivation of creation extreme, that attack wouldn't have just made him spit blood but killed him instantly. The opponent looked at Xin Feng, also surprised, clearly not expecting Xin Feng to be able to withstand his attack. Xin Feng slowly stood up, his eyes narrowed, his gaze infinitely cold. Didn't expect that Senior Tianzhu would be so ruthless. Tianzhu's eyes were full of killing intent, and he appeared in front of Xin Feng, obviously wanting to eliminate future troubles. Boom! A figure suddenly appeared, standing in front of Xin Feng. He collided violently with Tianzhu, and energy surged in waves. Tianzhu exclaimed in shock when he recognized who was blocking him. It's one of the 4 heroes of the ancient times, like Tianzhu, Senior Dishu. What a surprise to meet you here. Xin Feng was utterly astonished. He had thought of Yue Xian, Liu Dao Dijun, even Lan Mo, but never expected that Dishu would be the first to appear. What was that just now? Both Dinzhu and Tianzhu looked serious. In Xin Feng's impression, he seemed to sense a dark aura, like a monster sealed in endless darkness. About to break the seal, Xin Feng hurriedly smiled to cover it up. Just then, a heaven-shaking bell rang from Lin San, and terrifying energy poured down like a silver waterfall. Dishu was shocked, and released Lin San's neck. Lin San immediately retreated far away to separate himself from him. Still got trump cards, huh? Xin Feng's eye twitched, and he cursed inwardly. After so many battles, Lin San still has hidden cards. The favored son of heaven truly doesn't play fair. Good thing he hasn't used the trump card, otherwise he would have been straight up scammed by Lin San. Where do you think you're going? Tianzhu's eyes flashed coldly, and he reached out to grab Lin San. 80% of the immortal secret is within reach. How could he let Lin San escape? The scene shifted, and an old master appeared among the misty mountains. From afar, the sound of immortal music was heard, and a figure stood on the top of the mountain, as if transcendent, ready to fly away among the endless clouds and mountains. That little brat Lin-san is in trouble. He even used the energy I left in his body. Well then, it's time to bring him back and focus on cultivation. The figure murmured and disappeared.
Lin bro, don't be afraid, I'm here. Qin Feng charged forward, sword pointing straight ahead, protecting Lin-san. His attitude of being willing to face the whole world for Lin-san touched him deeply.
Congratulations, host, for swindling the favored son of heaven's sincere emotions. Received an additional 200,000 villain points. The host's righteousness has moved the system. The inventory space has doubled. If you both want to die together, I'll grant your wish. Tianxiu coldly roared as he shot towards Qin Feng at breakneck speed.
Tianxiu, after all these years you're still this despicable. Din Xiao solemnly stepped in front of Qin Feng, utterly disgusted by Tianxiu's tyrannical actions.
You think you're still the Dizhu from 100 years ago, who could trample on me? Tianxiu's eyes flashed with fanaticism as he eagerly charged forward. I've cultivated diligently for 100 years. Today I will definitely pin you down.
Boom. The two sides collided violently, energy exploding outwards. Din Zhu stood firm as a rock, blocking Tianxiu's ferocious attack, preventing him from advancing an inch.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tianxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to accept the truth, he switched to verbal attacks.
Dizhu, even if you can stop me, what good will it do? You're associating with the Yao race, a traitor to the human race. Moreover, you even killed your own son.
A deafening roar echoed as a bolt of lightning tore through Dizhu's long-buried memories.
The distant memories flooded back, causing him to lose his balance. Staggering back several steps, and looking around at the crowd,
he saw again the scene of being despised from the past.
Dizhu suddenly clutched his head and screamed, his body fluctuating between light and dark.
That's a sign of demonic incursion, entering a state of madness. Everyone couldn't help but sigh, lamenting the tragic fate of the martial artist. If it hadn't been for what happened 100 years ago, Dizhu would have ascended to immortality today, instead of ending up like this.
And Tianxiu is truly shameless, resorting to slander after failing in combat, digging up the other party's past. Qin Feng held his head, his mood very complicated. He thought Tianxiu's appearance would turn the tables, allowing him to witness the peak style of the past. But who knew it would turn out like this?
Tianxiu smirked, continuing to attack with words. Dizhu, don't think that hiding for 100 years will make the world forget what you did. You will be despised for all eternity. Dizhu collapsed to his knees, screaming in pain, on the verge of succumbing.
Smack! A clear sound rang out, stunning everyone. Qin Feng stepped forward and, without hesitation, slapped Dizhu hard across the face, interrupting his process of entering demonic incursion.
Everyone stared blankly at Qin Feng, as if asking why he would slap him. Qin Feng asked, "Are you human or Yao?" Dizhu was confused and didn't understand the meaning. Smack! Another slap. Are you human or Yao? Dizhu held his left cheek, stammering.
Human? Smack!
The third slap landed on his right cheek. When you were one of the ancient four heroes, did you have countless beauties around you? Dizhu held his right cheek. That's right, smack. The fourth slap landed on his left cheek. Was that Yao beast very strong? Dizhu held his left cheek. Yes, smack. The fifth slap landed on his right cheek. Did you deliberately let the Yao demon go? Or did she escape on her own?
She escaped on her own. Dizhu gritted his teeth and growled angrily.
Qin Feng spoke fairly. Everyone heard clearly. The Yao race deliberately sent a female demon to set a trap for the human race martial artist, wanting to exploit our jealousy in order to nurture a new generation of demon kings.
Even going so far as to exploit the father-son relationship to allow the future demon king to continue to grow stronger. Fortunately, Senior Dizhu saw through this conspiracy. For the sake of humanity's dawn, he dealt with the little demon on the spot, regrettably allowing the main demon to escape, while he himself would rather endure the suffering alone than defend himself.
His spirit of sacrifice for the greater good. Isn't it worthy of everyone's study? Everyone was stunned. Initially, Dizhu's image was that of a corrupt person who killed his own son for the sake of his reputation.
But now, after being repackaged by Qin Feng, his prestige has soared. Like holding high the banner of human justice, all for the sake of the greater good. Dizhu's anger instantly dissipated. He felt truly innocent, and that it was all for the greater good. Qin Feng continued to instill righteous thoughts into Dizhu. In his opinion, the current situation was entirely caused by the poor PR department of the Yinyu dynasty. It's useless to just talk, as long as you know how to talk,
Tianxiu retorted. He's only doing it for his own reputation, not for the sake of the myriad people of the human race. No matter how much you try to spin it, it won't change the truth.
Din Shu's eyes dimmed again, as if he was about to fall into a demonic incursion.
Smack! Qin Feng slapped him again, asking, "Did you do that thing to get everyone to praise you?" Din Shu answered blankly again. "It wasn't like that." "Why would I care what other people think?" Qin Feng said with utmost seriousness. "Do you know that slander is just a form of jealousy? Not only are those guys jealous of you, they're just plain stupid." Tianzhu, seeing Qin Feng about to ruin his plans, quickly asked, "Who are those guys?"
Tian Xiao immediately appeared in front of Qin Feng, determined not to let him say another word. He wanted Di Xiao to continue suffering.
Qin Feng couldn't help but curse. "Damn it! Abusing your power is one thing, but colluding with a murderer is just despicable. Your actions are a disgrace to the cultivation world. Utterly unacceptable."
BOM. Diazhu once again stepped in front of Qin Feng, colliding heavily with Tianzhu. Terrifying energy erupted, creating ripples in space. This time, Dishu looked completely different from before. His eyes were sharp, his despondency gone. Thanks to Qin Feng's slap, he had embraced righteousness, overcome his obsession with perfection.
His mood was light, his thoughts clear. Tianzhu looked into those eyes and saw the Dishu of the past, casually trampling over me. "Your slander is nothing but jealousy." Dishu couldn't help but laugh loudly. A terrifying energy exploded from Dishu, as if releasing the pent-up emotions of the past 100 years. This was the mad Dishu of old. "In this life I will definitely pin you beneath me," Dishu roared. Just like 100 years ago, Dishu had never taken Tianzhu seriously.
"Impossible! I don't believe it! My 100 years of hard work still can't surpass you!" Tianzhu screamed maniacally, terrifying energy erupting from his body.
He absolutely refused to accept that he was still unable to surpass Dishu. Just like 100 years ago. Boom boom. The two energies collided violently, shaking the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Qin Feng, hiding behind Dishu, saw how intense the two old geezers were getting. He immediately activated the destruction power from his right eye,
aiming the destruction right at Tianzhu's source of life. He wasn't one to hold grudges. He paid back immediately. Tianzhu was horrified, feeling a chill run through his entire body. He never expected Qin Feng to be so insane as to ambush him while he and Dishu were fighting. But luckily, the destruction beam finally erased Lil's Tian. Tianzhu screamed in agony from losing his bro. Then he entered a state of madness. Boom boom. Terrifying energy erupted from Tianzhu's body, the earth shaking and mountains crumbling, the ground cracking into deep fissures, and space vibrating violently as if about to shatter. Qin Feng coughed up blood and was pushed backwards. If not for Di Xiao standing in front and blocking most of the energy, he might have been sent straight to heaven. Tianjun and Wan Ma were extremely surprised, struggling to endure their injuries as they caught Qin Feng, the 7 great sword slaves, and the 18 Qi Yanyun, saw the opportunity before them and their eyes lit up, but they didn't forget what their initial goal was. Taking advantage of the two old geezers' intense battle, they swarmed towards Lin San. Lin San retreated in horror.
"Let me go, I have to go save Lin Xiong." Qin Feng struggled, trying to stand up, completely disregarding his injuries. "Congratulations, host, for deceiving the most sincere feelings of a chosen one, gaining an additional 200,000 villain points."
The earth-shattering explosion caused Lin San to frantically dodge. "Lin Xiong, I'm so useless I couldn't protect you," Qin Feng wailed, as if in excessive grief, then fainted. In reality, he just wanted to rest for a bit. Fighting for so long had exhausted his spirit. Tianjun and Wan Ma also acted well, wailing and kneeling beside Qin Feng. "Big bro, big bro, big bro, don't leave us, how will we live without you?" Xiaobai threw away the carrot in his hand, wiped his paws clean with Qin Feng's black robe, tore a piece of white paper to make a mourning cap, put it on his head, then also lay face down on Qin Feng's chest, sobbing.
"Master is gone, how will Rabbit live?" Xiaobai cried mournfully. So professional.
Tianjun felt it wasn't real enough, so he pinched his own leg to create emotion, then embraced Qin Feng tightly,
tears streaming down his face. "Boss, you've left behind the whole family, it's so heartbreaking, so touching it brings tears to your eyes." "Qin Xiong, you're dead," Lin San cried out in panic.
Suddenly, the 7 great sword slaves rushed in front of him, their eyes full of joy as they reached out to grab him. "You are the ones who killed my Qin Xiong!" Lin San suddenly roared in anger.
The terrifying energy sealed within him erupted. Thundering rumbled in the sky, the universe of yin and yang shifted, the 5 elements of spiritual light flickered, and the myriad ancient golden lotuses illuminated the sky.
Boom!
The 7 sword slaves were terrified and flew backwards. Because they were closest to Lin San, they were struck by the sudden burst of golden light. Seeing Lin San's face full of resentment and distortion, a terrifying aura of destruction erupted from Lin San. Especially on his head, a majestic 7-story golden pagoda appeared, rotating the yin and yang and the 5 elements, and 10,000 golden lotuses illuminated the entire sky. Yurong crawled out from the pile of rubble and ran to check on Qin Feng. Seeing his pulse was very weak and his body was full of dangerous wounds, he was still happy to find that there was a strange energy inside Qin Feng that was quickly healing the wounds. To speed up the recovery, she pulled out some acupuncture needles and started poking them into Qin Feng's pressure points. "Do you even have a conscience?"
Qin Feng jumped up, totally ticked off. He thought, great, either I'm listening to crying or thunder, and now I'm getting pin-cushioned. Xiaobai freaked out and quietly took off the mourning cap.
Tianjun and Wan Ma looked on innocently. Like, "Hey, it wasn't us. Wait a sec, does that mean my acupuncture skills are so awesome that a few needles can save someone who's seriously messed up?"
"Qin Feng's not dead?"
Lin San's eye twitched. Inside, he was screaming like a squirrel. I risked my life for him, and now you're telling me he's still alive? I don't know if I'm being presumptuous or emotionally manipulated. The experts sneered at Lin San for overestimating himself, and they all unleashed terrifying energy that shifted the earth and sky. Lightning crashed, like the world was about to end. Lin San spat out blood, clearly at his limit, congratulations master, for emotionally manipulating the Chosen One, causing Lin San to launch a suicide attack, gaining an additional 2 million villain points. The Chosen One's time is almost up. If no one saves him, you'll get a huge reward. Xin Feng looked up at Lin San, startled. Their eyes met, and the world went silent. Lin San's eyes were filled with melancholy and regret, while Xin Feng's held longing and gratitude. Their first intense meeting at the Qin family, then the chance reunions, traveling together from competition to cooperation, memories flooded back. For 7 years, their feelings for each other hadn't faded, and now they were facing the whole world for each other. Goodbye, Xin Feng. Xin Feng wailed, tears streaming down his face. Watching Lin San fall, Xin Feng hesitated for a split second, then he launched himself like a rocket, straight towards Lin San. Seeing this, the 18 Qi riders and the monsters in the sky looked serious. They'd worked hard to take down Lin San, and if Xin Feng saved him now, they wouldn't be able to deal with a guy with the divine artifact. Stop, Xin Feng! Don't let him get near Lin San! Their shouts ignited the greed in everyone's hearts. They all swarmed forward to fight over the 7-story pagoda and Lin San. Just then, a cold voice echoed across the heavens. Who dares harm my disciple? Thunder exploded, and a blurry figure appeared in the lightning. The Taoist in green robes shone with divine light, like an immortal god, making everyone want to kneel and worship. Everyone's eyes widened. They recoiled. It's Shen Shu, one of the 4 prodigies of the ancient wasteland, and also the most terrifying one. How is he so badly injured? Shen Shu frowned, appearing next to Lin San and pouring energy into him, restoring his vitality. The Chosen One has been saved. The countdown has stopped. Another Zhu, Xin Feng thought, annoyed. I cried my heart out, and no one died. Boom. Shen Shu was sent flying to the ground, and Di Shu stepped on him. Even after 100 years, I can still keep you under my foot. You two good-for-nothings. Shen Shu gave him a look of disdain. I know you're jealous, Di Shu scoffed. Shen Shu couldn't help but laugh, like he'd heard the funniest joke ever. You were born in the immortal creation star, one of the ancient wasteland's 3 great sacred grounds, and were taught by a great master from childhood. At the age of 12, you went down the mountain to cultivate, and by 15 you were famous throughout the ancient wasteland, being collectively called the 4 prodigies of the ancient wasteland, along with 3 others. But those 3 are just slapped-on titles, unable to compare to you. They aren't even worthy to carry your shoes. When you challenged the heavenly sect realm, they were still in the entering Dagyo realm. When you challenged the core formation realm, ooh, yeah, you're jealous. Ding Zhu was super serious. I know how to make pills. You don't. I know how to draw talismans. You don't. I'm proficient in hundreds of martial arts. You're not. I'm good at chess, calligraphy, painting, and music. And you're not, so you're jealous. Di Zhu was so confident. Shen Shu said nothing, just looking at him with the pitying eyes of someone regarding a disabled person. He admitted that he didn't know the things Di Zhu mentioned. But the problem was that, even though Di Zhu learned so many things, and was good at them, none of them reached the peak. Moreover, his disciple Lin San was being overwhelmed by his disciple, Xin Feng. Xin Feng's mind went blank, and he couldn't remember ever acknowledging Di Shu as his master. Haha, Shen Shu. In the end, you're still no match for me, Di Shu. My disciple Xin Feng has the aura of a great emperor. Thud. Xin Feng almost fell flat on his face. Was this his fate, Brother Qin? Are you okay? Tian Tian worriedly helped Xin Feng up, telling him to sit down and rest. You wrong next to her rolled her eyes. Isn't this guy supposed to be following Gao Leng Luxuan? Why is he all over everyone? Brother Di, the world hasn't been decided yet. It's too early to say Xin Feng is number 1. Shen Shu reminded him calmly. It seems you've forgotten why the immortal creation star is one of the 3 great sacred grounds. Din Shu stopped smiling, looking at Shen Shu with a frozen expression. In disbelief, he opened his mouth and asked, You want to let Lin San enter the creation ground to cultivate? Lin San is my only disciple in 1,000 years. It's only natural that he enters the creation ground to cultivate, Shen Shu replied calmly. Di Shu said sternly, Among countless sects and ancient wasteland dynasties, only 3 places are worthy of the name sacred ground, not because of their overwhelming power, but because they possess immortal relics. For example, the Tumian in the immortal creation star is the immortal dream world created by immortals. Whoever gets in there to cultivate is going to have a huge glow-up, a real chance to break their limits and ascend to the upper realm. Seriously, the ancient records say over 90% of those who ascended came from those 3 holy lands. Stepping into that cultivation wonderland guaranteed big achievements. Just then, a voice cut through the awkwardness. 3 years from now, full moon night, we'll settle this at Purple Forbidden Peak. No sea, no return. Xin Feng just straight up said it. A decision. 3 years, full moon, Purple Forbidden Peak, a fight to the death. Di Shu's gaze towards Xin Feng didn't hide his disdain.
Feeling like he's way too confident, these two just stepped into the cultivation world, didn't they? Admired each other, fought together, joined forces against the strong, a perfect sword combo, roaming the cultivation world together. Their feelings blossomed quickly. But right then, a twist happened. The righteous master discovered their relationship, and straight up drew his sword, aiming to kill the demonic path holy son. The righteous heir hurriedly begged for mercy. In the end, the master didn't kill the demonic path holy son, but set up an agreement. A duel to the death. 3 years later, due to some special circumstances, the demonic path holy son killed the righteous heir's master. The righteous heir witnessed this scene by accident, causing the two to become mortal enemies. To avenge his master, the righteous heir cultivated tirelessly for 3 years. Finally, in the duel 3 years later, he defeated the demonic path holy son, heavily injuring him, leaving him on the verge of death. In his dying breath, the demonic path holy son finally revealed the reason for killing the master. Turns out, the master was the biggest demon in the entire world. The demonic path holy son killed him to protect the common people. After saying that, the demonic path holy son took his last breath in the righteous heir's regretful arms. In the end, the righteous heir severed his feelings and became a god protecting humanity. Fate's jokes are too much? Brother Qin is too handsome? Diandian, with heart eyes, hugged Xinfeng's arm tightly, completely fascinated by his cold demeanor. "Oh no, I'm wrong," the "you wrong" pair said. "Anyone who dares touch my sister, I'll chop him." Mo Dao swung his great sword, madly jealous of Xinfeng, a real siscon. He just couldn't stand anyone getting close to his sister, especially when they're hugging so intimately. "Calm down." The disciples hurriedly stopped Mo Dao, absolutely not allowing a public murder. Nanfeng Princess glared angrily at Xinfeng, feeling like he was humiliating them. He's clearly the #1 wanted criminal of the Great Xia dynasty, and he chose to duel in the Great Xia, even in the palace. At this moment, a majestic voice boomed. "Xinfeng, you're still as arrogant as ever after 7 years. Too bad you won't get the chance to try that on my imperial father." Nanfeng Princess was shocked and looked up, only to see a group of people in the sky, all flying freely without swords or dharma artifacts, the lowest level being at least spirit-severing realm, and the strong ones were countless. The leader was Emperor Ming of the Great Xia, wearing a sparkling dragon robe, standing on the head of a golden dragon, looking down at the mortals with majesty. After receiving Nanfeng Princess's plea for help, the Great Xia Emperor knew that it would be difficult to win Lin San with the power of the royal family alone. Looking at the powerful force mobilized by the Great Xia Emperor, the 7 great sword slaves, and the Lightning Cloud 18 riders, people's faces turned gloomy. Imperial father, that's Lin San, Nanfeng Princess, hurriedly pointed at Lin San in Di Shu's arms. Di Shu's face was serious, and his mind was blank when he heard it. "What do you mean, using minerals as bait? What do you mean, destroying 80% of ancient wildlands forces at once?" He had no idea, not me. Lin San struggled to get up, firmly denying it. "I didn't poison them to steal their assets either." Boom. Ding Zhu felt like his mind had been unlocked, his head buzzing. He finally understood why so many people wanted to catch Lin San. "You really are my good disciple," Di Shu smiled bitterly, his head throbbing. Not only could the Immortal Star Creation sect not bear this pressure, but perhaps no one in the ancient wildlands could handle it at the same time. He also wondered, did Lin San really cause this? Otherwise, why would he attract so many experts? "This has nothing to do with me." Xinfeng waved his flag and shouted beside him. "Brother Lin San is a righteous person. He's being framed." Lin San was moved to tears when the whole world didn't believe in him. Only Xinfeng always believed in his innocence. Even if he was facing the whole world, he wouldn't waver. A gentleman never betrays his sword, and a sword never betrays a gentleman. Congratulations to the host for deceiving the true feelings of the chosen one, receiving an additional 20,000 villain points. "Looks like you don't plan to hand over the minerals?" The Great Xia Emperor coldly ordered decisively, "Keep Lin San alive, kill Xinfeng." The earth-shattering war roars of hundreds of thousands of Great Xia troops. The killing intent changed the color of the world. "Damn it, why do I have to die?" Xinfeng cursed, demanding fairness for himself. Di Zhu hurriedly grabbed Xinfeng and ran away, while kicking Tianshu towards the Great Xia army, and then quickly retreated with everyone. "Ding Zhu, you bastard. Just you wait," Tianzhu cursed angrily, determined to get revenge for this. The 7 great sword slaves didn't dare to confront them directly, protecting everyone as they retreated. The Great Xia army rushed forward. "Uncles!" Mo Daokio shouted loudly. "This is not the time to kill." Who caught Diandian? The Lightning Cloud 18 riders were shocked, and hurriedly looked around for Diandian. At this moment, fierce fighting sounds were everywhere. The Great Xia army besieged Di Zhu, determined to obtain Lin San and 80% of the Immortal Star minerals. Old Man Qin himself, the big cheese of the Qin family, was hovering in the sky, eyes glued on Xinfeng, ready to jump in at the first sign of trouble. What's Fengxier thinking?
challenging Lin San to a duel at Zijin Peak in 3 years.
Isn't that just plain reckless? Qin Tian whispered, all stressed out. Don't forget, that 3-year mark is also when Xiao Hao's got his showdown with that Lin girl in the capital. Grandpa Qin reminded him, all-knowing.
Qin Tian's jaw dropped.
He hurriedly sent a telepathic message. Are you saying Feng Heir's deliberately trying to get the great Jia dynasty's attention to protect Xiao Hao while he recovers his strength, using himself as bait so Xiao Hao can slip away unnoticed? Grandpa Qin got all choked up. It's the only thing that makes sense. I refuse to believe he doesn't know where Zijin Peak is. This has got to be it. What brotherly love! Qin Tian fought back the tears. Sniff. Just then, some random Qin clan disciple rushed up, all frantic. Grandpa, that traitor Qin Feng got away. Should we chase after him?
Out of nowhere, another disciple jumped in front, eager to take the blame, and maybe take his anger out on the traitor too while he was at it. Smack. Grandpa Qin slapped him upside the head, roaring. What's more important, Qin Feng or the damn mine? The immortal star mineral vein is way more crucial than some personal vendetta. This is about the stability of our family for millennia. The poor disciple started bawling. Totally wrong.
The poor disciple started bawling. Totally wrong. Meanwhile, an urgent report landed at the 6th Dao Palace in the Yin Yu dynasty. It said that to snatch Lin San, the 3 great Jia royal clans had mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops. The great Jia seemed hell-bent on catching him. Excellent. The 6th Dao Emperor practically rubbed his hands together. If the great Jia Emperor is sending so many troops to catch Lin San, that means their home base is wide open. This is our chance to strike. Yu Shen, however, was less enthusiastic. Great Jia might have some openings now. But what if they catch Lin San, and then extract the location of the immortal star? The Yin Yu dynasty will be in big trouble.
6 Dao retorted. If we don't act, then Great Jia will find the immortal star anyway. Do you think that they will let us go? Right then, a teenager delivered a secret letter. Lin Hao eagerly opened it. It read, Lin San is being hunted by the 7 Swords Hall, the Cloud 18 Riders, and other forces, but he's displayed the 1 Sword God realm and cross-leveled. He also has a divine artifact, the 7-storied pagoda. When Lin San was in mortal danger, Shen Shu from the immortal star creation came to his aid and claimed that Lin San was his only disciple.
Shen Shu said that he will take him to a cultivation plane for 3 years.
Lin Hao read the letter with a straight face and handed it to Lin Xingye. Lin Xingye took it and read it and then exclaimed,
Turns out, all these years, Lin San took Shen Shu as his teacher and became the inheritor of the immortal star creation. He really isn't one of us from Tianxin City anymore. I was right to chase him away.
Lin Hao was silent. He rose, picked up a measuring rod, weighed it in his hand, and found it unsuitable.
He put it back and instructed someone to bring him a mallet. He tried a few swings and felt satisfied. He turned back towards Lin Xinxu. Soon, sounds of crying, Father, Mother, it hurts, I know my mistake, echoed throughout the room. Just when Lin Hao was teaching the princess a lesson, a servant rushed in, pushing the door open.
Master, something terrible has happened. Of course, when he saw the scene before him, he was struck dumb. His heart skipped a beat, disrupting the secret between the master and the princess. It must be something big, especially since the princess values her reputation so much.
What is it?
Lin Hao, still angry, turned back to ask the servant. The Yin Yu dynasty is attacking us.
The servant hurriedly lowered his head, pretending not to see anything. Lin Hao didn't panic. Many years of defending the border had given him a calm in the face of adversity. Mobilize the Xuanwu army to meet them and stall them. Summon all generals above the Misty Sky Realm to the manor to discuss strategy. Send Huangling envoys to ask the families for help. The servant froze. He didn't understand what this was. According to the normal process, they should ask the great Xia royal family for help. And then the royal family would summon the families. Now going straight to the families without asking the royal family, wasn't that a slap in the face to the royal family?
Father, we'll completely offend the great Xia royal family this way. Although they won't act now because war has broken out to stabilize the area, they will definitely retaliate after the war. How can Tianxin City alone resist the royal family and hundreds of thousands of troops in the world? Lin Xingye wanted to defend herself, but Lin Hao lifted the mallet and stared at her with cold eyes, signaling that if she said anything else, she would be hit immediately. I know my mistake.
Lin Xingye bowed her head before her father's pressure.
It's good that you know your mistake. Return to your room to cultivate. If you lose the match in 3 years, you know the consequences. It hurts. Lin Xingye hobbled away, wincing. She didn't expect her birth father to beat his own daughter like this for the sake of a servant. Lin Sancaire, don't let me meet you again, or I'll flay you alive. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, and dark clouds blocked the sun. Under a bridge, an old fortune-teller looked at the dark clouds covering the sky and muttered, Darkness is just the beginning of troubled times. Red will become the main color of the country. Damn it, I gotta find a place to hide and avoid this disaster, Hong Yu Star. My old master was startled by the divination. He took out his tortoiseshell and cast the coins. Looking at the scattered coins, he panicked. Mu Zhu, Xin Feng, will definitely suffer, I can't avoid it.
He slumped to the ground, his face filled with dread. He was one of the 4 talents of the ancient wilderness. Mu Zhu, proficient in divination, hailed as the greatest divination master of the ancient wilderness. 100 years ago he divined the hexagram Mu Zhu. Qin Feng will definitely suffer, and was so frightened that he went into hiding, never daring to act openly again.
But he never expected the same hexagram to appear again after 100 years. This time clearly threatening someone with Feng in their name.
Meanwhile, in another forest, Shen Shu, thanks to his high cultivation level, had escaped the encirclement. But he knew,
escaping the monk doesn't mean escaping the temple. Until the root cause is resolved, the immortal star creation will not be at peace. Damn it, old Liu, who did you tell him to tell? I'll definitely chop him up.
Master,
who do you think it is? Lin San asked quickly. If he could just find that shameless old Liu, he could clear his name. Shen Shu was silent for a moment, then said,
looking at the entire ancient wilderness, those under 30 with such talent and audacity, no one compares to Qin Feng.
Qin Feng, senior brother Qin. Lin San burst out laughing. Master, are you kidding me? He always believes I'm innocent, even if he's against the whole world. He almost lost his life saving me once. Even if you suspect me, I wouldn't believe he'd frame me.
Hearing Lin San's words, Shen Shu quickly covered his heart, taking deep breaths to suppress the urge to kick his disciple out of the sect.
Master, are you okay? Lin San asked worriedly, wanting to soothe his master's mood.
I'm fine. Shen Shu took a few more deep breaths before finally forgiving his disciple. His first impression of Qin Feng was that of a seasoned Jianghu veteran, very knowledgeable about human psychology. When with Qin Feng, Lin San was more like a lamb meeting a wolf, not like 2 friends.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible, Lin San reacted strongly. Senior brother Qin almost died, saving me. I saw it with my own eyes. If I suspected him, I wouldn't be human anymore.
Shen Xiao said seriously.
You're young, only seeing people's appearances, not their hearts. Disciple believe that brotherhood still exists in this world.
Shen Shu looked at the passionate Lin San, almost seeing himself in his youth, dreaming of pacifying the world. But the deeper he went, the more he realized the cruel reality, eventually becoming the person he hated most. He hoped the boy could hold on to his initial ideals, and not be corrupted by that old Jianghu fox, Qin Feng.
Qin Feng suddenly sneezed. Someone must be talking about me, brother Qin. Are you okay?
Tian Tian asked worriedly, her big eyes looking at Qin Feng with concern, holding his arm tightly the whole way.
Yeah, Qin Feng replied absent-mindedly, pretending to be concerned. In fact, after the immortal star mine matter was over, he would return the little girl to Mo Dao.
If only Lin San were here,
I could provoke him even more. Qin Feng suddenly sighed. After tens of thousands of villain points, Qin Feng could only think of Lin San.
Since parting with Lin San, he hadn't heard from his system waifu for days, and his villain points were stagnant. Did the system know how many points he was losing every second? Congratulations, host, for disrupting the Child of Destiny's fated encounter, and receiving a lottery chance. Looking at you wrong, Qin Feng's brain started running at full speed.
Based on past experience, he only received a lottery chance when disrupting a Child of Destiny's good fortune, which meant Yu Rong would bring some kind of good fortune to help Lin San get stronger. How to cut off that fortune? Qin Feng thought for a while, then shook his head. Forget it. Even if I snatched it, it wouldn't be useful. Villains are not worthy of good fortune. Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to have an idea. A smirk appearing on the corner of his mouth. Snatching it gets me a lottery. So if I tease and bully him, surely I'll unlock some kind of magical treasure chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, staring at Yu Rong, plotting something dark and sinister. He's looking at me.
That aloof, domineering Qin Feng is looking at me.
Yunrong maintained the elegant demeanor of a Medicine God Valley disciple, but inside she was terrified.
Their first meeting was quite tense, but fate was strange.
They first met on a ruined battlefield. At that time he was violent and ruthless, rushing past her with his sword, hot blood dripping from the blade, pooling into a small stream of blood, surrounded by shattered rocks, corpses, and scattered limbs.
Although she was just starting out in the world,
she had already stepped over hundreds of corpses, her heart long shattered. She thought after that separation,
they would never meet again. But fate liked to play tricks, bringing them together again. The former brute was now crying like a lonely and helpless child. She tried her best to save him, begging him to survive the hail of bullets, and his cold, knife-like gaze gradually melted. But then the accident happened. Countless righteous people hunted him down for honor. They kidnapped her, he kidnapped her, she was willing to endure. She understood that he didn't know how to express himself. But she understood his fragility. She understood the deep feelings he had for her. He saved her from death, protecting her with feelings that outsiders couldn't understand. After many storms they reunited, becoming a couple admired by all. Brother Qin is so great. Tian Tian's voice suddenly interrupted her train of thought. Yu Rong frowned.
Now there's another cock-blocking little brat. Did she have to fight her for her husband? At this moment, a noisy commotion erupted from the Heavenly Rainbow Academy. Hundreds of young men and women were protesting noisily. All under 30, the martial artists who had participated in the Kunlun secret realm.
The one who gave that order
was none other than the dean of the Heavenly Rainbow Academy. Rumor has it that this guy has lived for tens of thousands of years, having witnessed Bai Suotian from Nan City, the glorious era of the Azure Sky Sword God, as well as the Longxiang Great Emperor's rise and fall like a shooting star. The imperial preceptor, being unreasonable, coldly stated, "Without discipline, there's no success. The rules are set. Even if the sky falls, they must be followed. Failure to complete the mission will result in punishment." Qin Feng was astonished. Although he had heard about the imperial preceptor's harshness, he didn't expect him to be so ruthless, completely unwilling to budge, even willing to sacrifice hundreds of martial artists just to maintain discipline. But it's precisely because of people like that that the Yin Moon Empire could develop so quickly. Being friends with them gives you a headache, but entrusting tasks to them is reassuring. Groans of despair echoed everywhere. Everyone knew that they couldn't change the outcome. The imperial preceptor saw Qin Feng and also noticed Dijishu. It had been over 100 years since he'd seen Dijishu so spirited. Like back in his dazzling prime, Dijishu muttered, "Why is the imperial preceptor staring at me? I get it now, he must be jealous of me." Qin Feng, hearing Dijishu's self-praise, couldn't help but chuckle. "Holy son, do you remember me?" A young man rushed over to Qin Feng and asked eagerly. Qin Feng thought for a moment. "I remember. You were the one in the fragrant sea trade winds who I told to distribute the immortal crystal ore to everyone," Qin Feng said. "Your name is Li Ji, right?" Yes, I am Li Ji," Li Ji exclaimed excitedly. Li Ji never expected Qin Feng to remember him. Suddenly his eyes widened as he looked at Qin Feng in shock, his brain buzzing. "That's right. The Holy Sun probably doesn't have any subordinates yet, right? From now on, I offer myself to serve you." Li Ji was determined to latch onto Qin Feng's coattails. Yulan turned her head to look at Qin Feng. His aura was even stronger than it was in the fragrant sea trade winds. How did this pervert cultivate anyway? She thought in astonishment, completely unable to see through this man. Rumors outside said that Qin Feng had continuously broken through to the 5th and 8th levels, causing his cultivation foundation to waver, leading to its complete destruction. The Holy Sun is back. Hundreds of martial artists crowded around Qin Feng, their eyes full of desire. They hoped that Qin Feng still had immortal crystal ore and would share it with them. Although they knew the chances were slim, they still hoped for a miracle. "Wait a minute. Why wasn't the amount I gave you enough? Didn't the first and second Holy Suns compensate you?" Qin Feng loudly protested, demanding that they speak up. "I knew it, it's useless," Yulan muttered from behind, seemingly having foreseen this situation. She decided to move even further away, just in case she got caught in the crossfire when things turned chaotic. "Yelong, hurry up and compensate them fully." Zhao Bai, on Qin Feng's shoulder, growled threateningly, knowing that if they weren't compensated fully, Qin Feng would spend his own money to win people's hearts, which meant he'd have an excuse to not give it immortal crystal ore anymore. "Holy Sun, thank you for speaking up for us." Lin Ji and his fellow disciples were deeply moved. They never expected Qin Feng to dare to directly confront the two high-ranking Holy Suns to protect them, even though they were just the weakest of the heavenly vast sect. Because even if the group under 30 are strong, there is a limit. Qin Feng turned on his acting mode, pretending to make a decision. "I still have a few hundred pieces of immortal crystal ore. I'll take them out to help you overcome this difficulty." "A few hundred more pieces?" Lin Ji and everyone else were stunned in place. They desperately hoped that Qin Feng had crystal ore to save them. But Lin Ji said the probability was very low. They never expected hope to arrive so unexpectedly. Like a drowning man seeing a life buoy. "No way, Master can't take those crystal ores out," Zhao Bai shouted angrily, getting into character. "You risked your life for those. You were in a coma for 10 days straight, calling out Yulan's name 8,435 times during that. How can you just give them away unconditionally?" Yulan, standing behind, was startled. Her brain also started to spin wildly. What does that mean? Why was Qin Feng calling out her name while he was in a coma? She doesn't remember owing him any money. Or is she the CR in his heart, likes her? This rabbit is acting too professionally. It doesn't even have a script, but it can still coordinate with Qin Feng's acting, while helping him improve his feelings for Yulan. The two of them also quickly got into character, trying to stop him. "That's right, Big Brother already gave them a few hundred pieces. That's already very generous, you can't give more. You risked your life to get those crystal ores, you almost died. Isn't it all to propose to that Yulan, to have an explanation to her? What is he going to do when he gives it all to her?" Mentioning the proposal, Yulan's cheeks flushed red, her heart pounding like crazy. She never asked Qin Feng for any explanation, but if he really proposed to her at the Azure Demon Palace, should she agree? But Qin Feng still said, "Right now, human lives are more important than anything else. We don't need to care about other things." Zhao Bai hugged Qin Feng's neck again. "Wait, money is just an external possession, but human life is priceless." Qin Feng is like Liu Bei taking Zhao Yun under his wing, only doing it to win over the martial artists. "Master can't do that," Zhao Bai cried, clinging to Qin Feng's clothes, as if giving away the most precious thing. "Just distribute them. Qin Feng ignored the crying and placed a small bag into Li Ji's hands.
Li Ji and his companions were moved to tears, immediately kneeling down and vowing to follow Qin Feng.
Yulan rolled her eyes again, having seen through everything. If she didn't know how strong Qin Feng's acting skills were, she would almost believe them. Plus that cute little rabbit, unexpectedly speaking so eloquently, its acting skills were also surprisingly amazing. A group of cultivators inside came out and shouted, "Following a loser, you guys really have eyes. Which dog without a leash ran out here barking randomly?"
Li Ji jumped up, rushing towards the other side, posture ready to fight.
"Who do you think you are, daring to talk to me like that?" The other party glared coldly, his energy beginning to surge.
"You're asking me who I think I am? I'll tell you now."
Lin Ji pressed his face close to the other party's, proudly saying, "I don't acknowledge Feng Ji as my brother like you have to."
"If you're not going to serve Feng Ji, I'll make you serve him. If you can serve Feng Ji well, I can serve him even better. I'm the third Saint Sun's loyal dog. Got it?" Everyone was stunned by Lin Ji's words. They thought he was calling that guy a dog as an insult, but nope, he was straight up admitting it himself, and complaining the guy's kneeling wasn't sincere enough. The other dude was practically spitting fire, thanks to Lin Ji, but he didn't dare do anything. You rarely see people fighting over a single word, but never see someone calling themselves a dog to someone's face.
If he hits Lin Ji now, he's basically fighting a dog. Two dogs fighting, piss off, trash. Lin Ji waved his hand dismissively, then scurried back to Qin Feng. "Not bad, not bad."
Qin Feng looked at Li Ji with newfound appreciation, thinking, this kid's got some ambition. He even wants to be my loyal dog. Xiao Bai, on the other hand, looked a little green around the gills. The pressure was mounting. He thought his rivals in this life were Tian Jun and Wan Ma, but never did he imagine Li Ji would be so willing to kneel to Qin Feng. The difference in their realms was huge. If he kept daydreaming like this, falling out of favor was just a matter of time. When that time came, he would not even have a carrot to eat.
What the hell are these guys? At this moment, the lackeys of the first and second Saint Sons started mocking the third Saint Sun and his dog. What a perfect match. Clang. Swords were drawn. A sharp aura, like a blade cutting through space, filled the air. Xiao Bai stepped forward, Chen Kong sword in hand, his fierce presence sending shivers down everyone's spines.
Xiao Bai ignored them, coldly saying, "Dare to repeat what you just said, and you'll be unrecognizable." Xiao Bai was completely different from a few months ago. Not only did he have the majestic air of the moon-forbidden limitless tome, but he also learned a few unique sword techniques from Qin Feng. Even though he was only at the lowest level of the profound rank, his power was comparable to the peak of the god rank. Time to show them who Qin Feng belongs to. Boom! The opponent's energy exploded, heading straight towards Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai sneered, "You dare to be so rude at the heavenly sect realm." He rushed to meet the attack. The clash reverberated everywhere, sending a terrifying sword aura straight into the sky. It didn't have Lin San's righteous holy aura, but the natural flavor of Qin Feng's sword ki. Qin Feng was watching from a nearby tree. The first Saint Sun, Ye Long, and the second Saint Sun, Chen Zuo, were also observing Qin Feng. They didn't expect Qin Feng to appear suddenly, destroying the image they'd worked so hard to build, and allowing Qin Feng to win over even more hearts. Chen Zuo said, "Ye Long, looks like we both underestimated this third Saint Sun." Ye Long didn't answer, changing the subject. "I heard this third Saint Sun went on a killing spree in Kunlun. Do you think it's true?" Chen Zuo pondered too. He knew Ye Long wasn't exaggerating. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was as chill as ever, even with a fight happening right next to him. Turning on his community outreach mode, Lin Ji, carrying a bag of immortal essence ore, quickly stuck close to Qin Feng. Qin Feng personally handed out each ore to the fighters, wearing a kind expression and asking about each of their families.
"Thank you, third Saint Sun." The fighters tearfully accepted each ore, feeling Qin Feng's sincerity. The third Saint Sun is so good, he really cares and thinks about us. At this moment, a cold man descended from the void, radiating a terrifying primal aura. "Third Saint Sun, please, enlighten me." Under the second Saint Sun, Zhu Zhao. "He's just a nascent soul realm cultivator, not worth troubling, master," Xiao Bai said smoothly. Once again, swords were drawn, and a cold aura enveloped the entire city.
"Congratulations, master. Your pet has severed the enemy's wisdom root, receiving 1,000 points.
The second Saint Sun's subordinate didn't even have time to react, before he was groaning on the ground. Everyone else stepped back in shock.
Suddenly, the second Saint Sun, Chen Zuo, with a grim face, rushed towards Qin Feng at an unbelievable speed. The sound of a sword being drawn caught everyone's attention. Chen Zuo had drawn his sword. A magnificent sword style appeared, its sword ki shooting into the sky, shaking everyone's hearts. Qin Feng stood still, not showing any intention of dodging the powerful energy coming from Chen Zuo. The fighters swallowed hard, worried for Qin Feng, but he just drew his Chen Kong sword and blocked in front of him. The swords clashed violently. The sound of metal echoed through the square.
"I really underestimated you, Qin Feng." Chen Zuo was shocked. Even though his previous attack wasn't his full strength, he had used 5 parts of his power, he didn't expect Qin Feng to be able to block it so easily.
It seemed Qin Feng's strength was equal to or even greater than Chen Zuo's. Chen Zuo looked at Qin Feng coldly. "I'm really curious, after giving all that money to these guys, Will you have enough for yourself? Before this godsend of an opportunity, Xin Feng replied very quickly. Everyone knows that I have constantly broken through, which has caused my foundation to be damaged. I am not worthy to be a martial arts genius of the Heavenly Hong Academy anymore, so the rules of Heavenly Hong don't apply to me. Saint Sun, you're sacrificing too much for us, Lianji. And the others were moved to tears. They didn't expect Xin Feng to not only sell all of his assets, but also risk his life for them. How could they not respect such a good person as their leader? From now on, their leader could only be the third Saint Sun.
Hearing that, Xin Feng pretended to be touched. Chen Zuo secretly rejoiced, and loudly said, according to the rules of the Emperor Master, if there are not enough mineral deposits, it is allowed to enter the Myriad Demon Tower. As for your foundation, Xin Feng, do you think I'm an idiot? Your foundation is obviously still good. You blocked my attack so easily just now, and you still dare to talk about a damaged foundation. Moreover, Zhu Xuan is lying right there. He is in the nascent soul realm, while you are in the great perfection realm of the 8th level. Chen Zuo respectfully bowed. Your Majesty, Emperor Master, whether Xin Feng is allowed to enter the Myriad Demon Tower or not needs your decision, but that has caused a storm. Before the Emperor Master could make a decision, the surrounding fighters spoke up. Chen Zuo, do you have any shame? You don't let your subordinates take responsibility for you, and now you're trying to harm Xin Feng? Xin Feng is a real man, and you are a vile person. Xin Feng bankrupted himself for everyone's sake. Please, Emperor Master, forgive him. Looking at the attitude of the fighters, Chen Zuo finally realized the serious problem. Xin Feng had successfully built the image of a person who sold his house to save others. Emperor Master. Silently gazing at Xin Feng, the voice wasn't loud, but it silenced everyone. Indeed, Xin Feng didn't use the Heavenly Hong formation to enter Kunlun, so logically, he shouldn't have to submit minerals. The Heavenly Hong warriors cheered, looking provocatively at Chen Zha. Even though he was furious, Chen Zha didn't dare to refute the imperial preceptor. But the unscrupulous imperial preceptor said sternly, besides being a disciple of Heavenly Hong, Xin Feng is also the third holy son of the Dark Moon dynasty. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear the responsibility. Taking the lead in submitting minerals is his duty and responsibility. Chen Zha instantly smiled, his mood lifted considerably. If Xin Feng couldn't submit the minerals, he would be exiled to the Myriad Demon's Tower with a near zero chance of survival. To get the minerals, Xin Feng would have to take back the gifts he just gave, and destroy the image he just built. But what surprised Chen Zha was that Lin Ji and everyone else volunteered to return the minerals. I don't need my share. Return it to Holy Sun Xin Feng. I don't need it either. I volunteer to enter the Myriad Demon's Tower. The smile on Chen Zha's face immediately vanished, his mood returning to rock bottom. No. Xin Feng hurriedly refused, continuing to maintain his image. I'd rather not get a wife than be punished in the Myriad Demon's Tower. It's better than letting my brothers suffer in the slightest. Holy Sun Xin Feng. The warriors were deeply moved, feeling extremely lucky to have Xin Feng. Congratulations, Master, for receiving the affection of everyone. Rewarded with 2 immortal slave seals, Xin Feng happily received the 2 immortal slave seals, meaning he'll have 4 more loyal disciples, since the previous 2 immortal slave seals haven't been used yet. Imperial Preceptor, can you forgive Xin Feng's mistake? The warriors insisted. The unscrupulous Imperial Preceptor coldly said, if Xin Feng doesn't submit the minerals on time, he is forced to enter the Myriad Demon's Tower. That is the rule of the Dark Moon dynasty. Don't beg anymore. The words caused many warriors to despair, collapsing to the ground, their eyes dimming. The Holy Sun sold his entire house for us, but we can't do anything for him. We're so useless. Many people beat their chests and cried bitterly. Everyone looked at Chen Zha, seemingly understanding the Imperial Preceptor's intention. HMPH, I haven't hinted at anything. I'm just following the rules. What the heck? Chen Zha blurted out a vulgar phrase. They're dreaming if they think they can easily get the minerals from me. Wait, hold on, Xin Feng. Where are you? Chen Zha looked around in surprise, not seeing Xin Feng's shadow. Immediately, Chen Zha felt a chill down his spine, feeling like someone was stalking him. He flew away quickly, avoiding while observing his surroundings. Sure enough, Xin Feng had snuck behind him. The cold glint of the long spear in his hand made people shudder. That old dog is too shameless. Chen Zha didn't dare to hesitate, focusing his mind to block the attack. HMPH. He finally blocked it, breathing a sigh of relief, but then he felt a cold aura behind him. Before he could even exhale completely, he felt a cold aura rising from the ground, again with that feeling of being stalked. Turns out, Xin Feng totally predicted his reaction. The attack from behind was just a distraction, setting up another old 6. The rabbit Xin Feng had been raising for 7 years, Xiao Bai had fully absorbed the old 6 culture and become a true master of sneakiness. Another old 6. Chen Zha was about to lose it. But, let's be real, Chen Zha was still a holy son. In a flash he reacted, blocking Xiao Bai's attack. Sorry, we predicted your reaction. The hell you predicted? Chen Zha's eyes widened in horror, feeling a chill down his spine. He realized that letting his guard down for a sec had disrupted the internal energy flow, weakening his spirit and defense. His swing. The long spear met zero resistance, coldly piercing a pressure point in his back. Thud. Bullseye. All Chen Zha felt was an icy chill and a scream of pain. It was truly chilling. Chen Zha roared like a madman. A cold aura erupted from him, followed by a black gas that engulfed the world. Plunging everyone into darkness, Chen Zha's aura suddenly skyrocketed, cracking the ground around him. Despite the wound, he didn't stop. Darkness divine body. Everyone screamed in terror, backing away. Rumble, rumble. The dark space churned violently, and a dozen figures emerged from the shadows. Beautiful women in battle armor like a squad of black roses. Their cultivation realms were equal to Chen Zha's, all at the 5th level of nascent soul, meaning their realms would also increase alongside Chen Zha. Those are the shadow armor guards of the darkness divine body. The guys around were green with envy. Word has it that the shadow armor guards, after transformation, not only retain their memories, but also recreate a flesh body similar to the original person. HMPH. Kill him. Tear him to shreds, Chen Zha ordered, furious. The dozens of shadow armor guards, without a word, turned into shadows and rushed toward Qin Feng. Boom, boom! Qin Feng's aura exploded, sending out powerful shockwaves. Great River Sword. Celestial Great River. A vast river of sword chi, like the Milky Way, converged into a giant river of swords, roaring and cutting towards the shadow armor guards. Waves surged up, creating thousands of feet of raging waves. This was one of Qin Feng's 2 divine-level sword techniques, the Great River Sword Art. Qin Feng, looking serious, sensed something was wrong. The great river of sword chi swallowed dozens of shadow armor guards. Countless sword chi tore them apart, but they immediately reformed, seemingly immortal. A hoarse laugh echoed from the void. Qin Feng knew he shouldn't waste his strength in this darkness. The shadow armor guards couldn't be killed. Seeing dozens of nascent soul realm shadows that could regenerate infinitely, Qin Feng realized the horror. Once trapped, he'd definitely be exhausted to death. However, thanks to his overlord body, Qin Feng wasn't worried about exhaustion. This is the sword training ground I've been longing for. Qin Feng's eyes flashed gold. He'd long wanted to find a place to freely slaughter, seeing this as a long battle. Xiao Bai calmly pulled out a carrot and munched on it. As the one who knew Qin Feng best, he was confident in his endurance, his stamina. Probably no one in the ancient wilderness could match Qin Feng's overlord body. The more he fought, the stronger he became. That wasn't just lip service, but experience drawn from countless predecessors. Just when everyone thought Qin Feng was about to give out, the results exceeded their expectations. 10 minutes later, Xiao Bai was still munching, and Qin Feng was still killing like crazy. 30 minutes later, Xiao Bai was still eating, and Qin Feng was still killing. The holy sun isn't bad. Everyone was amazed. An hour later, Xiao Bai was stuffed, and Qin Feng was still happily slaughtering. Yu Rong stood there yawning non-stop, even though he hadn't done anything wrong. Standing here like punishment was so unfair. At this moment, a cold aura rushed over, and Qin Feng slashed fiercely at Chen Zha. A earth-shattering sound rang out, carrying loneliness and pride, freezing the world. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Zha screamed in horror. He couldn't believe his eyes. The cold sword light tore through space, rushing straight towards him. The terrifying energy from the sword chi caused the ground to shake violently, and hideous cracks spread everywhere. Chen Zha fell to the ground, blood flowing like a spring. He lay flat on the ground, unable to believe he'd lost in a battle of energy consumption. Brother Qin is too awesome, Dian Dian said sweetly, with heart-shaped eyes looking at Qin Feng. Want to take you to a private room for an hour? It's my turn to take the stage. Xiao Bai quickly swallowed the carrot, jumped off Yanrong's shoulder, kicked Chen Zha to the ground, and nimbly snatched his storage ring. Chen Zha screamed like crazy. He'd already been publicly humiliated by Qin Feng, and now this rabbit dared to provoke him too. He could accept losing to Qin Feng, but being bullied by this animal was unacceptable. Smack! Xiao Bai slapped Chen Zha's thigh hard. Do you know who I am? Dare to bark at me? Chen Zha was even more furious. But before he could finish speaking, smack! Another slap landed. Smack, smack, smack. After 6 slaps, Chen Zha had to accept the fact that he was completely powerless against the rabbit. Quickly hand over the loot. I'm a professional robber. Xiao Bai, of course, didn't forget to take the important stuff. Chen Zha had no choice but to hand over the goods, his face bruised and distorted from the slaps. From now on, remember who you are, don't bark randomly, or you'll be beaten to death without knowing why. Xiao Bai snatched the bag, mocking, a saint child so poor. Seriously, Xiao Bai discovered only some rough stones and tattered junk inside. TCH, Xiao Bai scoffed in disdain, calmly stuffing everything into its own non-existent pockets, without any intention of sharing with Qin Feng. Seeing the saint child being bullied by a rabbit, Chen Zha's loyal disciples couldn't stand it. Excuse me everyone, can we have a moment? Everyone stopped fighting, curiously turning to look, as a warrior approached, smiling apologetically. Sorry, I was delayed by some business, I'm late. Behind him were a dozen sturdy warriors with imposing auras. It was the first saint child, Yi Long. Before he could even speak, the disciples handed over a bag of spirit stones. Ye Long began his act. Actually, I've been preparing money to help my junior brothers all along, but I was busy and forgot. Luckily, Xinfeng reminded me, so I rushed over immediately. Everyone exchanged knowing glances, smirking. When Xinfeng called him, he was nowhere to be found. When Xinfeng gave out money, he was invisible. Classic. Not waiting for Yilong to react, Xinfeng laughed. You must be thinking, I can keep the resources, but he can only give them away. Right? Am I right? Yilong was stunned.
He thought Xinfeng wanted to keep a few hundred rare spirit stones for himself. Who knew he would distribute them all to everyone? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank Yilong. Xinfeng incited the crowd,
not giving Yilong a chance to react. Thank you, Yilong. The warriors hurriedly bootlicked, not giving Yilong a chance to refuse. With Xinfeng taking the lead, free resources, why not? Yilong was furious, but still managed a polite smile.
Of course, let's share together. Xinfeng transformed into an old cadre, distributing Yilong's resources. Thank the saint child. Everyone happily expressed their gratitude. Each person only got 1 stone, but selling it outside would definitely fetch a good price, a huge help for their cultivation. They thanked Xinfeng, not Yilong, almost causing him to faint from anger. Xinfeng continued to mock. Don't thank me, thank saint child Yilong. Even though he carries the title of Saint Child, he does more charitable work than even the 6 paths of reincarnation. Despite being so busy, Yilong still makes time to help everyone.
Let's give him the warmest applause. The professionally trained warriors tried their best to suppress their laughter as they clapped loudly. Yilong was enraged. He thought he could lose some resources to create a good image, never expecting to be mocked so thoroughly by Xinfeng. Hey, Yilong, why don't you tell us a joke to cheer everyone up? Xinfeng continued to tease.
Yilong grabbed Xinfeng by the collar, grinding his teeth. All those resources, give them back. Otherwise you'll regret being born into this world. The crowd quieted down, silently watching the two. Xinfeng calmly explained. You make it sound like I stole your money.
Actually, I'm just using your money to do things for you. You should be paying me for my services. Why are you asking for your money back?
Yilong thought he was pretty shameless for exploiting his junior brothers. But compared to Xinfeng, he was still too innocent.
I didn't say anything bad about you, I'm just helping you out. Or, how about everyone judges, should I get paid for my work? Xinfeng said seriously. As soon as Xinfeng finished speaking,
the warriors threw morality out the window. Mimicking his overbearing tone, Xinfeng is right, he didn't say anything wrong. Yilong, let go of Feng Gage.
Tian's cheeks puffed up, pointing her finger at Yilong, and scolding him relentlessly. At this moment, Mo Dao rushed over. Seeing his younger sister being bullied as soon as he arrived, being a total siscon, Mo Dao went berserk. Yilong was shocked and quickly retreated to avoid the blow. This is indeed the Dao Sex Crazy Blade. Yilong understood. It could only be Mo Dao.
You dare hit my sister.
Mo Dao's eyes flashed with a cold light. I warned you already. Why didn't you listen?
Xinfeng leisurely took out a chair, a fan, and some fruit to eat so he wouldn't miss the fight. Tian paid no attention to her fighting brother. Stuffing grapes into Xinfeng's mouth, Mo Dao was stimulated to unleash his potential, roaring and beating Yilong into a miserable state. Xinfeng finished the grapes, vaguely remembering that he had a lottery spin from destroying the relationship between Lin San and Yang Rong during their first encounter. Swish. As usual, the lottery wheel appeared. The wheel began to spin slowly. Congratulations, host. You have received a celestial secret card. Xinfeng recalled that last time he observed Fang Zhang's heavenly secret and received the immaculate spring in Kunlun, washing away his desires and realizing the natural Tao. That was a permanent skill buff that helped Xinfeng progress a lot. Looking at the fortune card that just dropped, Xinfeng, while enjoying Tian's service, said, System, who do you think I should check the fortune of this time? How about my second brother? Nah, he's family.
How can I steal his chance? The system remained silent. Why no response? Is it broken? Xinfeng wondered, then continued suggesting, my second brother is now an epic level warrior. If I peek at his fortune, would I get an extra 1,000,000 villain points? Don't get me wrong, I'm just kidding, he's my family.
The system was still silent, not responding.
I'm just gonna stay silent? Then I won't say anything either. Seeing the system deliberately not answering, Xinfeng had to rethink who to use the card on.
Xin Hao is too young, not suitable. Besides, he's an epic level warrior. Checking his fortune won't give any rewards.
My second senior brother and third junior brother are always by my side. What secrets could they have that I don't know? Checking their fortunes would be pointless. Long Aotian is probably conquering the upper realm, or creating a world just for himself and his beloved, according to his memories. Long Aotian is at least an epic level warrior, maybe even beyond epic. With Long Aotian, whether I want to or not, I'm powerless.
Thinking carefully, only Fang Cheng is the most suitable. As for that Tang guy, forget about him. Xinfeng decided to help Fang Cheng break his fate. I'm so kind. Xinfeng decided to use the fortune card. Once again, he entered the stream of time. Xinfeng's soul was sucked into an invisible black hole. It was dark and silent all around, with no light or sound, like falling into a real black hole. The concept of time and space disappeared.
In the blink of an eye, it seemed like tens of thousands of years had passed, but it was also just a moment. When Xinfeng opened his eyes, he was standing in the sky, looking down on all things. But he uncomfortably realized that this was not human territory.
Qin Feng saw Feng Chang appear on a hilltop. Below him were many muscular men wearing animal skins. They had horns like bull horns on their heads, and their bodies were covered in colorful tattoos, like a tribe of dark beast-human hybrids. Qin Feng realized that these were not humans, but the demon race right next to the Yin Yu dynasty. Demon Lord, please lead us to reclaim our lost honor. A series of demons knelt down, honoring Feng Chang as their leader. Demonization. Qin Feng was shocked.
Being randomly teleported from Kunlun to another land was already strange. But he even became their king, subjugating the demon race.
Even though the demon race had been badly defeated by the Yin Yu dynasty tens of thousands of years ago,
and hundreds of thousands of prisoners were imprisoned in the Myriad Demon Tower, their strength should not be underestimated. The next scene appeared. Feng Chang was secretly meeting with the great priest of the demon race. In a closed room, Qin Feng was very curious. Just with that one letter, the leader of the demon race would help Feng Chang like that? Qin Feng wondered. If I stole that letter, would the leader of the demon race help me? Not long after, following the guidance of the great priest,
Feng Chang sneaked into the Myriad Demon Tower and found the treasure of the demon race. He refined it into the Myriad Demon body, and led hundreds of thousands of prisoners to break the tower, allying with the great Jia to conquer the Yin Yu dynasty. From then on, Feng Chang's reputation as the Lord of Myriad Demons spread throughout the desolate ancients. In the Myriad Demon Tower, Feng Chang met the demon princess, thanks to his warrior's aura. The princess gradually fell in love with Feng Chang. When she knew that Feng Chang was not perfect, the princess did not despise him at all, but helped him even more enthusiastically. She went to find the treasure herself. When she was seriously injured and about to die, she finally met Feng Chang. She handed over the treasure and fainted. Feng Chang also understood the meaning of her actions and accepted that feeling. What a shameless warrior, Qin Feng sighed. Even the warrior's plot armor has been used by Feng Chang to such a god-forsaken extent. Without the aura, he definitely wouldn't be able to cause such a big thing. When Qin Feng's soul returned to reality, he couldn't hold it in anymore, and 2 streams of blood sprayed into the sky. Brother Qin, why are you having a nosebleed? Tian panicked, not understanding what happened to Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the battle between Mo Dao and Ye Long was still going on fiercely, neither side willing to yield, slashing and killing non-stop. At this moment, Mo Dao secretly glanced at Tian.
I'm fighting with all my might for my sister, but she's flirting with someone else. That drove Mo Dao crazy. Damn it, daring to touch my sister. Mo Dao was extremely angry. I will cut you up and turn you into lamp oil for dogs to eat your bones. Taking advantage of Mo Dao's distraction, Ye Long launched a fatal blow. But at that moment, the space suddenly shook violently. A earth-shattering explosion rang out, and heavy pressure enveloped the entire area, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Ye Long almost fell into Mo Dao's arms. Luckily, the height difference between the two was too great, otherwise they would have kissed by now.